Chapter 1. A warning. In 3 minutes, those around you will transform into zombies. Many, upon receiving this text message, scoffed at its absurdity, dismissing it as a recent internet fad that numerous post-apocalyptic bloggers had indulged in. She immediately replied, "Is that you, Jujia? Or Yao Yao? Are you trying to prank me? It's not April Fool's Day." Just as she sent the message, the overhead lights flickered, startling her. Her colleague, Sister Lu, glanced up curiously. How strange. When was the last time we had a power outage in K-City? What's going on? Muchuo, a 22-year-old intern at an internet company, often worked late. At this hour, 6 in the evening, the early winter darkness had fully enveloped the outside world, hinting at an impending rain. The branches outside swayed, casting shadowy figures reminiscent of monstrous beings from dark fairy tales, clawing to drag people into the abyss. Though Muchuo was generally courageous, the sight of Liu's pale face and rigid pupils sent a shiver down her spine. Glancing downward, she noticed the blue tinge creeping into Liu's fingernails. Liu, sensing Muchuo's daze, leaned closer with concern. Duo, what are you daydreaming about? Be careful, or the director will scold you. The pungent scent of decay assaulted Muchuo's senses, nearly causing her to retch. She sprang to her feet. The other colleagues turned to her, bewildered by her sudden change. Nervously swallowing, she began to gather her belongings. "I'm not feeling well, I'm heading home. Sister Lu, could you please tell the director I need to take a leave?" With that, she grabbed her bag and hurried out, her pallor evident. Behind her, Lu appeared confused, remarking, "What's wrong? You were fine just now. Young people these days are so pampered. I was bitten by a dog yesterday and still came to work after my rabies shot. Be careful, or the director might fire you." By the time Muchuo reached the office door, her heart raced at Liu's last words. "If I get fired, so be it. I quit," she declared, her heart pounding fiercely. Once outside, she glanced at her phone. 2 minutes had elapsed since the ominous message arrived. Fortunately, the company was on the 3rd floor. After a moment's thought, she quickly descended the stairs. It was unwise to take the elevator during electrical instability. Being trapped inside would be catastrophic, akin to becoming a meat can. Muchuo practically sprinted down the stairs. Just as she reached the building's exit, a piercing scream echoed from above, prompting startled exclamations from passers-by. "What the hell? What's happening? Is someone about to jump due to work stress? Oh, that's terrifying. Let's get out of here." Trembling at the horrifying sound, Muchuo checked her phone. Exactly 3 minutes had passed. She dared not look up and swiped her card to exit the software park. Once outside the office complex, she scanned her code to ride her bike home, not daring to linger. Public transport felt too risky. No new messages arrived, and the signal flickered sporadically. Muchuo attempted to warn her friends of the impending danger, but none of her messages could send. She sensed that something was gravely amiss in the world. A storm was brewing. She pedaled rapidly, relieved that the people on the street appeared normal. 20 minutes later, she arrived at her residential community, feeling a little safer. Without delay, she entered the largest supermarket at the entrance, grabbed a shopping cart, and began a frantic shopping spree. Milk, bread, instant noodles, chocolate, and an assortment of high-calorie beverages. Muchuo's mind was still in a daze, her nerves taut, her actions purely instinctive, driven by the primal urge to survive. After filling her cart to the brim, Aunt Wong, a store employee, suddenly approached with concern. "Young lady, what's wrong? You don't seem well. Feeling down? Why aren't you working late today?" Muchuo often stopped by the supermarket after work, so the staff recognized her. "Ah, yes, I'm feeling a bit down, so I'm planning to indulge a little," she replied, forcing a smile. "By the way, don't you offer delivery services? Could you send 10 cases of bottled water to the 8th floor building, eh? Just leave them by the elevator." Aunt Wong agreed, but was puzzled. Why does a young girl need so much bottled water? How long will it last you? As Muchuo continued to stuff various canned goods into her cart, she replied, "I don't want to keep buying it. I got fired today and need to find a new job starting tomorrow, so I want a time to shop again." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong sighed. The pressure on young people these days is immense. "All right, he'll ring you up shortly. But dear, why are you indulging in junk food when you're feeling down? Overeating won't help your stomach." Muchuo felt a pang of sadness at the concern in Aunt Wong's words. She had been adopted, and after the passing of the elderly couple who took her in, her home was demolished. Having moved to this new place less than a year ago, she felt a deep sense of melancholy at the kindness of a stranger. She opened her mouth to share her fears about the zombies, but hesitated, lacking the evidence to substantiate her claims of an impending apocalypse. Thus, she silently followed Aunt Wong to the checkout, where the kind woman carefully packaged her items and even escorted her to the elevator. Carrying her emergency supplies and 10 cases of bottled water upstairs, Muchuo heard the security guard chatting with Aunt Wong just before the elevator doors closed. "Oh, Wong Jia, delivering again? Why is this girl buying so much?" "Ah, she got fired and is feeling down. Starting tomorrow, she'll be job hunting." Young folks, under pressure, tend to shop excessively. Unlike us, who've lived through tougher times. Ha ha, indeed. The rest of the conversation faded as Muchuo reached the 8th floor, quickly unloading her items before shutting the elevator door. Once back in her familiar space, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She collapsed onto the sofa, the overhead light blinding her. Closing her eyes to gather her thoughts and catch her breath, she intended to sort through the supplies piled by the door later. Yet, as she shut her eyes, something felt off. A sudden hallucination struck her behind her eyelids. She envisioned a colossal Rubik's Cube, its countless facets spinning rapidly. Muchuo gasped, retching as the overwhelming sight made her dizzy. Chapter 2. The multifaceted space. She was no novice to the internet, frequently engaging with it. The concept of online novels was familiar to her, and the term apocalypse had long been intertwined with the notion of space. After some experimentation, she discovered that this cube indeed served as a storage space. This revelation brought her both joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from acquiring a vast storage area, while the sorrow arose from the unsettling reality that the world had indeed become abnormal. Once she collected her thoughts, the cube ceased its rotation, as if the initial movement had merely been a ceremonial activation. The current state of the cube now stood quietly within her consciousness. After regaining her composure, she approached the window, observing the people strolling below. Oblivious to the impending changes in their future, they carried on as usual. Some hurried home after work, while others leisurely walked as a family post-dinner. Occasionally, a delivery person zipped by. The streetlights cast a warm glow over the scene, creating an aura of contentment. It was an ordinary night, one she wondered if she would ever witness again. Her mind was taut with anxiety, prompting her to draw the curtains and store her supplies into the cube, which proved to be effortlessly manageable. She then turned to the room adjacent to her entrance, a storage area housing 3 substantial shelving units and a large freezer. Thanks to the prior pandemic, her community had faced shortages during lockdowns. A survival enthusiast, she had stockpiled provisions, and her desire to hoard had only intensified after the outbreak. Thus, she had created a secure pantry filled with canned goods boasting shelf lives of up to 10 years. 20 boxes in total, encompassing both meat and vegetarian options. Additionally, there were 10 boxes of assorted flavored crackers, 10 boxes of high-calorie energy bars, 5 bags of 50-pound rice, and various instant noodles and ready-to-eat meals. Even 10 boxes of bottled water. Perishable items like milk and vegetables were occasional supplements, with plenty stored in the kitchen's large refrigerator. The storage room also contained an array of seasonings, including 3 boxes of salt and several supplies of other condiments, such as soy sauce and vinegar. Furthermore, she had amassed a survivalist backpack filled with handy tools and single-serving meals. Outside the backpack lay a chainsaw, a battle axe, a dagger, and 3 boxes of gasoline intended primarily for powering a generator in case of outages. Additionally, she had several boxes of medical supplies, bandages, anti-inflammatories, pain relievers, and vitamins. These were items she had always kept on hand for her own amusement. Yet now, gazing at the storage room, her emotions were complex. She had never anticipated their practical utility. She swiftly transferred all these items into the cube, feeling the connection between herself and this space. The reason she felt secure in placing her entire fortune within was this profound sensation, a visceral link, assuring her that as long as she lived, her belongings would remain accessible solely to her. This brought her an immense sense of safety. After emptying the storage room, she proceeded to the bathroom, where a large water storage tank stood. Upon discovering that she could store water directly into one facet of the cube without a container, she turned on the faucet, intending to periodically transfer the water from the tank into the space. She planned to allocate one section for water, estimating that one facet of the cube could hold approximately 200 cubic meters, and there were countless facets. The precise number eluded her. Suddenly, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Choosing not to venture downstairs for additional supplies, recognizing that night was inherently more perilous than day, she resolved to observe the unfolding events in quietude. Thus, she turned her attention to preparing dinner and headed to the kitchen. Working for an internet company afforded her the luxury of weekends off. She often prepared pre-made meals to freeze for later, such that when hunger struck, she needed only 3 minutes in a microwave to enjoy a steaming bowl of eggplant and shredded pork over rice. Afterward, she washed a small bowl of large blueberries, which were beneficial for the eyes, and carried her meal to the coffee table in the living room, simultaneously turning on the television. Though many young people preferred projectors these days, she found comfort in the television, as it evoked memories of watching shows with her grandparents. She tuned into the local news channel, which had been a favorite of theirs. "Welcome to today's latest news. I am reporter Xiao Wei," she began. According to Citizen reports, a rabies outbreak occurred on the third floor of the B building in the city's software park, involving a young woman bitten by her colleague Lu. This individual had just received a rabies vaccination last night, but unfortunately, the symptoms manifested rapidly. Upon hearing this, she froze mid-bite, her gaze snapping back to the screen as the reporter conveyed the unfortunate news with a look of regret, subsequently addressing the issue of dog leashes. The latest news segment often highlighted significant events occurring in the city, ensuring that incident from just after 6 o'clock in the evening would promptly make headlines. As the reporter narrated, a video from the office played in the upper left corner. From the perspective of the person filming, it showed Lu initially going berserk and biting colleague who was jokingly remarking, "Haha, it's over." Lu is going rabid from overtime. However, when colleague A screamed, and Lu drew blood with a savage bite, the filming colleague's laughter turned to terror, capturing the chaos of panic flight. With shaky footage filled with blurs as onlookers transitioned from curiosity to panic. Many netizens speculated it was a zombie attack, but this was mere rumor. Lu's sharper teeth had simply caused the gruesome injury. In an effort to prevent public panic, viewers were urged not to heed baseless rumors. After the anchor concluded the report with a smile, Manuo found herself unable to continue eating, quickly casting her phone onto the TV screen to check Weibo's trending topics, where her company's incident was indeed trending. K-City Zombie Apocalypse, connecting to her home network. She refreshed her signal multiple times before it improved. Meanwhile, notifications flooded in, including one from colleague C. "Wow. Xiao Su, are you possessed by a lucky fish? The moment you left, Lu went mad. Oh no, she actually had a rabies outbreak. Good thing you left quickly." Colleague C had joined the company around the same time as her, just a day apart, and they maintained a decent rapport. However, Manuo had no desire to respond. Her appetite had vanished, and cold sweat broke out across her body. Just a hair's breadth, if she had not left. She would have been the one bitten, as she had been closest to Lu. Chapter 3. The Dawn of the Apocalypse. Fortunately, she believed this text message. Ding dong. Her phone vibrated again, indicating a new message. Was it from the person who had alerted her? With trembling hands, she typed a message, inquiring about the identity of the sender. The response was a blatant disregard for her questions, replaced instead by a download link. Had it not been for the alarming coincidence with Sister Lu's situation, she would have hesitated to click it. However, with 3 backup phones at her disposal, she was not concerned about potential malware, and her savings account was not linked to online banking, alleviating fears of theft. Thus, she swiftly accessed the link and downloaded the contents onto her phone. Before long, a survival guide for the apocalypse appeared on her screen. She meticulously read every single word of the concise guide, which barely exceeded 3,000 words. It detailed the shifting climate, various disasters, and the ensuing chaos that would engulf the world, alongside the term mutation. This phrase, rendered in bold red, suggested a universal evolution. It seemed inevitable. Without such evolution, no one could survive in such a tumultuous world. Fearing the impending breakdown of electronic devices, she rushed to her desk and printed multiple copies of the survival guide. stowing them away. By the time she completed these tasks, her meal had long turned cold. She consumed it absent-mindedly, ensuring not a single grain was wasted. Recalling that there had been periods of power outages, she hurriedly began cooking rice. Her multifaceted space, equipped with built-in preservation functions, allowed her to store food effectively. She resolved to prepare as many ready-to-eat meals as possible. The survival guide indicated that the initial signs of chaos would manifest as attacks, commonly referred to as the emergence of the zombie virus. The calm of the night would soon be shattered. Following this, a massive electromagnetic storm would erupt, obliterating signals and causing power lines to explode, resulting in increasingly unstable electricity supplies. Water would begin to be contaminated within 3 days, a terrifying prospect. Her primary objective was to stockpile food and water while resources were still available. She had an abundance of pots at home. Hence, she set all 3 rice cookers to prepare rice, while 2 pressure cookers processed various meats and dumplings. The frozen meats in her refrigerator had to be cooked thoroughly. Instant meals could be prepared in the microwave or air fryer. The gas stoves had 4 settings: 1 for porridge, 1 for ginger soup, 1 for herbal tea, and 1 for broth. It was said that there would be extreme heat and cold in the future, and soups would be the ultimate comfort. She could simply fill a thermos for convenience. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she dared not sleep. After dinner, she busied herself, listening to online updates in automatic reading mode through a Bluetooth headset. She prepared as much food as she could, understanding that every extra meal was a safeguard. Although humanity would eventually face mutations, such transformations carried risks. Not everyone would successfully evolve, and failure could lead to death. She hoped to avoid infection for as long as possible, knowing that as time passed, research facilities would develop effective serums to enhance evolution and reduce mortality rates. Throughout the night, she worked tirelessly on food preparation and water storage. For many, it was indeed an extraordinary night. At midnight, a power outage occurred. The community echoed with screams and hoarse shouts, mingled with cries for help and barking dogs. Terrified, she dared not draw the curtains, ensuring all doors and windows were tightly secured, preparing for a potential lockdown. She was determined to remain cautious, realizing that sometimes greed could be a vice. During the blackout, she remained calm, storing semi-finished items in her space, ready to retrieve them once power was restored. Exhausted, she eventually fell asleep on the sofa. It was not until the next morning that her phone rang, a call from the property management. "Is this Miss Sue?" Last night, a new rabies virus suddenly emerged in K-City. It spreads rapidly and manifests quickly. We have received orders that effective immediately, no one is permitted to leave their homes. All city operations are suspended. Students have been given a break. This echoed the survival guide's warnings, which had foretold such lockdowns. Sue felt utterly drained. The weight of the news was undeniable, and acceptance was necessary. She feigned surprise and assured the caller of her compliance. The property manager expressed gratitude for her cooperation and moved on to contact others. The community group chat buzzed with activity, but due to the stubborn nature of some individuals, the management had to make individual calls, resulting in an overwhelming workload. However, they had experienced lockdowns before, so there was some familiarity with the protocol. Food would be distributed at regular intervals, as long as everyone remained indoors. Panic spread among many in the group, fueled by last night as horrifying screams. Consequently, the chat was silenced, and communication was stifled. The signal remained inconsistent, with the television frequently glitching, broadcasting news in a stutter. Keywords emerged sporadically: typhoon, geomagnetic storm, earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption. As winter approached, several uncontrolled typhoons were rapidly forming. Coastal regions around the world had raised alarms, preparing to combat these formidable storms. From today onward, geomagnetic storms would occur with increased frequency, and researchers were busy devising countermeasures, continuously broadcasting safety guidelines for residents. Simultaneously, volcanoes beneath the sea and on land had begun to stir, entering an active phase that could lead to eruptions at any moment. Ultimately, all broadcasts warned that humanity faced the greatest disaster in history, potentially leading to a mass extinction akin to that of the dinosaurs. The United Nations urged all of humanity to unite and withstand this impending catastrophe. As Sue listened to these words, tears welled in her eyes. She gazed at the sun outside, realizing that the days of normalcy were slipping away. Suddenly, anguished cries and wails erupted from the community, with more individuals succumbing to despair. Sue could only gather her emotions and continue preparing food. She needed to be ready. In the days that followed, bad news inundated her, and the signal remained erratic, preventing timely updates on disasters. The imagined horrors were far worse than reality. People huddled within the confines of K-City were on edge, and the number of those driven to suicide due to the mounting pressure surged. The climate had begun to behave erratically, with several drastic changes occurring within just 3 days. Temperature fluctuations reaching 30 degrees, plummeting drastically. More people fell ill. Chapter 4. The transformation into a little zombie Sue duo had remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from participating in the exchanges of necessary supplies within the community group. When others became restless and began wandering the hallways, she chose to remain indoors, doing her utmost to avoid contact with others. The internet signal was perpetually intermittent, leading to delays in any communication. Messages sent to her friends seemed to vanish into the void, dragging her heart down with them. Simultaneously, she commenced documenting her thoughts in a diary. The first day marked the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, yet the authorities appear to be striving to manage the situation. For the moment, everything was still within a controllable scope, though the influx of vehicles into the community had surged, and numerous individuals clad in protective gear busied themselves downstairs. The second day brought a drastic drop in temperature, with the most significant fluctuations causing discomfort, suffocating heat in the morning followed by an unbearable chill at night. Fortunately, the living facilities remained intact, and timely heating provided much-needed relief. By the third day, issues with the water supply began to surface. The infection from the zombie virus had become increasingly uncontrollable, and, to make matters worse, power outages were becoming more prolonged. Sue Duo had scarcely slept during these 3 days, managing to cook most of her food, but growing apprehensive about consuming anything with a scent. As supplies dwindled post the third day, no one was delivering food. Chaos reigned below her apartment, and the area became desolate, devoid of any vehicles. On the fourth day, the water began to emit an unpleasant odor, prompting residents to avoid drinking tap water. By the afternoon, some could no longer contain their curiosity and expressed a desire to venture outside the community to assess the situation. Despite numerous voices from above warning against such actions, they insisted that remaining indoors would lead to their demise from thirst. The bold among them disregarded the counsel, their minds frayed from the surreal events of recent days. Just as they were about to exit, a figure in protective gear appeared, which provided them some comfort. They waved and shouted, expressing their frustration over the perceived negligence of the volunteers regarding their plight. Sue Duo observed with a sinking heart as the figure's movements seemed abnormal, extinguishing any flicker of hope she had left. With a heavy spirit, she drew the curtains and sank against the wall, retrieving her diary to pen the date, November 6th, 2029. The medical volunteers had all succumbed, and the community was on the brink of chaos. The absence of officials signified one grim reality. They could not come. The situation was indeed dire. As expected, screams of terror erupted from below. Those who had dared to step outside declared that the volunteer had become infected with the rabies virus. Those above were paralyzed by fear, hastily locking their doors. Sue Duo found herself in tears, but there was little she could do. The Apocalypse Survival Manual had predicted the collapse of order on this very day. As fate would have it, the fourth day marked the beginning of their descent into chaos. Wiping her tears, she steeled herself for the path ahead, knowing she must endure until the end. The absence of official order made a significant difference. That night, the community was engulfed in cries of despair, punctuated by the sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground and the eerie growls of creatures below. Other buildings erupted into a frenzy as people fought over supplies, panic gripping everyone. Sue Duo, when she managed to catch a signal, saw the community group flooded with despairing messages, but she endeavored to block out the negativity to maintain her composure. The greatest threat was the collapse of her mental fortitude. As an ordinary person, She believed she had proven her strength. She still had her space to rely upon. Without it, despair would surely have taken hold. When someone knocked on her door, Su Duo remained silent. She had sufficient food and water, and her refuge was her best protection. 2 days later, the water and electricity were completely cut off, and the community had turned lifeless. The streets below were now populated with wandering zombies, scratching at the doors. Yet the early-stage zombies lacked the strength to break in. They could only claw at the surfaces. As long as she remained indoors, safety was assured. However, the struggle among survivors for resources intensified. Su Duo's door had been battered multiple times, with neighbors outside murmuring about the strength of her door, desperately trying to force it open. Little did they know, had they succeeded, Su Duo was prepared to unleash her chainsaw. Though fear coursed through her veins, she would not shy away from resistance. Fortunately, her door was robust, a wise investment of over 10,000 on a security door that proved its worth. Yet, despite her isolation from others, Su Duo felt an unsettling change within herself. Her cognitive responses began to slow, and her body grew lethargic. By the 10th day of the apocalypse, she reluctantly acknowledged her transformation into a zombie, infuriated as she lay in bed for an entire 10 days. Why must her journey commence with such a transformation? What purpose did her protagonist's designated space serve? It was utterly maddening. Her ability to articulate had diminished to incoherent babbling, fueling her frustration as she kicked her legs in exasperation. Yet, as she discovered newfound agility in her movements, she managed to rise from her bed, realizing her body had softened from its previous rigidity, regaining some semblance of flexibility, though her tongue remained clumsy. Perhaps it was the prolonged absence of human interaction or the psychological toll it had taken. Su Duo tried to speak, but the only sounds that escaped her were incoherent utterances, inflating her cheeks in frustration. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she contemplated for a while before recalling the necessity of journaling. She soon realized her cognitive functions had not fully returned. Thoughts took longer to process, and the realization of this fact only deepened her frustration for 3 more days. Ultimately, she discovered that she could survive without food, which brought her to tears. At the onset of the apocalypse, she had stockpiled ample supplies, only to find herself unable to consume them as a zombie. Su Duo's despair was palpable as she silently lamented her predicament, realizing that zombies do not shed tears. After a silent sob, she resorted to chewing on her food, tasting only a fraction of its essence, leaving her heart cold and desolate. As time passed, more than half a month had elapsed since the apocalypse began. Su Duo remained oblivious to the outside world. Her community had become entirely deserted, with an increasing number of zombies, including those capable of climbing walls. Survivors still existed, and she could hear their movements during the day as they scoured for supplies, attempting to force her door open on several occasions, but ultimately failing. Su Duo had grown indifferent to their plight. After all, she was no longer human. Initially, she intended to continue in this state of apathy until the morning of the 26th day of the apocalypse, when a once quiet K-City erupted with the sounds of cannon fire. The rescue operation had finally commenced. Chapter 5. The little zombie's fear mini duo silently touched her heart, finding it devoid of a pulse, and tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. No one could save her. For the other survivors, the arrival of rescuers signified hope, but for Mini Duo, it heralded the approach of her end. A realization she accepted with an unexpected calmness. She curled up on her bed, hiding her knees and imagining herself as a mushroom growing in the shadows of a corner. Suddenly, the sounds of cannon fire erupted from downstairs, causing many survivors above to cheer with jubilation. Time passed in a blur. The operation to purge her floor commenced, and the sounds of battle echoed from below. In a daze, she heard a familiar voice declare, "The clearing of Building A, 7th floor, is complete." The words sent a shiver down her spine. Would they soon come for her? Was her death imminent? She felt utterly hopeless. No, her entire being was in despair. She wanted to cry, but as a zombie, tears were no longer within her reach. The sound of heavy footsteps penetrated the walls and reached her ears. With a loud bang, a gunshot rang out, followed by the horrifying growl of a zombie next door. "Ugh, that zombie is so ugly, whining incessantly." I shot in the head. Xiaobai, what is the situation over there? Hurry up and finish it. I'm starving and craving hot pot, the kind that makes your brain sizzle. The voice was casual, its tone clear, resonating with a sense of familiarity. Minnie Duo, initially burying her head in her knees like an ostrich, lifted her gaze in confusion. I'll finish up soon, at most in half an hour. Old Wang has been notified to bring the vehicle for the survivors. Why is this door so hard to open? Hearing these words, Minnie Duo was jolted awake. It didn't matter how familiar that voice was. She was about to perish. Just as she was about to let out a cry of despair, she remembered the man had spoken to the annoying neighbor's incessant wailing, and she quickly covered her mouth, trembling as she sat on the bed, awaiting her fate. Indeed, she lacked the courage to end her own existence. It was better to wait for someone to finish her off, sparing her a more humiliating demise since she was no longer human. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a deep sense of hopelessness. Yet, when the door was kicked open with a resounding bang, her whole body quivered in fear. In the next moment, she marveled at the sheer force displayed. How could someone kick down her front door? Damn, this door is truly tough to kick down. Is this unit uninhabited? It's quite tidy, almost like a model home. However, the intruder did not cease their search. Minnie Duo began to bury her head once more, shivering in anticipation of her final judgment. She could hear that the person had not gone to the storage room or kitchen, but was headed straight for her bedroom, their footsteps almost striking her nerves. The tension was unbearable. Bang! The bedroom door swung open. In the next instant, she heard the sound of a gun being cocked. Click! The familiar voice returned. Are there any wounds on your body? Have you been bitten by a zombie? What is the extent of mutation? Please answer these questions truthfully. Minnie Duo continued to feign death, even contemplating burrowing into the blankets beside her. Then she heard the person's impatient TSK, followed by a commanding tone. Didn't you hear me tell you to answer? I am the captain of the 3A Special Forces, a legitimate official rescue team. If you do not respond, it may affect your rescue time. Do you understand? Minnie Duo was puzzled by the sudden, but before she could ponder further, the person approached rapidly, grabbing her with surprising force, causing her to tremble in fear, eyes shut tight in her act of death. Then came the voice again, laced with curiosity. Xiao Banzhong? The familiar lilt and casual tone carried a hint of astonishment at this reunion. Minnie Duo finally opened her eyes to meet the gaze of the one who was to judge her, only to find herself staring into a handsome face that seemed to magnify with every blink. Before either could speak, a voice crackled from his earpiece. What the hell? Xiao Banzhong? Qinge, have you gone mad? Are you obsessed with Xiao Banzhong? Qin Luo impatiently switched off his earpiece and scrutinized the small figure before him, hesitantly asking, Minnie Duo? No way. Yu Haven T changed a bit over the years, still the same face. Minnie Duo felt a mix of emotions. Her sluggish brain finally recognized him. An old classmate reunion was indeed a complicated affair, and he still bore that same goofy demeanor. Observing Qin Luo in his combat uniform, she noted how he had grown taller, his youthful features now more defined, possessing a charm that could easily dazzle a crowd of girls. Back then, he was both the school heartthrob and a bully, a fact that had often troubled her as class monitor. She desperately wished to greet him with a neutral hello, yet the only sound that escaped her lips was a stammering "Abba, Abba." Thus, she opted for silence. Qin Luo regarded her with the curiosity of a large dog, noting the subtle differences that had emerged over the years, such as her icy skin. He couldn't help but frown. The next moment, he reached for Minnie Duo's neck, pressing down to check for a pulse. Minnie Duo nearly thought he was going to strangle her, only to realize he was merely checking her heartbeat. A bittersweet feeling washed over her. Her former underachiever classmate had now become part of an elite special forces team. How impressive! Surely their middle school teacher, Old Lee, would feel a sense of pride. Hey, weren't you supposed to be clever? How did you not survive the initial phase? Qin Luo lamented, his expression and tone carrying an irritating smugness. Minnie Duo furrowed her brows, feeling anger rise within her, glaring at him much like when she used to chase him for homework. Qin Luo chuckled, nearly forgetting the task at hand. He began scanning the room as if searching for something. Minnie Duo couldn't help but tremble again, fearing he was preparing to find a suitable spot to dispose of her, prompting her to shut her eyes once more in feigned death. After a thorough search, Qin Luo found nothing of use. He picked up a small blanket and, turning to find Minnie Duo still trembling with her eyes closed, sighed deeply before binding her up. Realizing she had been tied up, Minnie Duo understood he likely intended to spare her the embarrassment of struggling. She opened her eyes and shot him a grateful glance. Appreciating his kindness, Qin Luo, however, felt a mix of emotions. It was perplexing that a zombie could display gratitude when bound. He then lifted her, blanket and all, and tucked her away inside a cabinet for safekeeping. "Stay put for now. I'll be back to retrieve you," he mumbled, glancing back at her. Minnie Duo's pale face, with her big eyes blinking at him, made Qin Luo's ears flush red as he exclaimed, "What are you with the zombie? Trying to be cute? Minnie Duo?" Chapter 6. Will you follow me? Before long, a cacophony of kicking and gunfire erupted from upstairs, accompanied by the excited voices of survivors. Many were left in the wardrobe, lost in thought, their sluggish minds grappling with a bewildering notion. She was alive? Their old classmate had not succumbed to a single bullet? The little corpse was perplexed. She glanced down at the tightly bound, thin blanket around her, struggling slightly only to find the bindings too firm, eventually resigning to her fate. Minnie lay slumped in the wardrobe, blinking as time dragged on. After an indeterminate period, sounds finally emerged from outside. "Everyone, head downstairs and form a line. A bus will arrive shortly to take you to the survivor base." The voice, authoritative and commanding, stripped away any semblance of casualness, making one wonder if they were undergoing military training. As Minnie was lost in her thoughts, she overheard someone ask where they were headed. Qin Luo, single-handedly dispatching the zombies throughout the building without breaking a sweat, had evidently become the pillar of strength for everyone, their source of reassurance. Then, she heard his cold and indifferent voice instructing others to ignore him. "You all go ahead. I need to fetch something." The abandoned thing caused Minnie to pause, her expression turning slightly dejected. When Qin Luo strolled in, casually muttering to himself, he pulled open the wardrobe door only to meet a pair of somewhat resentful gray eyes. Though they belonged to a zombie, the spark of intellect within them was still discernible. "Hey, our little class leader is still clever, even in zombie form." Such praise was unwarranted, and Minnie felt an urge to retort if only she could speak. Qin Luo seemed to have discovered a new toy as he untied her bindings and wrapped her in the blanket. "Can you understand me? Not if you can. I'll take you with me. Have you read the survival manual sent out by headquarters? Initially, zombies exhibit no rationality. Yet, you appear to retain some semblance of consciousness." He resumed his nonchalant demeanor, occasionally flashing a mischievous grin that revealed a sharp canine tooth. That familiar smile dazzled Minnie, momentarily transporting her back to her carefree middle school days. Noticing her daze, Qin Luo frowned slightly. "You're not completely gone, are you? Hey, look at me. Do you want to come with me? There's a chance for you back at the base. Professor G from our research institute is quite formidable. Or do you prefer to stay here?" What a joke. Who would willingly choose death? Startled by his words, Minnie quickly nodded, feeling her previously stiff neck regain some mobility. Qin Luo smiled, revealing his sharp tooth again, radiating a sunny charm. Satisfied with her response, he hoisted the wrapped-up Minnie onto his shoulder and strode out confidently. "All right then. Who would have thought? One day, you'd find yourself in my grasp, right? Little class leader?" Minnie, wishing to avoid the conversation, buried her face in his shoulder, feigning death. Were it not for her transformation into a zombie, she would surely find his brutish, carrying style repulsive. Who treats a zombie like a sack of potatoes? With a face devoid of hope, Minnie noticed Qin Luo's excitement as he effortlessly leaped down the stairs. Although he was a member of the combat team now, his physical prowess was astonishing. Not only did he sweep through the entire building, but he also did so without breaking a sweat. His descent was swift, almost superhuman, as he bounded down the stairs with ease. Minnie's sluggish mind conjured the words, evolution, and delayed reaction. The survival manual Qin Luo mentioned was disseminated by headquarters. This indicated that she was not the only one to receive the message that night, nor was she the sole victim among her colleagues. This was a calamity long foretold. The realization sent a shiver down her spine, solidifying the notion that the future was irrevocably altered and circumstances would only deteriorate further. Coincidentally, Qin Luo, weary of the stairs, decided to leap through the window from the third floor, landing steadily on the ground floor. Minnie turned her head, gazing up at the sky, which was shrouded in a murky haze. The sun seemed a distant memory. Occasionally, radiant beams flickered overhead. The community below was no longer the pristine haven it once was, littered with zombies and smeared with grime. Even the greenery appeared dust-laden and lifeless. Survivors huddled together in the least contaminated areas, trembling with a mix of joy and fear. Other buildings gradually yielded their own waves of survivors, all converging in one location, momentarily forgetting past conflicts over resources. Suddenly, a series of reports echoed from afar. 3A Special Operations Team. Wang Hu reports, Building B of Qingyuan Community has been cleared. 3A Special Operations Team. Bai Shu reports, Building C of Qingyuan Community has been cleared. 3A Special Operations Team. Fei reports, Building D of Qingyuan Community has been cleared. Many gazed blankly in the direction of the sounds, only to be met with Qin Luo's exuberant proclamation. 3A Special Operations Team. Luoshan reports, Building A of Qingyuan Community has been cleared. What embarrassment! What a melodramatic title. Many couldn't help but squirm in discomfort, wishing for a lavish mansion to materialize in the midst of it all. Yet, these theatrical declarations somehow brought a sense of calm to the gathered crowd. Each report signified that no one was forsaken, that no one would be abandoned. Many survivors, belatedly realizing their circumstances, began to sob, some openly weeping, while others cried out the names of their loved ones. A wave of bittersweet confusion washed over Minnie as she remained uncertain of her future, finding solace only in the warmth of the shoulder she leaned against and the familiar presence of her old classmate. Indeed, it was somewhat comforting. Before long, Minnie's consciousness began to fade, and in her semi-conscious state, she heard several individuals draw near, exclaiming in astonishment. Then came mentions of little class leader, rescue, and survivor supplies. But soon, she succumbed to sleep, drifting into a dream that transported her back to her school days, where a rebellious transfer student entered her class and swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of popularity within a day. Within a month, he had claimed the title of school bully, becoming the teacher's most troublesome student. Eventually, he became her desk mate. Chapter 7. The canned food factory. When Su Duo regained consciousness, she found herself inside a compartment. Blinking her eyes, she stared at the ceiling. Qinggu, are you really bringing the squad leader along? But she has already turned into a zombie. The white moonlight is indeed extraordinary. Even as a zombie, you cannot let go. Yet the squad leader's transformation is quite unique. Can zombies actually sleep? I don't recall hearing anything about zombies sleeping in the survival manual. I must reevaluate the manual thoroughly. The voices from the front faded slightly, originating from the front seat of the compartment. The interior was dimly lit. Suddenly, a figure leaned in closer. It had been too long since she had seen the squad leader. She had to take a good look. A hasty glance revealed that the squad leader seemed unchanged. So, Qinggu, judging by how you're holding on tightly, does the squad leader still look as beautiful as before? At that moment, Qin Luo pushed the person away with an impatient gesture, exclaiming, "Get lost." The others erupted in muffled laughter, their shoulders shaking with mirth. I told you not to joke around. Our old monk, Luo Shun, can't handle your teasing. By the way, Qin Luo, they're not entirely wrong. Have you forgotten? Who always claims during truth or dare that the squad leader is your first love? Ugh, are you all this annoying? Can't you just drive properly? Su Duo realized that she was being cradled in Qin Luo's arms, wrapped in a blanket. It seemed that Qin Luo had become irritated by his companion's banter, scolding them before retreating to the last row with Su Duo. He would rather squeeze in with other supplies than be too close to this troublesome bunch. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the front, with someone teasing Qin Luo about his age, asking if he had to be so adorable. Su Duo found it amusing, almost nostalgic, as if she had returned to her middle school days. The voices were familiar. They belonged to those who had once been close to Qin Luo, Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Chen Xiaofei. She anticipated that the three of them would still be together with Qin Luo, and that their bond remained strong. Are you awake? Don't listen to their nonsense. Those were just my responses during truth or dare to appease them. Qin Luo suddenly whispered to her, his voice low and somewhat endearing. Su Duo was even more surprised that he knew she had woken up. Perhaps her expressions were too vivid. Qin Luo pointed to his eyes and said, "You understand, right? You've read the survival manual? I can see in the dark now." It seemed he had finally found someone to impress. He snapped his fingers, and faint sparks of electricity shimmered at his fingertips, crackling and blue. "Look, it's one of my skills, though it's still a bit unstable." Su Duo was genuinely astonished. Seeing it in the manual was one thing, but witnessing it in reality was another. Just as her curiosity piqued, the compartment was suddenly jolted by a violent impact, accompanied by the sound of a trumpet from outside. If she weren't a zombie now, the hairs on her neck would have stood on end. Wang Weihua, who was driving, cursed. "Damn it, did an elephant escape from a zoo?" Bai Shu immediately inquired. "Is it mutated? What is the level of mutation?" He suddenly picked up a tablet and began searching for information. Chen Xiaofei glanced in the rearview mirror and reported calmly. "Mutation level 1. Enhanced limbs, hair growth, showing some atavistic traits." Qin Luo reached for a sniper rifle, tossing it over to Bai Shu, who opened the sunroof, while Chen Xiaofei steadied himself by holding onto his leg. Several gunshots rang out, and the injured elephant let out a mournful cry, yet it continued to chase the vehicle, even colliding with the bus behind them. This caused the survivors on the bus to scream in panic. Thankfully, the driver was from their group, and despite being knocked off course by the mutated elephant, they managed to regain control and keep driving. Bai Shu's marksmanship was impressive, and with a few precise shots, he took down the elephant. Thank goodness it was only level 1. Otherwise, our vehicles wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. Wang Weihua, still driving steadily, responded with a hint of disbelief. In this day and age, even elephants are becoming carnivorous. Chen Xiaofei recorded some information on the tablet, commenting that this was just the beginning. Before long, even rabbits would be devouring little children. Su Duo felt a chill run down her spine. Meanwhile, Qin Luo remained composed, and the trio in the front also exhibited a calm demeanor upon discovering the animal's mutation level. This world was truly descending into madness. 10 minutes later, there's a thunderstorm ahead. Let us find a place to hide, Qin Luo remarked, glancing at his data wristwatch. The other 3 nodded in agreement, and soon after 8 minutes, they arrived in an industrial area. Wang Weihua and his companions went to clear out the zombies. Su Duo was placed in the back seat, and before leaving, Qin Luo cautioned her not to wander off, explaining that the nights in this apocalypse were perilous. If you're caught by a mutated beast, you'll truly become a little zombie. What kind of frightening tone is that? Internally, she screamed in embarrassment, wishing she could bury herself in the ground. However, the reality was that Su Duo silently watched him turn away, and, as the door closed, intense sounds erupted from outside, accompanied by the startled exclamations and screams of other survivors. They seemed quite terrified. There was nothing she could do. Her expressions were limited, but her eyes were still quite expressive. 10 minutes later, Qin Luo suddenly flung open the car door, leaned in, and embraced her just as she was rolling her gray eyes in confusion. He paused, then swiftly pulled her into his arms, exclaiming, "Wow, these little eyes are so clever. Let us have Professor G take a look. Who knows, you might just become a new species." He had never seen such a perceptive beginner zombie, one that didn't bite or scream. Qin Luo lifted Su Duo, who wrapped her arms around his neck. It was much more comfortable than being carried. Thus, she clung to him tightly. The factory had been cleared, leaving only a pile of zombies on the ground and some bloodstains. Other areas were tidied up enough to accommodate survivors. Wang Weihua was busy settling the survivors, instructing them to find places to rest, and selecting a few who could cook to prepare a simple meal. "Chinga, there's still plenty of untainted canned goods in the warehouse over there. Should we notify headquarters to send someone to collect them?" Chen Xiaofei had finished scouting and approached Qin Luo, speaking softly. In this day and age, resources were more valuable than anything else. Although they could prioritize resource acquisition during their missions, their storage car capacity was limited. The 4 of them combined had less than 500 cubic units. which could barely hold anything. Chapter 8. Spatial abilities let the headquarters personnel take over. What they can obtain is merely a meager amount of points. As resources dwindle, prices may soar, and insufficient points could lead to losses. Should we consider contacting Jiang and from Team B? Frankly, I have no desire to meet that woman. But her specialization is also in spatial manipulation. It is said to be quite substantial. Though we would have to relinquish 50% to her, at least we would retain the other half. If we report to headquarters, we would only gain points. It is not that they lack loyalty. It is primarily due to the chaos at headquarters, where various factions scramble to hoard resources. They are unwilling to remain empty-handed, as future days could be challenging, and no one wishes to toil on an empty stomach. Chen Xiaofei felt a genuine headache, yet as he spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Duo. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he promptly greeted her with enthusiasm. "Hello, little leader. It's wonderful to see you again. Truly, you are the most exquisite among the zombies." He winked at Su Duo and gave her a thumbs up. Duo. Qin Luo chuckled at her awkward expression. "She finds you distasteful. The little one is quite amusing." Chen Xiaofei scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling rather awkward. Su Duo was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Bai Shu returned, reporting that there were 3 canned goods warehouses, 2 for meat and 1 for fruit. Habitually, he reached for his glasses, only to remember he no longer needed them. And he chuckled softly. Previously, Bai Shu was a studious young man with glasses, but now, devoid of them, he had developed his ability in dual vision, which was somewhat redundant, yet curiously suited his role as a sniper. "Let's go take a look at the quantity and devise a plan for handling it," Qin Luo suggested, effortlessly carrying Su Duo as if she were weightless, alternating between cradling her, tucking her under his arm, and hoisting her up, much like an accessory. Chen Xiaofei followed suit, bouncing along. "Qin Go, won't the little leader walk on her own? Why not let her down for a few steps? I'm curious to see how she walks compared to other zombies." Most zombies move with a swaying gait, dragging their bodies, occasionally lunging at humans with a thirst for blood. Yet, here is the little leader, obediently clinging to Qin Luo's neck, her fair face pristine, donning a delicate pink rabbit onesie. As Qin Luo strode forward, he glanced down at Su Duo, who was observing her surroundings. It seemed, perhaps by mere illusion, that her neck had grown more agile. Who could say? Perhaps he would let her down for a few steps later. For now, they pressed on. Bai Shu observed Qin Luo carrying the little leader with the ease of holding a doll, and teased, indeed. It seems someone treasures her to the point of reluctance to let go. The little leader doesn't even need to walk. You can simply carry her. Qin Luo's ears turned visibly red, urging Bai Shu to be quiet. Chen Xiaofei erupted into quiet laughter. "Qinge, your face is so easily embarrassed." Their playful banter continued until they reached the large warehouse. Despite the jesting, when faced with serious matters, the 3 became earnest. Chen Xiaofei assumed a vigilant stance. Bai Shu unlatched the door, and Qin Luo stepped inside, followed closely by the others. The warehouse spanned several hundred square meters, filled with stacks of canned goods, all neatly boxed. "There's quite a lot here," Qin Luo remarked, realizing that only spatial manipulators could store such an abundance. Nevertheless, future predictions indicated that there would be no more than 1,000 spatial ability users worldwide. This underscored the rarity of such powers. The nation's foremost spatial ability user, codenamed Tao Tai, was currently recognized as the most formidable, possessing the unique capability to create separate spaces. Each of them carried a storage space card embedded within their wristbands. As the team leader, Qin Luo's capacity was 180 cubic meters, while Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Chen Xiaofei had 100 cubic meters each. However, with the need to store weapons and provisions, it was challenging to hoard excessive quantities. The storage space card was an independent space created by Tao Tai, but it was not discrete. He could ascertain what they stored. This was also a precaution from headquarters to prevent betrayal, ensuring transparency in their holdings. Nonetheless, these cards were rare, and had it not been for their elite special operations team and Qin Luo's unique lightning ability, securing these 4 cards would have been uncertain. Chun Xiaofei expressed his disdain for Jiang'an and, lamenting, with so many cans, if only they were ours. Why don't we have a spatial ability teammate? The survival manual mentions we'll have to subsist on nutrient solutions in the future, which is disheartening. He was on the verge of despair, gazing mournfully at the mountain of cans. Bai Shu contemplated, noting that this factory had relatively low pollution levels. As resources became scarcer, he proposed, let us keep as much as we can. Qin Luo pondered this, considering that reporting it could lead to others intercepting and seizing it for themselves. It might be wiser to hold on to it. Su Duo's cognitive processing was somewhat sluggish, and she needed a moment to digest their conversation. Yet, she understood that her survival depended on her value. Unlike ordinary zombies, her unique qualities afforded her the chance to survive. Had she been like the others, she would likely have been eliminated by Qin Luo long ago, rather than being cradled as she was now. Thus, she tapped Qin Luo and pointed toward the pile of cans. Oh. Upon realizing her own sound, she quickly fell silent. Qin Xiaofei was the first to notice her and exclaimed, wow. Qin Gu, the little leader spoke. She sounds so adorable. Bai Shu promptly slapped Qin Xiaofei on the head. You dare to praise the little leader's cuteness? Qin Luo, wishing to disengage from the antics of the two, looked down at the little one in his arms. What are you doing? Are you heading toward the cans? Can you eat canned goods? He was equally astonished. Su Duo, with an expression that conveyed her exasperation, thought to herself, why are these people's thought processes so peculiar? Nevertheless, she persisted in tapping, urging Qin Luo to move closer to the cans. With no other option, Qin Luo complied. What exactly do you want to do? He had never heard of a zombie exhibiting interest in canned goods until, in the next instant, her fingers brushed against the cans and they vanished in an instant. Silence. Suddenly, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. Moments later, all three exclaimed in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Chapter 9. The canned goods? Oh my goodness. Qin Gu. Am I seeing things? A batch of cans has suddenly vanished. Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, his voice piercing the silence. Bai Shu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, how can zombies possess abilities? This is still the early days of the apocalypse. The survival manual certainly did not mention this. What on earth is happening? Qin Luo, equally startled, glanced down at Su Duo, then lifted his gaze to the now empty space. Bai Xiaofei, go check it out. Are they really gone? Or is this some sort of illusion? His voice trembled, aware that spatial abilities were exceedingly rare treasures. Su Duo sighed helplessly, patiently waiting for Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei to investigate. They approached the spot where the cans had been placed and confirmed, without a doubt. But the cans had indeed vanished. To demonstrate her skill, once they had stepped away, she effortlessly showcased her ability to store and retrieve items, leaving the three of them in stunned silence. Finally, Qin Luo covered his face in disbelief, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. All right, we understand your ability now. No need for further demonstrations. Su Duo then refrained from further displays, opting instead to snugly wrap her arms around Qin Luo's neck. Her thoughts were simple. Being clumsy, she would cling tightly to her mobile companion. Qin Xiaofei remained in a state of disbelief. Heavens, this can't be real, can it? So many supplies. The little class leader's space is quite expansive. He suddenly recalled something and quickly covered his mouth, lowering his voice. We should keep this a secret, right? Qin Luo shot him a look that clearly conveyed, is that even a question? Qin Xiaofei hastily shook his head. Bai Shu, now calmer, understood that the priority was to ascertain the extent of the little class leader's space and its capacity. Qin Xiaofei's eyes brightened with determination as he fixed his gaze on Su Duo. She leaned closer to Qin Luo, slightly taken aback by Qin Xiaofei's intense scrutiny. However, she was eager to collect supplies. After all, her space couldn't just sit idle. She needed to prove her worth to ensure they would want to keep her around, especially since she knew them well and could vouch for their character. After all, they had been classmates for 3 years. Su Duo pointed to another pile of cans and tapped Qin Luo's shoulder, urging him to move. With his long legs, he quickly reached the spot, and in a moment of wonder, he watched as the little zombie in his arms pointed to a particular location, obediently guiding him to retrieve a multitude of cans. Chun Xiaofei's expression shifted from astonishment to shock, ultimately resulting in a state of numbness. Bai Shu nearly fried his CPU from sheer joy, attempting to adjust his glasses, only to find they were empty. He finally withdrew his hand and declared, "We are set now. The little class leader is like a mobile warehouse. Just think of all the supplies we can gather." Chun Xiaofei shed tears of excitement, relieved that they would no longer have to beg for even the smallest amounts of supplies. They were about to achieve a zero-cost acquisition. Bai Shu, meanwhile, was preoccupied with thoughts of gasoline and the essential medicines from hospitals and pharmacies that were crucial at this early stage of the apocalypse. As Qin Luo and Su Duo continued their collection, he occasionally checked in with her, asking, "Are you all right? Don't overexert yourself. After all, the zombie virus can impair cognitive function." Su Duo shot him a look of exasperation, but ultimately patted his shoulder, signaling him to keep moving. Noticing her little gestures, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of joy upon realizing she still possessed human consciousness. "I never expected to encounter you again. We lost touch after graduation. How have you been?" Su Duo paused for a moment, biting her lip in silence. After their third year of middle school, they had drifted apart like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. In truth, she had been doing well, busy with her studies every day. If only she could speak. She would have liked to inquire about his life, his sudden enlistment, and his adventures with Bai Shu and the others. Unfortunately, the words would not come. Uttering anything would be too embarrassing. Determined not to speak, she focused on swiftly collecting the cans, filling the small spaces within her multidimensional cube. Qin Luo seemed unconcerned about her lack of response, muttering to himself as they continued their journey together, collecting supplies until the warehouse stood empty, echoing with silence. Chun Xiaofei was immensely satisfied, reveling in the thought that these supplies belonged to their team. He then moved to inspect another warehouse. The efficiency of collecting supplies was remarkable, and the canning factory was notably clean, making the task effortless. Upon reaching the second warehouse, ominous thunder rumbled in the distance, shaking the very ground beneath them. Su Duo looked up to see dark clouds gathering, their menacing density illuminated by flashes of lightning. In the blink of an eye, a bolt struck down, accompanied by a deafening roar. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on the back of her head, pulling her closer while covering one of her ears. "Don't listen. You might go deaf," Qin Luo chided, his words an unwelcome interruption to the moment. Su Duo sighed in disappointment, lamenting the loss of his handsome visage marred by his incessant chatter. Bai Shu, noticing the brewing storm, glanced at his watch, retrieving a tablet from his storage space to document the event for the headquarters database. The storms intensified, and he hoped the factory was adequately equipped to withstand them. Qin Xiaofei took a moment to survey the surroundings before assisting Qin Luo and Su Duo in maintaining vigilance. While the area had been cleared of zombies, they remained wary of any stray creatures or mutated animals. Despite their playful banter, the four of them always took serious matters to heart, demonstrating unwavering dedication when it counted. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Su Duo's expansive space made collecting supplies from the three warehouses a breeze. The volume of goods was negligible compared to the vastness of her storage. Observing the approaching storm, Bai Shu urged, "Hurry, it's coming closer." Qin Luo, Su Duo, let us seek shelter in the factory. Chapter 10. He is about to cause a ruckus. As they spoke, the three of them dashed towards the factory, the thrill palpable in the air. One ran ahead while thunder roared behind them, the booming sounds never ceasing. Qin Luo hoisted Su Duo onto his shoulder, cradling her waist as he sprinted. Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu raced swiftly, and the trio barely managed to slip into the factory, hastily pulling the doors shut behind them. Boom! The loudest thunder crashed outside. Lightning illuminated the entire factory in an instant, and another thunderclap erupted, shaking the ground and sending several survivors into panic-stricken screams. Wang Weihua shouted, "What is all the noise? Everyone quiet down. Do not touch anything that could conduct electricity. Be cautious of electrocution. Maintain silence. Do you all understand?" His stern reprimand subdued the survivors, who hurriedly covered their mouths and nodded in agreement. He was indeed intimidating, but it was for their own good. After enduring several days of the apocalypse, they had received survival manuals from the headquarters, yet some still screamed from time to time, as if they were unaware that screaming in the apocalypse could lead to swift demise. The factory's lightning protection system held up well, surviving the most intense moments of the thunderstorm. Suddenly, a torrential downpour commenced outside, adding to the tension of the night. They would have to stay here for the night. In silence, they shared food. The factory, which processed fruit preserves, still contained remnants of fruit and canned goods that had not been transported to the warehouse. Wang Weihua had warned them against consuming exposed fruit, as it had been contaminated, but the finished canned goods were safe to eat. Meanwhile, a few individuals had begun preparing a large pot of instant noodles. To their surprise, the number of survivors in the area was barely over 100, a stark contrast to the nearly 2,000 before. Qin Luo led Su Duo on a thorough inspection of the factory, securing doors and eliminating potential hazards. They had settled in the packaging workshop, nestled among the finished canned goods. Each person found a corner to sit and eat, while some bravely inquired about the situation from Wang Weihua, finally managing to regain some composure. Wang Weihua felt a sense of relief and took the initiative to provide them with a brief overview. In essence, someone had predicted the impending apocalypse, and the authorities had been covertly preparing for it. However, this news was not suitable for public disclosure. Thus, it remained concealed until 3 minutes before the apocalypse, to prevent any early notification that could incite chaos. Upon hearing this, the survivors could not help but curse. What good is it to inform us so late? Indeed, who could have imagined this was real? The vast majority believed it to be a prank, while minority had missed the information due to signal issues, leaving them completely in the dark. People began to weep, recalling their deceased loved ones and the uncertain future ahead, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Yet those who had made it this far were not inclined to give up. Suffering was an inevitable part of their journey. Wang Weihua sighed, stating, "For those who did not receive the survival manual, I will provide you with physical copies. Furthermore, most electronic devices are essentially rendered useless, including your phones. You must adapt quickly. It will take time to restore previous communication capabilities. We all have to endure." On the other side, Chen Xiaofei was opening rations, glancing back at the survivors as he tore open the packaging. Wang Weihua indeed suited this role well. In their team, he played the paternal figure, dealing with the minutiae of comforting the survivors, even down to sewing clothes for the trio in the past. Bai Shu nodded in agreement, recognizing that it wasn't that he and Chen Xiaofei were ineffective. It was simply that he was a tall, slender intellectual, and Chen Xiaofei had a youthful face. When they tried to communicate, others seldom heeded their words. It was Wang Weihua's imposing stature, standing at nearly 2 meters, that commanded attention and respect from the ordinary folk. As a leader, he balanced firmness with gentleness, striking the perfect chord. As for Qin Luo, their brother, the god of Luo, he was the main force, capable of wreaking havoc, but when it came to soothing the crowd, he was not suited for the task, especially with his striking appearance that could easily attract unwanted attention. Thus, Wang Weihua resigned himself to being the diplomat of the group. Su Duo found their collaborative efforts quite amusing. She had always known their bond was strong, but she hadn't expected they would join the military together. Chen Xiaofei pulled out the rations. They shared bread, mineral water, and a chocolate energy bar, distributing one to each person. "Ah, I long for something warm," Chen Xiaofei lamented, his youthful face filled with sorrow. Having food was fortunate. Soon they might have nothing left. Bai Shu nibbled on his energy bar while filling out the storm report on his tablet, preparing to upload it later. Suddenly, Qin Luo remembered a pressing question. What do zombies eat? He had just bent down when Su Duo conjured an 800 milliliters thermos out of thin air and handed it to Chen Xiaofei. Chen Xiaofei was taken aback, staring blankly at the bread in his mouth. "Huh? What? Qin Gu, why is the squad leader giving me a thermos? Should I open it for her?" Qin Luo was equally confused. How would I know? Nevertheless, he took it and opened it for her. After all, she was right there. Why seek help elsewhere? Su Duo became anxious, but then calmed down after a moment. When Qin Luo finally opened the thermos, the aroma of century egg and lean meat congee wafted out, immediately catching the attention of both Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu, who exclaimed in unison, "Wow." The thermos was filled with Su Duo's thick congee, brimming with century eggs and lean meat, a delightful sight that promised a rich texture and flavor. Su Duo urged Qin Luo to hand it over to Chen Xiaofei. Chen Xiaofei was momentarily flabbergasted. "Oh my, thank you, squad leader. Wait, how is their kanji?" he babbled, saliva pooling in his mouth as he quickly accepted it. Bai Shu, too, was drawn in by the delightful scent of the kanji, suddenly finding his energy bar less appealing. He remarked, "The squad leader seems a bit biased." Su Duo then retrieved another deep blue thermos from her space. She had an abundance of them, presenting a light green one to Chen Xiaofei and the deep blue one to Bai Shu. "Thank you, squad leader. I was wrong. You are the fairest person in the world." Bai Shu quickly expressed his gratitude as he accepted it, only to discover that it also contained century egg and lean meat kanji. Then Su Duo fell silent. Qin Luo, secretly anticipating his turn, grew impatient after a few seconds. "What about mine? You wouldn't be so unfair, would you? I've been with you all this way. Don't I get one?" He was on the verge of causing a scene. Chapter 11. The deity-like little zombie, Su Duo, playfully retrieved a bright orange thermos from her space and handed it to him, filled with the same delicacy as Chen Xiaofei's, century egg and lean meat porridge. Qin Luo accepted it with satisfaction. To be honest, it had been nearly a month since the onset of the apocalypse, and he had not enjoyed a proper meal since then. It was either gnawing on dry rations or hastily consuming energy bars, barely enough to stave off hunger, but certainly not satisfying. As the three of them savored the warm porridge, they felt as if they had been rejuvenated. Chen Xiaofei was the first to take a bite, blowing on the lid before indulging in the warm concoction. After swallowing a mouthful, he felt something settling in his stomach, alleviating his discomfort. "Ah, this is bliss. My dear class leader, you must be a deity to have procured such warm porridge." To embody the notion of divinity, Su Duo swiftly produced another can of hot porridge for Wang Weiwa, along with 4 wooden spoons, 4 tea eggs, 4 large meat buns, and a box of cherry tomatoes. Goodness, this feast is complete with meat, eggs, and fruit, truly nutritious and delectable. After swallowing a mouthful of porridge, Bai Shu gazed at Su Duo with admiration. "How long did you prepare all this, class leader? I reckon our headquarters alert messages are only as diligently scrutinized by you." It was hard to believe she had stockpiled such provisions in advance, ultimately benefiting them. Chen Xiaofei, having just peeled a tea egg and taken a bite, mumbled through his mouthful. So, the key question arises, what does our class leader eat? Surely, she cannot photosynthesize like a plant. Who knows if there will even be sunlight in the future? Just look at those thick clouds above. Qin Luo glanced down at Su Duo, noticing her crouched in a corner, seemingly lost in thought. "Poor thing," he summarized, prompting Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu to nod in agreement. It was indeed pitiful. She had prepared so much food only to end up as a zombie. Su Duo, upon noticing their sympathetic gazes, felt utterly helpless. She was already in a dire predicament, and now they had to rub salt in her wounds. "Woe is me," she lamented silently, though, in reality, she shed no tears but wore an expression of indignation. Eventually, Qin Luo finished his dinner in a few bites, removed his gloves, and gently ruffled her hair. "Look at how wronged you are. What do you wish to eat? Meat, perhaps, but that would be rather gruesome. We girls ought not to engage in such unrefined activities. If you crave blood, shall we sacrifice ourselves to quench your thirst?" Bai Shu, just biting into a bun, chuckled at the absurdity. "Class leader, since you provided us with food, shall we return the favor? In a sense, isn't this food also meant for you?" Chen Xiaofei burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking. Su Duo, however, raised her hand to brush off Qin Luo's touch, indicating her refusal. At that moment, she felt no hunger and had no desire for blood or flesh. Qin Luo, engrossed in reviewing documents, discovered that ordinary zombies were indeed bloodthirsty and craved raw meat. Yet, there was no mention of special cases like Su Duo, who possessed unique abilities. It was peculiar, as even in later stages of evolution, various factions of evolved beings still had heartbeats, unlike her extraordinary case. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei joined in the research, but alas, they could not find reliable information. Su Duo was intrigued by their tablets and watches. After calming the survivors, Wang Weihua approached them, drawn by the enticing aroma. "What delectable dish are you enjoying? I could smell it from afar." Chun Xiaofei eagerly offered the food Su Duo had set aside for Wang Weihua. "Quick, eat up. This is class leader's treat. It's absolutely delicious, I assure you." Wang Weihua, upon hearing this, was astonished, glancing nervously at the survivors, who were feasting on instant noodles. The stronger scent of noodles mixed with distance ensured they remained undetected, but he admired their audacity. "Aren't you worried they might cause a ruckus and claim we're treating you differently?" Despite his words, Wang Weihua could not resist the allure of the warm century egg and lean meat porridge. He accepted it gratefully, diving in with relish. After finishing, he felt immensely better, far superior to the dry rations and overly sweet energy bars. Qin Luo and Bai Shu spent considerable time searching for guidelines on how to care for a zombie, ultimately deciding to take things one step at a time and see how the situation unfolded. Wang Weihua pondered Su Duo's presence, thinking more deeply than the other three. How will we manage with the class leader around? What will others think? Before Qin Luo could respond, Chun Xiaofei interjected. "What is wrong with you, old Wang? You're holding the class leader's porridge. You can't scold her while holding that bowl." Bai Shu shot them a sidelong glance. Qin Luo, however, appeared quite fond of Su Duo, showing no disdain for his zombie status. He protectively stated, "What's the matter? Su Duo is perfectly fine. She's neither decayed nor foul-smelling. How can you look down upon her?" As he spoke, he lifted Su Duo as if she were a cherished doll, cradling her in his arms. Wang Weihua felt his appetite wane, exclaiming helplessly, "I don't look down on the class leader. What do you take me for? If one overlooks her eyes, she appears quite ordinary. Perhaps we should consider some colored contact lenses to avoid unnecessary complications." Truly, he embodied the archetype of a protective father, earning the respect of Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei. A sound suggestion. They concurred. Indeed, that's a feasible solution, Qin Luo mused, contemplating where to procure colored contacts. He leaned down to ask Su Duo if she had any. To their surprise, Su Duo hesitantly produced a box of contacts. However, such delicate tasks were beyond her capabilities at the moment, so she looked toward the trio for assistance. Bai Shu promptly declared, "Whoever was the class leader's first love should help her put them on. We shall not interfere." Chun Xiaofei nodded in agreement. With no other option, Qin Luo took the contacts to examine them. But how do these even work? Ultimately, Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei gathered around. Three clueless boys trying to figure out how to put colored contacts on the little zombie. Wang Weihua observed their antics, realizing that they dared to bring Su Duo along for two reasons. Their competence ensured they could control her should she lose her sanity, and the rarity of a zombie with residual awareness warranted further investigation at headquarters to explore the possibility of salvation. Thus, they proceeded, for this was part of their mission. Eventually, Qin Luo clumsily managed to place amber-colored contacts on Su Duo, enhancing her appearance far beyond her previous grayish eyes. The three of them gasped in unison, exclaiming how lovely she looked, showering her with praise. So went day by day. Chapter 12. The mutated monkey horde nightfall is perpetually fraught with peril. Despite many having succumbed to zombification, an inexplicable weariness begins to envelop them, a stark contrast to the previous days of unyielding endurance. After finishing their evening meal, they stowed away their thermoses and sought a cozy nook to doze off. Similarly, the survivors in the factory, after their repast, settled down to rest. Yet none strayed too far from the group, huddling closely together. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu took their respite, while Qin Luo and Chun Xiaofei stood watch, the former guarding the first half of the night, with the latter taking the latter half. The tempest outside had subsided, giving way to a torrential downpour interspersed with hail, which pelted the factory roof in a cacophony of sound. Yet, the survivors felt a sense of security, bolstered by the presence of their companions, allowing them to sleep soundly. However, naivety clouded their judgment, for as night descended, Qin Luo and Chun Xiaofei grew palpably vigilant, abandoning their previous banter and idle chatter. Many duos sensed the tension emanating from the duo, leading her to surmise that the night would be perilous. Thus she refrained from slipping into a deep slumber. instead resting with her eyes closed. Nearby, Wang Weihua slept soundly, while Baishu nestled against the wall in a peaceful slumber. Chun Xiaofei patrolled, ever watchful, while Qin Luo positioned himself atop a container, reloading magazines, ensuring he could respond swiftly to any disturbance. The factory's electricity had failed earlier due to the storm, leaving only dim emergency lights to illuminate the surroundings. Initially, many duo had presumed that the greatest threats stemmed from external entities, zombies or other mutated creatures. However, the true danger materialized from within their own ranks. A singular, abnormal growl erupted from the survivors, followed by the sharp report of a gunshot piercing the stillness of the night, soon accompanied by panicked screams. "Ah, it wants to kill me. Why are there still zombies?" "What? Zombies?" The survivors had appeared as ordinary individuals, and prior to boarding the vehicle for the survivor base, they had meticulously checked for injuries, permitting only those without wounds to enter. Yet, some minor injuries were overlooked, and certain individuals concealed their ailments, naively believing they were immune to misfortune. This negligence culminated in a horrifying transformation, resulting in zombie attacks, with the undead proving far more agile at night than during the day. Panic ensued among the survivors. "Silence. Anyone feeling feverish or unwell, step forward," Qin Luo commanded, lowering his firearm and scanning the assembly of survivors, who soon realized that some among them had contracted the zombie virus. Fearful, they dispersed, abandoning their clusters. Chun Xiaofei's youthful visage turned grave as he approached, explaining, "In the initial stages of infection, one experiences sluggishness, limb rigidity, low-grade fever, and throat bleeding, accompanied by a burgeoning thirst for blood and raw flesh at night. If you feel unwell, please come forward. Otherwise, you endanger your comrades." The survivors exchanged fearful glances. Some were terrified, others hesitant, while a few clenched their fists in anxiety. Ultimately, 3 individuals stepped forward. One woman, clinging to her husband, pleaded tearfully, "Don't go out. You merely have a fever, not the zombie virus. Please, I beg you. Stay here. You are all I have." Others, witnessing the couple, instinctively recoiled, while some averted their gazes in sympathy. Chun Xiaofei approached them, and the woman, on the verge of collapse, clung desperately to her husband, who, in turn, worried about harming her. This required careful mediation. Qin Luo instructed the afflicted individuals to isolate themselves in a corner. Their eyes had begun to glaze over, and their skin turned ashen and pale. Many duo, unable to restrain her curiosity, peeked out, only to find Qin Luo's sharp gaze scrutinizing her intently. Startled, she froze. She understood that any hint of aggression towards them could result in her being shot without hesitation. Her spatial abilities would be of no use then. A zombie possessing such powers would be an even graver threat. Fortunately, her demeanor was sufficiently innocent, prompting Qin Luo to soften his gaze, signaling her to retreat and keep her head down. Mini Duo complied, retreating into her own space, hugging herself tightly, wishing to disappear entirely, gripped by fear, acutely aware of how close she had come to peril. After some tumult among the survivors, they managed to form 2 distinct groups. However, the realization that the virus could lie dormant made them wary of clustering together again. Soon, the atmosphere calmed once more, but as the latter part of the night unfolded, multiple gunshots rang out, punctuated by the sounds of panic. The infected survivors vanished, and the remaining individuals succumbed to grief. They had assumed safety was assured, yet it appeared far more tenuous than anticipated. Mini Duo trembled at the gunfire, her heart racing as she realized it was merely her nerves. The vibrations were not from her heartbeat, but rather the tension coursing through her body. The ensuing chaos was triggered by the woman, whose husband, despite his valiant efforts to endure, succumbed to the virus, transforming before their eyes. As Chun Xiaofei raised his weapon, the woman shrieked in terror, attempting to lunge at him. Her piercing scream sent chills down the spine, and outside the factory, a chorus of shrieks erupted, shrill and dissonant, as someone cried out in fear, "Ah, why are there monkeys?" Pandemonium reigned within the factory. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu jolted awake, springing into action, their eyes darting towards the source of the commotion. The entrance was relentlessly battered, while claws scraped against the metal roof, creating an unsettling cacophony. Many duo looked up to discover that a monkey had shattered the window with a stone, locking eyes with a creature that could scarcely be identified as a monkey. Its visage was grotesque, with elongated teeth, blood-red eyes, and claws that appeared razor-sharp. The other survivors quickly recognized the threat, erupting into another round of piercing screams. Inescapably, they were ordinary people, incapable of stifling their fear, their reactions instinctual. The mutated monkey horde, however, thrived on their terror, responding with frenzied shrieks of excitement. Wang Weihua bellowed for silence, instructing everyone to find a secure spot to hide, emphasizing that scattered positions would hinder their ability to protect one another. As he spoke, he fired at several of the creatures, while Bai Shu engaged directly, shoving the survivors into a consolidated area. Chen Xiaofei joined Bai Shu in safeguarding the survivors, while Wang Weihua focused on clearing the mutated monkeys. How could we encounter such a troublesome foe? Meanwhile, Qin Luo operated independently, dispatching the creatures with ruthless efficiency. Armed with dual blades, he moved with a speed that outpaced the monkeys, slicing through them with lethal precision, leaving a slick trail of blood in his wake. Chapter 13. The mutant core. The upheaval occurred with alarming swiftness. It was likely that the demise of his kin had driven the mutated elder monkey into a frenzy. Grasping a railing, it shook violently, howling in a fit of madness. As if that were not enough, it charged directly at Qin Luo, its mouth wide open, revealing a terrifying array of sharp teeth. The other monkeys grew increasingly agitated, their collective screams ringing in one's ears, inducing a torturous discomfort. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but curse. So when you can't win, you resort to sonic attacks. Among the chaos, Manuo remained remarkably composed, her lack of a meaty scent and her silence keeping her safe from a monkey's attention. Wang Weihua noticed this too, bellowing at the survivors to cease their clamoring. The louder they screamed, the more excited the monkeys became. These creatures, inherently predatory, thrived on the weak and cowered before the strong. He urged everyone to grab whatever they could find to fight back. He could not protect them all alone. His roar reached the ears of the survivors, and a few finally remembered to resist. However, Manuo's safety was fleeting, as soon a monkey set its sights on her. Fortunately, she was more agile at night than during the day. With a quick roll, she evaded a crazed monkey lunging towards her. Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu cast a glance her way, relieved to see her dodge, before returning to their own battles, determined to eradicate this relentless swarm of monkeys. The sheer number of them was bewildering, prompting other survivors to vocalize their disbelief. Until someone mentioned that K-City's zoo housed the most monkeys. It was no wonder so many had escaped. The factory grounds descended into chaos. Manuo, while evading the monkeys, found herself smeared with blood, the sticky substance seeping through her clothes, causing considerable unease. Yet, she also discovered her own agility had improved significantly, and while on a run, she began hurling scattered cans at the monkeys with surprising accuracy. With one well-aimed throw, she exploded the head of a mutated monkey, prompting Chen Xiaofei to shout in admiration. The little squad leader is so cool. She rivals Qin Ge. However, Manuo was too preoccupied to relish the praise, as her resistance had drawn the attention of more monkeys. What began as one mutated monkey chasing her quickly multiplied into 4 or 5. Each of these mutants was formidable, their mouths stretched grotesquely, drooling a mix of saliva and blood, a sight that was utterly repulsive. Furrowing her brow, Manuo found herself cornered in a fire escape, realizing it was a dead end. She leaned against the wall, staring at the mutated monkeys across from her, their crimson eyes glistening ominously under the emergency lights. Stealing her nerves, she had little time to waste as the mutated monkeys lunged towards her. In a heartbeat, she brandished a chainsaw, its deafening roar filling the air. Though her legs trembled, her grip on the chainsaw remained steady, her face betraying no fear. Indeed, she could not afford to show fear. When Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu finally dispatched the remaining mutated monkeys in the factory and arrived at Manuo's side, They stood in silence for a long moment, taking in the gruesome scene. She was drenched in blood, wielding a chainsaw, with dismembered monkey limbs and splattered blood decorating the ceiling, floor, and walls. What a horrifying tableau. Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu wore serious expressions, Bai Shu tightening his grip on his gun. A little squad leader? Chen Xiaofei hesitated to confront the unsettling reality that his old classmate might have lost all semblance of reason. The apocalypse had claimed too many friends and family. Having even one familiar face was a rare comfort. Moreover, she had a wealth of canned goods in her space, and her spatial abilities were invaluable. For both personal and pragmatic reasons, he wished for her well-being. Bai Shu shared the weight of this concern, fearing that Manuo might not recognize them. To their surprise, the small zombie nodded modestly and even uttered a soft The tone was almost endearing. The two men exhaled in relief, almost believing she had completely lost her consciousness. Manuo, bewildered by her own state, realized she had transformed into a zombie, yet retained her awareness. She glanced at her blood-soaked hands, feeling a sense of confusion. Following the sudden monkey assault, the number of survivors plummeted from over 100 to just 92, leaving those remaining in a daze, likely suffering significant psychological trauma. Wang Weihua tended to the injured, and when asked about the risk of infection from mutations, he could only provide vague reassurances. Even the seer could not predict every outcome, and the survival manual was not infallible. Despair loomed over the group. Wang Weihua could only urge them to remain strong, unable to articulate anything more. Meanwhile, Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei focused on recording data with their tablets, preparing to upload the collected information along with written reports. This frontline data would play a crucial role in the survival of humanity as future. Manuo found a spot to stand quietly, observing the chaos around her in silence. On the other side, Qin Luo had dealt with a monkey king, his hand bloodied and evidently injured. Yet, he clutched a crystal emanating a faint green glow. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei rose, concern etched on their faces. Is your hand all right, Qingge? Is it the mutant core? Manuo recognized the term, recalling it from the survival manual, noting its significance as a byproduct of mutated organisms. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei began photographing the crystal, and just then, Qin Luo glanced over. Manuo felt a twinge of fear. His fierce gaze had startled her when she had first peeked at him. This man was capable of killing her, as any member of his team could. Yet, she understood that if she were to completely lose her sanity and become a monstrous creature that consumed flesh, she would meet her end. At that moment, she would rather die at their hands than face her own cowardice. The atmosphere grew awkward. Chen Xiaofei attempted to explain that Manuo still possessed her faculties, gesturing animatedly. Suddenly, they heard a soft growl. Manuo was hungry. For reasons unknown, the scent of the mutant core in Qin Luo's hand tantalized her, reminiscent of some sweet fruit, igniting a ravenous craving within her. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei were equally astonished. Could it be that Manuo's stomach was growling? A zombie feeling hunger? What will we do if the little squad leader is hungry? Chen Xiaofei glanced at Bai Shu, who shrugged, equally perplexed. Qin Luo noticed Manuo's intense fixation on the mutant core, her longing palpable. Despite her attempts to avert her gaze, it was clear she craved it desperately. Wait, Qingge, are you really going to give that to the little squad leader? What are you thinking? Chen Xiaofei exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Shu interjected, Qin Luo, according to headquarters directives, that mutant core was to be collected. Manuo looked up just in time to see Qin Luo standing before her, extending the glowing core and asking, Do you want it? She scrutinized his expression, sensing sincerity rather than jest. Hesitating, she grappled with the decision to nod or shake her head. Consuming a mutant core felt inherently strange. This action felt increasingly inhuman, igniting a flicker of shame within her. Yet, the gnawing hunger was undeniable. Chapter 14. Survivor base of City H. Before Su Duo could respond, an anomalous core was tossed into her arms. She held it, feeling a bit dazed, as the core's icy touch sent a chill through her fingers. Meanwhile, Qin Luo faced the inquisitions of Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu, ultimately stating, It's merely a low-grade anomalous core, Let her consume it. Surely, its worth surpasses that of a level 1 core. The headquarters is questioning me. Since the captain was willing to take responsibility, both of them chose to trust him, believing he would manage the situation adeptly. However, Wang Weihua remained oblivious. He had not witnessed the scene of collecting canned goods, nor seen Su Duo taking porridge. Just as Wang Weihua was about to inquire, his loud voice drew the keen attention of Chen Xiaofei, who hurried over to pull him aside. After a flurry of explanations, his eyes widened in disbelief. This old classmate, a little zombie, possessed abilities, and of the rare, spatial type. She could even consume anomalous cores. Wang Weihua was instantly astounded. After all the commotion, dawn was approaching, and traveling by day would be safer. Hence, they gathered their belongings and set off. With a stroke of luck, they could reach the survivor base before nightfall. It was not far, merely in the neighboring city of Harbin. Regrettably, the entirety of City K had become an impenetrable zone, now uninhabitable. Although the sun was absent today, the brightness was striking. As the vehicle traversed the landscape, debris littered the ground, remnants of the purge against the zombies, with certain areas evidently having endured fierce battles, likely against mutated beasts. Su Duo remained in the vehicle, unbound this time, nestled in the back seat while Qin Luo sat beside her, fiddling with his knife. He was adept with both blades of firearms. Yet after last night's fierce combat, the four of them, alongside a zombie, were utterly filthy. There was no time for them to clean up. This was the apocalypse, not a return in normalcy. Qin Luo covertly glanced at Su Duo, noticing that she had developed a slight fear of him since last night, which was understandable, as he had nearly extinguished her life. His decision to take her along was motivated partly by duty and partly by youthful sentiment. The moment she lost her sanity, he would have been compelled to follow orders and eliminate her, just as he would have to deal with teammates or survivors who had been infected. The apocalypse was invariably brutal. Fortunately, she had retained her sanity. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei also ceased their antics after the attack by the mutated beast the previous night. Fatigue weighed heavily upon them all. Thankfully, the remaining journey was smooth. Before reaching their destination, a colossal wall came into view in the distance, towering impressively, at least 20 to 30 meters high. Su Duo was somewhat taken aback. It had been almost a month since the onset of the apocalypse, and yet such a formidable barrier had been constructed. The top seemed to be electrified, as not a single bird dared to venture near. Not far from the survivor base, they finally spotted other rescue vehicles, exchanging horned greetings. Su Duo pressed her face against the window, observing that the other team's vehicles were in similar disrepair, riddled with dents from unknown creatures or stained with vibrant splotches. Some even bore the remains of bizarre, mutated animals, resembling sheep yet distinctly not. When their vehicle halted at the entrance of the survivor base, everyone disembarked to undergo inspection. Qin Luo stepped out, grabbing an old blanket and gesturing for her to come over, patiently waiting for her. Su Duo suddenly understood the implication. Without being bound, others might be apprehensive. Though she was uncertain of her current identity, her consciousness still leaned towards humanity. She had no desire to harm humans. Warm memories of her grandparents bringing her home flooded back. She cherished warmth and kindness, acknowledging that despite humanity's flaws, there were still good people. Thus, to remain among them, she needed to cooperate. Su Duo approached willingly, allowing Qin Luo to bind her before he lifted her, settling her comfortably on his arm. This position was far more pleasant than being carried awkwardly. The other survivors stood in a daze, gazing at the imposing city gates. The familiar announcement echoed from the loudspeaker, welcoming them to the Harbin survivor base, instructing newcomers to enter the designated passage for a 24-hour quarantine, and those with wounds to proceed to the left corridor. Everyone felt as though they had stepped into a different realm, yet they were grateful to be alive. Without needing Wang Weihua's urging, they instinctively formed a line for quarantine. After stretching, Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, "Finally back. I'm exhausted." Bai Shu, reaching for his glasses only to find air, remarked, "I need a shower and a nap. And I must get a new pair of glasses. I can't function without them." Their vehicle was inspected by personnel at the city gate. Qin Luo, with Su Duo in tow, approached a small building beside the gate, knocked on the window, and, after registering, made a direct phone call inside. Duo was left exchanging glances with a young female staff member, who, after completing the paperwork, stamped it and gently assured her that everything would be all right. Once at the base, she could rest, and suitable work would be provided. Unfortunately, Duo still struggled to articulate words, possibly due to psychological reasons. The staff member felt a bit awkward, but just as Qin Luo returned from his call, the staff member, seemingly familiar with him, greeted Qin Guo. "Who is this little sister you brought back?" Qin Luo dismissed her inquiry with a click of his tongue, urging her to mind her own business as he turned to await someone to collect Duo. The staff member muttered something about his demeanor before calling out, "Qin Guo, remember to get your ability data monitored at the hospital." Qin Luo merely waved dismissively, bidding her farewell. Duo noticed the name tag on the staff member read Du Chunjiang. Such a melodious name. She turned back to glance at her, feeling a sense of admiration for her humanity. Qin Luo caught sight of her admiration, and an inexplicable pang of emotion stirred within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Duo did not wait long before Qin Luo guided her to the gate, where an elegant gentleman in a white coat approached briskly. "Is this the Su student you mentioned?" "Greetings. I am Ji Yin. You may call me Teacher Ji." His gentle demeanor eased Duo's previously tense disposition, and she nodded obediently, appearing far from a zombie. Professor Ji had never encountered a case like hers before. He kindly inquired if she could walk on her own. Duo nodded. Professor Ji glanced at Qin Luo, who awkwardly scratched his face. "If you can walk, let us remove those bindings. I can see that Su is not inclined to attack. However, to prevent panic, the collar must remain for now. Rest assured, it will not harm you as long as you do not exhibit any aggressive behavior." To reassure Duo, he cited recent cases of increased mutations, mentioning that many individuals had undergone physical changes, some even appearing grotesque, yet still retained their human consciousness and were harmless. Chapter 15. The Apocalypse Era. The headquarters possesses specific treaties concerning individuals of this nature, as long as they maintain their sanity. They may reside within the survivor base like ordinary individuals. Many glanced back at Qin Luo, and upon seeing him nod, she donned the collar. This device featured an electronic screen, presumably designed to administer an electric shock in response to aggression. A green display indicated emotional stability. Orange signified slight fluctuations, while red represented a complete loss of control. At present, her screen displayed green, signifying her equilibrium. Professor Ji, with gentle demeanor, gestured for many to accompany him for a physical examination, ensuring her comfort by having 2 female researchers accompany her. Many frequently turned to look at Qin Luo, instinctively seeking his presence in this unfamiliar environment. Fortunately, Professor Ji noticed and suggested Xiao Qin should join as well. It would be beneficial for you to monitor your abilities. Qin Luo complied and followed closely behind. Many felt a sense of reassurance as they entered the survivor base's passageway, where the city's broadcast echoed. It currently looped reports of the disaster's impact on nearby cities and the number of rescued survivors. What moved her most was the announcement delivered by a young woman with a resonant voice, declaring, "We shall never concede to the apocalypse. We shall never abandon any member of humanity." Upon hearing these words, many lifted her gaze towards the broadcast, subsequently listening to the list of sacrifices made by the rescue teams. Each name represented a life that could have been spared. They had charged into the fray to save others, ultimately perishing in the process. Along the city walls, several individuals with rock-like protrusions on their bodies stood, their physiques remarkably robust, with muscular upper bodies enveloped in a rocky substance. They were known as rock aberrants, their transformation leaning toward stone, one of their abilities being solidification. This entire wall was constructed by them, tirelessly day and night. "It certainly provides a sense of security, does it not?" remarked researcher, winking at Minnie. "Do not worry too much. You are not an outlier. As long as you possess human consciousness, you remain yourself. Our protective measures for aberrants are quite comprehensive, and most individuals will accept you." Researcher B added, "The base will also assign you an appropriate position. Currently, we utilize chip cards, and currency is represented by points, which function similarly to traditional currency. You can still use them to purchase various items. The Harbin survivor base is relatively substantial, with many shops still operational, allowing for stable life. Points are earned through labor. Combat teams can undertake various tasks to earn points, with more challenging missions yielding higher rewards. Other support personnel can also accumulate points through their work, such as the rock aberrants constructing the walls, who earn 80 points daily. To put in perspective, a breakfast costs merely 3 points. Many found herself bewildered by this information, and Qin Luo, too, was taken aback, gasping, "Wait, how has everything changed so drastically? I've only been away for less than 10 days." Professor G sighed in response. In the apocalypse era, rapid changes are the norm. Everyone must adapt to this accelerated pace, or they'll be left behind. The younger generation tends to acclimate well, while some of the older individuals struggle to comprehend the technological advancements, leading to a state of disarray. Many, rendered speechless, observe the scenery within the city. At times, when neglecting the towering walls, the streets appeared reminiscent of the past. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the differences, such as the peculiar individuals wandering by, each adorned with collars akin to her own. The buses remained crowded, yet conversations were punctuated by discussions of weaponry. New regulations dictated that all returning individuals undergo isolation, and only after changing their clothes were they permitted to venture outside. Recently, a team returned, drenched in blood, nearly frightening a bus full of kindergarten children. Researcher A kindly cautioned, glancing at Qin Luo and Minnie, who were both stained in blood. Awkward. Professor G chuckled reassuringly. It's quite common near the city's edge. There are always those who have not had time to clean themselves. However, do exercise caution in the city center. Being covered in blood can attract unwanted attention. Many followed them through a special passage, which turned out to be a subway entrance, requiring a card swipe for access. The subway was sparsely populated, and their destination was the Harbin Special Research Center. Once inside, the subway experience felt no different from ordinary ones, save for the astonishing speed. Minnie was astounded when, within what felt like less than a minute, the gentle researcher announced their arrival. Arrived already? We covered 20 kilometers in under a minute? Her astonished expression elicited laughter from the two researchers. You are rather adorable. I wonder what your aberration is. I've heard it's related to zombies. But you are far cuter than a typical zombie, remarked Xiao Qiao. Minnie finally noticed her name tag, confirming it as Xiao Qiao, likely a code name. The more composed Qiao chimed in. Keep your distance from Xiao Qiao. She has a penchant for dissecting peculiar creatures. Minnie instinctively recoiled in fear. Qin Luo interjected. Don't frighten her. After all, she's a reserve member of our team. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao exchanged curious glances, exclaiming, Really? Your team doesn't accept new members easily. What has changed? Professor G then informed them that the elevator had arrived, and they stepped inside once more. The two researchers continued to chatter. How can she join your team? Such a unique aberrant should remain in our research center to assist. What if she faces casualties on the front lines? Professor G merely chuckled. I cannot make that decision. Minnie cast another glance at Qin Luo, pondering that perhaps accompanying him would be beneficial, allowing her to gather supplies during the early stages of the apocalypse. She had always had a penchant for stockpiling, and in this peculiar world, her desire to hoard intensified. Regardless of whether her supplies would be useful, the act of accumulating them provided her with a sense of security. Yet, she feared that her spatial abilities might be discovered. However, Qin Luo appeared untroubled, observing the new environment, clearly acknowledging the profound changes wrought by the apocalypse. He too needed to assimilate this new reality, along with its rules and knowledge. Chapter 16. The aberrant or the mutant Qin Luo had to descend to the second basement to see a doctor. While Su Duoduo was to accompany Professor G and the twins, Xiao Qiao and De Qiao, to the 8th basement, where the research center astonishingly resided underground. Su Duoduo felt a renewed sense of wonder, as if she had stumbled into a strange new world. She obediently complied with their requests for a simple examination, which was similar to the routine checks she had undergone before, blood tests, CT scans, and the like. Ultimately, they arrived at a remarkable conclusion. Dear child, you are very likely the only zombie-like infant in our survivor base in Harbin. The test revealed that although Su Duoduo had no heartbeat, Her other organs surprisingly functioned as those of a normal human, and even her brain showed no signs of atrophy. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this would have been exceedingly strange. However, in the current dystopia, it seemed quite normal. Xiao Xiao cheerfully informed Su Duo, "I have encountered individuals who were left with merely their brains, and they could still speak." Su Duo's silence was deafening. How terrifying! A talking brain? This was utterly contrary to scientific understanding. Yet, upon reflection, Su Duo realized that she, a heartless zombie capable of walking and jumping with a lucid mind, was equally unscientific. Very well, the apocalypse was indeed bizarre, as if the world had unraveled. Later, Professor G assisted her in investigating the reason for her inability to speak and ultimately concluded that there were no abnormalities. It was likely a psychological issue. This was somewhat troublesome. However, Professor G was gentle, assuring her that there was no rush and that when she felt ready to speak, it would likely occur naturally. They then documented a series of her bodily data and utilized a peculiar instrument to assess her abilities, finally noting, "None under the section for special powers." Really? The current instruments cannot detect spatial abilities? Su Duo exhaled with relief. She enjoyed hoarding, but disliked others knowing what she had hidden, as that would diminish her sense of security, rendering the act of gathering unsatisfactory. Fortunately, nothing was discovered. Subsequently, they tested her agility, discovering it to be 1.5 times greater than that of an average person. They concluded that she was merely a small, seemingly immortal zombie. Yet, the possibility of her immortality was intriguing. Professor G and the twins expressed mild disappointment, suggesting that Su Duo could visit the research center each month to donate blood. They remained kind and gentle toward her, asking, "What did you do before the apocalypse? We can arrange a similar job for you, or perhaps a menial task here at the Institute, although maybe a bit tiring." Su Duo felt somewhat bewildered, then typed on a tablet, "I want to be with Qin Luo." She showed it to them. Xiao Xiao and Qiao exchanged glances, lamenting, "Oh, wouldn't it be better to stay with us at the research center?" Indeed, despite lacking special powers, she was the only human who had transformed into a zombie, and going to the front lines would only make her cannon fodder. What was the point of following Qin Luo? This battle maniac? Stay with us. Yet Su Duo shook her head, obstinately wishing to accompany Qin Luo. She felt an unsettling sense of discomfort in the research center, apprehensive of the white-coated individuals bustling about. Professor G did not press the matter further, merely instructing Qiao to fetch a watch or a wristband. This was the latest communication device. Previous electronic products had become largely obsolete, but this one still functioned. It was a combination of mobile Wi-Fi and various other utilities, and the tablet required a connection to her wristband to operate. Otherwise, there would be no signal. The ordinary people in the base could not even connect their wristbands to the internet, as only those with special abilities were permitted to have them. The base relied heavily on the powers of the gifted to rescue survivors and recover resources, as ordinary individuals could not confront the myriad of mutated creatures. Even the most benign zombie virus could spell death for an average person. Consequently, the best resources were prioritized for those with abilities. Aberrants and mutants were distinct categories. Aberrants were normal individuals enhanced by the buff of special powers, resulting in an overall improvement in physical condition. In contrast, mutants no longer resembled normal humans. For instance, the rock mutant that repaired the walls had muscles that manifested as rocky material. Many phenomena defied scientific explanation, yet researchers continued to strive for understanding. Those who could converse with Su Duo, the small zombie, in the early days of the apocalypse possessed exceptional psychological resilience. Otherwise, they would not have been able to maintain stable employment. Xiao Qiao handed Su Duo a keycard for her new room. Since she was a reserve team member designated by Qin Luo, it was only natural for her to reside in the same building as him. Your card is embedded in your wristband. Simply swipe it to enter the community in your room. Xiao Qiao added. Qin Luo should be finished soon. Wait here for him to show you around. Qiao and Xiao Qiao exchanged parting words and left to attend to their tasks. Professor G also had new personnel to receive, leaving Su Duo to sit alone on a bench in the second basement, awaiting Qin Luo's arrival. She was not entirely alone, as both aberrants and mutants experienced some physical changes due to genetic mutations. For instance, aberrants might become taller or more robust. Consequently, the benches in the research center were designed to be wider. Next to her, a large individual was seated, snoring loudly as he slept, comfortably filling the chair. Su Duo, tucked in, found herself swinging her legs. She glanced around. The comings and goings of people were largely indifferent to her presence, as they were preoccupied with their own affairs, though occasionally someone would cast a curious glance at her collar. Feeling a bit uneasy, she touched the cold collar, lacking a sense of security. It was not long before Qin Luo appeared in the hallway. Emerging from an examination room, his upper body unclothed and bandaged from his waist to one arm, having sustained injuries in a confrontation with a horde of mutated monkeys. However, he appeared unfazed, and Su Duo momentarily forgot about his wounds. Although her mind was intact, her thoughts could occasionally lag, as was the case now. It was only when Qin Luo waved a shirt over her head that she snapped back to reality, prompting her to leap off the bench and follow him closely, step for step. Qin Luo glanced at her feet, recalling how he had carried her directly from her room without shoes when she had turned into a zombie. Her feet were now caked in blood, remnants from when she had used a chainsaw against the monkey horde, and her pink bunny pajamas were stained as well. Xiao Xiao and a Qiao, considering Su Duo's zombie state and tough skin, had not thought to provide her with shoes, so she had remained barefoot. Qin Luo found this quite uncomfortable. As they passed an examination room, he ducked in to greet someone, acquiring a pair of disposable slippers that were thin yet preferable to nothing. He knelt down to assist her in putting them on. Su Duo felt an odd warmth emanating from her limbs and smiled shyly at the slippers. Qin Luo cast her a sidelong glance, but said nothing, turning back to continue walking. Su Duo followed closely behind him. The atmosphere grew awkward as they neared the area where the mutated monkeys had congregated. For Qin Luo had nearly turned against her in a moment of fury. Though his reasoning was entirely justifiable, it remained an uncomfortable memory. Qin Luo alone bore the weight of this awkwardness. Chapter 17. For him, after much contemplation, Su Duo remained largely indifferent. Although she feared he might take her life, she understood that as long as she retained her consciousness, he would not harm her. If there ever came a day when she lost her sanity, she would no longer be herself, merely a lifeless shell. If he were to kill her then, so be it. Whether it was a matter of the fledgling's plight or their bond as old classmates, when she transformed into a zombie, he would be the first to see her. Should he be the type to err on the side of caution and eliminate any potential threat, the first shot would resound, and she would cease to exist. What would remain of their current situation? Su Duo believed he would not mistakenly eliminate her, and thus, she no longer hesitated, choosing instead to follow him. The research center was a place she truly despised. The cold-toned lighting and the hurried scientists in white lab coats gave her the unsettling impression that she would soon find herself bound to an operating table, subjected to dissection. Su Duo preferred to venture outside, to engage in combat, gather supplies, and rescue other survivors. Such endeavors held far greater significance for her. Upon exiting the research facility, they boarded a special subway to their destination, ultimately arriving before a vast new residential complex. Qin Luo led her through the entrance, swiping their wristbands, and guided her to Building A. It was a curious coincidence that she had previously resided in Building A as well. Directly ahead stood the activity center, with a cafeteria on the first floor, a supermarket on the second, various shops on the third, and a cinema and gym on the fourth. The complex comprised 7 residential buildings arranged in a circular formation, labeled a through G, with the activity center at its heart. Upon entering the complex, Qin Luo took on the role of a guide, explaining everything to her. Their residences were on the 19th floor of Building A. My room is 1900. Yours is 1901. Old Wang S is 1905. Old Bai S is 1906. And Xiao Fei S is 1907. The 3 of them are right next door. Had it not been for Su Duo being pre-selected to join Qin Luo's team, she would not have been granted such a fine accommodation, for which she felt immensely grateful. They ascended the stairs, and upon reaching her room, she swiped her wristband to enter. Inside was a 1-bedroom apartment, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. It resembled a model home, with white bedding on the bed, akin to that of a hotel. Qin Luo leaned against the doorframe, observing the little zombie exploring her new abode, finding her quite endearing. "I'm right next door. If you need anything, just come find me." After saying this, he knocked twice on the door, signaling Su Duo to look his way. Once she nodded, he turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Su Duo happily strolled around, quite fond of her new little home, which even had a balcony where she could bask in the sunlight. Yet, she could not help but wonder if she would ever see a normal sun again. Qin Luo did not ask her for the canned goods, presumably leaving them with her. She checked the multi-dimensional cube space in her consciousness, finding several small compartments filled with cans, which brought her a sense of security. Next, she began to explore the wristband, which featured small slots on both sides for various chips and cards, with a screen of moderate size. She could tap directly on the screen, where she found a chat application and a personal profile page that contained her electronic identification. Name, Su Duo, gender, female, age, 22, height, 1.63 meters. Aberration tendency, zombie virus, abilities, none, strengths, speed enhancement 1. 5. There is also a freshly taken photo of her, showcasing her expressionless visage. In addition to the chat application and personal information, there was a software for storing various barcodes. Upon opening it, she found codes for transportation, base entry and exit, and her personal residence. This was quite straightforward. There was also a payment app, which displayed a balance of 100 points. The notification indicated that she had just participated in a rescue operation at the Qingyuan community in City K, performing admirably, and thus received a bonus of 100 points. Su Duo felt quite pleased upon seeing this, noting the wristband's usefulness thus far. The remaining standard issue was a tablet, which also contained a simple array of apps, one for taking photos, one for a gallery, and one for a forum. Upon logging into the forum, she discovered several sections, including a legitimate task release section, a task experience sharing section, and a database section. There was also an informal chat section filled with gossip. Upon entering, she immediately noticed a post that had garnered the most attention, titled, "On the Role and Formation of Aberration Cores." Su Duo quickly clicked on it, finding it to be the author's own speculation that aberration cores were derived from mutated biological or non-biological entities. They need not reside solely within the brain, nor were they exclusive to living organisms. The author wrote, "I participated in a rescue mission in City C yesterday, where a computer unexpectedly underwent aberration, containing an aberration core that nearly led to our demise. The culprit was an AI software within the computer." She shared a link to a database section containing her recently penned experience report, which included a video showcasing the combat team extracting the aberration core from the computer's mainframe, revealing it to be mechanical in nature. This discovery shocked everyone, explaining the post's popularity. This world is truly going insane. Is AI set to dominate the Earth? What was once a joke now seems increasingly plausible. Ha! Don't hold me back. Let us all perish together. It's all over. How much further must this world descend into madness? Responses flooded in, filled with despair and fear. Su Duo had just consumed an aberration core from the mutated Monkey King the previous night, which Qin Luo had described as the most rudimentary aberration core. Although it appeared gruesome and bloody at first, it was surprisingly clean. Consuming it was akin to indulging in candy. It was crunchy, refreshing, and sweet, providing a sense of satiety. Even now, she felt 7 or 8 parts full from just one. She suspected this substance might elevate her physical abilities, as she had noticed a marked increase in her agility, allowing her to move as freely as an ordinary person, no longer as clumsy as she had once been. Indeed, the post's author speculated on this very effect, recounting how her companion had inadvertently consumed a small amount and subsequently experienced a fever, followed by a sudden enhancement of physical abilities and the emergence of a new power. However, the author cautioned that consuming aberration cores could be perilous, advising others against trying it lightly. She had prepared a report for those interested, encouraging rational discussion. The community grew increasingly fervent in their responses. Su Duo also explored the database section, uncovering a wealth of information that clarified the purpose of the thunderstorm videos previously filmed by Shu and Chen Xiaofei. Among the 20 most recent and popular posts were those by Shu and Chen Xiaofei, titled Latest Thunderstorm Dynamics and Mutated Monkey Swarm. Their descriptions were straightforward and succinct, interspersed with various on-site photos and videos. Chapter 18. A visit. Su Duo eagerly browsed through the internet, invigorated by the thrill of online engagement. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had been cut off from the web, and it had been ages since she indulged in electronic devices. It wasn't until she noticed the encroaching darkness outside that she realized she had been squatting on the ground, engrossed in her tablet, for quite some time. Fortunately, being a zombie spared her from weary legs. Otherwise, a regular person would have long succumbed to numbness. With a slight wobble, she finally rose to her feet. Looking down at her blood-soaked attire, now stiff with dried stains, she hurriedly dashed towards the bathroom, cautiously adjusting the water heater's temperature to avoid scalding herself. She was grateful for the influence of the ancient Monkey King's anomalous core, which had restored her bodily control. Otherwise, her agility would only return at night. A truly dismal predicament. Su Duo meticulously cleaned herself, retrieving her toiletries from her multifaceted dimensional space, transforming herself into a fragrant little zombie. Next, she donned a fresh, comfortable set of pajamas, soaking the discarded ones in a basin in an attempt to wash them. Her mind sometimes faltered, and had she been in her right mind, she would have likely tossed the soiled garment into the trash bin without a second thought. However, the frugality inherent in her little zombie self outweighed her rational thinking, leading her to instinctively soak the clothing. When Qin Luo and Chen Xiaofei knocked on her door, Su Duo was still occupied with scrubbing her clothes, her hands covered in suds as she rushed to answer the door. "Little class monitor, look at what we brought you," Chen Xiaofei exclaimed. "Well, actually, we exchanged some." "Huh? What are you doing?" Chen Xiaofei's expression turned to one of astonishment at the sight of Su Duo's soapy hands. Qin Luo frowned, peering into the bathroom, before pulling Su Duo's arm to guide her towards the sink. "What are you doing washing those clothes? They're contaminated and should be sealed in a trash bag and disposed of in the hazardous waste bin downstairs." Su Duo hadn't considered the importance of such precautions, but it made sense. The survivor base housed not only supernatural beings, but also countless ordinary people. If they were to come into contact with the tainted blood of mutated monkeys, it could lead to dire consequences. Alarmed, she quickly attempted to retrieve her clothes. But Qin Luo stopped her, pulling out a sealed trash bag from a box by the sink. "I'll handle it. You wash your hands. Once you're done, come out for a meal." Pondering the meal situation as she washed her hands, Su Duo heard Chen Xiaofei call from the other room. "Little class monitor, hurry up." These two were overly familiar. This was her house. Could they not show some respect for the deceased? Annoyed, she dashed out to see a transparent box on the table containing 3 anomalous cores, 1 green and 2 orange-red. "Look, to welcome you into our 3A Special Operations Team. Brother Qin spent a fortune to get you these 3 anomalous cores. You are such a fortunate little zombie, especially with the recent reforms in base regulations. Anomalous cores no longer need to be surrendered. You can even purchase them with points in the future, though they may be a bit pricey." Chen Xiaofei, brimming with excitement, urged her to try one, exclaiming how remarkable it was that she could consume them like candy, while ordinary people and supernatural beings would perish from direct consumption. "Could you eat one for me to see?" Qin Luo, having finished packing the contaminated clothes, stepped out after washing his hands and clicked his tongue at Chen Xiaofei's suggestion. "Are you treating her like a monkey?" Su Duo's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to the coffee table, captivated by the 3 anomalous cores. The transparent box was likely made of special material, requiring her to lean in closely to catch the delightful aroma of the cores. The green one exuded a fresh scent reminiscent of grass, while the orange-red ones had a hint of cumin, akin to grilled meat. "So fragrant," she mused. Though her stomach wasn't growling, she estimated herself to be about 6 or 7/10 full. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Su Duo turned to see Qin Luo already heading to answer it. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua had arrived. Bai Shu was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. Wearing rimless glasses, looking like the familiar figure from Su Duoduo's middle school days. Wang Weihua, clad in casual attire, held several unopened sets of combat uniforms in his left hand, just recently approved, with a size 165 that should fit the little class monitor. Her coding had also come through, an ominous 13444. Bai Shu, upon recalling this, felt the urge to complain. The headquarters personnel had remarked that since the little class monitor was a zombie virus aberrant, what was there to fear about the number 444? Damn it, aberrants have no rights? This number is just too unfortunate. Chun Xiaofei exploded at this, slamming his hands on the table. Isn't that right? This is outrageous. Qin Luo even chimed in. Did you not inquire with headquarters? A girl should not be assigned such an inauspicious number. Bai Shu replied. They shrugged it off, saying it's the apocalypse, not a time of peace, so they have no time to deal with our trivial matters. We have to make do. They merely talk, while someone with connections next door is busy picking numbers. It's a clear case of favoritism. Honestly, Su Duoduo thought, gazing at the four of them as they chatted, sometimes feeling as if the apocalypse were merely a dream. But alas, the apocalypse was indeed real, and she was truly just a conscious corpse. She pulled out her tablet, tapped away, and then presented it to them. It's all right, I don't mind. It's just a number. After a brief silence, they all glanced at her before Qin Luo turned to make a phone call. No way. I'm going to ask about this. At least let us get a more auspicious number. I want to know how others with connections can change theirs while we fought tooth and nail without the same privilege. It's simply unfair. Chun Xiaofei echoed his sentiments exactly. Even in the apocalypse, they're still playing favorites. After finishing, he urged Su Duoduo to eat, insisting she not worry about those trivial matters. Little class monitor, hurry and eat. Brother Qin went through a lot of trouble to acquire these anomalous cores. Bai Shu gazed at the three cores with a sense of wonder. Did old Qin really manage to obtain these? Wang Weihua leaned in for a look, recalling the headaches caused by mutated creatures. These cores were far more troublesome than zombies. Dealing with even the lower tier ones was a hassle. And if higher tier mutated beings were to emerge, their lives would truly become. This topic weighed heavily on them, prompting an immediate silence. It was Bai Shu who broke the hush, placing a bag of mantu and some nutrient solution on the table. Let us eat first. It's only been 10 days, and food supplies in the cafeteria have dwindled by 80%. Guess how many points this bag of mantu costs? Chun Xiaofei expertly unscrewed the cap of the nutrient solution, asking curiously how much. Wang Weihua sighed. 8 mantu for 200 points. Chun Xiaofei gasped, what? 25 points for a single mantu? His face contorted in pain at the thought of the expense. Su Duoduo recalled Professor G's earlier statement that 3 points could suffice for a full meal. Yet, in the current circumstances, being full did not equate to being satisfied. She fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Wang Weihua munched on a mantu, stating, there are too many survivors being rescued now. Food is scarce at the base, and priority must be given to ordinary people. We can survive on nutrient solutions, so we must endure for now. Chapter 19. A new mission location? Bai Shu, however, remarked that having steamed buns to eat was already quite fortunate, so he would make do with it. As he spoke, he reluctantly retrieved a jar of chili sauce from his storage card. Chun Xiaofei immediately lunged for it, exclaiming, I knew my brother Bai was the best. With a sweet tongue but a ruthless hand, he scooped out a generous spoonful, nearly driving Bai Shu to madness. You scoundrel, this is the last jar. Can't you take a little less? Wang Weihua, observing the seemingly composed exterior, also seized the opportunity to grab a hefty spoonful while Bai Shu was preoccupied with protecting his food. The three of them, who were so reliable during rescue missions, displayed a contrasting level of unreliability in private. They nearly came to blows over a jar of sauce, only for Su Duoduo to silently produce 4 large boxes of meals, which she had previously stockpiled. They instantly froze, their eyes fixed on the 4 boxes of food. Su Duoduo had packed them in disposable, transparent containers, each filled with rice and 3 dishes, shredded pork and garlic sauce, sauteed egg greens, and braised chicken. She then produced 4 cans of tomato and egg soup. When she noticed their inaction, she opened the containers, and the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, causing the 3 of them to swallow in unison. Oh heavens! I must be dreaming. Class leader, are you a little doorman? They exclaimed, overwhelmed. Help! How long has it been since I've seen a proper meal? This can't be real. Thank you, class leader. You're truly the best person in the world. Oh no, the best zombie. What brought them to the brink of tears was a genuine meal of 3 dishes and a soup. There was no exaggeration in this. Chun Xiaofei was weeping as he ate, mumbling through his tears. I thought I would be lucky to have a bowl of congee. I never expected to have real food. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua had already stuffed their mouths full and were still snatching food from each other. The shredded pork and braised chicken were exceptionally delicious. The sauteed greens were refreshing, and a sip of the tomato and egg soup felt like a priceless treasure in this apocalyptic world. Su Duo, clutching 3 mutated cores, was also quite pleased. She discreetly added a roasted duck leg, just for Qin Luo, feeling grateful for his efforts in helping her find the cores. With her newfound rations, she expressed her happiness. When Qin Luo returned, he found the 3 team members transformed into gluttonous pigs, ravenously devouring the fragrant food, their cheeks stuffed. Chun Xiaofei pushed his box towards him while chewing, mumbling, so good, so good. Qinge, hurry up. Qin Luo replied. Surprisingly, Su Duo's culinary skills were indeed commendable. The shredded pork was flavorful, and the chicken was incredibly tender. Just the sauce mixed with rice felt like it could fill a large pot. In an instant, the living room fell silent, with Su Duo sitting off to the side while the 4 of them surrounded the coffee table, engrossed in their meals, all seated on the carpet. Fearing they might not have enough to eat, she even retrieved 4 more boxes of plain rice. Ultimately, they devoured everything. Afterwards, Chun Xiaofei reclined back on the sofa, groaning, Help! I'm so full. Bai Shu also sat back, satisfied and in a daze. Wang Weihua was still clearing the battlefield, ensuring not a scrap of food was left behind. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was busy responding to messages. Finally, he shook his tablet, declaring done. Sudwood's number is 13,613, much better than 13444. Chun Xiaofei and the others were too stuffed to speak, so they all gave him a thumbs up in unison. Qin Luo, feeling pleased, turned to Su Duo. The little zombie hesitated for a second before also giving him a thumbs up, which made Qin Luo burst into laughter. Chun Xiaofei and the others joined in the laughter, reveling in the blissful feeling of being well-fed. Class leader, please don't mind us. The world has changed drastically since the apocalypse, and various regulations are evolving. At first, we truly had no idea how the base would treat the mutated individuals. It didn't look like this when we left. Who knew that all the mutated individuals would be unified under one banner? We also didn't expect so many to have undergone mutations, yet still retain their consciousness. The signal from the wristbands is not always stable, and the Forum S database isn't updated in a timely manner either, due to various reasons. Initially, the 4 of them had approached Su Duo with a degree of caution and wariness. Su Duo touched the collar around her neck and shook her head, finally typing on her tablet. It's all right. It's quite normal for you to be cautious. After all, you represent the headquarters and the future of humanity. We're all adults. It's better to communicate openly, and then we can turn the page on this matter. The ensuing hours were pleasant. They all helped clean the coffee table, and a few bottles of various flavor nutritional liquids and the leftover steam buns were stored away by Su Duo. After dinner, they engaged in light conversation, discussing their current situation, reviewing the base's new regulations, and deliberating on the upcoming mission. Qin Luo educated Su Duo about the current task acquisition process, which consisted of 2 types, one designated by the headquarters, typically non-negotiable, and the other acquired through the forum's bulletin board. Tasks assigned by the headquarters generally offered stable rewards and occasional special bonuses, while self-acquired tasks were often fraught with risks. Employers were usually wealthy individuals or other ability users. Chun Xiaofei, while browsing the forum, teased, Class leader, you know what a delivery person is, right? We're somewhat similar to that. Bai Shu agreed, finding the analogy quite fitting. Since Su Duo was new to this world, the 4 of them took the time to educate her. Despite the many changes post-apocalypse, they had a broader understanding than she did. Later, they added each other as friends, and Wang Weihua provided Su Duo with a headset for communication, which had a limited range of only 10 kilometers. The casual phone calls they once enjoyed would likely not be feasible in the near future. He sighed as he spoke. Qin Luo examined the task board, while Bai Shu engaged in conversation with him. With a class leader's space ability, we can explore resource-rich areas more frequently. However, the unsearched locations are bound to be more perilous. Bai Shu thoughtfully outlined a few locations on his tablet. The most resource-rich areas were two. First, City C, home to the nation's largest granary, but recently it had reported a non-biological mutated core, making it highly dangerous. Second, City I, which was coastal, also posed unknown risks but housed an arsenal. He noted that apart from these two locations, other areas were heavily populated with teams, making encounters with others likely, and resources scattered. The critical point was that the missions they were set to undertake could only be rescue operations. Stockpiling resources had to be conducted discreetly, as Su Duo's spatial abilities could not be revealed. Exposing her would be perilous, risking their entire team's safety. It was that they couldn't protect her or that the headquarters would harm her, but surveillance was inevitable, and she would completely lose her freedom. It was a complicated situation. Chapter 20 Departure. Qin Luo glanced around and ultimately decided on City C as their destination. This location was the closest, and City I lay directly across from it, allowing for the possibility of securing resources from both places. Given the susceptibility of food to contamination, prioritizing the swift collection of grain was paramount. The efficacy of firearms against later-stage monsters remained uncertain, and more critically, other military units were stationed in City I, making it a challenging target. Bai Shu had no objections. After all, danger loomed everywhere in this apocalyptic world. All right, let's finalize our decision. Off to City C. The following morning, their team prepared to embark on a mission to rescue survivors, taking the opportunity to raid City C and seize as many granaries as possible. Their off-road vehicle had undergone thorough maintenance, emerging from the process renewed and reinforced, free from previous dirt and dents. The moment Qin Luo laid eyes on it, he whistled appreciatively and tapped the vehicle's body, while the maintenance crew detailed its new features. Captain Qin, your vehicle has received top-level upgrades approved by headquarters. This button activates a fully enclosed mode, allowing it to transform into either a submarine or a tank. This section includes built-in binoculars. Chun Xiaofei's jaw dropped in awe as he gawked at the revamped vehicle, exclaiming how incredibly cool it was, especially with its striking black and gold design. Bai Shu kicked the hefty tires, remarking on their impressive sturdiness. Wang Weihua was equally pleased, grateful that he could finally stretch out comfortably within the expansive interior. Only Su Duo, the petite zombie, donned her combat attire, gazing up at the behemoth of a vehicle, estimating she would need to climb to board it. The entire team was tall, with Wang Weihua towering at nearly 2 meters, followed by Qin Luo at 1 meter 89, Bai Shu at 1 meter 85, and even the youthful Chun Xiaofei stood at 1 meter 80. Only Su Duo measured at a mere 1 meter 63, making her stand out among them. When Qin Luo finished the handover, he noticed Su Duo attempting to clumsily scale the vehicle while others were distracted. He nearly chuckled aloud before effortlessly lifting her by the waist and placing her atop the vehicle. Can't you just ask for help instead of struggling? Are all these teammates merely for show? Once aboard, Su Duo ignored him, feeling a bit embarrassed and nestled into the back seat. Curling up with her knees hugged to her chest, her eyes wide as she surveyed the new vantage point. The modified off-road combat vehicle was towering, providing an expansive view. Inside, it was spacious with seating for 7, and the trunk was stocked with supplies ranging from gasoline to ammunition, as well as various nutritional liquids and compact biscuits that no one particularly favored. Eventually, the others joined her inside. Qin Luo took the wheel, with Wang Weihua in the passenger seat, and Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu seated in the second row. Su Duo remained in the last row, where a fluffy blanket was tossed to her, which she eagerly grasped and snuggled. Bai Shu laughed, saying, "Just a little something we picked up for you, squad leader." As Qin Luo reminded everyone to buckle up, Su Duo quickly nodded at Bai Shu and secured her own seatbelt. She then rummaged for supplies, handing out thermoses filled with soothing herbal tea, nudging Bai Shu to pass them forward. Chun Xiaofei sniffed his and exclaimed, "Wow, squad leader, you're amazing. How do you have everything? Do you have snacks too?" Bai Shu, passing the other two thermoses, playfully tapped Chun Xiaofei on the head. "What do you think this is? A picnic?" Wang Weihua cautioned them to remain vigilant. Despite the vehicle's tinted windows, the apocalypse had unleashed countless unpredictable powers. Su Duo nodded in agreement and, after a moment's thought, produced a wooden whistle from her multidimensional space, blowing a short note as a promise. The four of them immediately turned to her, intrigued. Su Duo's small hand gripped the whistle tightly, her large, ringed eyes darting between them, as if questioning whether her sound was displeasing. Just as she hesitated to put it away, they all gave her a thumbs up, clearly approving of her idea. Qin Luo smiled. "Well done. Our little squad leader is resourceful, finding solutions rather than dwelling on difficulties." Chun Xiaofei turned to her, saying, "In the future, just blow once to signal acknowledgement. And if you need our help, blow a longer note." As Chun Xiaofei rambled on, the vehicle soon set off, passing through inspection points with a series of electronic announcements. "Welcome to the Harbin Survivor Base. First checkpoint. Beep. All systems normal. The Harbin Survivor Base wishes you a safe journey." After breezing through 3 checkpoints, the final exit involved a human-operated gate. Wang Weihua presented a card indicating their team's mission and departure point. "Captain Qin, you're heading out again? You really push yourselves, returning only for a night." The staff member chuckled as he took the card for their records. Qin Luo responded nonchalantly, "We have to keep pushing. This world changes by the day. If we don't keep up, we'll be left behind." The staff member sighed, acknowledging the challenges faced by their combat teams, and expressed gratitude for their bravery. "You are all remarkable. On behalf of the Harbin members, I salute you and wish you a safe and successful return." After the staff member saluted them with a serious expression, Qin Luo chuckled as he rested on the steering wheel. "We go through this every time. All right, let us move out." He signaled Wang Weihua to take the exit card, nodding to the staff member before the vehicle surged forward, gaining speed significantly compared to before. Su Duo, seated in the back, stretched her neck to see, jolted slightly by the acceleration, and tumbled back in her seat before quickly sitting up again. Just as she was about to murmur something, she fell silent, observing the route they had traveled. In just one night, the trees lining the roadside had withered drastically, losing nearly half their foliage. Chun Xiaofei exclaimed, "This is too toxic. At this rate, all the plants will die." Bai Shu fiddled with his tablet. "It's just a localized phenomenon. You should see City R. It's a botanical paradise, with an ancient banyan tree encompassing the entire area. Vehicles can't even enter now." Chun Xiaofei, intrigued, leaned closer to Bai Shu's screen to take a look. Su Duo, hearing the commotion, pulled out her own tablet and checked the latest posts on the forum, which reported that overnight, a massive banyan tree had rapidly grown, encircling the entire City R. The survivor base there had issued a distress signal, and headquarters was gathering personnel to devise a rescue strategy. Chapter 21. The mutated serpent man. The journey was far from smooth. After leaving the safe perimeter of the base, scattered zombies could be seen wandering along the roadside. Qin Luo drove straight through them, as they were not currently engaged in clearing these stragglers, for they had more pressing matters at hand. Bai Shu reported their mission, a commercial district where an estimated 500 survivors were taking refuge on the 4th floor of a mall. He shared the location with everyone. Chun Xiaofei added, "The survivors on the outskirts are the real trouble. They're too dispersed." Many Duo, nestled in the back, glanced at the tablet displaying the location, her small claws tapping and occasionally zooming in on the map. The vicinity of the commercial area was filled with pedestrian streets, lined with countless shops. The apocalypse had coincided with evening, when many people were out for strolls and shopping, leading to an overwhelming presence of zombies, essentially turning the area into a veritable zombie den. Wang Weihua felt a headache coming on, exclaiming, "This kind of place is the most troublesome. Zombies are numerous and densely packed, making it difficult to rescue the trapped individuals. Heavy firepower cannot be utilized. We can only rely on firearms and small explosives, prolonging the purging process." Their last mission in K-City took them 10 days to clear the zombies around the Qingyuan community, ultimately rescuing over 90 survivors. Following that task, Each member of their team earned 3,000 points in addition to some weapon rewards, as well as refurbishing their vehicle as a mission perk. It was uncertain how long they would be occupied in the commercial district this time, especially since the distribution of the survivors was so scattered, increasing the difficulty of their rescue efforts. The only advantage was the abundance of shops in the commercial street, which could potentially yield leftover supplies, albeit at the cost of time. Baishu remarked, "In this day and age, everything is scarce. Even a single intact piece of clothing is valuable, as various equipment deteriorates. The demand for ordinary clothing far exceeds supply, especially in the early days of the apocalypse." Many Duo, upon hearing this, glanced at her multidimensional space, which had yet to be filled. At least her wardrobe was still ample enough to avoid the predicament of having nothing to wear. Qin Luo remained focused on driving, maneuvering swiftly and forcefully, crashing through numerous zombies and mutated dogs. Their eyes were bloodshot, drooling mindlessly, devoid of any awareness. They were left with only the instinct to bite, and Qin Luo felt no psychological burden in running them over. The distinction was evident, as many Duo, the naive little zombies, were easily recognizable. Qin Luo was unfazed by the risk of misjudgment, while Baishu and the others discussed strategies to minimize firepower while rescuing individuals. In the apocalypse, every resource must be meticulously managed, or survival becomes impossible. As the vehicle sped along the highway, having determined that the national road was too slow, they followed a route that had been previously checked and deemed relatively clear. Occasionally encountering zombies and mutated creatures, they continued to crash through them. The vehicle's material seemed impervious to water. Any filthy liquid splashed upon it simply slid off, keeping the exterior pristine. The upgraded tires were massive, capable of rolling over anything, making the drive much more enjoyable than before. This highway was an untraveled path, avoiding the awkward situation of encountering stalled vehicles, eliminating the need to disembark for clearing the road. However, the weather was grim, darkening as they progressed. Many Duo checked her wristband. Hours had passed, and although it was midday, the sky resembled that of dusk. Dark clouds loomed ahead. Qin Luo glanced at his wristband and remarked, "No thunderstorms, likely just heavy rain." The teammates nodded in understanding. They pulled over to the side to address physiological needs and use the restroom, anticipating the inconvenience of a downpour ahead. As a small zombie, Many Duo had the advantage of not needing to cry or attend to physical urges beyond a few drops of blood. She chewed on a green, savoring its fragrant flavor of grass and fruit. It was delicious. When Baishu and the others returned to the vehicle, Wang Weihua took the driver's seat, while Chen Xiaofei settled in the passenger seat. Qin Luo positioned himself in the middle row, an aura of pressure enveloping the space. Many Duo quietly shifted backward. Although the abilities of supernatural beings greatly surpassed those of ordinary individuals, driving required intense concentration. In the current apocalypse, the unpredictability of potential dangers made it all the more challenging to maintain prolonged focus. Taking turns driving was the most sensible approach. Chen Xiaofei soon complained of hunger and requested leftover steam buns from Baishu. Many Duo produced 8 substantial rice balls filled with tuna sauce and cucumber, wrapped in seaweed, each the size of her fist. Her appetite could easily be satiated with one, while they estimated 2 would barely suffice for her companions. Thus, she also retrieved canned goods from her collection, 4 meat cans and 4 fruit cans. Chen Xiaofei munched on a rice ball, extending another to Wang Weihua with one hand while balancing the cans on his lap. This is bliss. Having a little class monitor is wonderful. In the past, we could only nibble on dry rations. Now we feast on delicious food. This little life is truly delightful. Wang Weihua devoured a rice ball with satisfaction. Baishu chewed while scrolling through forums, their sole remaining source for the latest world updates. Any teammate with free time was encouraged to peruse, as the newest insights could prove invaluable. As Qin Luo munched on his rice ball, he turned to Many Duo. Noticing her small claws glued to the tablet as she had been scrolling all morning, only having consumed one. "Can you not eat any human food? Is it unpalatable or indigestible?" He expressed curiosity. Many Duo silently typed on her tablet. "It has no flavor. wasting food. She had tried it before. Delicious morsels turned bland in her mouth, akin to drinking plain water or chewing on tissue. It was disheartening not to enjoy food, and yet someone persisted in asking. Mini Duo turned away, ignoring him, clutching her tablet as she continued to scroll. She had just seen a post about a mutated individual who had transformed into a serpent man. Not a snake from the waist down, but rather a snake from the waist up. The sight was both repulsive and unsettling. Most alarmingly, he had betrayed humanity, consuming his own kind, as well as zombies, indulging in all manner of filth. Now resembling a massive, grotesque serpent dragging 2 human legs behind him. It was indeed a wanted notice, with a bounty of 100,000 points for his capture. Furthermore, his escape route was directly toward City C. Mini Duo thought to herself, must it be so fortuitous? I truly wish to avoid such a creature. Bai Shu also noticed the urgent red post, quickly passing it to Qin Luo. A mutated individual sought to claim dominance, reportedly attacking anyone in sight and exhibiting cruel behavior, prompting headquarters to allocate substantial resources to eliminate him. Chapter 22. The soaked little zombie. Qin Luo found the little zombie, with her puffed cheeks, quite endearing, eliciting an impulse to poke at her. However, upon glimpsing the post shared by Bai Shu, his expression soured instantly. It was utterly repulsive. Suddenly, Mu Duo raised her hand and playfully patted Qin Luo on the head. Thinking she was upset and teasing him, he grasped her hand, saying, "Stop messing around. I'm trying to read this post." What? This thing can actually level up by devouring? Yet, as he gazed out the right window, he spotted a massive, snake-like figure rising from the woods in the distance. Mu Duo then realized that this creature did possess a face grotesquely fused with a snake's head, and it was as revolting as it sounded. Her sanity points plummeted. She reached for her whistle, gave a short blow, and patted Qin Luo again, successfully redirecting their attention. Pointing outside the window, she felt her body stiffen in fear. This world was far too surreal. Qin Luo and Bai Shu turned to look, and indeed, they glimpsed a mutated snake human writhing just off their lane, resembling an oversized worm. Occasionally, it would raise its snake head to glance ahead before continuing its squirming motion, its tail lifted and its 2 legs protruding. The 2 men fell silent. Finally, Bai Shu exclaimed, "What on earth is that? It's enormous." Qin Luo grimaced, "It's truly disgusting." His disgust was palpable. Mu Duo, struggling, managed to capture a brief video on her tablet and sent it to Bai Shu, urging him to post it. She simply could not bear to look at the creature any longer. Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei had failed to notice the monstrosity, indicating its stealthy movements. It was only when Chun Xiaofei heard a commotion from the back seat and inquired that they learned of the mutated snake human that had appeared at 3 o'clock to their right. Both shivered at the thought of such a squishy, crawling creature, as it was indeed repulsive. Still, despite their revulsion, fear did not grip them. The mutated snake human seemed to be on its way as well, did not approach them. They merely passed each other at a distance. Its direction was towards City C, as was theirs, increasing the likelihood of an encounter. According to the information released in the official post, the creature's weakness lay in its 7-inch mark, which also extended to its head. After Bai Shu shared this, everyone acknowledged, though no one felt particularly cheerful. As their vehicle advanced, they entered a curtain of rain. The atmosphere turned ominously dark, resembling a second world. Despite the absence of sunlight, it was still a clear day on their side, while the other appeared hellish, shrouded in an eerie gloom. Yet, they had no choice but to proceed. In an instant, upon entering this realm, rain began to pour down relentlessly. Wang Weihua frowned, noting the visibility had dropped to less than half a meter. He activated the hazard lights, and Qin Luo urged him to slow down. The cloud cover showed no signs of dispersing. They had no choice but to drive cautiously and assess the situation, planning to stop if necessary. Understood, Wang Weihua replied. Chun Xiaofei remained alert, monitoring the road conditions around them. The sound of rain was deafening, even within the vehicle. Were it not for the robust build of their off-road car, it might have been rocked by the deluge. Mu Duo looked up at the roof, then pressed her face against the window, squinting to see outside. Suddenly, something splat against the glass, startling her so much that she recoiled. It turned out to be a mutated frog, its head as large as a human's, plastered against the window, its tongue covered in spikes, scratching the glass with a screeching sound. The little zombie was furious. She wanted to annihilate the creature that had startled her. After becoming a zombie, Mu Duo retained a somewhat childish demeanor, seeking revenge. However, with the torrential rain, the window remained shut, leaving her to glare at it in frustration. Chun Xiaofei remarked that it obstructed their view, questioning how the frog could be so large. It was astonishing that it had not been washed away by the rain. Bai Shu checked the data and stated, "This creature is afraid of fire. It's a primary-level mutated frog, devoid of intelligence and an anomalous core, non-toxic but carnivorous. It uses its tongue to snatch at prey. Those spikes can shred flesh." Chun Xiaofei grimaced in disgust. The mere idea was painful to imagine. Mu Duo stared at the creature, her mind racing with the thought of its fear of fire and its penchant for latching on. If it remained attached, it could ambush them when they exited the vehicle. Thus, before anyone could react, she swiftly combined insecticide with a lighter, opened the window, and as the mutated frog attempted to leap inside, she ignited the flame in a flash, scorching the frog black and causing it to plummet to the ground, ultimately crushed beneath the rear tire, leaving a mess of remains. The entire operation, from opening the window to igniting the fire and closing it, took less than 3 seconds. Though the mutated frog was expelled by the flames, the rear seat was now soaked from the rain. Mu Duo, drenched from head to toe, resembled a drenched little zombie, momentarily stunned. The three in the front seat were equally dumbfounded. Wang Weihua caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror and was equally shocked, mouth agape. Noticing the silence from everyone, Mu Duo glanced at the wet back seat and suddenly felt like a child who had done something wrong, her lips quivering as if on the verge of tears. Yet, zombies do not shed tears. Fortunately, they did not allow her to cry. Just as her lips began to tremble, Qin Luo called out, "Hey, don't cry. What's there to cry about? You did great, really." He swiftly maneuvered to the back seat, pulling Mu Duo towards the cleaner side, while he grabbed a half-damp blanket to wipe the seat. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei immediately joined him with praise. Yes, little class monitor, you did well. If we hadn't dealt with that creature, I wouldn't have been able to see the road conditions behind us. Excellent job. You really are quick on your feet. They chimed in indeed. What teammate reacts so swiftly? Just a shame about the rain. It's too heavy. Wang Weihua interjected, unable to contain himself. Actually, it could have been. Chun Xiaofei interrupted, laughing. Ah, come on. The child needs encouragement. What is wrong with you, Lao Wang? Really, our little class monitor is quite impressive. He exchanged knowing glances with Wang Weihua, recalling Mu Duo's report from the previous night, noting her fluctuating intelligence. Sometimes she seemed 18 or 19, other times regressing to 7 or 8. There was no need to pick on her, especially over something trivial. The mutated frog was certainly best dealt with sooner rather than later. Who knew when it might mutate again? As Mu Duo watched them fussing over her, she suddenly froze in surprise and did not cry. Qin Luo busied himself cleaning the seat, finally managing to make it somewhat dry. Still damp, he turned to retrieve a towel from the back, placing it on her head. Quick, dry off. Once you're done, I'll change into dry clothes. Is there a curtain in the storage? Let's pull one out, and we can shield you a bit. Bai Shu also produced a green cloth from his storage space, suggesting, this should work, we can hold it on either side. Chapter 23. The clattering of gasoline. Qin Luo and Bai Shu each grasped a corner of the curtain, pulling it aside to shield the rear seats. Behind the curtain, Su Duo changed into her spare combat uniform. Once prepared, she raised the wooden whistle that hung around her neck and blew a single note. Only then did Qin Luo and Bai Shu retract the curtain. Are you all set? Come here, I'll carry you over. The back row is damp. You shouldn't stay there, Qin Luo said as he effortlessly lifted Su Duo into his arms. The middle row was spacious, with 2 separate seats that could easily accommodate 4 people. Su Duo transitioned from the back row's ample space to sitting side by side with Qin Luo. Bai Shu, without significant reaction, folded the curtain and began editing the mutated Snake Man video that Su Duo had just sent him, preparing to post it on the forum. The little zombie had changed in a fresh attire, looking considerably more revitalized, though her hair remained damp. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Luo handed her a clean towel to dry her off, rubbing her head with one hand while navigating the tablet with the other. There's a service area 20 kilometers ahead. Let us check it out and take a break there, Qin Luo remarked. Tossing the tablet into the storage compartment and focusing on the little zombie, his hands pressing down on the towel as he vigorously rubbed her head. Though it appeared rough, his touch was surprisingly gentle. Su Duo felt drowsy from the rubbing, her body swaying slightly. Qin Luo instructed her not to move around. Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei received the command and promptly acknowledged it. The four-member team had always shared a tacit understanding. When Qin Luo suggested a halt, it was undoubtedly for a good reason, especially since his ability was storm-related, rendering him particularly sensitive to weather changes. Before reaching the service area, hail began to pelt down, striking the vehicle with a cacophony. If it weren't for the modified off-road vehicle's reinforced windows, it likely would not withstand hailstones the size of basketballs. Su Duo pressed her eyes against the window, marveling at the hail that felt capable of causing fatal injuries, the sound incessantly ringing. The vehicle wasn't easy to maneuver, swaying slightly, but the four of them, all with military backgrounds, found the road conditions trivial. Wang Weihua even accelerated through the hail, crushing the ice under the wheels. They encountered a few cars parked by the roadside and slowed to inspect, honking the horn, only to discover they were all filled with zombies. Chen Xiaofei casually tossed a few small bombs, flipping the vehicles over, and they continued on their way. The latter half of their journey was bumpy, yet relatively smooth as they finally arrived at the service area. The hail had ceased, and the rain had stopped, but the darkness was foreboding, with zombies lurking in the vicinity, drawn by the sound of the car. Wang Weihua ran over a few zombies and drove straight to the gas station. I'll check if there is any fuel left. Qin Luo opened the fuel tank, he instructed. Sure, Qin Luo replied, leaning over to operate the controls, opening the fuel cap. Su Duo, stay in the car. Once we finish refueling, press this switch, understood? Su Duo nodded and blew the whistle again. Qin Luo ruffled her hair before turning to exit the vehicle. With a resounding bang, the car door slammed shut, and all four of them disembarked. Chen Xiaofei followed Qin Luo toward the main building of the service area to clear out the zombies, both moving swiftly, with gunfire echoing shortly after. Meanwhile, Wang Weihua and Bai Shu remained outside to refuel the vehicle and check the remaining fuel at the station, each fulfilling their role. Su Duo awaited Wang Weihua's signal, then closed the fuel tank cover. She pushed open the middle door and jumped out of the car, thankfully avoiding a fall, which startled the two men. Little squad leader, why are you getting out? Stay in the car until it's safe, they urged. This place isn't secure. Listen to us and wait in the car. You're more valuable than we are. Indeed, possessing a massive spatial ability made her exceptionally valuable. Although they had witnessed Su Duo wielding a chainsaw against a horde of mutated monkeys, they still couldn't allow her to take risks and attempted to coax her back into the vehicle. However, Su Duo paid them no mind. Spotting Wang Weihua retrieving a fuel barrel from the gas station, she reached out. Bai Shu exploded in frustration. You can't just touch that. But Su Duo had already made contact, absorbing the gasoline into her space. She merely gestured with her remaining hand, taking a can from her space and returning it. She pointed at the barrel. Wang Weihua understood. Little squad leader, are you directly absorbing the gasoline? Su Duo nodded modestly, her expression stoic, appearing cool and aloof. Yet her messy short hair gave her a rather quirky look. After explaining, she concentrated on absorbing the gasoline. Bai Shu exclaimed, that's impressive. This direct absorption is exhilarating. Keep it up, little squad leader. We'll stay vigilant. Su Duo nodded earnestly, diligently continuing her task. She only needed to lightly touch the gasoline, akin to absorbing water from her kitchen. Since igniting fires was prohibited at the gas station, Wang Weihua and Bai Shu dealt with any approaching zombies using force, kicking them aside. Bai Shu even took the opportunity to find more barrels while Su Duo continued to absorb, albeit with some running back and forth, which was a bit bothersome. Once they finished absorbing the gasoline from the base of the gas station, both men wore satisfied smiles. Su Duo cleaned her hands, while Bai Shu and Wang Weihua kept a watchful eye on her. Are you tired, little squad leader? The supermarket inside the gas station has plenty of supplies. Shall we gather them together? Su Duo nodded almost immediately, eagerly heading in that direction, for she relished hoarding supplies. As she thought about the potential resources within the service area, her spirits soared. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua agreed, thrilled by the prospect of having a mobile warehouse. They began to coordinate, with Wang Weihua sweeping everything off the supermarket shelves into a pile for Su Duo to absorb. Bai Shu stayed close to Su Duo, ensuring her safety as she swiftly absorbed the items from the shelves, emptying the gas station's small supermarket in less than a minute. Most of the goods consisted of instant noodles and beverages. The various flavors of instant noodles were tantalizing. Along with some cookies and snacks, Wang Weihua remarked, "Who knows if instant noodles will still be produced in the future? Stocking up means we can still enjoy them when we're hungry." Bai Shu wholeheartedly agreed. They fondly remembered the joy of indulging in a large bowl of instant noodles after rigorous training when they first joined the military. As Su Duo finished gathering these items, she glanced at her spatial cube, now filled with several compartments, feeling a sense of reassurance, especially with gasoline being such a vital resource in the early apocalypse. Its value was immeasurable. Chapter 24. Zero-cost purchases at the service area. The trio was so engrossed in collecting fuel and various items that they lost track of time, perhaps due to the encroaching darkness that obscured the passage of hours. Bai Shu lowered his gaze to his wristband, astonished. Have we really spent the entire afternoon? It's already 6 o'clock. Time seemed to fly by. Wang Weihua stretched his neck and shoulders, having dealt with the occasional zombie that had intruded upon their work, leaving him feeling utterly fatigued. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a nearby location, accompanied by a flash that illuminated the air with crackling electricity. Su Duo instinctively looked up, a twinge of fear gripping her heart. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses with a chuckle. It seems Qin Luo has grown impatient and resorted to using his powers. He is still unaccustomed to them and usually avoids their use. Wang Weihua grumbled in agreement. I'm not fond of using mine either. It's difficult to control. Among the four of them, Qin Luo possessed the rare storm-based powers. Bai Shu had enhanced vision. Wang Weihua was endowed with great strength, and Shen Xiaofei excelled in speed. With the apocalypse having commenced merely a month ago, chaos reigned, and the headquarters had yet to devise a comprehensive manual for the use of these abilities. Each of them had to navigate this new reality independently, while also trying to collaborate with the Research Institute to gain a deeper understanding of these powers, which proved to be a challenging endeavor. After an exhausting afternoon of extermination, they finally eradicated the zombies in the vicinity. The more cunning ones had likely fled, for there were no signs of the undead in the parking lot, though the ground was rather unsightly, littered with remnants of chaos. Su Duo followed by Shu and Wang Weihua in search of Qin Luo and Shen Xiaofei. The night sky loomed ominously, stirring a sense of unease. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu had established contact with Qin Luo through their wristbands. Qin Luo, Xiaofei, where are you? They received a response, accompanied by sounds from the earpiece, where Su Duo faintly heard the mention being inside the cafeteria. Wang Weihua replied, copy that. We'll head over in about 20 minutes. Let us gather some supplies first. Su Duo's gaze wandered to the first-floor specialty shop, her eagerness to collect items bubbling over. Qin Luo's voice came through the earpiece. There are still a dozen survivors here. His tone indicated a need for caution regarding outsiders. Bai Shu acknowledged understood. Without hesitation, Su Duo opened the door and slipped inside, commencing her collection. The specialty shop was stocked with dry goods, valuable mushrooms, ginseng, and delectable snacks like flour cakes. Everything she touched seemed to vanish into thin air, providing her with immense satisfaction. She reveled in this moment. Items she once purchased by the gram were now hers for free, a blissful experience indeed. These nutritious dry goods would be perfect for soups in the future. Wang Weihua's eyes lit up at the sight of a full display of cigarettes and alcohol. He called out, Xiao Banzhong. Su Duo turned and dashed over, clearing the entire cabinet with enthusiasm. Wang Weihua, exhilarated, clenched his fists in excitement, declaring, whatever you need. Just say the word. With these smokes and drinks, I'll do anything you ask. Bai Shu, observing from across the way, where he was inspecting medical supplies, teased, weren't you just so principled earlier? Now it seems anything goes. He recalled how Chen Xiaofei had been overly flattering towards Su Duo, ready to produce food at the mere mention of hunger. Wang Weihua scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling awkwardly. Su Duo, absorbed in her task of hoarding supplies, barely registered their banter. She continued to collect desired items, skillfully circumventing the scattered debris on the floor, and ultimately emptied the specialty shop of its wares. What a treasure trove it was! When Bai Shu beckoned her from across the way, she promptly darted into the pharmacy. The shelves were laden with nutritional supplements and common medications, motion sickness pills, cold remedies, and more. She emptied the small pharmacy of its contents before leading her 2 bodyguards to scour the food shop. The pre-apocalypse food on display was now exposed to the air and rendered unsafe for consumption. Su Duo made a beeline for the kitchen, gathering the stock from the refrigerator and storeroom. Bai Shu shook his head in dismay at the sight of pre-packaged meals, exclaiming, "Even bridge rice noodles are pre-made? What about food safety?" Wang Weihua, however, took a more pragmatic view, stating, "In the face of the apocalypse, who cares about pre-packaged meals? As long as there's something to eat, that's what matters." Bai Shu observed Su Duo flitting between the small shops and marveled at the extent of her space. How could it seem like an endless abyss? He leaned closer to Wang Weihua and whispered, "She has already collected 3 large warehouses of canned goods, and now she's hoarding fuel. She's collecting without even blinking. Our Xiao Banzhong is truly remarkable." Wang Weihua nodded in solemn respect and urged Bai Shu to keep this under wraps. For the more extraordinary she appeared, the more discretion they needed to exercise. In this world where bizarre abilities had emerged, they often forgot to remain vigilant. Bai Shu promptly fell silent, acknowledging Wang Weihua's caution. They continued to accompany Su Duo as she raided the remaining shops, even clearing out the inventory of fried snacks and several large barrels of cooking oil. Precious commodities indeed. Upon arriving at the cafeteria as directed by Qin Luo, they found a dozen survivors gathered inside, some standing and others seated. Among them was a girl clutching Chun Xiaofei tightly, repeatedly crying, "I'm so scared, I'm so scared." Chun Xiaofei appeared pained, desperately wanting to reassure her. "I understand your fear, but we are safe now. Please let go of me." Several girls trembled, wrapped in thick clothing, while one wept inconsolably. Attempting to reach for Qin Luo, he stepped back, avoiding eye contact, and instructed, "Those who cannot stand should take a seat. No more crying. Be strong." After this, he turned to a surviving couple, inquiring, "So, you both sensed something amiss at the onset of the apocalypse and decided to close the door, relying on the cafeteria's supplies to survive until now?" The couple, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, were among the fittest of the survivors. They spoke rapidly in a heavily accented Mandarin, recalling, "Yes, I remember that night. It was just before dinner, around 6 o'clock. Suddenly, a fight broke out outside. I hurriedly asked my husband to close the door, and just as he did, chaos erupted." They continued, "We pulled the gate down and barricaded the glass door with tables and chairs. If it weren't for you all arriving, we wouldn't have dared to open the door." Chapter 25. A moment of understanding. Beside them stood a young man clad in branded attire, adorned with a green submariner watch, flanked by several companions. He seemed to regain his composure and, with a sycophantic grin, offered them cigarettes. "Bro, you'll ensure our safe return home, right? I see you're in tactical gear. You must be sent by the state to protect us. When will you take us back?" He introduced himself as Yang Tsong, claiming his father owned a large corporation and was quite wealthy. He promised substantial rewards if they prioritized his journey home. In a rather distasteful manner, he lowered his voice and said, "Hey, those girls are just some I brought along for fun. If you get me home safely, you can have your way with them." He finished with a lascivious grin and an inappropriate tone. Qin Luo cast a cold glance at him and asked, "Where do you reside?" Yang Tsong, misinterpreting the question as interest, eagerly replied, "I live in K City. You know Sinyang Trading, right? That's my father's company. It's quite renowned. Everyone in K City knows it." Qin Luo chuckled and said, "Oh, I see. However, my friend, K City has become a devastated zone. The last batch of survivors was evacuated just yesterday, leaving an empty shell. Also, my friend, are you aware of the crime of prostitution? Enticing, harboring, or introducing others to engage in prostitution or using other benefits to lure individuals into such acts constitutes the crime of organizing prostitution. You could face 5 to 10 years in prison, understand? His informative tone was strikingly impressive. Yang Tsung's expression shifted, resembling someone suffering from constipation, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua chuckled, while Qin Xiaofei finally managed to escape the girl's clutches, rushing back in fright. After his enlightening discourse, Qin Luo adopted a fierce demeanor, brandishing his tablet and directing it toward the group of unruly youths, 6 or 7 of them, both male and female, commanding them to sit properly. His upright presence only further highlighted their slovenliness. Listen well, the world outside is no longer as you remember. This isn't a film set or a joke. Act serious, as your safety is at stake, understood? Qin Luo addressed them, clarifying, "We are not the rescue team responsible for this area. We have tasks to attend to. However, I can offer you 2 options. First, you can remain in the service area while we contact headquarters to see if any teams are assigned to this area, even if none are available. Headquarters can arrange for someone to escort you to the nearest survivor base." The survivors perked up at this prospect, expressing their eagerness. Qin Luo continued, "However, be aware that even if the zombies here have been eradicated, other mutated creatures may still pose a threat to your safety." The survivors' expressions darkened once more. Alternatively, you may choose a driver among you, someone daring enough to accompany us on our journey. Should we encounter returning combat teams, you can join them to reach the nearest survivor base. The advantage is that we will provide you protection, but the journey's uncertainties remain. Nonetheless, I assure you that we will do our utmost to safeguard your well-being. Our team can even spare 2 members to accompany you in the same vehicle. Qin Luo warned that if they chose to follow him, they must behave themselves. Otherwise, he would eliminate them before any zombies or monsters could. His fierce demeanor instilled hesitation among the survivors. There was no alternative. The primary rule of headquarters and all bases was never compromise in the face of the apocalypse and never abandon any human being. They hadn't come specifically for a rescue. They merely sought a place to regroup. Yet, encountering these individuals, they could not turn a blind eye. Mu Duo observed the group's turmoil, the atmosphere thick with tension, prompting Wang Weihua to distribute survival manuals. Paper versions as electronic devices were useless. Qin Luo, finding it tedious to deal with such matters, handed the task over to Wang Weihua. With the survival manual in hand, they would at least gain a clearer understanding of the apocalypse, as they had been isolated in the brightly lit service area, cut off from the world outside. It was fortunate that the middle-aged couple had reacted swiftly. Qin Luo treated them with courtesy, inquiring about their details. The couple, originally from El City, had come to this area to manage a cafeteria for profit, but never anticipated the onset of the apocalypse. The man, Zhao Gang, and his wife, Lu Chunhui, were honest and warm-hearted individuals, both expressing their willingness to accompany the group. "I can drive. My wife can too. We used to drive large trucks for freight. If the vehicle breaks down, I can repair it. As long as you take our family of 3 with you, that's all we ask. This is my daughter, Xiao. She just turned 8, and we don't have any other relatives." Zhao Gang emphasized their desire to stay together, as remaining there was perilous, and they were uncertain when a rescue team would arrive. Lu Chunhui nodded in agreement, stating, "I can cook and do any work. I can even defend against those crazed individuals. A few days ago, we had no medicine, but when the weather was good, I noticed that during the day, those biting madmen were a bit slower, so I ventured out to retrieve some medicine." She boasted of her bravery, claiming to have slaughtered pigs before. The couple's sincerity was endearing, prompting laughter from Qin Luo and the others, with Mu Duo sneaking glances at them. Lu Chunhui noticed Mu Duo and, worried that they might hesitate to take their family of 3, quickly added, "Is that little girl not feeling well? I see her complexion isn't great. My daughter could keep her company. Don't be fooled by her age. She's very nurturing." With such a heartfelt plea, it would be unkind not to take them along. Bai Shu reassured them, "Don't worry. As long as you're willing to follow us, we'll take you along." Hearing this, Qin Luo exchanged a glance with Mu Duo, who felt embarrassed, insisting that she didn't need anyone to care for her. She shook her head at Qin Luo, asserting her capability emphasizing that their family should focus on their own well-being. Qin Luo conveyed this to the couple, then inquired a bit more from Zhao Gang. With his experience as a seasoned driver, their family's safety would be significantly enhanced, and the couple's energy was commendable. Vitality was essential for survival. The most dangerous trait in the apocalypse was a fragile psyche. Chapter 26. The return of the vehicle as night fell. Everyone temporarily rested at the service area, which was soon followed by a torrential downpour. By dawn, the rain had ceased. The previous night had been relatively peaceful. The service area had its advantages. Being in the wilderness and along a route that had only recently opened, it was not well known, resulting in fewer zombies scratching at the doors in the dead of night. Minnie Duo emerged from under her blanket, her hair a tousled mess. Qin Luo was nearby, and a little further away was Chun Xiaofei. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua had taken a night watch and were now assisting the survivors in packing their belongings. After witnessing the survival manual for the apocalypse the previous night, no one was inclined to linger. After all, mutated creatures were far more terrifying than zombies. Minnie Duo blinked her eyes. The soft texture of the blanket was too comforting. As she reached out to touch around, she inadvertently slipped and her hand landed on Qin Luo's thigh, waking him up. They exchanged wide-eyed glances. Was it too late to say it was unintentional? Minnie Duo immediately tried to retract her hand, only to be caught by Qin Luo, who pinched her palm before letting go. Really? First thing in the morning? You're taking advantage of me? His voice was hoarse from just waking, tickling her ears with an unexpected embarrassment. In response, the little zombie covered Qin Luo's head with her blanket, hoping to erase the evidence, believing that if she couldn't see him, the awkwardness would dissipate. Minnie Duo got up and performed a little disappearing act, intending to check on what Bai Shu and Wang Weihua were doing outside. Behind her, Qin Luo let out a muffled chuckle, prompting the little zombie to turn back in annoyance. He had merely rolled over and tucked himself back into the blanket. Humph! What a rascal! Minnie Duo understood that they often enjoyed teasing her, finding amusement in her zombie antics, treating her like a child. Though her thought processes could be a bit slow at times, she was not foolish. She simply reacted at her own pace and headed towards the parking lot. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua were busy repairing a bus with Zhao Gang. They had chosen the newest model, instructing survivors to clean the interior with rags and buckets of water while they made modifications to the vehicle. Lu Chunhui was in the kitchen with her daughter, cooking the remaining food, making steamed buns from the flour she had kneaded throughout the night without sleep. Outside, Minnie Duo observed their vehicle modifications. The service area had a repair shop with all the necessary tools, and they were bustling with activity early in the morning. Standing on the damp ground, the little zombie pondered as she surveyed the parking lot. She began to search for cleaner vehicles to collect, without regard for their make. As long as there were no zombie corpses inside, she felt they might be useful later. Due to her selective gathering, the others at the repair shop did not notice the gradual disappearance of several vehicles. Only Bai Shu, spotting Minnie Duo wandering about, nearly let out a scream. He glanced around, realizing Qin Luo was not keeping an eye on her and was concerned about her being swallowed by a mutated creature. Little class leader, don't wander off. Although the zombies have been cleared out, we still need to be cautious of mutated animals in this remote area. When Bai Shu approached, he discovered Minnie Duo was collecting vehicles, which astonished him. Just how vast is your space? Minnie Duo had already moved from the compact cars to the trucks, and in the blink of an eye, she had even collected a large cargo truck. Hearing the commotion, she turned to look, and upon recognizing Bai Shu, she lowered her head to pull out her tablet, tapping away to convey, I'm fine. You're busy. Wait for me. I'll be back. Preoccupied with gathering supplies, she could hardly focus on speaking, opting instead for concise messages that conveyed a cool demeanor. Bai Shu, bemused, remarked, if you get into trouble, our team's food supply will be at risk. You continue collecting. I'll find Qin Luo. Minnie Duo wanted to protest, but Bai Shu had already activated the communication device to summon Qin Luo. Does your first love keep tabs on you? If a mutated creature snatches you away, I want to be responsible. I'm busy modifying the vehicle. Sighing, the little zombie decided to ignore the situation, turning back to gather the large vehicles in the parking lot, believing they would be worth something if they could be sold as scrap metal at the base. The survival manual had emphasized the importance of all resources in the apocalypse. However, priorities remained on saving lives and securing food and medicine, with other supplies being secondary and collected as an afterthought. Some items were too large to transport, so she took apart important components to bring along. Just as Mini Duo finished her collection, Qin Luo approached, towering over her with long legs and a confident stride. Without hesitation, he lifted her up. "Are you done? Save some space for other things." He effortlessly lifted her as if she were a small toy. "If we have the chance, other teams will come to collect these vehicles. Our priority is food, ammunition, and medicine. All right, darling?" He reminded her to stay close to the team, noting her growing audacity to wander off on her own. Mini Duo glanced at the parking lot, wishing she could struggle against being carried away, but her current strength was no match for Qin Luo. Thus, she resigned herself and allowed him to take her back inside. Once inside, Qin Luo set her down, and Chen Xiaofei, having just woken, squinted with messy hair and called out, "Little class leader, where did you go this morning? I'm hungry." At that moment, Lu Chunhui emerged from the kitchen with several bowls of handmade noodles, asking, "Who is hungry? I have fresh noodles made this morning. They're delicious and chewy." The other survivors appeared accustomed to waiting for their meals, a routine they had grown used to. Upon hearing about the handmade noodles, Chen Xiaofei forgot to ask Mini Duo for food and turned to Lu Chunhui instead. "Annie, I want a bowl." Their water supply had yet to be contaminated, as they were drawing from a well, though the usage was limited. Qin Luo reminded Lu Chunhui to take as much water as possible before they departed, as the journey ahead could not guarantee a clean water source. Lu Chunhui nodded appreciatively, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder. I have plenty of noodles. I boiled a large pot." Meanwhile, Yang Tsong complained, "Aunt Lu, today's noodles are too soft and mushy." Before Qin Luo could respond, Chen Xiaofei scolded him. "You're complaining when there's food? I'll let you gnaw on grass roots instead. Let us see if you still have the audacity to complain." They continued in this manner. "You two shouldn't be too soft-hearted. You're spoiling them," Qin Luo remarked, frowning at the group. Most were young, especially led by Yang Tsong, with 2 male followers and 3 girls, a total of 6, who contributed nothing. Qin Luo had initially thought Lu Chunhui and her husband were kind-hearted, but Lu Chunhui offered an awkward smile. "They paid us quite a bit, and we just thought we could earn a little more." Chapter 27. The joy of unpacking deliveries. Qin Luo appreciated the sincerity of such straightforward individuals. However, he felt compelled to mention that the currency system had changed, and it was uncertain whether future exchanges would be feasible. He advised them not to coddle the others, as they could not rely solely on their own resources for the journey ahead. Lu Chunhui nodded in agreement, expressing her gratitude repeatedly, stating that it was reassuring to have found the larger community. She inquired further about the survivor base and learned that everything was orderly there, having merely adopted a new way of life and currency. Lu Chunhui expressed her trust in the headquarters, insisting that starting anew was perfectly acceptable. Qin Luo's gentler demeanor towards the couple was well-founded. They were perceptive individuals, and their little daughter was quiet and well-behaved. This was in stark contrast to Yang Tsong and his group, who truly lacked awareness of the situation. Fortunately, Chen Xiaofei was overseeing them, ensuring they finished their meal before returning to work, leaving them with simmering frustration. Mu Duo was immersed in her own realm, her mental space filled with a multifaceted cube, where several compartments housed various vehicles. Among them were luxurious sedans and business cars, even a recreational vehicle, along with 4 large trucks. To her surprise, she discovered that one truck was filled with flour, another with hardware components, and yet another with fruit, though most of it had spoiled after the prolonged apocalypse. The last truck, a massive 9-meter-long van, was reportedly capable of carrying between 9,000 and 10,000 packages. The little zombie, despite her undead status, still retained the joy of unpacking deliveries. Mu Duo excitedly pulled out a package, only to find a charming rabbit headband, which she promptly put on. When Qin Luo glanced her way, he found her delightfully unpacking the delivery. Amused and bemused, he reached out to pinch the ears of the pink and white headband, finding it quite pleasant to the touch. Mu Duo stole a glance at him, feeling a twinge of guilt for her little mischief. However, given the current state of the world and the fall of major cities, these packages were unlikely to reach their intended destinations. She even slipped 2 small packages into Qin Luo's arms, intending to join forces with him. Qin Luo, with his excellent memory, recalled seeing the delivery truck during their recent zombie clearing mission, but he had not given it much thought. He was unaware of the extent of Mu Duo's space. Who would have guessed she hoarded items like a hamster, eager to stash everything she encountered? Yet, thanks to her penchant for collecting, her space had accumulated a considerable amount of supplies. As they had not yet departed, Qin Luo decided to casually open 2 packages himself, discovering a mechanical keyboard and a string of prayer beads. Finding little excitement in his finds, he turned to see Mu Duo unveiling a smartphone and a gold bracelet, leaving him astounded. What extraordinary luck was this? Mu Duo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bracelet, and she instinctively reached to adorn her wrist. Qin Luo quickly interjected, urging her not to wear it in public, as it could attract unwanted attention. After all, in times of peace, antiques were cherished, but in chaotic times, gold remained highly alluring. Though Mu Duo was occasionally clever, she could also appear somewhat oblivious, and Qin Luo genuinely feared for her safety. She was so small that he could easily carry her away if he wished. Despite White Shu and Chen Xiaofei's assertions that she could wield a chainsaw to dispatch several mutated monkeys, her petite stature left him doubting. In reality, Mu Duo merely wished to try on the bracelet for fun, not intending to flaunt it. Thus, she reluctantly stored it in her space, reserving a compartment for jewelry, which still brought her joy. The shiny items were delightful and pleasing to her senses. Chen Xiaofei, having hastily consumed 2 bowls of noodles, turned to see Mu Duo and Qin Luo, each accompanied by a little zombie, engaged in some mysterious activity. He suspected they might be sneaking a snack. As he stealthily approached, he was astonished to find them unpacking deliveries. Wait, where did these packages come from? Upon noticing his presence, Mu Duo finished opening her last package and stored the contents away. Qin Luo lamented his misfortune, exclaiming, 5 packages 5. Mu Duo opens 2 smartphones and a jade ornament, while I get a Russian nesting doll and a ceramic stew pot. How terribly unlucky. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Qin Luo felt exasperated. Chen Xiaofei laughed heartily, teasing, the little class leader has all the luck. Finally, Mu Duo, after finishing her typing, lifted her tablet, revealing the packages collected from the delivery truck. Chen Xiaofei realized she was responding to his earlier question, and the delay in her response only made him chuckle more. All right, I got it, little class leader. With a glance around to ensure no one was watching, Mu Duo handed over 2 small packages to Chen Xiaofei. No one could resist the joy of unpacking deliveries. Chen Xiaofei accepted them eagerly, opening one to find a designer belt and a men's wallet, both of high caliber. He exclaimed, my goodness, these would be worth thousands in normal times. Upon realizing the packages were from a reputable delivery company, he understood why the contents were so desirable. After observing the situation, Qin Luo expressed his disinterest in playing anymore. Mu Duo, are you doing this on purpose? You're giving me the dregs. The little zombie gazed at him with wide, round eyes as if to say, what are you talking about? I just grabbed whatever. Qin Luo chuckled again, amused by her innocent expression. Their joyous moments were fleeting, and after a few short minutes of merriment, as the survivors wrapped up their breakfast and the bus was prepared for departure, yet another complication arose. Yang Tsung's group audaciously requested to ride in Qin Luo's vehicle, claiming that such a large vehicle would surely accommodate them, and that the bus appeared unsafe. Qin Luo, icy and unyielding, retorted, enough with the chit-chat, just leave. To outsiders, Captain Qin was imposing and commanding, though he showed a gentler side to his own people. Yang Tsung fell silent, while a few of his companions, showing some decency, at least offered an apology, ultimately pulling him back. Mu Duo quickly climbed into the off-road vehicle, while Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua were assigned to the Survivor-S bus, as someone needed to keep watch. Yang Tsung's gaze lingered on Mu Duo, and he sneered. What are you pretending for? That faux nobility. Aren't you just bringing a girl along for the mission? She looks utterly fragile. Wu Ziji interjected, Yang, don't be upset. We can't afford to offend these people right now. Chapter 28. Crisis Yang Tsung spat another curse. Is he just flaunting his powers? He scoffed. If I had abilities, would he still be so formidable? Wu Zijie felt a touch of embarrassment at his words, but having been Yang Tsung's subordinate for so long, he refrained from retorting. Did Brother Wang not provide us with the survival manual for the apocalypse? I doubt activating such abilities is as simple as it seems. It's an unfamiliar phenomenon. Who knows if possessing powers comes with side effects? The other girls, having been frightened out of their wits these past few days, urged, hurry and get in the car. Indeed, Uncle Zhao would be starting the vehicle soon. Yang Tsung, still grumbling, snapped, "Are you looking for trouble, you women?" Despite his harsh words, they boarded the vehicle, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chun Xiaofei called out names inside the vehicle. Yang Tsung's group consisted of 6 members, including himself, Wu Zijie, and another boy named He, along with 3 girls. Zhao Gang and Lu Chunhui were there with their daughter, accompanied by a pair of laborers from the same village, around 40 years old. There was also a young couple and a trio of close friends, totaling 16 survivors. After confirming the count, Chun Xiaofei signaled Zhao Gang to close the door and drive, emphasizing that he must remain focused while driving, no matter what he saw. Zhao Gang swallowed nervously, glancing at his wife and daughter, then nodded earnestly. "Don't worry. I'll drive carefully." Chun Xiaofei settled into the front seat and encouraged him. "Just follow our team leader." The vehicle set off immediately. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, idly passing the time, was stealthily unboxing packages in the middle row. The rustling sounds were incessant. Qin Luo was at the wheel, while Bai Shu checked road conditions and browsed the forum for the latest updates. The tiny, mouse-like sound from the back amused him. Having a little zombie around added quite a bit of amusement. Su Yuan felt little joy as she unwrapped electronic products. In this apocalyptic world, common gadgets held little value. A phone that once cost nearly 10,000 was now mere scrap metal, waiting to be sold for a decent price in the future. However, she would be ecstatic if she discovered food, especially a large box of snacks. After a while, the excitement wore off, and she turned her gaze to the outside. Though it wasn't raining, the weather was grim. Thick clouds loomed ominously above. The road ahead was even shrouded in fog. Changing routes was not an option. Taking an alternate road would mean being stuck in traffic. They opted to stay on the highway, taking it one step at a time. Bai Shu analyzed the situation on his tablet. The forum provided real-time maps, with other teams sending updates on congested routes, allowing the base to stay informed about nearby conditions. Qin Luo drove swiftly yet cautiously through the fog. Despite the poor road conditions, Su Yuan felt somewhat relieved, noting they were less than 200 kilometers from City C. Just as she felt fortunate, a herd of wild boars suddenly burst from the fog. Qin Luo crashed into them, sending them flying. The bus behind them was startled. But fortunately, Zhao Gang maintained his composure, quickly regaining control of the vehicle. Qin Luo glanced back and complimented. Zhao Gang and his wife are quite capable. They're fit for combat missions. Their strong psychological resilience was commendable. If only they had awakened abilities, they would undoubtedly excel. In a world turned upside down, ordinary people struggled to survive, while the number of ability users was pitifully low. Having another ally would indeed be beneficial. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Their potential is commendable. If the base develops evolution serums, they might just join the combat team." Qin Luo chuckled. "Let's hope so." Su Yuan observed the road conditions. Aside from the occasional mutated creature emerging from the mountains, the highway remained eerily quiet. This silence was not comforting. It held an ominous sense of foreboding. Perhaps her innate instincts were stirring. Although she, as a zombie, bore no hostility towards humans, the sight of mutated beasts instilled fear within her, sending her into a heightened state of alert. In an instant, her mind blared a strong danger warning. She whipped her head to the left, spotting a massive silhouette approaching from the 8 o'clock direction. It was the Serpent Man. Su Yuan quickly grabbed the wooden whistle at her chest and blew into it, successfully alerting the two in front. Qin Luo instinctively surveyed the surroundings, while Bai Shu turned to ask, "What's wrong? Is there a situation?" Su Yuan nodded vigorously. Qin Luo, catching a glimpse in the rearview mirror, saw the Serpent Man advancing directly toward them. "Notify Old Wong to take the wheel." We need to accelerate and see if we can shake it off. Otherwise, we'll have to confront it head-on. Such a formidable mutated creature would not be easy to deal with. It would require multiple teams. Despite Bai Shu's pale complexion, he swiftly contacted Wang Weihua, who promptly agreed to take over. Meanwhile, the survivors erupted into screams, panic taking hold. Yang Tsung's voice was the loudest, exclaiming in despair. I told you not to follow them. Now look, we're being targeted by a monster. We're all going to be eaten alive. Chun Xiaofei quickly silenced him, muffling his cries. Qin, drive on, we'll catch up. The reassurance from teammates was indeed comforting. Qin Luo smiled. All right, step on it. Chun Xiaofei responded swiftly. Got it. Wang Weihua instructed Zhao Gang to pull over, and within 10 seconds, the bus roared back to life, surging forward. The two vehicles sped away. Qin Luo, feeling the pressure as the lead driver, had to maintain speed despite the treacherous road conditions. Su Yuanyuan found it challenging to keep steady. Although he drove aggressively, he remained stable. As they navigated the winding mountain roads, Su Yuanyuan was tossed about, desperately clinging to her seat. She retreated to the back row, gripping the seat and watching the serpent creature's proximity grow alarmingly close. The tension was palpable, sending shivers down her spine. Chapter 29. The battle commences. Chun Xiaofei leaned out of the window, unleashing a flurry of gunfire towards the rear, startling the survivors inside the vehicle into huddled screams. Yang Tsung was bound tightly to prevent any mischief. Zhao Gang was anxious, while Lu Chunhui clutched their young daughter, the three of them a picture of quiet anxiety. No screams, no chaos. Wang Weihua drove with ferocity, closely tailing Qin Luo's off-road vehicle. As soon as Qin Luo signaled to stop, Wang understood that a confrontation was imminent. There's no avoiding this, Zhao Gang. You take the wheel and lead the others forward. Once you reach City C, you should encounter other rescue teams. Wang Weihua shouted to Zhao Gang. The bus was fully fueled, with several boxes of scavenged gasoline in tow, ample for their journey to City C. From here on, you must navigate on your own. Listen carefully. No matter what mutated creatures or zombies you face, don't hesitate. Keep your composure and ram through if you can. Zhao Gang, though trembling with nerves, nodded repeatedly. I understand. But what about you? Can you handle this beast? Lu Chunwei's pale face echoed her concern. There are only a few of you. How can you possibly defeat that monster? Perhaps we should all go together, drive faster. Wang Weihua countered. There's no time to waste. If this drags on, none of you will escape. We'll hold it off. If things go sideways, we can make our own escape. We can't fight effectively while worrying about you. With that, he came to an abrupt stop. Without delay, Zhao Gang switched seats with Wang Weihua. Thanks to Wang Weihua's driving, they had managed to distance themselves from the snake creature, buying a sliver of time. Gritting his teeth, Wang said, all right, we won't slow you down. Stay vigilant. If we encounter anyone, we'll send them your way for backup. Wang smiled and patted Zhao Gang's shoulder, urging him to accelerate. Their little daughter nestled in Lu Chunhui's embrace. Her wide eyes bright, said, Uncle, you are heroes. Please stay safe. Wang Weihua gently ruffled the girl's hair, encouraging her to listen to her parents. Chun Xiaofei withdrew from the window. After firing several shots, he had only managed to inflict a few minor wounds on the massive serpent. Damn, this creature is incredibly agile. I can hardly hit it. Wang Weihua leaped from the vehicle, shouting, Xiaofei, hurry. Chun Xiaofei complied, jumping down and adding, if you wish to survive, do not let go of that beast, or you'll create more chaos. The others trembled in fear, glancing at Yang Kong were it not for his bindings and gag. He would have been cursing vehemently, his face a mask of terror as he struggled in vain. The group understood he was the most likely to cause trouble. Wu Zijia, attempting to ingratiate himself, suggested, do you need us to take your young female teammate with us? Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei switched weapons. Chun Xiaofei recalled a scene of someone wielding a chainsaw against mutated monkeys, a chill running down his spine. Our teammate doesn't need to come along. The apocalypse is unpredictable. It's too dangerous for her to go alone. Regardless, it's merely a mutated snake. We might not be unable to defeat it. Worst case, we can exchange our lives for its. Protecting Mu Dudu would be less of a burden than safeguarding these ordinary individuals. Wang Weihua gestured for them to move swiftly, and Zhao Gang pressed the accelerator. In less than 2 minutes, the bus surged past the off-road vehicle, honking as a farewell. Qin Luo responded in kind before he and Bai Shu swiftly exited the vehicle. Mu Dudu needed no prompting. She understood that remaining in the vehicle was perilous. Even the sturdiest car was no match for mutated creatures. Staying behind could turn them into mere fodder. Zhao Gang glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing the young ones buying them precious time to escape. Though it was their duty, it was hard not to feel moved. Even a man could feel tears welling in his eyes. Lu Chunhui silently prayed for the safety of these young warriors, hoping her family would find a way to survive. Wu Zijie observed the little girl jumping from the off-road vehicle, surprisingly composed, not crying, not trembling. This alone disproved Yang Tsong's portrayal of her as a delicate flower. Meanwhile, the survivors were paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word, their legs trembling as they clutched the handrails, the scent of urine unmistakable in the air. Evidently, someone had succumbed to terror. As Mu Dudu prepared for battle, she knew her combat skills were limited. Thus, when Captain Qin Luo instructed her to stay with Bai Shu, she quickly followed him to the hillside beside the highway. Bai Shu, as a sniper, needed to find a suitable vantage point. Qin Luo retrieved a handful of small bombs from his storage card, each the size of a marble, as the team's earpieces crackled to life. Old Wang, Xiaofei, keep that thing occupied. I'll be there soon to assist. Mu Dudu sprinted alongside Bai Shu towards the serpent. The earpieces relayed their coordinated commands. Despite Bai Shu's refined demeanor, his movements were agile. By the time Qin Luo called out their location, he had already positioned his rifle. Mu Dudu remained vigilant beside Bai Shu, aware that the apocalypse had wrought drastic changes even among insects in the forest, vividly colored spiders the size of fists. Gritting her teeth, she stabbed at one with her dagger. Bai Shu, entering combat mode, noticed that Mu Dudu was clearing away the obstacles without a word. Everything that could potentially distract him was silently removed by her efforts. The little team leader was indeed commendable. They paused by a rock, surrounded by trees, well hidden. Once Bai Shu was ready, he reported, position secured, and the battle officially commenced. The sounds of combat were deafening. Mu Dudu crouched beside him, fending off mutated insects that, starve in the woods, turn on each other. At last, they caught the scent of fresh blood, and the insects swarmed towards Bai Shu. She quickly sprayed them with insecticide, and upon realizing its effectiveness, she poured 2 packets of repellent powder over Bai Shu. The results were promising. Bai Shu trusted her implicitly, paying no mind to her actions. Fully immersed in the flow of battle, he shot with precision, but the serpent's vulnerable spots eluded him, forcing him to continuously shift positions to avoid detection by the mutated creature. The intensity of the fight was palpable over the earpiece. Mu Dudu, unable to keep up with Bai Shu, turned her gaze towards the ongoing skirmish nearby. Wang Weihua was already bloodied and injured. Chen Xiaofei was struggling, while Qin Luo still held his ground fiercely. Chapter 30. A Pyrrhic victory. Qin Luo truly lived up to his reputation as the primary attacker of the squad. His output alone rivaled that of several individuals. His reckless fervor instilled a sense of dread in onlookers. Many watched as he engaged the mutated Serpent Man, and after a barrage of artillery and gunfire proved futile, Qin Luo switched to wielding his twin blades. The sight of the mutated Serpent Man with a human face was utterly repulsive, leaving even the little corpse feeling nauseated. Wang Weihua served as the team's shield, absorbing damage with his enhanced strength and formidable constitution. His punches could send the mutated Serpent Man reeling, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Among the remnants of the battlefield lay the remains of various mutated creatures and humans. Chen Xiaofei, with his speed-enhancing abilities, took on the role of distraction, continuously harassing the Serpent Man and occasionally inflicting wounds. The mutated Serpent Man, disoriented by their relentless attacks, thrashed its massive head in confusion. Bai Shu's marksmanship was precise. Each shot he fired resulted in a gory wound, yet the serpent's agility made it elusive, preventing him from striking a fatal blow. He remained at a distance, shifting positions, leaving the Serpent Man unaware of his next move. Qin Luo's abilities, still in the process of adaptation, were seldom utilized until the situation compelled him to act. Many witnessed him summon lightning. The overcast weather played to his advantage, and arcs of electricity erupted from the Serpent Man, showering the area with a mist of electrified blood. However, the serpent's eyes rendered it an enigma, as they could not ascertain its level. Despite their relentless assaults, the creature remained unvanquished, enraged to the point of entering a berserk state, sending both Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei flying. As time passed, Qin Luo's team began to falter. Many felt a surge of anxiety as she watched Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua being thrown aside, blood erupting from their mouths and noses. Qin Luo, too, was injured. The Serpent Man's attacks were accompanied by sonic waves, causing excruciating pain upon its shrill cries. When she saw Qin Luo ensnared by the Serpent Man, a sense of urgency overwhelmed her. Her mind buzzed, and she instinctively sprinted towards them, feeling her heart pound in her chest. The mental imagery of a multifaceted cube whirled chaotically in her mind, leaving her dizzy. "Minnie, run!" she shouted. Little class leader. By the time Minnie regained her senses, she found herself standing before the colossal serpent. Her diminutive stature seemed insignificant against its vastness. The serpent emitted a shrill, mocking cackle. "Oh, a zombie joins the fray? How delightful! Come closer. Let me take a bite." Crispy and savory like chicken, the serpent coiled tighter around Qin Luo, who grimaced in pain and shouted defiantly, "You wretched beast! I am your father. Dare to utter another word. Who do you wish to consume, you cur?" In a fit of rage, he unleashed a tremendous burst of lightning, electrifying the serpent from head to tail. The tips of its tail trembled, and the creature was instantly riddled with numerous gaping wounds, blood gushing forth as it shrieked in agony. "It hurts. I will destroy you." Qin Luo was violently tossed aside, crashing against the mountainside bordering the highway. "Qinge, Captain Qin, little class leader." Minnie's mind rang with a deafening buzz, the chaotic imagery in her consciousness spinning relentlessly, leaving her feeling faint and nauseous. In that moment, a rancid wind swept past her, time seemingly slowed. The Serpent Man opened its gaping maw, revealing its jagged teeth and blood-red throat. Instinctively, Minnie raised her hands to shield herself, and a sudden phrase echoed in her mind. She silently repeated it, and the space around her instantly solidified and constricted. In that instant, she witnessed the Serpent Man freeze before her, its eyes widening in disbelief as it uttered "No, impossible." The next moment it exploded, its massive form disintegrating into a shower of gore. Blood and flesh drenched Minnie, the remnants of the serpent splattering around her as its pieces twitched upon the ground. Stained a deep crimson, silence enveloped the scene. Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei stared in shock, and after a prolonged moment, they erupted into laughter, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief. "Incredible, little class leader. Ha ha ha, oh my." The feeling of being alive is unparalleled. They exchanged astonished glances, laughter mingling with their groans of pain. Minnie sat dazed in the pool of blood, her mind buzzing, the world appearing awash in red. As her senses gradually returned, she felt a pair of large hands wipe the blood from her face and lift her to her feet. "Awake? Are you in shock?" Despite his own severe injuries, Qin Luo was the first to rise, gingerly making his way to Minnie. He noticed a crimson core lying at his feet and, without hesitation, picked it up and placed it in her small hands. Minnie instinctively clutched the core, still dazed. Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei remained sprawled on the ground, wincing in pain. Even enhanced individuals felt the sting of injuries, and recovery, no matter how swift, required time. Bai Shu, having sustained the lightest injuries from a sonic assault, was rendered speechless at the horrific scene he had just witnessed. As Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei struggled to rise, the little corpse remained in a stupor. Captain Qin Luo, heavily injured, waved off Bai Shu's assistants, insisting, "I can manage. Go help Lao Wang and Xiaofei." Bai Shu reluctantly turned to aid Chen Xiaofei, while Wang Weihua lay gasping for breath. With Minnie slung over his shoulder, Qin Luo staggered back to the vehicle, collapsing into the back seat with her. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xiaofei was assisted back to the middle seat, gasping in pain. Bai Shu, fatigued, slowly helped Wang Weihua return as well. The vehicle reeked of blood. Goodness, that was intense. What level was that mutated serpent man? It was nearly impossible to defeat. I thought we might meet our end today. Thank goodness for the little class leader. Speaking of which, what happened there? For a moment, time seemed to slow down. I've heard that space-type abilities can develop ultimate techniques if strong enough. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua exchanged remarks to distract themselves from their agony, their bodies trembling from the pain. Bai Shu returned after capturing some photos and videos, quickly driving away from the scene, aware that lingering too long might attract further dangers. Chapter 31. Completion of the wanted mission, a mutated serpent, formerly known as Liang Yong, aged 40. Once served as the general manager of a publicly traded corporation and had been apprehended for embezzlement. In his youth, he harbored a predilection for exotic wildlife which, due to national restrictions, evolved into an affinity for consuming snakes. Prior to the cataclysm, Liang Yong suffered a snake bite, resulting in his immediate transformation into a serpent humanoid upon the advent of the apocalypse. He devoured the officers who sought to apprehend him, along with numerous bystanders and even the undead. His post-transformation abilities encompass constricting strikes, forceful ejections, and devouring. A derivative skill involves sonic attacks, capable of inducing vertigo, hallucinations, and emesis. He ascends in power through consumption. Headquarters has instituted revised grading criteria, designating this mutated serpent as a 3-star entity, with a provisional maximum rating of 10 stars. Bai Shu perused the forums, where the data section had been updated with information regarding the wanted serpent humanoid. Chen Xiaofei, tending to his wounds, lamented, "This information is belated. Earlier access would have been advantageous. I'm still experiencing vertigo and tinnitus. Furthermore, his resilience is formidable." Wang Weihu concurred, adding Bai Shu, "Please incorporate his tenacity into the report." He proceeded to disinfect his wounds, flinching involuntarily due to the inherent physiological response. Their external injuries were extensive, yet their enhanced constitution as ability wielders facilitated rapid hemostasis, necessitating only anti-inflammatory measures and bandaging. With oral medication, they would recuperate within a week. In contrast, ordinary individuals would require months of convalescence. Bai Shu nodded, his left ear exhibiting signs of hemorrhage from the sonic assault. He prioritized uploading the serpent humanoid's data to avert similar encounters by other teams. Given the absence of claimants, the bounty for this wanted mission has escalated to 200,000 points. I have allocated 100,000 points to squad leader Qin. The remaining points will be divided equally among the 4 of us. Unless there are objections, Bai Shu stated, adjusting his glasses. Wang Weihu responded, "I am amenable to any arrangement." Chen Xiaofei, wincing as he applied bandages, concurred, "I agree. An increased allocation to squad leader Qin is warranted, as her concealed ultimate technique averted our demise." Wang Weihu assented, clenching his injured fist. "We are too feeble. They're now categorizing these entities by star rating. A mere 3-star entity nearly extinguished our team. Previously, our teamwork was impeccable, yet today we nearly perished." Chen Xiaofei, unusually despondent, sighed. Bai Shu promptly finalized the report and distributed the points to their respective accounts. "If you succumb to discouragement, I advise you to consult the forums. In these nascent stages of the apocalypse, the apex-level entities are capped at 5 stars. Moreover, Headquarters has promised supplementary rewards for the successful elimination of this 3-star mutated serpent. They had, after all, eradicated a 3-star mutated entity from a single zombie. Wang Weihu and Chen Xiaofei gravitated towards Bai Shu, scrutinizing the trending threads on the tablet, where they were being lauded. Which valiant team accepted this universally shunned mission? It was the 3A Special Operations Team. I defer to their expertise. Incredible. A 3-star mutated entity. Which team possesses such prowess? What is the lineage of the 3A Special Operations Team? A novice civilian seeks elucidation. The advent of the apocalypse has spawned novel internet vernacular. Formerly, combat teams with military affiliations identified as sanctioned, whereas civilian combat teams with newfound abilities styled themselves as civilian novices. The discourse was animated. Despite the prevailing adversity, gossip remained indispensable. When inquiries arose regarding the 3A Special Operations Team, seasoned comrades from other units provided insights. The 3A Special Operations Team is merely a team that has consistently garnered a narrating for 36 consecutive months over 3 years. Bitterness, weariness, I'm not crying, civilian novices. Disregard the preceding comment. The members of this team are exceptionally capable. Otherwise, they would not constitute the legendary group. I have heard that the group comprises 7 teams, with 3A being particularly formidable. In any case, they belong to the apex echelon. We should not compare ourselves to them. They are indefatigable and resilient, capable of enduring 10 days without sustenance. Other comrades concurred, undoubtedly having been subjected to comparisons by their superiors, resulting in palpable weariness and anguish. The civilian novices expressed astonishment. No wonder they are so formidable. I feel that even encountering a 1-star mutated animal would be terrifying for our team, nearly resulting in our annihilation. This is a 3-star mutated entity. Formerly human, not an animal. I feel immense pressure. Haha, typical civilian novices. Have you never taken a life? For those of us with affiliations, we have engaged in combat with humans before, so the psychological burden is manageable. However, confronting such grotesque entities is repulsive. The 3A Special Operations team members are unsurprising. Have you not seen the on-site images and videos? My heavens, it is all macerated flesh. How formidable must they be to reduce a 3-star mutated entity to such a state? Indeed, the preceding comment is astute. These segments, replete with serpentine skin, resemble sections of snake meat or eel. I am experiencing hunger. Do not be so flippant. One should not. In summation, the discourse was lively, with the 3A Special Operations team being revered as paragons. However, they harbored reservations. Chun Xiaofei said, "This time, we are undeserving of such accolades. Without squad leader Qin, we would not have prevailed." Wang Weihu also felt contrite. Bai Shu glanced at the rear of the vehicle, where Qin Luo and Su Duo were asleep. Upon boarding, Qin Luo hastily cleansed the blood from her person, applied rudimentary medication, and secured it with bandages. She then retrieved a small blanket, haphazardly cleansing the zombie of bloodstains before embracing her and falling asleep. The zombie had also fallen asleep immediately upon boarding. Chun Xiaofei hesitated. Should we awaken them? Qin Luo's wounds require proper bandaging, and squad leader Qin has not changed her attire. Wang Weihu peered inside, observing their peaceful slumber. Bai Shu demurred. Let them rest. Qin Luo's behavior is not aberrant. Recent research indicates that sleep facilitates rapid recovery for ability wielders. If you can sleep, do so. Chapter 32. Little Corpse Kling's brother Bai. How is it that you always seem to know everything first? Chun Xiaofei expressed his admiration. Wang Weihui, having just entered the vehicle, concurred. Indeed, Little Bai knows everything. Bai Shu returned to the driver's seat and adjusted his glasses, responding, "It is because I have a passion for learning, and learning reciprocates that affection. Someone among us must stay attuned to the information. The world is ever-changing if one does not frequently check the forums. It is all too easy to fall behind." Chun Xiaofei and Wang Weihui exchanged sheepish smiles, for they were all too aware of their own academic shortcomings, being rather selective in their interests and only engaging with topics that truly captivated them. A few hours later, when Su Duo opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of 2 figures swaying in front of her. Everything appeared hazy, as if seen through a red veil. After rubbing her eyes, she was astonished to recognize Lu Chunhui and her daughter. Little Corpse was momentarily dazed. It took her 3 to 4 minutes to regain her composure and recall the events. Was this a dream? Hadn't they parted ways? The survivors had left first, while their group lagged behind, only to engage in a fierce battle, sustaining injuries. Injuries! The realization struck her with urgency. Panicking, she sought others, only to discover she was in an abandoned warehouse, spacious and filled with other survivors resting nearby. Her gaze settled on their silhouettes. Qin Luo had already awakened, standing tall, flanked by Wang Weihui, Chun Xiaofei, and Bai Shu, engrossed in conversation. Had it not been for the tattered, blood-stained clothing clinging to his frame and the sight of his bandaged, slender fingers, she might have thought this was all a dream. After some time, she pieced together the situation. They must have caught up with the survivors, as the time gap was barely 2 hours. Suddenly, she became aware of a dull ache in her head, feeling a bit stiff and wooden. Furrowing her brow, she observed Lu Chunhui and her daughter whispering to each other with their backs turned. "Mom, but sister is covered in blood. It would be best for her to wash up, wouldn't it?" The daughter suggested. "You're right, dear. Captain Sheen and the other gentlemen are surely preoccupied with her. How about we team up to help sister freshen up? It would make her feel better, don't you think? But we don't know if she has any injuries." Lu Chunhui responded, torn between her desire to assist and her fear of inadvertently harming the girl. The sight of the dried blood smeared all over little corpse was indeed distressing. Upon overhearing their conversation, Su Duo nearly leaped up. Despite her transformation into a little zombie, she still cared about her dignity. There was no way she would allow herself to be stripped bare. Immediately, she sprang to her feet and stumbled towards Qin Luo, clinging to his arm for safety. Startled, she spun around just in time to see a figure dart away, leaving her unable to utter a greeting. Lu Chunhui was taken aback as well. Ever since the apocalypse began, she had remained vigilant. Instinctively, she tightened her hold on her daughter, only to find that the little girl had dashed to Qin Luo's side, clinging to him like an ostrich while casting wary glances back at them. A moment of awkwardness enveloped the mother and daughter, realizing that the little girl had overheard them. It seemed the southern girl was not accustomed to such forthrightness. "Xiao Banzhong, you're awake!" Qin Xiaofei exclaimed in surprise. Bai Shu noticed the traces of blood in her eyes, yet she remained oblivious, appearing calm in a situation where an ordinary person would struggle to keep their eyes open. This realization reinforced Bai Shu's understanding that little Banzhong was indeed not human. Observing her dependency on Qin Luo, Bai Shu chose to disengage from the conversation. Sensing that Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihui were about to speak, he smoothly led them away, suggesting they attend to other matters to avoid being mere bystanders. "Wait, why? I wanted to talk to little Banzhong." Chen Xiaofei protested as Bai Shu pulled him away. Wang Weihui opened his mouth to object, but upon witnessing the silent, vacant expression on little Banzhang's face, along with her evident reliance on Qin Luo, he too chose to follow Bai Shu's lead. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was engaged in conversation with others, affirming, "Yes, everything is fine on my end." When he noticed the little zombie approaching, he merely cast her a sideways glance. Seeing her little hands firmly clutching his arm, he remained silent. "All right, the survivors can accompany Captain Zhang back now. If there are no further questions, you're all dismissed." Su Duo turned to the individuals opposite her, recognizing them as members of another combat team. Their captain nodded in agreement and saluted Qin Luo, expressing gratitude for his efforts. "Thank you, Captain Qin. We will take it from here." Qin Luo acknowledged with a nod. Su Duo felt as though the captain's gaze lingered on the collar around her neck, prompting her to instinctively retreat closer to him, nearly melding into his side. In a straightforward manner, Qin Luo lifted her up, tucking her under his arm as he carried her away, treating her almost like a cherished doll. Su Duo surrendered, hanging limply against him. Without having washed up yet, Qin Luo took her to the bathing area, conveniently located in this residential warehouse, where a row of showers awaited. "You could take a shower and change clothes in here. I'll be next door. If you need anything, just whistle for me. You can manage on your own, right?" As Qin Luo pondered whether to call Lu Chunhui to assist Su Duo with her bath, the little zombie, albeit a moment late, shook her head vigorously. She absolutely did not want that. So that was why Lu Chunhui and her daughter looked so odd earlier. They must have wanted to help you, but you scared them off. Su Duo's recent awakening had not escaped Qin Luo's notice, and he had indeed caught a glimpse of the expressions on their faces. With a teasing tone, Qin Luo remarked, "You, a little zombie, are rather bashful, aren't you?" He looked down at her, finding her in a pitiable state. Clad in battle-worn attire, her dark hair contrasting sharply with her pale face, all marred by dried blood. It was a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. Feeling frustrated at not being able to protect her, he was further disheartened by the realization that she had, in turn, saved him. Observing her behavior, he noticed she seemed to have regressed. Her responses delayed, as if she had returned to the state he first encountered her in. He gently pinched the nape of her neck to help her relax. All right, stop overthinking. You'll burn your brain out. Take a good wash and rest. From his storage space, he retrieved a blue water bucket, just the right size for her. Watching her petite form standing inside the bucket, he felt quite pleased with his ingenuity. I am indeed a genius. Go ahead and wash up. With that, he shut the door and entered the adjacent shower room, where the sound of running water soon followed. In this place devoid of electricity, only cold showers were possible. Chapter 33. Reflection. As Qin Luo was washing up, he noticed the little zombie scratching at the door. With his body battered and bruised, it was far from convenient for him to wash. How could a small corpse, drenched and slippery, scrub as quickly as he could? Hey, hold on, my ancestor. Stop scratching. The door is about to break. Qin Luo had no idea why Su Duo had latched onto him. Her thoughts were no longer those of a rational being. Zombies had no reason to uphold. When he finally opened the door, he was met with the sight of Su Duo clad in a soft, cozy pajama set, abandoning her combat attire. Reminiscent of their first reunion, her almond-shaped eyes blinked innocently, radiating a naive clarity. Earlier, she had been cunning and shrewd. Now, she appeared even more bewildered than before. With one hand propped against the doorframe, Qin Luo scrutinized the little zombie before him. Su Duo, slightly embarrassed, reached out to tug at his fitted uniform. He was clad only in a dark green athletic outfit, his physique glistening with moisture, while the little zombie's gaze fixated on his chest and abdominal muscles. Oh, dear Su Duo, it seems you become more foolish than before. What will you do if someone abducts you one day? With a sigh, he brushed aside her damp bangs, styling them into a slicked-back look. Thankfully, her delicate features shone through, transforming her forehead into a new sensation that intrigued Qin Luo. He played with her bangs, lifting them up and down, marveling at the contrasting impressions it created. At that moment, a few young members from another team passed by and caught sight of Captain Qin flirting, causing their faces to flush red with embarrassment as they regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Caught off guard, Qin Luo met Su Duo's gaze, only to see her pupils stained red with blood. He reached out to wipe her eye, but it didn't clean up properly. Instead, he scooped her up under his arm, exclaiming, "We need to address your eyes. Let me inquire how to remedy this." 3 minutes later, Su Duo was seated on a bedding-covered floor while Qin Luo stood behind her, drying her hair. Facing them were Bai Shu, Chen Xiaofei, and Wang Weihua. The four of them wore serious expressions as they deliberated over her contact lenses. "We need to remove these, right? Qingge, since you put them in, you should take them out. It feels even more troublesome than putting them in," one of them remarked. "What's wrong with the little squad leader? Why does she seem so dull?" They felt a hint of embarrassment recalling their defeat against the mutated snake men, yet they knew that such moments would eventually pass. After a while, they regained their composure, no longer feeling awkward. Qin Luo tilted Su Duo's chin to make her look up at him, contemplating. "Am I really hesitant to take action? Should I find someone experienced to help her? I fear I might poke her eye." Upon realizing that the other three remained still, he looked up to find their expressions frozen in disbelief. Wang Weihua rubbed his arms nervously, while Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, "Wow, Qingge, are you about to kiss the little squad leader?" Bai Shu quickly covered Chen Xiaofei's mouth, chiding, "That was inappropriate. My son lacks decorum." Chen Xiaofei struggled against him, exclaiming, "Who are you calling your son?" Wang Weihua, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged, "Let us find a girl who knows how to wear contact lenses, provided the little squad leader is willing to have them removed. And don't you think something seems off with her since she used that ultimate move?" He had brought this up several times, but no one responded. It was indeed peculiar. Bai Shu, having finished teasing Chen Xiaofei, adjusted his crooked glasses and stated earnestly, "It's probably a side effect. It seems her move was akin to compressing space, directly obliterating the snake men. But that's just a guess." Yet the line of thought made sense. Su Duo hadn't used that ability in previous encounters. When they arrived during the incident with the mutated monkeys, there had been dismembered limbs everywhere, with her wielding a chainsaw that still hummed ominously. However, they hadn't witnessed the initial scene, leaving them unable to ascertain whether she had employed her powers or the chainsaw itself. Though she hadn't lost consciousness during the monkey incident, the mutated monkeys, while numerous, were merely an annoyance. Apart from the Monkey King, whose strength was formidable, the others barely warranted a 1-star rating. They were simply frenzied animals at the early stages of infection, making them relatively easy to kill. However, the snake men they had just faced were 3-star threats, and they had all struggled. It was indeed surprising that a little zombie like Su Duo hadn't been harmed. Chun Xiaofei, now sitting upright with his tousled hair, crossed his arms in thought and remarked, "So, the little squad leader's ultimate move is quite powerful, but overusing it could lead to a backlash that hampers her intellect?" Wang Weihua found this line of reasoning plausible, but pondered how long it would take for her to recover, or if recovery was even possible. The weight of this thought hung heavily in the air. The three turned to gauge Qin Luo's reaction. Though he occasionally exhibited erratic behavior, he was ultimately their leader, dependable in times of crisis, and moreover, the little squad leader was his first love. However, their gaze revealed a scene that left them speechless. Qin Luo was prying open the little zombie's mouth to inspect her teeth, even extending his finger into her mouth. Bai Shu could no longer contain himself, tossing a wet tissue at Qin Luo, exclaiming, "No, did you wash your hands before sticking your fingers in her mouth?" Chen Xiaofei wore an expression of shock, covering his face yet exposing his eyes, pointing at Qin Luo and saying, "Qin Ge, how did I never notice how creepy you are before?" Wang Weihua was equally dumbfounded. Qin Luo caught the wet tissue Bai Shu had thrown and hastily explained, "Hey, I just washed my hands. Wait, I'm just checking her teeth. Did you know she has little fangs? Absolutely adorable." This revelation startled the trio. Was the little squad leader on the brink of full zombification? Yet Qin Luo followed up with, "Really, it's utterly adorable." The expressions of Bai Shu and the others fell flat, questioning his sanity. Had the intensity of the previous battle affected his mind? Their attention was drawn to Su Duo's fair, delicate face, her wide eyes, and the tiny fangs peeking out. Perhaps she was indeed rather cute, but that wasn't the point. Wang Weihua, noticing the wounds on Qin Luo's face had healed significantly, exclaimed, "Qin Ge, how did your facial wounds heal so quickly? By the way, didn't your last move seem more powerful than usual? Are you all right?" His words piqued the interest of the others, and Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei turned to look at him. Qin Luo became serious, contemplating, "Initially, I did feel a sense of exhaustion, a moment of mental fog. But my thoughts were solely on Su Duo. Seeing her sitting amidst the blood, she looked so pitiful that I had to muster the strength to find her. Disregarding everything else, Bai Shu calmly analyzed, "It's true. I thought Qin Luo was incredibly resilient to rise after sustaining such severe injuries. He didn't even need assistance and could still carry the little squad leader. It's truly remarkable." He gestured toward Chun Xiaofei and Wang Weihua. "Didn't you both notice that despite appearing heavily injured, your recovery seems far quicker than before?" Bai Shu pondered, adjusting his glasses, and finally concluded, "Perhaps, just perhaps, this state of overexertion allows for self-enhancement." Chapter 34. The onlookers. This is rather intriguing. Qin Luo clenched his fist, savoring the sensation of his powers surging within him. He could certainly experiment next time. Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei nodded in agreement, while Bai Shu took out his tablet to begin drafting a summary. How could a good team neglect to debrief after a battle? They always made it a point to do so. The little zombie felt unwell since regaining consciousness. Her discomfort had intensified. An inexplicable sense of insecurity overwhelmed her, compelling her to seek closeness, and her teeth ached, yearning to bite something. Most importantly, after a shower, Qin Luo exuded an enticing fragrance, far more appealing than anyone else's. The little zombie nearly drooled. She sensed that her salivation today was more excessive than usual as the four of them chattered animatedly about their post-battle analysis. Despite her brain processing signals slowly, she genuinely made an effort to listen. Yet, Qin Luo's captivating scent ensnared her senses, and she obediently complied with whatever he requested. Feeling oddly warm, a sensation she had rarely experienced since becoming a zombie, usually feeling only cold and often thirsty. While they conversed, Su Duo stealthily nestled against Qin Luo, discreetly gazing at his neck, captivated by his moving Adam's apple. She longed to bite him. A resounding growl from her stomach abruptly interrupted their discussion. The four turned to Su Duo, who blinked innocently, lowering her head in guilt. She felt remorseful for being so tempted by Qin Luo's presence. Chun Xiaofei smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "The little class monitor is hungry. Where's the special core? The shiny thing? Can you look for it in your space?" He gestured animatedly. Su Duo merely stared blankly at him, instinctively wanting to retreat into Qin Luo's embrace. Chun Xiaofei's expression fell. It seemed their class monitor no longer recognized anyone. Shu patted his shoulder, his own feelings complicated. After all, it was to save them that the class monitor had undergone such a transformation. Wang Weiwa added, "If she can't retrieve it herself, can we offer her something else? What about the nutritional liquid? Will she consume it?" Qin Luo retrieved a vial of nutritional liquid from his storage card, but Su Duo didn't even glance at it. The odd behavior of their group had drawn the attention of others nearby. Suddenly, a peculiar post appeared on the forum, titled, "What escort mission has the 3A Special Operations Team taken?" The main post included several candid photos and a shocking commentary. "I encountered the legendary 3A team during a mission, and indeed, they are all quite handsome, though they look battered. Even the 3A team struggled against 3-star monsters. Yet, they managed to stand afterward. How impressive. What is peculiar, however, is the presence of a girl among them. Everyone is fawning over her. The 3A filter is about to shatter." Images besides the 3 images in the main post. 2 more candid shots were attached. The first 3 displayed the backs of Qin Luo and his companions, all tall and striking, with Wang Weihua being particularly robust, while another showed the front of a captain from a different team. The last 2 images captured Qin Luo holding a girl, with Bai Shu, Chun Xiaofei, and Wang Weihua all leaning slightly to gaze at her, creating an atmosphere that was both ambiguous and strangely harmonious. This post ignited a frenzy in the gossip section of the forum. Exhausted from battle, the ability users scrolling through the forum were in need of some entertainment and were instantly energized by the juicy gossip, causing the post's popularity to soar. Wow, why didn't anyone tell the new civilian recruits that the 3A Special Operations Team was so good-looking? Help, they're so handsome. That physique is impressive. And those long legs. Whoever envies me, I want to say a word. The battle damage gear is too alluring. Sai dude, chill. What else with the photos? OP, annoyed. Is 3A looking for a healing ability user? I can heal super well. I can save 4 with a single bite. Brothers, let me join your team. Don't even think about it. The 3A team doesn't accept new members. They refused to take in recruits when the apocalypse first began. However, after seeing the ambiguous photos, the tone of the comments shifted. Wait, who is this girl? She is stunning. Can she be courted? I'm envious. I want a soft girl like her in my arms. Why does the relationship seem so delicate? Those who understand, understand. How many women use their beauty to ascend in this day and age? Nothing strange about it. I report this. Don't be too gross. She might be Sister Luo's little sister. Dream on. Sister Luo has no sister. Seriously? Such a powerful team. And they're all infatuated? This girl must be of high status to have them all revolving around her. There was no shortage of such comments. Yet at that moment, Bai Shu and the others were too busy to check the forum. Qin Luo had found a girl from another combat team to help Su Duo change her contact lenses. Ordinary individuals might be startled by her zombie appearance, even though she truly wasn't frightening. The girl from the adjacent combat team was a support type, possessing a spirited personality, yet gentle in her actions. Su Duo cooperated far better than anticipated. Oh, you're such a good girl. So adorable. I think amber-colored contact lenses would suit you perfectly, Mu Inya remarked as she finished changing Su Duo's lenses. Gazing at her soft, pale face, she couldn't resist pinching her cheek, marveling at the surprising softness. Wow, you're actually soft. How astonishing. I've never seen a transformed zombie ability user before. Little darling, you must strive to live a little longer. Being on the front lines with 3A is too perilous. Would you like to join my team? Hearing this, Qin Luo interjected. Hey, we're still here, and you're openly poaching our team member? Chun Xiaofei, rummaging for food, chimed in exactly. No way you're stealing our little class monitor. Mu Inya clicked her tongue, closing the contact lens case. I was just joking, but if she were willing, I could actually take her. But by the way, why do you all call her the little class monitor? What is your relationship exactly? From their reactions, it was clear they were unaware of the forum's gossip. How unfortunate. When Muenya was called over, she had been munching on snacks while browsing the forum. Thus, with the mindset of an onlooker at the front lines, she directly followed along, only to be captivated by the charming little zombie upon arrival. Chun Xiaofei opened a bottle of nutritional liquid and drank. Our little class monitor is truly something. She was our class president for 3 years in middle school, and we were all in the same class. Isn't that impressive? She consistently ranked among the top 10 in her grade and was an exceptional class president. We all respected her. She is genuinely a wonderful person. He added with a chuckle, though she was a bit shorter, only 5'3". Chapter 35. Confronting a petty person. Muenya chuckled, finding their 3A team quite amusing, and ultimately, she kindly alerted them to the events unfolding on the forum. The quartet's faces instantly darkened, accompanied by a bewildered expression from the oblivious little zombie. After perusing the forum posts, Qin Luo and his companions were taken aback, wondering how anyone could surmise that Su Duo was their collective paramour. Were people truly that preposterous? Chun Xiaofei stuttered in shock. I never harbored such intentions towards our class monitor. Never. The imposing presence of their class monitor during their youth had instilled in him a sense of reverence. Wang Weihu also avowed his unwavering loyalty, explaining that he hadn't even come of age during junior high, and later, he had wholeheartedly dedicated himself to the front lines, never considering such matters. Moreover, he preferred women with fiery figures and mature allure. Bai Shu chimed in, stating the impossibility, as he adjusted his glasses and declared, I am asexual. Furthermore, during past gatherings, whenever they played truth or dare and the topic of first loves arose, Qin Luo would blush crimson, struggling to answer, and ultimately, under everyone's gazes, he would confess that his first love was Su Duo, their junior high-class monitor. The others would then erupt in teasing ooze and playful banter. After Qin Luo broke the ice, he could answer any question with ease. When asked about his affections, he would simply state that he found her beautiful, both in her earnestness and her fierce demeanor. Over the years, he had repeatedly mentioned Su Duo as his comrade's beloved, his moonlit muse, and his youthful crush. Who could possibly compete with him? However, Chun Xiaofei and the others genuinely harbored no romantic feelings for their class monitor, making the forum's rumors based on a mere photograph utterly absurd. Chun Xiaofei erupted in indignation, exclaiming, Who's the scoundrel taking secret photos? His voice boomed throughout the warehouse. Everyone was resting on the spot, sprawled out on makeshift beds in their respective areas, and the commotion caused them to glance upward. Qin Xiaofei was seething, wondering about the identity of the insidious individual resorting to such underhanded tactics. Bai Shu urged him to remain composed, stating, the angrier you get, the more they'll revel in it. Trust me. Wang Weihu also surveyed the surroundings. The survivors dared not meet his gaze, keeping their heads bowed, occasionally stealing glances before resuming their tasks. Currently, only the combat teams from various bases had access to the internet. The warehouse was spacious, housing 5 teams. Muenya's team was unlikely, as they had interacted with them before and found their 7 members to be quite amicable. Zhao Gang and his group of survivors had been handed over to Muenya's team, and their initial point of contact was Muenya's captain, Zhang Qi, excluding them. There were 3 other teams, with whom they were less familiar. It was impossible to encounter acquaintances everywhere. There would always be individuals from other survivor bases. As Wang Weihu scrutinized them, he couldn't discern anything amiss. Those capable of embarking on missions possessed strong mental fortitude, unlike ordinary individuals who couldn't conceal their emotions. Qin Luo, with his swift actions, directly addressed the issue on the forum, clarifying the situation and introducing their 3A team's new member, the mutated Su Duo. The revelation sent shockwaves through the community. Holy moly, Lord Luo is online and personally confronting people. A mutated individual? They're recruiting a mutated individual? Who is this girl? Aren't mutated individuals supposed to be under base control? Shouldn't they be working at the base? A teammate accepted by the 3A team must be incredibly powerful, right? Is she a healing type or a space manipulation type? Those two abilities are the rarest. Nope, you're wrong. I just checked Lord Luo's tagged newbie ID, and her profile states that she's undergoing zombification with no other abilities. She only has a speed boost of 1.5, making her slightly stronger than an average person. Isn't Xin Xiaofei from their team like that too? His rating is 3.8, which is much higher than this newbie's. And this newbie is just an ordinary civilian. Hard to say. Regardless, their interactions seem too intimate, right? Which team's new teammate gets to lie in someone's arms? Those who know. Upon seeing this vulgar comment, Qin Luo was infuriated and immediately called him out. Oh, wise guy. Come on, tell me what you know. The others were surprised that he would engage in online squabbles and gathered to watch the spectacle. Oh my gosh, Lord Luo is actually getting involved? Hilarious. I went to high school with this guy. He's so meticulous that he'll argue with you forever. Doesn't this indirectly show that he's protecting her? All right, he's smitten. We have no hope. The wise guy whom Qin Luo tagged immediately fell silent, probably not expecting Qin Luo to confront him directly. However, he didn't dare to truly argue with Qin Luo, considering Qin Luo's terrifying mission completion record. Lord Luo wasn't just a name, he was a combat maniac. Ignoring his pre-apocalyptic achievements, he had undertaken hundreds of missions, both large and small, in a short time since the apocalypse, making him a pure damage dealer in missions. Who would dare provoke him? Everyone ridiculed the wise guy, finding the drama entertaining. Because Qin Luo confronted the troublemakers, they restrained themselves and dared not spew more nonsense. Although a group of hecklers emerged, barely managing to defuse the situation. If she's just a teammate, does that mean he doesn't have a girlfriend? Can I join 3A? Yeah. Can I pursue you, Lord Luo? Lord Luo, can you broaden your gender preferences? Take a look at me, please. Shy Qin Luo choked, directly refusing and contacting headquarters to lock the thread. Such slanderous posts were quickly locked, and he requested headquarters to investigate. Investigating information was relatively easy in the post-apocalyptic world, as only a limited number of people had internet access. With a quick search, Qin Luo obtained the information. Then he stood up, surveyed the area, locked onto his target, and strode over, saying, "Buddy, I sense you have some thoughts about our 3A team. Shall we have a chat?" Su Duo witnessed Qin Luo dragging the person out of the warehouse. She blinked her eyes. Wang Wei, who also got up and followed. Bai Shu was updating Su Duo's profile on his tablet. Previously, due to a bug, Su Duo's profile didn't display their team's icon and name. But now it was finally updated. Below her name and ID was their Special Operations Team's name, 3A. It showed her participation in 3 missions: a mutated monkey at a cannery, a rescue at a service area, and the extermination of snake-like mutants. The first 2 missions yielded little points, and Bai Shu didn't report Su Duo's space manipulation ability for the latter, simply stating that her assistance was crucial and briefly mentioning the process. However, her profile looked much better, as she had participated in 3 legitimate missions. Chun Xiaofei was still fussing, saying that they needed to urge them to update her information so that others wouldn't misunderstand them. They were being mistaken for simps chasing after their class monitor or for sugar daddies keeping her. It was truly a case of being out on a mission while a pot flew from the forum to land on their heads. Unbelievable. Chapter 36. Do you like me? The individual who had taken the clandestine photos was escorted back by Qin Luo and Wang Weihua, their arms draped over his shoulders. It was unclear what methods they employed, but the fear they instilled rendered him weak-kneed, likely deterring him from further indiscreet photography. As Qin Luo settled into his seat, he noticed the little zombie busily devouring an exotic core, her cheeks bulging as she munched away like a hamster. He poked her gently, exclaiming, "Is this all it takes for you to claim we are overly intimate?" He muttered to himself. The little zombie glanced at him, her eyes sparkling, which made him feel rather bashful. Bai Shu gazed at Qin Luo bemused. "You constantly pick her up, either carrying or cradling her, poking her one moment and patting her head the next. What do you have to say for that?" Qin Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he indeed had been unable to restrain himself from teasing her, as seeing her brought back memories of the past. He simply wished to playfully provoke her. Yet, maintaining his pride, he retorted, "Isn't it just that she is so easy to handle?" Bai Shu feigned agreement, saying, of course, Chen Xiaofei stifled a laugh. Wang Weihua cleared his throat, feigning ignorance, and promptly fell asleep. Qin Luo sighed, feeling at a loss. After munching on the exotic core for quite some time, Su Yudhua finally remembered that she ought to bring them some food. However, by the time she recalled, all four of them had already laid down to rest. Confused for a moment, she ultimately wrapped herself in a small blanket and lay down as well, hoping for a swift recovery. It was quite frustrating to experience such mental delays. The little zombie glared at Qin Luo's neatly trimmed hair and his silhouette. She crawled over, wrapped in her blanket like a little caterpillar, nestling next to the fragrant rations, hoping for a delightful dream that night. As dawn broke, the larger group in the warehouse began to wake up gradually. Those who had stood guard the night before immediately collapsed into their vehicles for some much-needed rest, while the others busied themselves packing for departure. Aside from a few sporadic sounds of lone zombies being dispatched in the dead of night, everyone had enjoyed a rare good night's sleep in this apocalyptic world. Chen Xiaofei, sporting a tousled bedhead, stretched lazily and sighed contentedly. "Ah, I slept so well last night. We owe our thanks to Team Zhang for taking over the night watch, allowing us to rest soundly." Bai Shu awoke and squinted for his glasses. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Xiaofei was greeted by the sight of 4 thermos cups lined up neatly before him, their familiar colors sparking surprise. He turned to Su Yudhua, exclaiming, "Wow, class leader, you prepared all this for us?" The little zombie's eyes sparkled with life, no longer appearing as dazed as the previous day. She coolly nodded at him and handed him a jar of spicy radish cubes, intended to accompany their porridge. Chen Xiaofei was nearly moved to tears, clutching the jar of spicy radishes as he whimpered, "Oh, class leader, you are like my reborn parents. This is wonderful. I can continue to enjoy such delicious meals." Bai Shu, exasperated, slapped Chen Xiaofei on the head, scolding, "What are you making such a fuss about so early in the morning?" Although Bai Shu was generally easygoing, he had a short temper upon waking, and Chen Xiaofei's antics were irksome. Chen Xiaofei immediately perked up, brandishing the jar of radishes. "If you're so brave, just wait and see if you don't eat any." Finally noticing what Chen Xiaofei was holding, Bai Shu's eyes glimmered with interest as he calmly rose and said, "Oh, if you don't want it, then I won't eat." The next moment, he swiftly snatched the jar of spicy radishes from Chen Xiaofei, declaring, "I'll confiscate this." He promptly tucked it away in his storage card. Chen Xiaofei was left stunned by Bai Shu's audacity, remaining seated on his bed, while Bai Shu rushed to the bathroom. Wang Weihua sighed in resignation. "All right, enough with the antics. Finish your meal and let's hit the road." He too got out of bed. True to form, he was the responsible one, collecting the bedding while the others rushed off. He folded each blanket neatly into blocks before stowing them away in the storage card. Su Yudhua watched the scene unfold with great amusement, finding their playful bickering delightful. Seeing Chen Xiaofei's plight, she generously offered him a can of canned anchovies. Chen Xiaofei felt revitalized. "I'm back in action. Off to wash up." Wang Weihua noticed the petite little zombie crouched nearby and greeted her politely. "Good morning, class leader. Hope you're feeling all right today." After all, she had saved their lives. Despite her earlier day's state and sharp teeth, the electronic screen on her collar remained green, a testament to her gentle nature. Wang Weihua, though unfamiliar with such a zombie, admired her nonetheless. Su Yudhua disliked others staring at her collar, as she firmly believed she was human. Hearing Wang Weihua greet her and glance at her collar made her uneasy. She merely nodded awkwardly before turning and scurrying away, heading in the opposite direction to guard the breakfast she had prepared, 4 thermos cups of hot porridge and a box containing several soaked tea eggs. Qin Luo had risen early to patrol the area, unable to sleep as the little zombie had nibbled on his wrist throughout the night. At some point, she had nestled against him, only to shift positions and, without warning, bite his wrist, startling him awake. For a moment, he was frozen, and once he recognized her, he found her gnawing on his wrist in her sleep, likely too timid to bite him for real, merely playfully nibbling. He was left stunned, calling her name, but she remained unresponsive, her eyes closed as she continued her gentle chewing, a frown adorning her little face, evoking a sense of discomfort in him. He had hardly slept through the night, while the little zombie seemed to be in a dreamlike state. Upon waking, she blinked at him without a hint of embarrassment, causing his face to redden. Seeking fresh air, he stepped outside, wandering a few circles and dispatching several lone zombies and mutated dogs. Yet he still couldn't fathom why she had latched onto him. Perhaps there was but one truth. Tsuyudwa liked him. It had to be so. This explained everything. Just the other night, while bathing, she had been staring intently at his chest muscles. Surely, such a handsome figure had caught the little zombie's attention. Qin Luo stroked his chin, nodding in approval of his theory. After all, who could resist his good looks? With this realization, he felt invigorated. Upon returning, he found Tsuyudwa crouched by the breakfast, her cuteness immeasurable. Oh, who could possibly dislike her? He approached her, squatting down beside her. The little zombie turned to see him, and her eyes lit up, eagerly inching closer to him. Qin Luo's heart swelled with joy. He turned to her, teasing, "Hey, do you like me?" As he spoke, he felt a tinge of bashfulness. After all, Qin Luo was 22 and only just beginning to experience such fluttering feelings. Tsuyudwa gazed at the delicious Qin Luo before her, nearly unable to contain her saliva. She immediately nodded earnestly, affirming her fondness for him. Qin Luo turned crimson, his face burning from ear to neck. Chapter 37, Growth Period. When Bai Shu, Chun Xiaofei, and Wang Weihu's returned, they discovered that Qin Luo's ears were still quite red, prompting them to exchange curious glances. Before they could voice their inquiries, Qin Luo preemptively warned them against asking, threatening to silence them if they did. Chun Xiaofei immediately nodded in agreement, obediently stating he would refrain from asking, then turned to whisper to Bai Shu, "What do you think is going on with Qin? Could it be that he is a bit unhinged?" Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, adopting the demeanor of an experienced sage. Men smitten by love tend to lose their rationality," he remarked. This amused Chun Xiaofei, who burst into suppressed laughter, struggling to contain himself. Despite the warmth still lingering on his face, Qin Luo maintained an air of seriousness, invoking the authority of captain, urging them to finish their breakfast and prepare for departure. Others around them had also taken note of the peculiar situation, witnessing items appear and vanish seemingly into thin air. The astonishment on the faces of ordinary survivors was evident, while other ability users regarded them with envy. They recognized the immense value of storage space cards, and to their astonishment, each member of the 3A team possessed one. "Oh my," murmured Mu Enya as she passed by them, unable to restrain her comments. "You all are simply too enviable. Everyone has a storage space card. In our team, only our captain possesses one, and it's merely 50 cubic meters. Such cards could only be distributed through approval from headquarters, dictated by one's abilities matching the resources." While Muenya spoke, she acknowledged the commendable efforts of the 3A team, having rescued numerous survivors. After all, certain dangers were too perilous for others to confront, yet the 3A team always led the charge. She sighed, "And your meals seem to be splendid. Is that kanji? Did you buy it at the base or prepare the ingredients yourselves? I can hardly muster the energy to do anything but lie down after returning from mission." Chun Xiaofei, looking up, mumbled, "Our little squad leader made it. Impressive, right?" Just as he spoke, Bai Shu swiftly snatched the egg from his bowl, causing Chun Xiaofei to fume with indignation. The four of them were engrossed in their meal, devouring their food ravenously, while only Wang Weihu's managed to respond to Mu Enya seriously. "If you'd like, I could share half my kanji with you." Mu Enya genuinely considered accepting, her mouth watering at the thought. How long had it been since she had savored a proper meal? The taste of dry rations and overly sweet nutritional liquids had left her longing for something more satisfying. In the next moment, a bright red thermos appeared before her. She looked down to find the little zombie expressionlessly offering it to her, yet with gleaming eyes. She was taken aback. Is this for me?" Though she had merely been tempted to engage in conversation, she intended to ask for food. Mu Enya hesitated, pondering the current scarcity of ingredients. The base's rice had likely skyrocketed in points, and this kanji, rich with meat, mushrooms, and vegetables. She swallowed hard as she spoke. Qin Luo encouraged her. "Take it. She truly wants you to have it." Noticing how accurately Mu Enya described the kanji's ingredients confirmed to him her genuine hunger. The others couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Shu then retrieved some spicy radishes from his storage space card, offering, "Here, take these as well. They'll add some flavor to your rations. We appreciate your keeping watch last night. It allowed us all to rest soundly." Ultimately, Mu Enya could not refuse, quickly expressing her gratitude to the little zombie while accepting the gifts. "It's nothing. We're just returning to base. You are the ones heading to the front lines to rescue others. You need to be well nourished. Our return will be swift." This was indeed true. Many routes had been cleared by the combat teams, and the roads were now relatively free of zombies, with only a few stragglers remaining. As long as they remained vigilant against special mutated creatures and altered animals, their journey back would be considerably expedited. Upon hearing Mu Enya's words, Mini Duo glanced back at her teammates, 7 in total, before pulling out a bag of large buns to offer her. Mu Enya was so moved, she nearly burst into tears. Oh my, I had almost forgotten the taste of buns. She was well aware of their value. So she quickly expressed her thanks, cradling the food and softly declaring, "A great kindness deserves no words of gratitude. Once we're back at the base, let us gather and celebrate." Unable to salute due to holding the food, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on the cheek of the adorably squatting little zombie. "Thank you, darling. You truly are the best little zombie in the world. Once we return safely, let's make a pact at the base." She marveled at the cooking skills, feeling incredibly fortunate to have such a friend. She finally understood why the 3A team treated this little zombie with such affection. She was truly deserving of it. Elated, Mu Enya returned, leaving Mini Duo in a daze and Chen Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihu's with stunned expressions. "Is this how girls express gratitude?" Qin Luo exclaimed, flustered. "Why are you just kissing her?" Meanwhile, the little zombie, after a moment's shock, seemed quite pleased, swaying on the ground as Mu Enya reminded her of several dear friends. The feeling of being treated like a person was delightful for the little zombie. Qin Luo continued to grumble, feeling a pang akin to seeing a beloved pet being petted by someone else. How could she be so indiscreet? Mini Duo remained blissfully happy, gnawing on a teething stick, the sound echoing ominously. Bai Shu and the others found amusement in watching Qin Luo's jealousy, a rare spectacle indeed. However, the sound of a gnawing sent shivers down their spines, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Chen Xiaofei gasped. "Can a little squad leader really do that with her teeth?" Wang Weihu's shook his head. "Perhaps it provides some comfort. She reminds me of my niece when she was teething." Bai Shu, having finished his breakfast, resumed his activities on the tablet. "Old Wang, your comment brings to mind a post I saw recently. It suggested that certain individuals might experience regression after excessive use of their abilities." After a moment's contemplation, he ventured a new hypothesis. "Do you think that for those who have undergone mutation, this evolution represents a new growth phase? If I'm correct, does that mean the little squad leader is entering a phase of oral fixation? In animal terms, it would be akin to a teething phase. If this isn't regression, but rather evolution, it raises intriguing questions about what mutated beings ultimately become. Will they still be human?" Chen Xiaofei abruptly rubbed his arms, exclaiming, "Must you always entertain such terrifying hypotheses?" Bai Shu calmly adjusted his glasses, declaring, "Curiosity is the wellspring of human advancement." Wang Weihu's recalled Mini Duo's encounter with a mutated snake man, realizing they had spent an inordinate amount of time whittling down its health, only for Mini Duo to vanquish it with a single strike. The disparity was staggering. If Bai Shu's speculation held true, it suggested that ability users might be outmatched by the mutated beings. Observing the somber expressions on his companions, Qin Luo interjected, "Enough of this overthinking. In the end, we will arrive at a conclusion. Our focus should be on honing our abilities and gathering resources." Chapter 38. Zero-cost shopping in the business district. After everyone had taken away the items from the warehouse, the place was left empty once more. This location was situated beside the toll station of City C, and after a brief encounter, everyone was soon apart ways. Mu Enya held onto Su Duo with reluctance, urging her to visit the base and play with her, as she resided in Building B, which was quite near. Su Duo nodded, feeling elated, for she had made her first friend in this post-apocalyptic world, and even gifted her a piece of chocolate. Mu Enya was pleasantly surprised by the gesture. Lacking anything to reciprocate, she gave the protective talisman from around her neck to the little zombie. Zhangqi also called for Mu Enya to hurry into the vehicle, and she rushed over, leaving Su Duo unable to refuse the talisman, which she felt she could not accept. Zhao Gang expresses gratitude by shaking hands with Qin Luo and the others, thanking them profusely, stating that without their rescue, his family might still be hiding in the service area. Moreover, they had encountered a mutated snake man in that vicinity. Had they hesitated even for a moment, they would have inevitably crossed paths with that creature. Even without the mutated snake man, they could not remain in the service area indefinitely. Now, joining the larger group, Zhao Gang felt more reassured, promising to treat them to a meal once they settled at the survivor base in Harbin. Lu Chunhui, along with her young daughter, also expressed their thanks to Qin Luo and the others. They replied that it was their duty, as other rescue teams would have stepped in if not for them. The current mandate from headquarters was to never abandon any human being. Zhao Gang was deeply moved by this principle and boarded the vehicle, carrying that sentiment with him. Qin Luo watched as vehicles made their way onto the toll road, signaling the start of their mission. Wang Weihua drove that day, with Chun Xiaofei in the passenger seat, while Qin Luo and Bai Shu occupied the middle row, and Su Duo returned to the spacious rear seat. The interior of the vehicle had been cleaned with a bloodstain removal agent provided by the base, effectively eliminating any lingering odor. With approximately 40 minutes remaining until reaching the business district, they could head straight there. Qin Luo outlined their plan. He would clear out zombies. Old Wang and Bai Shu would rescue survivors, while Xiaofei would accompany Su Duo to gather supplies nearby. The team readily accepted their roles, and Su Duo signaled her acknowledgement with a wooden whistle, prompting laughter among them. The modified off-road vehicle sped towards their destination, the Bali Business District in City C. As they approached the business district, the number of zombies increased. Bai Shu and Qin Luo took aim through the sunroof, efficiently dispatching zombies with precise shots to the head. During the day, zombies moved sluggishly, some even seeking refuge in shaded areas. Their keen eyes ensured that no creature could evade their gaze. Su Duo gazed out of the window in the back seat, observing the once bustling city now shrouded in silence. Save for the occasional howl of mutated dogs and the groans of zombies, with no humans in sight. She noticed the curtains in a second-floor window fluttering, indicating the presence of survivors. However, they remained cautious about revealing themselves. The sounds of gunfire and small explosives echoed around them, as they effectively cleared out a significant portion of zombies. Upon reaching the entrance of the main shopping mall, designated as Gate 1, Wang Weihua parked the vehicle, and it was time for them to split into 3 teams. "I'm off," Qin Luo stated, ensuring his earpiece was secure for communication. He instructed Su Duo to stay put and for Xiaofei to look after her. After receiving an affirmative gesture from Chun Xiaofei, Qin Luo, along with Wang Weihua and Bai Shu, ventured forward, splitting into 2 groups. Qin Luo intended to wreak havoc inside the mall, while Wang Weihua and Bai Shu focused on rescuing scattered survivors outside. Despite recent injuries, it was remarkable how quickly the ability users recovered. Today, they were already active and undertaking missions with injuries being a common occurrence. "Class leader, let us move," Chun Xiaofei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "City C is the granary capital. There must be food stores nearby. Let us go scavenge." The little zombie nodded shyly and darted into a nearby shop, which turned out to be a grain store. Most shops in the area sold food, but the real treasure lay within the warehouses. Patience was required to find the warehouses, for they were the true treasure troves. However, the vicinity also boasted several high-rise residential buildings, so there were plenty of shops. Upon entering the grain store, Su Duo immediately spotted a zombie stuck at the cash register, presumably a cashier, still clad in the store's apron, though now decomposed beyond recognition. Without hesitation, Chun Xiaofei dispatched it with a single shot, granting the young girl eternal rest. The store offered a variety of coarse grains, likely a tourist attraction, featuring local specialty pastries as well. Su Duo, ever diligent, checked the expiration dates, ensuring the items were still viable before quickly gathering them. The shelves were stocked with traditional sweets and jars filled with grains. In the center of the store lay bags of rice and other goods. Su-duo swiftly collected everything, avoiding any open bags of grain, focusing only on sealed items, and soon cleared the store. Chen Xiaofei, feeling unexpectedly satisfied, trailed behind her. Su-duo was adept at gathering supplies, her speed impressive. The adjacent shop was a spicy hot pot establishment, and she headed straight for the refrigerated section. The ingredients on display had long since spoiled, but the contents of the freezers remained intact due to a lack of power outages. She managed to gather 3 freezers worth of hot pot ingredients, including various meatballs and the essential broth seasoning packets. The store was relatively free of zombies, as most had fled outside, leaving only those trapped behind counters. Next, they entered an outdoor sports supply store, where Su-duo collected numerous tents, fishing gear, camping supplies, bags, and belts. Chen Xiaofei was thoroughly pleased, especially with the array of outdoor clothing and shoes available in this vast store. Class leader, just how large is your storage space? Can we take all these men's clothes? I absolutely adore them. Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, his excitement evident. Su-duo nodded coolly, effortlessly gathering the items with a simple touch. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but grin, following closely behind her, utterly thrilled by the experience. Next to the outdoor sports store was a gigantic snack shop. In the past decade, this type of snack shop has become the most popular, offering an astonishing variety. This particular chain boasts the most comprehensive selection, even featuring a dedicated section for nostalgic childhood snacks, ranging from an array of spicy strips to dried fruits and various meat snacks, each organized within its own designated area. However, the interior bears signs of neglect, remnants of a cataclysmic event that once transpired, setting aside the stains on the floor and a few disheveled corners. One could assert that 80% of the establishment remains in good condition, indicating a relatively low level of contamination. Chen Xiaofei and Su-duo form a perfectly matched duo, both harboring a fondness for snacks. Upon entering this shop, they are akin to mice discovering a granary. Class monitor, hurry over here. I've gathered all the scattered snacks I could find and placed them on the shelves. You can simply collect them along with the shelves. Upon hearing the commotion, Su-duo approached to assist. The shelves were brimming with various gummies that appeared utterly delectable, and she felt her mental space, akin to a multidimensional Rubik's Cube, being filled with yet another compartment, though many slots still remained unoccupied. It simply could not be filled to capacity. The beverage section inside the convenience store was truly dazzling, offering a plethora of both common and uncommon options. Minnie took it upon herself to collect everything in sight, prioritizing items that were not soiled. She reasoned that if she didn't gather them, others would, or they would be destroyed by mutated creatures. Either way, she felt at ease knowing the supplies were safely in her possession. Once the convenience store was thoroughly scavenged, the duo ventured next door to a confectionery. The cakes in the display case were, of course, inedible, having long since spoiled. However, the baking area in the back held a treasure trove of remaining ingredients like flour, powdered milk, and sugar. Their route was lined with numerous eateries, and their mission was to salvage any usable inventory. The most exciting find was the jewelry store, its interior gleaming with gold. Both Little Zombie and Chen Xiaofei exclaimed in awe. Good heavens! How much would all this have been worth before the apocalypse? Chen Xiaofei urged. Hurry, little leader, let's gather it all up. And it looks like there's a liquor store next door, Old Wong's favorite. Let's raid this place and then head over there. Many nodded in agreement, waiting for Chen Xiaofei to dispatch the few zombified shop assistants behind the counter. Once he shattered the glass, she commenced her collection spree. The liquor store next door was equally astonishing, leaving Chen Xiaofei speechless. If Old Wong were here, he'd be ecstatic. Many remained silent, simply packing away the entire wall of wines and spirits. While this scavenging duo reveled in their acquisitions, Wang Weihu, on the other side, was sneezing incessantly as he and Baishu navigated the streets. Everyone, follow me closely. Don't fall behind, and no shouting. Wang Weihu instructed the survivors behind him, leading them toward a convenience store where he planned to house them. Baishu provided cover, as the zombies, sensing the presence of fresh flesh, became increasingly agitated, lunging at anyone within reach. Baishu kicked away a zombie lunging toward him, then dispatched it with a shot. These things are a nuisance, endless and unkillable. He looked up to see more lurking zombies emerging from the shadows. Even though they had eliminated about 90% of them earlier, another horde had gathered, and it's almost nightfall. Wang Weihu hurled a marble bomb at a small cluster of zombies ahead. The device detonated within a precisely controlled 5-meter radius, instantly obliterating the group. Bai Shu, guard the survivors. I'm going to rescue the others and bring them here. The scent of living flesh was drawing zombies from all directions, making it unsafe to leave the survivors unattended. Their fear could easily trigger screams, attracting even more creatures. Bai Shu nodded, taking a swig of iced tea from the flask Minnie had provided. Everyone had received one, and he wondered where she had acquired so many insulated containers. Wang Weihu patted Bai Shu on the shoulder and hurried off to rescue the remaining survivors, eliminating zombies as he went. Bai Shu, while eliminating zombies, reloaded his magazine and occasionally glanced at the terrified survivors huddled inside the convenience store. He sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had become a zombie-slaying machine. The shopping mall was teeming with the undead, making large bombs impractical. He had to rely on marble bombs, and even those sparingly, to avoid damaging the electrical systems and causing fires. Consequently, he resorted to guns and blades in most areas, except for the mall's spacious atriums. Qin Luo plunged into the throng of zombies, hacking and slashing, felling them in droves. He was a relentless killing machine, but he occasionally wondered what his teammates were doing. They had split up and were acting independently, with a rendezvous planned for nightfall. As dusk approached, Chen Xiaofei grew cautious. Little leader, stay close to me from now on. Despite Little Zombie's special ability, the aftereffects were unknown. He preferred to avoid using it if possible. Many acknowledged with a short whistle, glancing at the sky. The overcast conditions seemed to be clearing, revealing a long-awaited moon. Chen Xiaofei urged her to follow him as they continued to gather supplies. The duo had thoroughly scavenged the shops near the mall, filling Minnie's multidimensional cube space. After clearing out the last pharmacy, Qin Luo's voice came over the comms. Is everyone done? It's getting dark. Return to the mall, ASAP. The mall was their designated rest stop, and Qin Luo had apparently secured it on his own. Chen Xiaofei responded cheerfully, copy that. Little leader and I are on our way back. Minnie echoed with a whistle. They first encountered Bai Shu and his group, who were escorting survivors toward the mall. Spotting Chen Xiaofei, Wang Weihu called out, there are a dozen more survivors at the convenience store up ahead. I'll go get them. You two help escort these ones inside. Chen Xiaofei agreed, and Wang Weihu hurried back. Many noticed that Bai Shu and Wang Weihu were covered in zombie blood, while she and Chen Xiaofei were relatively clean, with only dust and a few bloodstains. It's not easy, she thought. Bai Shu chuckled at Minnie. Little leader, you truly live up to your name. Your supplies are so useful. Thanks to your iced tea, old Wang and I feel much better today. Otherwise, we'd be hoarse from yelling at the survivors. Chen Xiaofei concurred. Little leader is like Doraemon. She really has everything, and it's all so useful. It's so comfortable going on missions with her. Bai Shu laughed. Don't let Qin hear you say that. He'll get jealous. Chen Xiaofei chuckled. I'm not afraid. I have nothing to hide. The combat team and the medic possessed a similar kind of magic. When those protecting you could joke and laugh, it indicated that the situation was relatively safe. The survivors, hearing the banter, began to relax. Minnie noticed several people staring at her necklace, and she instinctively tugged at her collar to conceal it. She disliked being scrutinized for it, as it made her feel like an anomaly, even though she was indeed a little zombie. The people of Sea City were generally tall, and the survivors were no exception. They were surprised to see such a small girl participating in missions. Chapter 40. Acquiring a new map, the recent rescue operation unfolded with a surprising swiftness, far quicker than anticipated. Qin Luo recognized an enhancement in his physical capabilities, though his supernatural abilities remained elusive. Any attempt to wield them resulted in a jarring pain throughout his body, likely due to excessive strain. It was evident that he needed to recuperate. The gathered survivors amounted to over 600 individuals, a daunting sight when amassed together. After accounting for everyone, their team needed to alert the nearby logistics unit to dispatch vehicles for their extraction. Upon seeing the rescuers, The survivors were overwhelmed with gratitude, expressing heartfelt thanks, believing they were destined to perish in that place. The lead young man, who identified himself as the manager of a hot pot restaurant on the fourth floor, clutched Qin Luo's hand, unwilling to let go. He, much like the Zhao couple, had summoned people to the safety of his establishment during the crisis. I will never forget that day, he reminisced, recalling the incident that transpired just after 6 o'clock, a time when the shopping district was bustling with activity. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the mall as a person fell ill, prompting alarm among the employees. The manager shared a video from his phone, depicting the early stages of a zombie attack, an unsettling moment when a man suddenly bit his pregnant wife. Initially, there were well-meaning individuals who attempted to intervene, only to become targets themselves. Fortunately, I received that warning message, he continued, his hands trembling as he recounted the events. Being somewhat paranoid by nature, I felt an overwhelming unease after reading it. From that moment on, I could not shake the thought. It was only when the chilling screams erupted from below that he snapped back to reality, urgently advising his colleagues to remain inside and calling for the customers on the fourth floor to seek refuge. Soon, patrons from the second and third floors followed suit, seeking safety above. The fortunate few who survived were those gathered in that establishment, and they had done everything within their power to save each other. By sheer luck, the fourth floor, being a food court, enabled them to ration their supplies and sustain themselves until now. The manager was able to successfully communicate a distress signal to headquarters, having consulted an apocalypse survival manual that warned of potential mobile signal failure. He persistently sent out messages until he finally established contact with the rescue team. Wang Weihua praised him for his composure and decisiveness, remarking that thanks to his swift actions in gathering everyone, over 500 lives were spared. The manager, feeling bashful, scratched his head and humbly insisted it was merely a matter of doing what anyone would do. An ordinary worker without notable qualifications. He had never imagined becoming a pillar of strength for others in such dire times, striving to enhance their quality of life while exploring various self-help methods, all the while offering comfort to fellow survivors. As Baishu penned his report, a troubling question arose. If the foot traffic had been normal, how could there be so many zombies within the mall? Upon their arrival, they had been confronted by a horde. The manager quickly explained, because there are zombies outside as well, and people mistakenly believe they could seek refuge inside the mall, only to discover, well, it's best not to elaborate. The implication was clear. Those seeking sanctuary found themselves in a hellish scenario, with the revolving doors rendering escape impossible, trapping the unfortunate souls inside. A collective sigh swept through the group. In this apocalyptic reality, survival often hinged on luck. Qin Luo placed a reassuring hand on the manager's shoulder, assuring him that their report would reflect the truth of his exemplary conduct, and that headquarters would commend him for his actions. The manager, feeling unworthy of such praise, replied, I haven't done anything extraordinary. It's individuals like you who are truly impressive. Initially, I envisioned a grand rescue operation akin to those depicted in movies, with troops arriving in force. I never expected such a small number of you. Yet witnessing you wield your powers has only deepened my admiration. The manager introduced himself as Ding Shengjie and inquired earnestly, how can one become a supernatural being? The survival manual does not provide any guidance on that. He expressed a desire to be like them, to save more lives. Qin Luo chuckled, telling him to be patient, for perhaps research at the base would yield answers in the future. Wang Weihua, placing a hand on Ding Shengjie's shoulder, added with a smile, all right, young comrade. You've earned your rest. Thank you for your cooperation. We have gathered all necessary information, and a bus will arrive tomorrow to transport you to the base. The nearest survivor base was situated in Harbin, with additional locations in City A and City B, the latter two being farther afield. Currently, these three major bases were the only strongholds, while other cities remained perilous. Baishu noted the large number of survivors. Harbin was nearing capacity, and not all would be sent there. Qin Luo concurred, suggesting that City A, with its lower population, could accommodate some of the newcomers. As they discussed logistical matters, they overlooked Chun Xiaofei and Su Duo, who were engaging the children with candy. A group of youngsters sat with vacant expressions, timidly clinging to their parents, while the more unfortunate ones, 20 or so orphans, quietly wept. Unable to bear the sight, Chun Xiaofei conferred with Su Duo and distributed candy, ensuring each child receive a handful. The atmosphere indoors was stifling. The survivors varied in cleanliness, yet mutual acceptance prevailed. After completing their official duties, Qin Luo and Bai Shu approached Qin Xiaofei and Su Duo, curious about their activities. Surely, children shouldn't consume so much candy? Their teeth will suffer, Bai Shu remarked bluntly, causing the children to flinch, their eyes brimming with tears yet stifled by fear. Qin Xiaofei quickly interjected, "What are you doing? Don't frighten the children. Life is already so harsh. What harm is there in a little candy? And please, don't look at us like that. We are diligently working." Through their gentle inquiries, they learned from the children about the location of a food storage warehouse in City C. The convoluted routes proved challenging, with navigation proving futile for non-locals. Among the children were a few older ones, already 10 years old and cognizant of their plight. When Qin Xiaofei asked questions, a little girl was able to draw a map, but as she finished, she began to cry, lamenting, "This was the last box of crayons my mother bought for me." Upon uttering those words, her sobs erupted, startling the three men. Su Duo hurriedly offered her chocolate, hoping to quell her tears as her cries echoed, sending chills down their spines. Chun Xiaofei crouched beside her, attempting to comfort her, while Bai Shu examined the charming map she had crafted, exclaiming, "This is quite impressive. You must have practiced drawing before, haven't you?" Qin Luo gently placed a hand on the girl's head, reassuring her, "Do not cry. You have done wonderfully. Your mother will be very proud of you." Chapter 41. The granary was situated in a town not far from the commercial district, approximately a 20-minute drive away. A rescue message had been dispatched to headquarters the previous evening, and a logistics team arrived in buses to retrieve them, albeit not until noon the following day. "Our sincerest apologies," the young woman leading the logistics team said. "Our squad was quite a distance away, and we expedited our journey as much as possible upon receiving the message. We trust we haven't caused undue delay." Wang Weihu engaged with her, assuring her that it was quite all right. "The list of survivors has already been transmitted to you. Many are suffering from psychological trauma." The young woman acknowledged, understood. "Rest assured, our team includes a healing-type esper whose specialization lies in dream manipulation. She was a psychologist prior to the cataclysm." Wang Weihu was immediately relieved, marveling at such an extraordinary ability. "The world grows ever more fantastical," he mused. While he handled the handover, Qin Luo, Bai Shu, and Chun Xiaofei deliberated over routes, with Su Duo joining the discussion. The trio, along with the diminutive zombie, pored over a map. "I told you we shouldn't have accepted a new assignment," Bai Shu lamented. "How are we supposed to navigate this route now?" "Let's withdraw and select a different one," Qin Xiaofei suggested. "Absolutely not," Qin Luo retorted. "How humiliating would that be? Team 3, it doesn't back down from assignments." "Xiaofei is right. It would be mortifying," Bai Shu agreed. "Perhaps we should accept another assignment concurrently and expedite matters." Su Duo listened as they discussed accepting assignments as casually as deciding where to dine. It was no wonder everyone on the forum referred to Team 3A as combat fanatics, always charging towards the front lines. How could they not be formidable? Qin Luo ultimately declared, "Let's proceed. That's settled. We'll adapt as we go. Stop overthinking it." He loathed procrastination. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and stood up. "Very well. Lao Wang should have completed the handover. Let's depart." Qin Xiaofei dusted off his trousers and rose to his feet. They had been squatting on the ground, studying the map. It couldn't be helped. The little zombie was so small that she couldn't see the map in their hands when they stood. The little zombie, oblivious, also stood up and mimicked Qin Xiaofei's actions, dusting off her trousers. Qin Luo chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Su Duo's hair. "Did you get your trousers dirty? You imitate everything, don't you?" "Indeed." She was like a child. Su Duo glanced at him and retrieved her teething stick, gnawing on it with gusto. Qin Xiaofei immediately rubbed his arms. "Oh, that sound. It gives me goosebumps every time." Bai Shu, with alacrity, discreetly distanced himself and headed towards their off-road vehicle. Qin Xiaofei promptly followed. "Qin Luo, noticing how vigorously she was chewing, was about to caution her against such force when Wang Weihu summoned them to the vehicle. He didn't have time to dwell on it. He scooped up the little zombie and carried her to the back seat of the vehicle, settling her inside. Important matters took precedence. As their team departed, the logistics squad saluted them. The survivors, however, were a mixture of numb, fearful, and elated, hardly noticing their heroes. Only the store manager and the dozen or so orphans waved vigorously, shouting, "Stay safe." Wang Weihu responded with a honk of the vehicle's horn as a gesture of acknowledgement. With so many survivors to care for, the logistics squad would be occupied for some time. Their combat team couldn't afford to linger. They needed to accept as many assignments as possible. Let's go. Onward to the granary. These supplies should last us quite a while. Chun Xiaofei exclaimed from the passenger seat, his childlike face beaming with excitement. In Ping'an County, Sea City, the former tranquility was shattered by the roar of vehicles as a swarm of zombies was mowed down. This modified off-road vehicle was truly comfortable. It wouldn't have been possible to traverse this terrain in the past. Another wave of zombies was cleared. Ordinarily, these low-level zombies shouldn't possess any alien nuclei. One would have to evolve into a one-star monster to acquire one. Alien nuclei were scarce in the early days of the apocalypse, but strangely, they had collected over a dozen along the way, all translucent pale yellow in color. The atmosphere inside the vehicle became somewhat somber. Qin Luo examined the alien nucleus in his hand. The alien nucleus of a zombie is actually pale yellow? Qin Xiaofei added seriously, exactly. Doesn't this ratio seem a bit off? And the zombies here are more agile than in other places. Bai Shu perused the forum, but found no information about the area. Sea City was vast, and combat teams were still in short supply. Most combat teams were organized into units, and even ordinary people who acquired abilities required time to adapt to the post-apocalyptic world. This resulted in an acute shortage of manpower, leaving many areas unrescued and unexplored, naturally devoid of any data. Ping'an County was one such place. Headquarters was aware of the granary, but uncertain whether any grain remained, or whether it had been plundered by other espers. They were concerned that the combat team would embark on a futile mission. In reality, their priority was rescuing survivors. This favored team, 3A. Bai Shu meticulously documented everything, intending to upload a report to the forum, indicating that zombies were beginning to evolve at an accelerated rate. Chun Xiaofei grumbled incessantly. Why is our leveling up so slow? These zombies can just wander around and reach one star? His complaints lightened the mood inside the vehicle, eliciting chuckles from everyone. However, little squad leaders' rations are secured. These dozen or so will last her a long time, Chun Xiaofei said, turning to face the back with a grin. Qin Luo, holding the alien nucleus, observed that despite originating from a zombie's brain, it was remarkably clean, impervious to water and dust. It was pristine and crystalline. He casually offered it to Su Duo. Do you want to eat this? It's all yours. To his surprise, Su Duo declined, her little face contorted. She refused to consume the alien nucleus of a zombie, feeling as though she were ingesting a part of a human being. Little zombie refuses, she declared. Qin Luo chuckled at Chun Xiaofei. See, she dislikes this. She wouldn't even eat the alien nucleus of the mutated snake person. Qin Xiaofei scratched his head. Oh well, if she doesn't want it, she doesn't want it. We'll find something else. Bai Shu added, no problem. We can trade zombie alien nuclei with others. They didn't criticize her for being picky. Instead, they accepted her preferences, suggesting alternative options. No one considered her to be demanding. The little zombie felt a warmth return to her corpse-like body. Speaking of the mutated snake person's alien nucleus, it was probably the highest level alien nucleus they could obtain. Bai Shu suggested, since little squad leader doesn't want it, let's sell it back at the base for points. Everyone concurred. Soon, they spotted a vast granary area, resembling Mongolian yurts, with white structures dotting the plain, containing the grain. Everyone was awestruck. Su Duo's eyes, however, gleamed with excitement. Good heavens! Zombie spatial grids are about to be filled up a lot. Chapter 42, Ding. Acquired 240,000 tons of grain. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and the four individuals, armed to the teeth, made their way towards the granary. Once again, They engaged in a relentless extermination of zombies, instinctively placing Muchu in the center for protection, while she, wielding a chainsaw, found little opportunity to utilize her weapon. At the entrance, they encountered a brief obstruction, but fortunately, in this apocalyptic era, they resorted to firing small ammunition, successfully forcing open the grand doors. To their surprise, no zombies awaited them inside. Nonetheless, they did not let their guard down. Chen Xiaofei, the most agile among them, took the lead as the scout. After conducting a thorough inspection to ensure the area was clear, he beckoned the others to enter, and together they stepped into the interior of the granary. Upon entry, they immediately noticed the unusual dryness of the environment, which explained the excellent preservation of the grain. The granary area was filled with rows upon rows of neatly arranged storage facilities, and Chen Xiaofei quickly discovered there were as many as 32. Wow, this place is enormous. Can our little team manage? Qin Luo crossed his arms, glancing at Chen Xiaofei as if to say, "What do you think?" "I believe we can," he replied. Turning his gaze, he was astonished to see Muchu, akin to a mouse, scurrying into a rice bin, already beginning her collection. Her ability allowed her to gather items merely by contact. Regardless of the quantity, anything she touched would be taken in one fell swoop. For her, collecting from 32 granaries would merely equate to 32 trips. It was far more convenient than rummaging through supermarkets or snack shops. With a mere swipe of her tiny claws, she effortlessly packed away all the grain. One exhilarating experience. As the granary lay idle, they even took a moment to check the amount of stored grain, and to their astonishment, they learned that a single cylindrical granary could hold up to 500 tons of grain. With 32 of them, it was staggering. Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "We've secured food for a lifetime, and we can even sustain many more at our base." Bai Shu nodded in agreement, his face reflecting joy. Wang Weihua was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Their squad leader was indeed remarkable. Muchu, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, was simply thrilled with her hoarding spree, reveling in the joy of her success. However, the 32 granaries vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet, her multifaceted space was filled with numerous compartments, imparting a profound sense of satisfaction and joy, and overwhelming happiness. It was all food, a plethora of grains, with rice being the most abundant and of exceptional quality. After finishing her collection, Muchu appeared dazed and starry-eyed. Qin Luo teased, "You look like you've had too much to drink. Are you intoxicated by grain?" His laughter was deep and joyous. Everyone's spirits soared, including Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Chen Xiaofei. Successfully securing such a substantial amount of food gave them a profound sense of relief. Although it might only be a drop in the bucket for the base, it was certainly better than allowing it to rot away. In this unprecedented world post-apocalypse, each day brought uncertainty, and no one knew what the next moment might hold. Therefore, it was wise to gather supplies as soon as possible. They also requested some grain from Muchu, as they needed to account for their findings to headquarters, especially since someone had witnessed them seeking maps from the children. To avoid complications, they decided to sell the grain stored in their space to the base in exchange for points, thus allowing them to earn points for personal use while alleviating the base's immediate needs. Having successfully exited the granary, they continued their mission to rescue other survivors while scavenging various resources in the vicinity. The small town boasted numerous shops and malls. Although there were no rescue teams nearby, they prepared to return. They brought the rescued survivors with them, utilizing the vehicles Muchu had gathered earlier at the service area, a large truck for transporting their belongings and a bus for the people. The modified off-road vehicle led the convoy, with the others closely following. It had been several days since they had set out, yet they had encountered more events in this short span than in the previous few months. Each day was filled with experiences far more colorful than the monotony of their former lives, where they merely shuttled between school and work. Muchu felt as if they had been away for ages, though it had only been 3 days. After spending additional time on the road, their team finally returned to the base on the 4th day. The sight of the towering walls brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance. They proceeded through the standard protocols, parking for inspection while the other survivors queued for quarantine before entering the base. Many among them, upon seeing the familiar faces of the staff in red uniforms and badges, broke down in tears, grateful to have escaped with their lives. The days following the apocalypse had been unimaginable. The staff, displaying remarkable patience, offered comforting words while guiding the survivors inside. Qin Luo and his companions stood by the vehicle, waiting for the staff to review and inspect it. They would take the vehicle for cleaning and repair before returning it to their designated parking area, ready for future missions. As was customary, Chun Xiaofei stretched and yawned, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm exhausted." Bai Shu, equally fatigued, rolled his neck and sighed. "Let us wash up and catch some sleep. I'm too tired to even think about food." Wang Weihua found a spot to smoke. The tension of their outdoor missions often left him disinclined to indulge. But now that they were back at the base, he returned to his vices. As the team leader, Qin Luo approached the staff at the edge of the base to report and register their findings. "We passed by the granary and brought back a significant amount of grain. We'll keep 200 pounds of rice for ourselves. The rest you can take." Miss Du Chunjiang could not contain her surprise. "Oh my goodness, really? You guys are incredible, completing multiple missions and now returning with food after battling 3-star mutated monsters? You truly are my heroes. I've seen discussions about your team on the forums lately." Her admiration was palpable as she recounted how others struggled to complete a single mission, while their team consistently excelled. They were undeniably formidable combatants, and now they had a charming new addition. Du Chunjiang's gaze fell on the little zombie, and she whispered, "She is so beautiful and adorable, though a bit aloof. She hardly engages when spoken to." Qin Luo stepped back slightly, exclaiming, "What is there to whisper about? Why get so close?" Du Chunjiang rolled her eyes, responding, "Come on, if we're going to get technical, I should call you cousin. What's the fuss? I just want to get to know her." Qin Luo chuckled. "If you want to introduce yourself, just do it. No need for secrecy. Besides, she is not aloof. She just can't speak right now." He muttered a few words. How could she be anything but adorable? Muchu had been waiting patiently for Qin Luo, initially intending to leave. However, tempted by his scent, she decided to linger a bit longer, hoping to savor his aroma and indulge her senses before bedtime. Unbeknownst to her, she found nothing peculiar about her behavior. Chapter 43. Teething when Qin Luo arrived, the little zombie hurriedly clung to him. The more alert of the zombies would not easily approach. Instead, they followed closely behind him. As they drew nearer, he could catch a whiff of the refreshing scent emanating from her, a delightful aroma reminiscent of mint-flavored fruit hard candy. The little zombie, tempted by the fragrance, began to gnaw on a teething stick, a treat typically meant for children. This stick was crafted from flour, sweet potato starch, and carrot puree, baked to a formidable hardness. It was unclear from which maternity store it had been procured, but it sufficed for her needs. As her tiny sharp teeth began to emerge, she experienced discomfort. Her gums itched terribly. When she was not preoccupied, it was manageable, but when the itchiness escalated, she felt an insatiable urge to bite on something. Many, feeling a bit irritable, thought it peculiar that any ordinary person would chew on such an item. Thus, instead of feeling the joy of growth, she was burdened by a sense of melancholy that set her apart from others. "What's the matter? Are you teething and becoming despondent?" Qin Luo mused, genuinely intrigued. He had been paying close attention to her. The little one seemed delighted at his presence, yet she soon resumed gnawing on her teething stick. He feared that her short legs might struggle to keep up, so he deliberately slowed his pace, finding joy in leisurely walking alongside the little zombie. Otherwise, upon returning to the base, he would have retreated to his room to rest rather than accompany her on a slow stroll. However, as she continued to gnaw, her irritation intensified. Qin Luo was puzzled until she looked up at him, and a streak of blood suddenly trickled from the corner of her mouth, leaving him stunned. "What on earth happened? Are you hurt? Internal injuries? Is your space too full and causing a backlash?" His concern overwhelmed him, and he quickly grasped her jaw to examine her mouth closely, realizing that it was merely a result of her teething. Yet, many continued to stare at him with her wide eyes, sniffing the air. Goodness, the supplies nearby seemed even more fragrant in her presence. Though she had no intention of eating him, the sweetness was intoxicating. Seeing her unresponsive state, Qin Luo grew anxious and scooped her up, hastening toward the subway entrance. Within 2 minutes, They arrived at the research center, where he spotted Xiao Qiao and called out urgently, "Hurry, hurry!" She's bleeding from her gums. Can you do something about it? Xiao Qiao, initially assuming a grave situation, quickly directed him, "Over here, to the emergency department." A minute later, Xiao Qiao was doubled over with laughter, hands on her hips. "Qin team, you're quite the character, aren't you? The little zombie is merely teething. You can review the latest research report. The data hasn't yet been uploaded to the database. Studies indicate that some organisms undergo a secondary growth phase after infection. Congratulations. Your little zombie has grown a bit." Qin Luo, exasperated, observed as the emergency doctor cheerfully tended to Many's bleeding gums. The little zombie gaped wide-mouthed, her eyes glancing toward him. She truly was a handful. He understood that she adored him, but did she need to constantly fixate on him? It made him feel a tad embarrassed. With a bashful wave of his hand, he snapped his fingers at her. "Why are you looking at me? Focus on the doctor." The doctor, masked and smiling, was about to speak when Qin Luo interrupted. "I know she's teething, but why did it lead to bleeding?" As Xiao Qiao organized her materials, she replied without looking up, "What do you mean by care leads to chaos? This is what you call care leading to chaos." She bit too hard. The newly emerged sharp teeth are hard, and the teething stick is also hard. How could that not cause bleeding? The general doctor added, "If possible, provide her with softer items for teething. After all, we're not rodents. It's best not to bite down on excessively hard items. Babies also have teething gels. But for a little zombie like Many, with a full set of intact teeth, soft gels wouldn't withstand her bite. They'd break immediately." Qin Luo earnestly inquired, "Can't she do without teething?" The doctor explained that if she refrained from teething, she would be uncomfortable, though enduring it was certainly an option. Xiao Qiao chimed in, chastising him, "You devil. Not letting her teeth? How uncomfortable that would be. Do you even know how to care for her? If you can't, just leave her to us. We'll take good care of her." Xiao Qiao continued her light-hearted reprimand, but it did not hinder the doctor from attending to her patient. Once it was clear that there were no serious issues, the doctor gently ushered them out, calling for the next patient. Many had always been a good child, naturally feeling a sense of fear and respect for doctors and teachers. Initially worried that she might frighten the doctor, she found herself following Qin Luo out and caught sight of the next patient. This child was accompanied by her mother, sporting little leaves atop her head, looking quite adorable, probably around 7 or 8 years old. Yet, when the doctor requested her to open her mouth, it gaped wide enough to stretch to her ears, revealing an array of sharp teeth. Xiao Qiao cheerfully explained, "What do you think? This child is also quite charming, isn't she? Her mutation is that of a carnivorous plant. She possesses devouring abilities. With proper nurturing, her ultimate move could allow her to swallow an array of mutated monsters, though her diet is a bit varied, leading to frequent hospital visits." Xiao Qiao was delighted, noting that this new little darling S-plant seeds were intriguing. The leaves on her head would bloom and bear fruit, and the seeds from those fruits could be planted to produce little carnivorous plants that could guard homes. The only drawback was that sometimes they could struggle to recognize their owner, making them a tad foolish. "Oh my goodness, this world has completely gone mad. All right," Xiao Qiao concluded her explanation. "You two should proceed with your tasks. By the way, the new research report is crucial. Make sure to review it thoroughly. Now, you both should go for an ability assessment." Qin Luo and Many were swiftly escorted into the elevator by Xiao Qiao, who sent them both up to the second floor, waving cheerfully at them before turning to leave. Dressed in her white coat, Xiao Qiao bounced with evident joy, clearly relishing her work. Many felt a twinge of envy. Qin Luo, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident with the child, turned his attention back to Many. Observing her biting her lip, he realized she was still experiencing discomfort from teething. Tentatively, he extended his wrist toward her. Many's eyes widened with excitement, salivating at the thought. "Isn't that a delicious broth? Is he really offering me something to eat? Is this even real?" However, the little zombie refrained from biting. She felt shy. Qin Luo quietly withdrew his hand, feeling inexplicably disappointed. Nevertheless, the clear-headed little zombie truly did not bite. She was a good child. He couldn't help but sigh. Just as they arrived on the second floor, they encountered Wang Weihua and others who had just completed their ability assessments. unlike Qin Luo's unique lightning abilities, which required regular testing. The headquarters allowed ordinary ability users to be assessed only when experiencing discomfort. Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei had evidently become stronger, while Bai Shu remained unscathed, showing little change from before. Chapter 44. The onslaught of the Great Typhoon in the monitoring area on the second basement level, a multitude of individuals had gathered, predominantly comprising of both extraordinary beings and aberrants. Among them was a bouncy rabbit-like creature, adorned with plush fur and long ears, possessing a human visage, complete with human limbs, resembling a person clad in a fuzzy costume. Yet, it was clear that the fur was genuine as it hopped about, inquiring of passers-by, "Hey buddy, what number is my fur registered under? I've been experiencing some itchiness lately." The individual he queried, an aberrant resembling a chicken with a prominent red comb and a rugged countenance, replied with a hearty cluck, "Come on, buddy, you need a dermatology consult." This surreal scene evoked thoughts of a fantastical realm. Many, including the protagonist, returned their gaze, sharing a moment of silent consensus to postpone any discussions until they returned home. Thus, they split into two groups. Bai Shu and his companions headed back, while Su Duo and Qin Luo proceeded with the monitoring task. Although Qin Luo's abilities had enhanced, Su Duo, the little zombie, remained unchanged, her speed still measured at 1.5. However, there was no cause for disappointment, as her power lay within the realm of space. As they retraced their steps, they encountered a stunning spider-woman, her upper body human and lower body arachnid. Her presence startled many arachnophobes, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Da Qiao, donned in a white lab coat, grasped a bullfrog, urgently managing the scene. "Step aside, everyone. This is a newly transformed spider lady. Let us ensure she isn't frightened. Please be accommodating." The spider lady, bashfully covering her face, scurried away with her 8 legs into the consultation room. Da Qiao, relieved, spotted Su Duo and Qin Luo and quickly approached them. "Oh, you're back. Here, for the ability assessment. Your 3A team has done remarkably well, defeating those 3-star aberrant creatures." She noted the enhancement in Qin Luo's abilities, encouraging him to keep up the good work. "The number of aberrants is on the rise, and their levels are escalating. If our combat team cannot keep pace, we shall be at a disadvantage." Aberrants and aberrant creatures are fundamentally different. The former retain human consciousness, while the latter are driven by primal instincts, their eyes aflame with hunger and devoid of self-control. This distinction allows aberrants to coexist within the base under controlled conditions, whereas aberrant creatures can no longer be classified as human. Da Qiao, busy with her experiments, explained that she had been called to escort the spider lady and now needed to return to her lab. "Let's grab a drink sometime. I've been swamped lately." Even her calm demeanor had turned frazzled. With a wink at Su Duo, she invited her along, to which Qin Luo responded, already pulling Su Duo away. "Let us talk about drinks later. You can ask old Wang. He loves to drink and can indulge himself any day." Da Qiao chuckled in exasperation. Those two aren't to be underestimated. If they invite you for a meal, it's likely they expect something in return for their research. Avoid them if you can, and refuse if necessary. Don't be naive and fall into their trap. Qin Luo earnestly advised the little zombie, who nodded obediently. Remarkably, within just 4 days, the base had undergone noticeable changes. Those undergoing evolution, whether extraordinary beings or aberrants, were now collectively termed new humans. In City H, numerous high-rises had sprung up, a testament to the efforts of extraordinary beings and aberrants. With so many survivors converging in Harbin, expansion became imperative. Riding the subway directly to their neighborhood, they found themselves in an area bustling with extraordinary beings and aberrants. The psychological resilience and physicality of ordinary individuals lagged behind that of the new humans. Moreover, the combat teams often returned from missions stained with blood, which posed no threat to the new humans but could be lethal to ordinary citizens. Thus, delineating zones for separate living arrangements proved beneficial. The base's loudspeakers continued to broadcast updates on the surrounding area's collapse and the number of rescues, including lists of the fallen. BZZZ. Good evening, everyone. We have an urgent announcement. According to meteorological monitoring, Typhoon number 1, Tyrannosaurus, and number 2, Shizi, are approaching our coastal waters and will make landfall within 24 hours. The trajectory has been sent to your combat team's emails. Please check. All personnel outdoors in the typhoon's path must prioritize safety and protect the survivors. All personnel at the Harbin base are prohibited from going outside. The entire base will cease operations, production, and classes. The broadcast, delivered with a tremor in the announcer's voice, conveyed a palpable sense of urgency. Nearby extraordinary beings could not help but grumble. I was hoping to take on a few more tasks. Now it seems my plans are dashed. I can barely afford my rent with my points. Another chimed in, this typhoon appears formidable. Even the announcers sound shaky. Remember the coastal cities that nearly succumbed to flooding last time? If we're halting all activities here, those cities will surely face devastation. In this chaotic world, it was easy to succumb to frustration. Duo remained attentively listening to the broadcast, the silver metal collar around her neck glimmering slightly. The little zombie appeared remarkably obedient as Chin Luo gently patted her head. Let us go. There's no need to linger here. This is meant for ordinary people. Ordinary citizens lacked the special wristbands provided by the base, rendering them unable to access the internet, effectively reverting to a pre-internet era. Only members of the combat teams had such privileges, and living in the housing units came at a price. To prevent the combat team from becoming complacent, they were required to pay rent for decent accommodations. Without sufficient points, they were relegated to dormitories, often sharing quarters with several others. The buildings labeled a through G denoted the quality of housing, with Building F being the least desirable, housing 8 individuals in a cramped dormitory. Conversely, Building A, where Chin Luo's team resided, offered single apartments, as their ample points allowed them to comfortably cover the rent. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaofei and his group were preparing a hot pot meal, rejoicing in their recent victory against the mutated serpent men, which had netted each of them an average of 25,000 points, enough for a sumptuous feast. They had messaged Chin Luo and Su Duo in advance, instructing them to head straight to Chen Xiaofei's apartment, just a short distance away on the same floor. Leading Su Duo around the corner, Chin Luo arrived at Chen Xiaofei's door, swinging it open. Hot pot, how much did you spend on points? Not much. Tonight's on me. And I bought a plethora of exotic ingredients. Get ready for a delicious meal, Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, bustling about with dishes. Feel free to make yourselves at home. We're all friends here. Curious, Su Duo peeked from behind Chin Luo, spotting a large hot pot set on the table, featuring a white bone broth base and a spicy beef tallow base. The table was already laden with an array of prepared ingredients, thanks to Wang Weihua, who was diligently cooking in the kitchen while Chen Xiaofei acted as the server. Bai Shu was engrossed in researching data from the forum, occasionally adjusting his glasses. In all honesty, had it not been for his extraordinary abilities, he would never have realized his dream of becoming a sharpshooter. Now, wearing glasses was merely a remnant of childhood habits that provided him with a sense of security. Chapter 45. Recent research. Su Duo sat on the carpet beside Chin Luo, gazing at the spread before them, and quietly began to unpack several large boxes of food. There were beef rolls, lamb rolls, an assortment of meatballs, duck blood, wide noodles, crispy rolls, fried tofu, enoki mushrooms, and shrimp paste, all neatly arranged. Chin Luo and Bai Shutian ceased their conversation, captivated by her culinary treasures. It was simply delightful. Class monitor, you truly are a treasure trove. You have everything one could desire, and these are all stored in fresh-keeping containers. The beef rolls are clearly made from original cuts, not synthetic meat, Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, bringing out a small bowl of vegetables with a look of sheer delight. Finally, the little zombie produced a large jar of canned peaches, prompting an excited wow from the 3 of them, and they couldn't help but applaud. This was indeed a prized possession. Bai Shu chuckled. Class monitor, could you possibly procure some liquor? Old Wang enjoys white spirits. A few bottles of beer will suffice. We promise not to overindulge. Su Duo nodded modestly and promptly produced a dozen bottles of beer, culminating with a bottle of Matai. The table instantly shimmered with a golden glow. This made Bai Shu laugh. Old Wang, come quickly. Look at what the class monitor has brought you. What? Wang Weihua rushed in from the kitchen, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing the spread. "Class monitor, you truly are a gem." He cherished his liquor dearly. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaofei shouted from the kitchen, "Old Wang, the water is about to overflow." Wang Weihua hurried back to wash the vegetables, his spirits high, even humming a little tune while wearing an apron, which made him appear quite endearing. After a whirlwind of activity, they finally sat down to dinner, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Bai Shu connected his tablet to play the latest research report, and soon they began to eat and drink. "Class monitor, do we have any sesame sauce?" "A hot pot without sesame sauce, Laxol. Please pass me some beef." "Class monitor, I do like some clear oil dipping sauce." "My goodness, this meat is incredibly fragrant." "Indeed, good beef must be boiled in clear broth to taste divine. I absolutely refuse to accept this." "Xiaofei, what on earth did you buy? Why is there this pink meat in chunks?" "Well, I bought shrimp." "Shrimp? Mutated shrimp." "Other teams brought them back, and the research center has checked them. They are edible and taste even better." "My goodness, I managed to snag a piece. And this stuff sells for 300 points per box, you know." The little zombie stared at the bowl of so-called shrimp meat, which indeed was shrimp, merely magnified many times over, with each piece the size of a fist. Chun Xiaofei had fought over this delicacy in the supermarket. "Wow, this is truly delicious. Eating shrimp like this is such a delight." "Class monitor, would you like to try a piece?" "Is a mutated shrimp safe to eat?" Qin Luo had just handed Su Duo a piece of shrimp meat. Should they eat it raw as sashimi? Su Duo stared for a moment, not wanting to use chopsticks for the raw shrimp. Instead, she looked at the cooked shrimp in her bowl, feeling a rare twinge of desire. Qin Luo understood instantly. He swiftly dipped the shrimp meat in the spicy pot for a minute, then fished it out to let it cool. During this process, the little zombie's claws rested on his arm, silently swallowing. Chun Xiaofei and the others began to chuckle, realizing that the class monitor could also feel tempted. Bai Shu removed his glasses, placing them aside. How could she not? She simply isn't sure if she likes it cooked. The new research suggests that aberrants prefer to consume mutated animals, right? Wang Weihua took a sip of his liquor, feeling relaxed as he watched them eat and drink. This life was simply exquisite. Qin Luo, hearing his friends chatter and glancing at the little zombie, who looked longingly at the food, thought, why wouldn't she feel tempted? That night, she even climbed into my lap to nibble on my wrist. All right, it's cooled down. Let's eat. Su Duo, seeing the shrimp meat brought to her lips, opened her mouth eagerly, savoring the sweet and juicy shrimp. Her eyes sparkled with delight. She could actually taste something beyond the crystal core, the flavor of shrimp. Her face radiated pure joy. The others were momentarily stunned. Chun Xiaofei, biting his chopsticks, asked in surprise, "Class monitor, what's wrong? You seem like you're buffering, as if you're frozen?" Bai Shu and Wang Weihua also looked on anxiously, realizing it was Su Duo's first experience tasting something other than the aberrant core. Qin Luo remained calm, observing her expression, understanding her little thoughts. She was likely so overwhelmed by the deliciousness that she momentarily crashed. It's all right. She'll be fine in a moment. Sure enough, the little zombie resumed chewing, her eyes sparkling as her claws clung to Qin Luo's arm. Su Duo wasn't unwilling to eat on her own. She could grasp things just fine. However, the finesse of using chopsticks was beyond her grasp, and her claws had not yet adapted. But that was of no concern, for she had an automatic feeder beside her. Qin Luo took a couple of bites for himself, not forgetting to prepare some cooked mutated shrimp meat for her. Chun Xiaofei and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their smiles returning as they continued to eat and drink. "So, what does the latest report entail? I can't quite grasp it." "I feel the same," Bai Shu said, hearing Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei's comments with a hint of exasperation. "Did you both even listen attentively? This report has become mere background music." Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei chuckled, confessing that they had indeed not been paying close attention. Bai Shu glanced at them, then at the captain, who was busy playing the feeding game with the little zombie. None of them seemed reliable, so he cleared his throat, leaned back against the sofa, took another sip of beer, and began to explain. The essence of the research center's latest findings pertains to the utility of the aberrant core. This phenomenon is the key to the evolution of both living and non-living organisms worldwide. The source of infection on Earth has yet to be identified. However, Infected biological or non-biological entities evolve through consumption, which explains why zombies crave human flesh, mutated animals desire human victims, and aberrant monsters indiscriminately consume anything. Their sole purpose is to accumulate enough energy to evolve and grow stronger. All infected entities contain these energy elements. Initial energy elements are scarce, but their quantity increases with the level of the organism. For instance, ordinary zombies and mutated creatures do not possess aberrant cores. Yet, they continuously consume to enhance themselves, ultimately developing aberrant cores. Consumption is also one of the primary skills of all aberrants, making it a rather common phenomenon. The second key finding reveals that the dilution agent for the aberrant core has been approved and is now undergoing mass production. Those with abilities can utilize this dilution agent to enhance their powers. However, whether one can digest and apply it effectively depends on the individual. And breaking through personal limits is also a means of accelerating enhancement. Using the dilution agent is akin to employing spirit stones in cultivation. One can absorb the energy from the world's sources without it, but when abilities are depleted, breakthroughs can be achieved. Utilizing the agent facilitates quicker upgrades, but it results in a hollow facade. Abilities are like blades. They must be tempered through rigorous trials to attain sharpness. Levels attained through mere consumption of drugs are superficial. The group was left in shock. Chapter 46. The heteronuclear dilution agent in this brave new world. Everything necessitates a process of readjustment. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group left behind a table in disarray, and together they tidied up. By the time they finished, it was already 10:30 in the evening, prompting everyone to return to their respective abodes. Minnie Duo returned to her cozy little nook, which she had only occupied for a single night. Eager to make it feel more like home, she busied herself extracting items from her spatial storage to adorn her new residence. Adorable dolls and various trinkets were placed around. Curtains were swapped for her preferred warm hues, and the carpet was replaced with a gentle shade of green. The bath mat at the bathroom door had to be made of water-absorbent diatomaceous earth, and an array of toiletries was organized neatly on the bathroom cabinet. The fridge in the kitchen was adorned with charming magnets, along with an assortment of everyday spices. It was only then that her small dwelling began to exude that quintessential essence of home. Duo was bustling about, moving the living room furniture around and changing the bedding and sofa covers. Due to her fingers being incapable of delicate tasks, even putting on a duvet cover proved to be a laborious endeavor. After her flurry of activity, she settled onto the bay window in the living room, lost in thought. The external broadcast had ceased, leaving the entire community illuminated only by dim lights, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. No one lingered outside. The imposing walls stood prominently ahead, instilling a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, the little zombie clutched her tablet, scrolling through forum posts and stumbling upon a plethora of bizarre threads, many of which had already been locked. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from perusing their content. A recent research report had surged to the forefront of the forum, igniting fervent discussions among the users. I had heard rumors that the enhancement of abilities relied on heteronuclei, but I never truly believed it until now. How can they expect the lower-tier battle squads to acquire such elusive heteronuclei? Another potion? Isn't it risky to inject something into our bodies? Laughable. Are you afraid? Countless researchers have toiled endlessly to develop this. You should have no reservations. Each to their own. I intend to observe for a while longer. Who knows what consequences might arise from its use? Do you think this is something everyone can utilize? I just received insider information. The first batch of agents won't be available to us ordinary squads, as they are prioritized for elite teams. Oh, you don't want it? This substance will be nearly impossible to procure later. Just wait. In a post-apocalyptic world, the disparity among humanity will only widen. As she witnessed the heated arguments in the thread, Duo swiftly switched to a different post, focusing on real-time disaster reports. It was not only her country that was suffering. Nations worldwide were enduring horrendous calamities. A powerful earthquake in Japan had caused seawater to flood inland, leaving only a handful of survivors. International aid was well-intentioned yet impotent. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, leaving little room to concern themselves with others. The world had descended into chaos. Duo watched videos showcasing zombies abroad, far more menacing than those she had encountered. They truly embodied the essence of a zombie apocalypse, frantically chasing and devouring victims. The footage was filled with screams and the sounds of gnashing teeth. In the United States, colossal monsters had emerged, enhanced versions of ordinary zombies, their bodies swathed in the undead, resembling a gigantic humanoid cauldron. The bloodshed was immense, with no survivors in sight. People screamed and fled in every direction, relying solely on their own instincts. There was no semblance of order. Most satellites from various nations had malfunctioned, rendering planes inoperable, and vast areas of the seas were shrouded in fog, rendering ships immobile. Communication between countries had nearly ceased, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. Not only were there monstrous entities, but also natural disasters, tornadoes, blizzards, and an onslaught of tumbleweeds that threatened to engulf entire nations. Duo observed the mutated tumbleweeds darting through the streets of a foreign land, resembling prickly balls, with numerous individuals ensnared within. It was a chilling sight. The comments beneath these videos were locked, leaving viewers with no ability to respond. They could only watch. In the face of such calamity, humanity appeared so insignificant, and this was no time for jest. After watching these harrowing clips, she felt a surge of gratitude that her own country had yet to descend into chaos. They had rapidly established 3 major bases in their 3 most robust cities, using these strongholds to support other cities. Half of the besieged areas had been salvaged, and efforts were underway to stabilize the chaotic zones, aiming to transform them into smaller bases. The choice of location was crucial. It had to withstand natural disasters and be distanced from coastlines. Coastal regions had all been relocated inland, and management of ability wielders and aberrants had been strengthened, along with the implementation of new regulations. Duo endeavored to digest all this information, feeling as though the onset of the apocalypse had occurred only recently, while her previously stable life felt like a distant memory, as if it had transpired many years ago. The little zombie was left in a daze. The following morning, a typhoon was approaching, casting an oppressive heat before its arrival. With the sky exceptionally bright, there were no signs of impending rain, yet it felt eerily calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Duo was awakened by Qin Luo, who informed her that they were gathering at Professor G's location, as the heteronuclear dilution agent had just arrived and the professor wanted them to assess its effects. Upon reaching the research center, Professor G was already engaged in a discussion about the usage of the agent with other combat teams. Spotting the 5 of them, he waved them over. "Come here. I'll explain the situation before you decide whether to administer this agent." They entered a conference room, where Professor G presented a PowerPoint. He explained that the agent could not yet be widely distributed, necessitating a private dissemination of knowledge. Each individual's body might react differently to the injection, potentially leading to various side effects such as dizziness, fever, nausea, or even the possibility of entering a state of arousal. Professor G meticulously outlined the implications, yet the prospect remained compelling. If harnessed correctly, it could significantly enhance their physical capabilities. As he progressed through the slides, he showcased images depicting the distinct effects of heteronuclei extracted from various organisms. For instance, a heteronucleus from an elephant was shown in a sandy yellow hue. This is a strength-type heteronucleus. Upon injection, it can temporarily augment one's strength. The test subject was a 17-year-old girl from a martial arts academy. During her explosive strike, she managed to obliterate the head of a 2-star mutated lizard man. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Numerous similar cases have been documented, all derived from the relentless experiments conducted by the Research Institute. Qin Luo and his companions were rendered speechless, while Duo gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. "Wait, that girl just now, and the older man, and that young fellow, what's up with their strange appearances? Are they cosplaying? An elephant's tail and a leopard's ears?" Qin Luo pointed this out, and Chen Xiaofei and the others eagerly nodded in agreement. Professor G, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and continued, "Well, this agent does come with some side effects, and partial beast-like manifestations in humans are among them. Some individuals exhibit these traits more prominently than others. However, These manifestations will disappear once the body metabolizes the agent. They won't be permanent. The group fell into a contemplative silence, feeling an unsettling sense that these side effects bordered on the absurd. What if a grown man suddenly sported cat ears? The imagery was almost too whimsical. The four men wore expressions of despair, while the little zombie's eyes sparkled with mischief. Sneaking glances at the four of them, I find myself unexpectedly filled with anticipation. What should I do? Chapter 47. The Great Canine. Perceiving their awkward masculine pride. Professor consoled, do not worry. If utilized properly, the beastly features may grant you additional abilities. For instance, mimicking claws can inflict scratches, and if one possesses the pads of certain creatures, they can leap from great heights unscathed. A tail can maintain balance, and even be employed as a weapon, akin to that of a crocodile. At this point, Professor G spoke with gravity. It is imperative to select an aberrant core that closely aligns with your inherent capabilities. Ordinary practitioners of special abilities cannot endure multiple types of aberrant core serums. The maximum tolerance is limited to 5. However, it is advisable to restrict oneself to no more than 3, carefully discerning which is most suitable for you, as thereafter, one must adhere to that singular choice. Otherwise, the body may explode. Simultaneously, you may have noticed a concerning issue. Upon administering the aberrant core serum, one will, like the aberrants, acquire the ability to mimic traits. Hence, this serum cannot be utilized by aberrants, but they may consume diluted serums of the same type to elevate their levels. We have also uncovered a new dilemma. With a somber expression, Professor G transitioned to the next slide of his presentation, revealing a video of a lizard man, writhing in agony and lamenting his loss of sanity in a frenzied state. Ultimately, he succumbed entirely to madness and was, regrettably, slain. It is crucial to understand that both practitioners and aberrants will lose their sanity when the viral load within their bodies becomes excessive. Therefore, practitioners must never succumb to the temptation of shortcuts by directly consuming aberrant cores or injecting excessive amounts of diluted serums at once. Professor G emphasized the severity of this issue, urging them to remember it well. Otherwise, they may devolve into terrifying, mindless monsters. The gravity of the topic weighed heavily on them. Qin Luo and his companions were not preoccupied with their own fates, but instead cast concerned glances at Su Duo. The little zombie, still gazing at the presentation, hearing the lizard man's desperate cries for help, pleading not to lose his sanity. It felt as if one day in the future, she too might find herself in such a state, invoking a sense of melancholy. Professor G noted their sentiments, chuckling, I did not expect such camaraderie among your team. Rest assured, with proper control, aberrants need not transform into monsters so swiftly. Do you recall our base's principles? We shall never capitulate to the apocalypse, nor abandon any human. No one will forsake you. The final words were directed towards the little zombie, prompting Su Duo to look at Professor G, whose reassuring smile inspired trust in the diligent researchers. Professor G then turned his gaze towards Qin Luo and his trio. So, what do you four think? Would you care to try the diluted aberrant core serum for an experiential understanding? At standard dosages, it poses no life-threatening dangers, merely some discomfort as a side effect. Such serums are rare. The four exchanged glances, apprehensively weighing their options, before ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. They had to keep pace. Otherwise, they would be unable to survive in the apocalypse. Observing the 17-year-old girl, previously trained in martial arts but unseasoned in combat, who could effortlessly crush a 2-star lizard monster with a single kick, they realized the disparity in their training. They had diligently prepared since the onset of the apocalypse. Yet even combating 2-star aberrants proved challenging. If they did not bridge this gap, they risked being overwhelmed by the tides of emerging threats. Seeing their agreement, Professor G contentedly retrieved several lockboxes. Come, take a look at what I have prepared for you. Having understood their capabilities, he had pre-selected serums that would suit them best, playfully teasing them, aware they would certainly acquiesce. The formidable 3A team, known for their valor, would not willingly watch others surpass them. Qin Luo and his companions awkwardly collected their designated serums and stepped out to seek someone for their injections. Chun Xiaofei muttered nearby, "Oh dear." I hope I did not sprout an eagle's head. That would be hideous. I would rather have the feet of an eagle than a head like that. Duo awaited their return in the conference room, swaying with anticipation, although she could not partake in the diluted aberrant core serum. Professor G had gifted her a box containing 12 bottles of pink serum, strawberry-flavored, derived from a first-star mutated floral core. This would surely delight her, and she could consume it occasionally to enhance her abilities. Duo refrained from informing Professor G about her habit of chewing on the aberrant cores as candy, instead opting to express her gratitude via her tablet and carefully stowing the box away. Professor G smiled and nodded before being approached by another combat team seeking his guidance. As he engaged in their inquiries, someone glanced into the room, their gaze landing on the little zombie and the collar around her neck. Duo instinctively touched her collar, a wave of discomfort washing over her, followed by an irritable glare directed at the intruder. Is this the new recruit of the 3A team? Aside from a pretty face, they seem quite ordinary. I cannot fathom why Captain Sheen would recruit someone like this. Hearing this, Professor G admonished, "Have you fed your manners to the dogs?" The individual offered a half-hearted apology. "I am sorry. I tend to speak my mind." As the little zombie bristled with indignation, preparing to confront the disrespectful individual with force, the next moment, the large man was propelled through the air. Yes, truly flying, by a sudden surge of electricity and a familiar scent of minty fruit candy. Duo's eyes widened in astonishment. Simultaneously, Qin Luo's voice boomed from outside. "Why do you have to speak ill of my teammates? Who do you think you are?" Professor G expressed his delight. "Impressive. You managed to mimic so quickly. Less than 10 minutes, was it? Others typically take 2 to 3 hours, some even up to 10. You are remarkable. Come, let us test your ability levels." Qin Luo gestured for Professor G to proceed. "You go ahead. I will join shortly." Professor G, noticing Qin Luo glance back into the conference room, patted him on the shoulder. "All right, I will wait for you over there. Be swift, do not waste time." With that, he hurried off towards the testing room, excitement radiating from him. Qin Luo indeed delivered an astonishing performance, for the earlier success in mimicking indicated an increased capacity for absorption, hinting at limitless potential. As for the disrespectful individual, Professor G paid him no mind. After all, practitioners were not so fragile that a kick would lead to demise. Merely discomfort for a few days. Preoccupied with preparations for testing, Professor G regarded Qin Luo as the primary focus of his research. "Look at you, when others insult you. What good does it do to fume? Stand up for yourself. When you return, I will ensure you have your chance for retribution." Upon entering, Qin Luo chastised Duo, who had just been feeling dizzy after her injection. She was on the verge of countering the insult when he arrived. Yet, upon seeing him, all her anger dissipated. The weather was inexplicably warm, and Qin Luo, clad in a black tank top and jacket, stepped outside. As he removed his jacket for the injection, he stepped outside feeling a wave of heat and held it in his hands, revealing his well-toned physique. Standing at an impressive height of 189 centimeters. He possessed a strikingly tall figure, a robust chest, and beautifully defined muscles in his arms. His abdomen was firm and paired with camouflage combat pants and black boots. His legs appeared both straight and elongated. His waist exuded strength. His face was undeniably handsome, featuring prominent brows, bright eyes, a high nose, and alluring red lips. Especially captivating when he displayed a hint of impatience. Yet, when he relaxed, he exuded a charmingly mischievous aura, complemented by a distinctive single fawn. However, at this moment, an unexpected sight caught everyone's attention. Atop his head sprouted a fluffy gray ear resembling that of a large dog. The little zombie was utterly mesmerized. Frowning, he grumbled to her, lamenting how easily she could be bullied. Given her petite stature, any bullying would render her utterly pitiable. From now on, stick close to me. Wherever I go, you follow, understood? Qin Luo stated earnestly. Were it not for the flush on his cheeks, one might think he was entirely serious. Yet, he soon realized the little zombie was still in a daze. "Many comrades, the captain is giving you a lecture." He scolded. "How could you possibly zone out?" But in the next moment, the little zombie tugged at his vest, forcing Qin Luo to bend down. Otherwise, his black tank top would have transformed into a revealing V-neck. In the following instant, she sees the fluffy ears atop his head, excitedly exclaiming, "A wolf!" Qin Luo's face turned crimson as he straightened up, causing the wolf tail behind him to sway uncontrollably. The little zombie, in turn, leapt to embrace his large tail, sending a jolt through him from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head. Goodness, he had completely forgotten about the matter of disguise. Chapter 48. Everyone in disguise. The little zombie had ceased her typical ow sounds, instead opting for a wong wong. Her tiny paws were surreptitiously exploring his tail. Qin Luo's face flushed crimson. He attempted to withdraw his tail, but felt a weakness in his legs. "I am a wolf. Wong wong. You're a big dog." Qin Luo observed the little zombie, who was clinging to his fluffy tail, tilting her head and rubbing against it with an expression of pure delight. He couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, with tears in his eyes, he conceded, yes, I'm not a wolf. I am a dog. Even if the sky collapses, the sea erupts, or the earth is destroyed, I will still be a dog. No one can stop me. There was no other reason. Her blinking eyes and adorably tilted head as she said wong wong were simply too endearing. Good heavens, who is such an adorable zombie? The little man inside Qin Luo was pounding his chest in despair, yet he knew he must not allow anyone to touch the tail of a gray wolf. The sensation of being touched made his legs weak and his body flush with heat, as if steam were escaping from his head. Thankfully, a good friend came to his rescue. Chun Xiaofei flapped his wings and burst forth. Qin Ge, look at me. Class monitor, look. I can fly." He collided into the scene, startling the little zombie, but let go of his paws with a podgy sound. Qin Luo hurriedly pulled back his tail, but it was too late to evade. The three of them tumbled into a heap, while Qin Xiaofei continued to laugh heartily. Look, I actually have wings. My goodness, what a spectacle." Qin Xiaofei was flapping his grayish-white wings, adorned with spots, and while everything else about him appeared normal, his feet had transformed into eagle talons. He placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, "Ha, soon I will be soaring through the skies, zipping around." Qin Luo picked up the little zombie and set her upright, then promptly delivered a playful knock to Qin Xiaofei's head. "Stand at attention. Apologize for knocking over the girl." The little zombie, still a bit dazed, seemed to have momentarily short-circuited. Qin Xiaofei finally apologized for his excessive excitement, bowing deeply. "I'm sorry, class monitor. It was unintentional. To make amends, I will buy you a special core to eat." His cherubic face was sincere as he blinked at the little zombie. Upon hearing about the special core, the little zombie nodded eagerly, her gaze drifting back to Qin Luo's large tail. Qin Luo quickly cleared his throat twice. "You cannot touch the tail. If you do, I won't be able to withstand it." The little zombie pouted. Qin Luo quickly added, "You can touch it when there are no outsiders around." At least he wouldn't lose his commanding presence due to blushing, weak legs, and a steaming head. The little zombie seemed to grasp the concept, nodding with a sense of propriety, indicating she understood. No touching in public, but free to do so in private. Her little paws were available for touching. Qin Luo, seeing her expression, mistakenly believed she comprehended and praised her intelligence. Qin Xiaofei, confused, scratched his head and glanced between his captain and the class monitor. Only then did he notice the large wolf ears atop Qin Luo's head. "Wow, Qin Ge, you're so cool. What kind of wolf are you?" "An indigenous Tibetan wolf." Qin Luo grumbled, feeling rather foolish with the dog ears atop his head and the fluffy tail behind him. Unbeknownst to him, his tail swished impatiently in response to his annoyance. Qin Xiaofei, however, was enamored with his new appearance, flapping his wings and jumping around, his talons clicking against the tiles. "Doesn't it look like I'm doing a tap dance?" Thump, thump, thump. Qin Luo, observing his foolish antics, found his expression hard to describe. "Not at all. You look like a flapping wild chicken." Qin Xiaofei retorted, "I'm the king of eagles, the sea eagle." He continued to flap his wings, feeling quite majestic. When Bai Shu entered and saw this scene, he felt a deep reluctance to admit that such a fool as Qin Xiaofei was his teammate. He pushed up his glasses and walked over, exasperated. "Can you stop jumping? The noise is unbearable." Qin Xiaofei took this as a challenge, bouncing and flapping even more. This continued until several girls walked by, giggling behind their hands, at which point he blushed and hurriedly ducked his head, attempting to hide his embarrassment as he retreated to the meeting room. How humiliating! Qin Luo pulled the little zombie along, with Bai Shu following closely behind. What species are you? I haven't seen anything like it. Why are you covered in fur? Exactly, Bai Shu sighed, helplessly raising his hands. I'm a Siberian flying squirrel. To be precise, it was a species of flying rodent. Chun Xiaofei burst into laughter, unable to contain himself at the sight of the usually serious Bai Shu being such an adorable creature. Oh, my little flying squirrel is here. You're finished, Chun Xiaofei. The two of them nearly started a playful fight, while Qin Luo and the little zombie watched with amusement. However, after waiting a while without encountering Wang Wei, they sensed something was amiss and decided to find him. The little zombie followed behind, clearly eager for the spectacle. Had she been able to smile broadly, she would have looked just as silly as Chun Xiaofei. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. When Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu opened the door to the compartment, they erupted in thunderous laughter, clutching their waists and guffawing. My goodness, ha ha ha, old Wang, ha ha ha. Qin Luo, intrigued, asked, what does old Wang look like? I want to see. The little zombie followed suit, peeking over Qin Luo's shoulder. Had it not been for the rule against touching tails in public, she would have eagerly hugged his fluffy tail. When they looked in, Wang Wei seemed on the verge of disintegration. He sat in the corner, his back to them, revealing 2 ears and a yellow-black striped tiger tail. There sat a muscular man over 6 feet tall, suddenly appearing so adorable that it was laughable. Bai Shu laughed until tears streamed down his face. Chun Xiaofei was rolling on the ground, unable to contain himself. Ha 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 ha! Qin Luo joined in, their laughter echoing so loudly it felt as if the roof might collapse. Wang Wei finally turned around, indignant. Do not laugh. His disguise was far too comical. However, upon seeing his face adorned with 2 short tiger ears, the 3 friends erupted into even more laughter. Ultimately, Wang Wei was coaxed out by his teammates. Bai Shu was nearly biting his lip to suppress his laughter, while Chun Xiaofei's voice trembled with mirth. Cough, actually, this looks quite good. You seem robust and honest. You'll have no trouble negotiating with survivors in the future. His disguise was easy to identify, a purebred Siberian tiger, and a rather plump one at that. Quite endearing. Qin Luo maintained a facade of composure, though his shoulders occasionally shook with suppressed laughter. The little zombie followed behind, watching Wang Wei's tail swish back and forth. It was round and fluffy, undeniably cute, and she felt that if she tugged on it, it might bring him to tears. Thus, the little zombie, being considerate, refrained from touching it, instead gazing longingly at Qin Luo's grand tail, which had a lovely texture and was a delightful shade of gray. As they walked, Qin Luo inexplicably felt a chill at his back. Turning around, he saw the little zombie blinking at him with her head tilted. His ears instantly turned warm. With a forced seriousness, he admonished, Yudwa, zombies cannot always act cute, understand? Chapter 49. Upgrade Little Corpse was unaware, yearning to embrace the grand tail, yet presently unable to do so. The temptation was overwhelming, as it seemed the other party was just a tad more enticing. Just then, Professor G returned in search of Qin Luo, only to discover that the 4 of them had already completed their transformation. He exclaimed with delight, You all, quickly, come with me for an ability assessment. You're not feeling too uncomfortable, are you? The 4 of them obediently shook their heads, admitting to a slight discomfort. It was bearable. Professor G whisked them away, instructing Xiao Qiao to entertain Little Corpse for a while, so she wouldn't grow bored. Rest assured, our research center provides excellent supervision. Your little zombie companion won't go missing, nor will anyone bully her. Concerned that they might be apprehensive, he emphasized his assurance before ushering them into the diagnostic room for the ability assessment, his expression beaming. Xiao Qiao, upon receiving her orders, bounced over energetically. Clad in a white lab coat, hands clasped behind her back. Upon spotting Little Corpse, she cheerfully exclaimed, Little darling, you're here again? Cool. Let's play for a bit. Little Corpse was reluctant to move from her spot, seated on the waiting area bench, her feet swinging gently. Her gaze reflected a hint of conflict. Observing her hesitation, Xiao Qiao plopped down beside her, reassuringly saying, "Oh, it's all right. If you don't feel like wandering, we could just wait here for them." Her thoughtfulness was heartwarming. Little Corpse perked up, swaying with joy, melting Xiao Qiao's heart. "How is it going? It must be tiring following Team Qin on missions, right?" When Qin Luo and the others finally emerged, they found Xiao Qiao engrossed in animated conversation with Little Corpse, predominantly talking herself. Yes, so that old bald man got reassigned, and Professor G took over. He is genuinely so gentle and kind. You haven't been to the city center yet, have you? It's quite lively there. You should visit when you have the time, just as long as you adhere to the base rules. I heard there's a reward ceremony for your team coming up, and they're planning to have the news station cover it. It's just been delayed due to the typhoon. Xiao Qiao continued. My house is on the ground floor of the complex, and I've planted a new batch of carnivorous plants, the seed from that adorable carnivorous plant. That day, when I went out, they spat at me, a bunch of little rascals. Qin Luo and the others were taken aback. Was the dialogue between girls always this intense? Little Corpse, unable to speak, busied herself with a tablet, tapping and lifting it, while Xiao Qiao prattled on, filled with gossip. It was delightful. Who didn't enjoy a bit of gossip? Finally, Qin Luo approached and cleared his throat. Ahem. Mini Duo, it's time to go. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Qiao, he added, "Sorry for the trouble. Did I take up too much of your time?" Xiao Qiao watched as Little Corpse jumped off the chair and eagerly ran to Qin Luo, sighing in resignation. "You're just a bit closer to her, aren't you?" Qin Luo, feeling threatened, instinctively wrapped an arm around Little Corpse. "What? Does that mean you want to take her away?" It was no wonder that such busy researchers still found time to entertain Mini Duo. His protective demeanor was rather comical. Xiao Qiao, with a look of disdain, responded, "Of course, I'd love to take her. Who would adore such a cute zombie baby? But I'm truly just working. It's nearly my lunch break, and I'm just spending a bit of time with her. If I truly wanted to take her for research, I wouldn't need to deceive her. I would just take her away. Her ability was vines. Sweetheart, if you ever wish to escape from this silly Qin, just come find your sister, all right? Love you." Xiao Qiao made a heart gesture towards Little Corpse and then shot a sideways glance at Qin Luo, clicking her tongue, bemused by their peculiar thought processes. Having said that, she trotted away. Qin Luo felt a sense of being outmaneuvered. Chen Xiaofei approached, exclaiming how popular the little class leader was, with everyone wanting her. Wang Weihua, puzzled ass baby? Though the little class leader appeared youthful, she was hardly akin to a child. Bai Shu, however, understood, adjusting his glasses. It was just a term of endearment among girls. Referring to the little class leader as such wasn't incorrect, given her seemingly endless lifespan. Based on her current lifespan, she indeed was still in her growth phase. Wang Weihua grasped the concept. Qin Luo poked Little Corpse's cheek, teasing, "How is it that you are so adored?" Little Corpse, puzzled, gazed at the gray wolf ears atop his head, wanted to poke them. Qin Luo, noticing her fixation, felt slightly bashful. "I know you like me the most, but please, don't stare. People might laugh at us." Chen Xiaofei and the others let out a collective "you" in exaggerated dismay. After their health check, they prepared to head home. Professor G had already provided them with the diluted ability serum, a small box for each, containing 6 vials, with instructions to take 1 vial every 3 days. Mini Duo was unaware of this recent development. As they walked, Qin Luo explained, "The evaluation system for ability levels has been refined, categorized from 1 to 10, corresponding to the strength of mutated creatures, from 1 star to 10 stars. Bai Shu chimed in, "Currently, in our team, Qin Luo holds a mid-level 3, while Wang and Xiaofei are at late stage 2, and I have just crossed into 2. He is a tad slower because he was primarily focused on long-range shooting and was severely injured by the mutated Snake Man, so he fell behind a bit. But after taking the serum today, he should break through." This highlighted the potency of the transformation serum, which significantly enhanced their levels. Wang Weihua added, "Once we take the serum, we will understand what Professor G meant by feeling like an empty shell, filled with energy, yet unsure how to harness it. The transformation hasn't fully settled yet." Professor G encouraged them to explore the advantages of their transformations for training adjustments. For instance, Qin Luo's Thunder-type Wolf Core was particularly special. His serum was highly compatible, with a genetic match rate of 95%. This compatibility referred not to their individual genes, but rather to the degree of fusion between their genetics. After taking the serum, not only did it enhance the intensity of his thunder, but it also provided a speed boost. His wolf claws could serve as weapons. Professor G remarked that should they achieve full transformation without losing control, they would be invincible. Though such special cores were rare. If Qin Luo needed to take more serums in the later stages, he would have to find a way to exchange for a thunder-type core. Chen Xiaofei's EC Blue core was also speed-oriented, and he was fortunate as it came with wind abilities, allowing them to assist each other in achieving greater speed and develop his unique techniques. Professor G humorously likened it to a group attack in a game that young people often played, urging them to delve into their capabilities and develop their own moves. He noted that it would likely be easier for the younger generation, who were accustomed to gaming before the apocalypse, to learn quickly compared to older individuals. Chapter 50 The Little Flying Squirrel, by Shu, illuminated by his spirit affinity, gained a fleeting ability to fly and enhanced jumping prowess. Coupled with his previous ocular evolution, he was indeed well-equipped for assassinating foes. He also inherited a frenzied ability that allowed him to augment his physical strength to a certain extent when confronting adversaries, albeit for a limited duration. This was a technique possessed by the little flying squirrel with an anomalous core, which the headquarters dedicated extensive time to eliminate. In its final moments, it unleashed its fury, sacrificing its own energy, and in its frenzied state, it became extraordinarily powerful. With a single swipe, it inflicted a grievous wound on an ability user, exposing bone. Ultimately, it was subdued. Professor G offered by Shu the opportunity to attempt activating this skill, advising him to seize the moment, as vanquishing enemies during the frenzied period would undoubtedly be feasible. Wang Weihua, on the other hand, activated his Earth affinity. His anomalous core was derived from a northeast tiger, which had crushed numerous individuals and zombies beneath its earthen projectiles, relishing in the terror it instilled before dispatching its victims. The mutated creatures lacked reason. They were driven solely by the instinct to consume. Despite the grotesqueness of this ability, Professor G believed it would be advantageous if Wang Weihua could inherit it or perhaps modify his approach to develop earth walls or spikes, depending on his own research. In summary, the overall level of their team had risen, and the remainder depended on their own explorations. Should the headquarters possess the capability, they would arrange mentors for them. It felt remarkably wondrous. Just over a month had passed, and the changes in the world were indeed profound. Chen Xiaofei remarked with a smile. Wang Weihua nodded in agreement, as if in a dream, feeling that Earth was gradually becoming unrecognizable. Bai Shu calmly adjusted his glasses and stated, Earth remains the same Earth, whether in the Cambrian period, the Ice Age, or modern times, up to this apocalyptic era. It is merely our living environment that is transformed. Our task is to adapt diligently, as is the case for all humanity. Fortunately, humans are beings of remarkable adaptability and creativity. When the apocalypse dawns, we build fortresses, rescue our comrades, and strive to ensure everyone can lead a life akin to normalcy. Even if the current humans are far from normal. They could not help but chuckle. Qin Luo, with nonchalance, declared, to live another day is what matters. Regardless of a world, strength is the paramount tool for survival. The others nodded in agreement. We can all level up. Let us teach the class leader as well, and see if we can help her learn to wield her abilities. Teach her ourselves? Is that feasible? Otherwise, do you think her abilities are suitable for exposure? What if she gets discovered? The headquarters has its share of pests. What if she is captured for surveillance? That must not happen. Qin Luo insisted. We will teach her ourselves. Who cannot grasp the concept of drawing inferences from one instance? Bai Shu added that he would assist in gathering information to ensure the class leader's safety. Chen Xiaofei, unsure of how he could contribute, suggested, then I'll procure an anomalous core for the class leader. Without her, there would be no delicacies, and I rely on her for treats. She must survive. Wang Weihua scratched his head, his tiger ears twitching. I am just like Xiaofei. My cherished tobacco and alcohol reside in the class leader space. If left in my storage space, they would have likely been confiscated long ago. We truly rely on the class leader. They genuinely trusted her, harboring no concerns about her fleeing or perishing. If that occurred, their possessions would indeed be lost. The little zombie observed the four of them murmuring and deliberating their strategies, feeling a warm sensation in her body. Suddenly, Su Duo recalled something. Ever since her grandparents, who had adopted her, passed away, she had been all alone. In truth, her middle school years were the most carefree and joyful period of her life, where she needed only to focus on her studies. Unexpectedly becoming class leader, she was well-loved and treated kindly by everyone. However, after entering high school, her grandfather fell ill, and she juggled her studies while assisting her grandmother in caring for him. Initially, her grandmother insisted she not worry and concentrate on her studies, but eventually her grandfather passed, and her grandmother fell ill as well, depleting their savings. Su Duo began balancing university with part-time jobs, but ultimately, her grandmother also departed. That area was subsequently developed, forcing her to relocate to a new home in K-City, only for the apocalypse to strike shortly thereafter. Following the loss of her grandparents, she had felt profoundly lonely, with few friends to confide in, only sporadic contact with a few university roommates. The sensation of living and undertaking missions together, bound closely as a team, was a novel experience. They functioned as a cohesive unit. Su Duo felt secure in their presence. Although their initial encounter was somewhat chaotic, everyone was genuinely kind. Indeed, those inherently good individuals remained, so even after many years, and she considered herself fortunate. Class leader? Class leader? Let's go. The weather is turning unfavorable. A typhoon is approaching. Su Duo, have you spaced out? The little zombie, in a rare moment of clarity, was abruptly interrupted. She exclaimed, what had she just been pondering? It slipped her mind. What was it? Her thoughts had stalled. Seeing her suddenly zone out, Qin Luo was both amused and exasperated. He turned back, scooped her up under his arm, and continued on, wondering why she had suddenly lost focus. Chun Xiaofei chuckled. I see the class leader's face is puffed up in anger. The little zombie was indeed vexed. She had forgotten something, and it was their fault. The frustration of being unable to recall her prior thoughts was unbearable. The little zombie struggled to articulate her annoyance. Qin Luo, however, firmly held her, saying, stop squirming. Do you see the plastic bag flying above? If we delay any longer, we will all meet in the sky. The little zombie was momentarily taken aback and did not respond. Chun Xiaofei, in a daze, queried, why is that? Bai Shu replied, exasperated, because the incoming typhoon will sweep us into the air. Wang Weihua suddenly burst into laughter, not quite sure which part he found humorous. Chun Xiaofei remarked. They boarded the subway and swiftly exited at their stop. The sky had grown significantly darker, casting an ominous shadow as if the world were about to collapse. The wind began to howl, urging them to hasten their pace. Thankfully, the subway exit was in close proximity to their residential complex, and they successfully entered the building just as the rain began to pour. Suddenly, the lights flickered before going out entirely, replaced by dim emergency lights. The base was losing power. The announcements began to blare, and alarms echoed throughout the entire base. A super typhoon is imminent. Please refrain from lingering outdoors. Due to the severity of the typhoon, the interference devices on the city walls may be affected, increasing uncertainty. There is a potential risk of mutated birds or insects attacking. Citizens are advised to secure doors and windows and maintain silence. All combat teams must prepare for immediate rescue operations. Please check your email for designated rescue areas. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo exclaimed, oh no, a sleepless night awaits us. Everyone, take care. Bai Shu and the others nodded in agreement. Su Duo picked up a wooden whistle and blew it once. This time, they were preparing for a defensive battle. Protect the home. Chapter 51. Telekinesis. Though it was midday, the sky had darkened to a shade reminiscent of night, casting an eerie sense of unease outside, as humanity is inherently fearful of darkness. The wind howled with increasing ferocity, causing the tall buildings to sway. An inexplicable anxiety enveloped all the inhabitants of the base. The Harbin Survivor base had become one of the largest in the country. Typically resilient against most dangers, due to its formidable walls and monster interference devices, along with numerous checkpoints for entry. The safety of the citizens within the city was generally assured. However, this time, it was a natural disaster, leaving them powerless. The malfunctioning interference devices signified the imminent arrival of mutated creatures. The on-duty personnel were still preparing for the typhoon. As the number of people outside dwindled, an unsettling silence fell over the base, broken only by the howling wind. In the new Humanity District, on the 19th floor of Building A, warm light emanated from the cracks of many doors. One resident had set up a charging lamp on the coffee table. She and her teammates were urgently learning to harness their abilities after their recent dosage upgrade, which seemed to have brought them newfound insights. The manipulation of these powers required intense concentration. Class leader, why not try to focus and see if you can unlock any skills? One of them noted that their abilities stemmed from the enhancements of the drug, while only the class leader and Sheen possessed innate powers, which was truly fascinating. Chun Xiaofei, the most talkative, rambled on endlessly, clutching a can of sweet soy milk in one hand while munching on spicy snacks. He managed to chew and speak simultaneously, occasionally pausing to sip his drink. The coffee table was laden with an array of snacks. Bai Shu was engrossed in research on the sensations associated with using their powers, which were indeed challenging to articulate. It felt like tapping into an energy that resided within, flowing like blood, requiring focus to summon when needed. Wang Weihua concurred, recalling that his previous experience was merely a boost in strength, channeling his abilities into his punches. He showcased a demonstration to the small zombie, clenching his fist and swinging it through the air, producing a gust of wind that was visibly powerful. Look, just like this. After the upgrade, he felt an exponential increase in his powers. If he could manage 50 punches before, now he could unleash 100 with the same force. The small zombie watched in awe, sensing the changes in the trio. Qin Luo's wolf ears twitched as he prepared to share his thoughts. Manuel, rely on your instincts and give it a try. Concentrate on channeling your powers and see if you can control a small space. He had little to share himself. Being more of a brawler, unsure how to articulate his approach, he could only encourage her to attempt it. The trio immediately exclaimed in admiration, giving Qin Luo thumbs up. As expected of the captain, Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, adding that practical experience was far more valuable than theoretical discussions. Just give a shot. You might surprise yourself. The small zombie, after some contemplation, nodded resolutely and closed her eyes, trying to grasp the feeling they described. Minutes passed, and their anticipation waned as they observed her progress, noting that their mimicry hadn't yet dissipated and would likely linger for another day. Their emotions reflected in their beastly features. Qin Luo occasionally moved his wolf ears. Wang Weihua flicked his tail. Chun Xiaofei flapped his wings, while Bai Shu intently watched the small zombie with concern. After a prolonged effort, Manuel finally sensed a flicker of understanding. Her mental Rubik's Cube began to twist anew. Miraculously, the nausea she had previously experienced was absent this time, and the swirling colors appeared dazzling. She attempted to control the rotation, managing to stabilize it for a brief moment, but it soon resumed its chaotic spins. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. She opened her eyes, focusing intently on the cup before her, wishing to draw it into her space. To her astonishment, it worked. Wow, telekinesis. Impressive. Class leader, Chun Xiaofei exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Wang Weihua's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you learn that so quickly? Incredible. Their reactions emboldened the small zombie. And Qin Luo, smiling, nudged his drink closer. Here, try again. Telekinesis is progress. As Professor G said, keep experimenting. Manuel became more adept, concentrating her energy to lock onto an object, successfully drawing it into her space. Previously, she had to physically touch items to retrieve them. Now, she could do so from a distance. The small zombie was astonished. Would this not expedite her retrieval process? However, in her excitement, when she attempted to collect a small ornament from the TV stand, she found herself unable to focus. Frustrated, she furrowed her brow, struggling to concentrate, even experiencing a headache. Bai Shu, noting her struggle, suggested perhaps there is a distance limitation. Qin Luo sprang up to fetch the desired item from Manuel. No need to rush. Let us try it step by step and see how far you can reach with your telekinesis. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua cheered her on. You've got this, class leader. Take your time. Go, go, go. The small zombie glanced at her four companions and nodded, feeling encouraged. She proceeded to experiment one step at a time, with Qin Luo adjusting the distance. If she couldn't team manage, she simply shook her head, and he would inch closer until he stopped at a meter away. Bai Shu promptly recorded the progress. Excellent. 1 meter is a significant improvement. With practice, you might extend that distance even further. The small zombie felt invigorated, nodding eagerly, finally recognizing the sensation they had described. It indeed felt as if a new energy coursed through her veins, ready to be summoned with focus. Manuo beamed with gratitude, her eyes sparkling as she realized that without their patient guidance, it might have taken her years to comprehend the potential of her abilities. Overjoyed, she began to dance, showering her companions with a feast of snacks, various marinated treats, fried chicken, and beer, while she nibbled on a chew toy for her teeth. Eating was her way of celebrating happiness or alleviating sadness. She truly adored it, finding solace in her munching. Qin Luo and the others laughed, charmed by her endearing antics. Chapter 52, Mutant Bats. The relaxed atmosphere did not last long. Soon, their wristbands alerted them to incoming messages confirming the designated location for their squad. Situated not far to the southeast, a densely populated residential area. The message indicated that mutant bats had been sighted and urged them to exercise caution while proceeding immediately. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, toppling numerous trees within the community, though the rain remained light. Nevertheless, with the mission assigned, they, as a combat team, had to set forth. Thus, they promptly clicked to confirm their readiness. Each member hastily grabbed a bite to eat before rising and heading out. While waiting for the elevator, they stretched their bodies, rolled their necks, and limbered up, preparing for battle. Earpieces were donned. Qin Luo began to allocate roles. Mini Duo, stay with me, along with Xiao Bai and Old Wang. Xiao Fei will operate independently. Bai Shu, possessing relatively weaker physical capabilities, would benefit from the company of a more resilient partner. Chun Xiao Fei, now faster than ever, might outpace Bai Shu, as could Wang Weihua. Therefore, his solo mission would allow him greater freedom in combat. The three expressed no objections. As teammates who had embarked on countless missions together, their combinations were always harmonious. Qin Luo decided against leaving the little zombie alone, having witnessed her formidable skills. He invited her to join in honing her abilities. The apocalypse was unpredictable, and without effort, one could easily be left behind. Initially, they assumed her spatial ability was merely auxiliary, but it turned out to be a lethal asset. Mini Duo retrieved her chainsaw, finding it more comfortable to wield. "Are you afraid?" she asked. Surprisingly, she felt reassured in their company, as if teamwork offered a protective shield. She was not alone in this fight. The 3A combat team officially entered battle mode. As the elevator doors opened, they charged into the rain. The wind remained strong, but the rain had lessened. Their team had significantly improved their skills, now moving with greater speed. Rather than taking the subway, they opted to run, as their destination lay merely a short distance away. Mini Duo's speed was 1.5 times that of an average person, yet to Qin Luo and the others, it barely registered. Thus, he carried her as they sprinted. "These ears and tail are quite bothersome," Qin Luo muttered, shaking his ears in irritation. Although running was swifter, his newly acquired beast-like ears were overly sensitive, and the tail trailing behind him felt quite awkward. Having grown accustomed to being carried, Mini Duo perched on his shoulder, observing the way his tail flicked through the rain. The precipitation was light, and his tail remained fluffy and dry, captivating her attention. She found herself longing to embrace it, to stroke it, to nuzzle against it. However, the task at hand took precedence. Meanwhile, Wang Weihua struggled slightly, nearly losing his balance due to his new tail, but he quickly regained his composure. Chen Xiaofei was the most unrestrained, soaring into the air mid-run, flapping his wings. He even managed to manipulate the wind to keep the rain at bay, ensuring his wings stay dry. Truly remarkable. He later seized Bai Shu, lifting him high before letting him glide down from above. Though well-intentioned, Bai Shu, upon being tossed, muttered a curse, Chun Xiao Fei. I thank your ancestors for this. Yet he swiftly grasped the technique, taking shortcuts by scaling buildings and then gliding down to conserve energy. Chun Xiao Fei laughed heartily, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of free flight. It was not until Qin Luo warned him against overindulgence, reminding him of the limitations of their abilities, that Chun Xiao Fei came to his senses. He quickly acknowledged his understanding, exclaiming, "Okay, 3A Special Operations Team. Eagle has arrived at the destination." The target group was identified, a swarm of large, dark mutant bats circling near the residential buildings, which scattered upon noticing them. "I'm going in," he declared, launching the first attack and engaging the mutant bats. Bai Shu was the second to arrive, reporting, 3A Special Operations Team. White Mouse is in position. The encirclement begins. The four of them intuitively spread out to each corner, locking onto their targets before converging at the center, an ingrained habit from their past missions. Wang Weihua soon reached one corner of the residential area, announcing, 3A Special Operations Team. Tiger is in position. The encirclement begins. Qin Luo replied, received. He had also reached the farthest corner, setting down the little zombie. I'll let a few bats come your way for practice. Work on your techniques, and try to stay behind me. With his combat prowess, guiding a novice would be a breeze. Mini Duo nodded, clutching her chainsaw, and soon after, she observed Qin Luo report the commencement of battle. Shaking his wolf-like ears, he charged forward, dual blades in hand, initiating a one-sided massacre. He even infused lightning into his knives. With each thrust, sparks and flashes erupted spectacularly. The area was teeming with bats, so numerous they seemed absurd. Qin Luo led the charge, occasionally allowing some larger bats to slip through. These creatures were colossal, the size of basketballs with sharp beaks, gaunt features, and blood-red eyes, certainly not the most endearing of appearances. The little zombie felt a surge of anxiety, but as they lunged at her, she brandished her chainsaw and retaliated, sending bat blood splattering everywhere. A few droplets landed on her porcelain face, which she wiped away. Gazing at Qin Luo's back, she quickened her pace, chainsaw in tow. Noticing her dispatching her first bat, he gradually opened the floodgates, allowing more mutant bats to swarm her for practice. Mini Duo, once an ordinary girl in a pre-apocalyptic world, had only encountered martial arts during her school's military training. She had never engaged with such combat, yet she discovered an unexpected bravery within herself. Though a hint of fear lingered, she adapted remarkably well, stumbling yet determined to keep pace with him. Qin Luo found it hard not to admire her resilience. Despite her clumsiness, the little zombie was genuinely earnest in her efforts. What a delightful conundrum, Qin Luo mused, finding her increasingly endearing. How could she be so charming? While the bats were not particularly formidable, their relentless numbers were exasperating. As they poured into the base without end, it seemed the unusual weather had instigated their mass migration, coinciding perfectly with their route to the base. Moreover, these bats were remarkably resilient against the wind, even more so than the ability wielders themselves. During particularly gusty moments, Qin Luo found it challenging to maintain his footing, while Mini Duo was tossed about several times by the wind. Nevertheless, her tough exterior and low sensitivity to pain allowed her to bounce back quickly, albeit a bit muddied each time. Chapter 53. An outburst of abnormal bats. How overwhelming has the swarm of bats become? The sky was already shrouded in darkness, and with the arrival of the typhoon, the clouds hastened their retreat, momentarily brightening the surroundings. Suddenly, however, the gloom returned. But this time it was not due to the storm. With a sharp intake of breath, the little zombie raised her head, her pupils dilating in shock as a vast horde of mutated bats swooped overhead, casting a menacing shadow that instilled a palpable sense of dread. The voices of Chun Xiaofei and his companions crackled through the earpiece, expressing their astonishment at the sheer number of these creatures. What on earth is happening? There are just too many. A sense of unease settled over them. The situation felt dire, with an overwhelming number of bats in sight. Qin Luo's expression darkened as he commanded everyone to regroup, warning that a significant portion of the approaching bats appeared to be of the first mutation grade. His words elicited gasps from Chun Xiaofei and his friends, who quickly acknowledged his command and converged towards the center, momentarily disregarding the other bats. Just as Qin Luo attempted to call out to Meteor Duo, he noticed her charging towards him, wielding a chainsaw. Clever girl, he thought, swiftly pulling her along. Be mindful of your energy consumption. Meteor Duo, do not overexert yourself. Qin Luo observed as she began to employ her spatial abilities to target the mutated bats, using spatial compression to obliterate them into a mist of crimson. Meteor Duo nodded in acknowledgement, having stained her wooden whistle with blood, refraining from sounding it. Soon, the members of their small team gathered, while the local residents obediently followed the base's directives, refraining from opening their doors. A few well-meaning individuals approached windows, inquiring if the team needed shelter. Without turning, Qin Luo replied, "No need. Please ensure your doors and windows are securely closed for your safety. Thank you for your concern." The concerned resident sighed, wishing them safety before dutifully closing the window and drawing the curtains. Meteor Duo was set down, and as Chun Xiaofei and the others ran, panting heavily, they finally reunited. Yet, a sudden turn of events ensued. Meteor Duo sensed an impending danger, her intuition alerting her to the threat. Time appeared as slow as the bats in the sky coalesced and dove toward them, intent on capturing the four of them. "Be careful," Qin Luo shouted, immediately unleashing his lightning skill. A thunderous roar echoed as several bolts struck from above, coalescing in a spherical lightning that surged towards the bat swarm. Meteor Duo's eyes widened in disbelief as time seemed to freeze. After a brief moment, the world was engulfed by the descending horde of bats. Bolts of lightning rained down, obliterating numerous mutated bats, sending their carcasses plummeting. Yet, the surviving bats continued their assault, overwhelming the four of them. To onlookers peering from above, the scene was terrifying. The swarm obscured any sight of the team, leaving only a mass of flapping wings. The residents gasped in horror, their hearts racing with dread. "They must be dead. What shall we do? So many bats. They will surely devour them. How frightful. I don't want to die," sobbed one young voice. "Mom. I want my mom." The youth lamented their lack of experience, lamenting that only 5 individuals had been dispatched by headquarters. "Hurry, call for help. Can anyone save them? This is utterly irresponsible." Yet, amidst the chaos, something felt amiss. Despite being surrounded by bats, there was an eerie silence. No cries for help emerged. Suddenly, flashes of light flickered within the dark mass of bats, followed by surges of electricity. In an instant, the swarm erupted with shrieks, the electrical currents culminating in a cacophony of explosions, sending blackened and crimson bat remains scattering across the ground, revealing glimmering cores that blanketed the earth. Then, spikes of earth erupted, impaling several bats, while small tornadoes materialized, ensnaring the remaining creatures and tearing them apart. The rest, disoriented, collided with one another, leading to a fratricidal frenzy. Silence fell. The ground was littered with the remains of mutated bats, while the four stood unscathed, shielded by an invisible barrier that deflected the falling debris. Incredible. The squad leader is amazing. This barrier is extraordinary. Chen Xiaofei could not contain his laughter. Meteor Duo, however, felt dizzy from the exertion. In that critical moment, she had instinctively summoned a protective shield to safeguard her companions. Having drawn upon nearly all her energy, she felt nauseous and pale. Qin Luo, sensing her distress, dispatched the remaining bats before lifting her onto his shoulder. "Is the squad leader all right?" he mused, realizing his oversight in neglecting her condition amidst the chaos. Professor G provided the squad leader with a diluting agent for the cores, didn't he? She should drink it. Bai Shu chimed in, quick to respond. With Meteor Duo resting against him, Qin Luo noted how she had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Let her rest and regain her strength. We must clear this battlefield. The ground was strewn with cores, but the danger was far too real, and they were fortunate to have worked in concert. Meteor Duo's rapid generation of the shield, Qin Luo's overwhelming power, and the contributions of Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei, who summoned earth spikes and tornadoes, alongside Bai Shu's illusionary tactics, had effectively countered the onslaught of thousands of mutated bats. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Wang Weihua and Bai Shu, their powers nearly depleted, while Qin Luo was nearing his limit. Chun Xiaofei, initially brimming with confidence, soon succumbed to fatigue. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, chuckling. Who could possibly outlast you? Indeed, with everyone nearly spent, the remaining battlefield was theirs to clean up, hastily collecting the cores scattered across the ground. Chapter 54. 23,000 alien cores after the typhoon had completely subsided. The entire base lay in disarray, with the ground smeared in the filth of severed limbs and blood from mutated creatures. Trees uprooted by the wind littered the area alongside scattered branches, grass, and metal debris. The logistics team commenced the arduous task of cleaning up alongside the citizens, while the battle squad, utterly exhausted, returned home to recuperate. They had successfully defended their homeland. Miraculously, the number of civilian casualties was less than 200, a relatively low toll, while the battle squad suffered no fatalities, though over 1,000 were injured. Fortunately, none faced life-threatening conditions. In this apocalyptic world, as long as one had a breath left, an ability user could be revived, showcasing a remarkable resilience. The lifespan of these new humans was significantly extended compared to ordinary individuals, with stronger abilities correlating to greater longevity. When the little zombie awoke, she found herself staring at a ceiling that was both familiar yet strange. Sound from the living room indicated others were moving about and conversing. One might wonder if the little squad leader would be overwhelmed with joy. Certainly, she would be startled. But enough of that. It was time to get to work. Amidst the rustling sounds, she was suddenly drawn to a glimmering object. Turning her head, she was taken aback as she sprang up, sitting on the bed in a daze. Alien cores. A dazzling mountain of alien cores. Her dulled sense of smell returned, and she detected a faint fruity aroma emanating from the pale pink cores. The little zombie widened her eyes in disbelief, feeling as if she were dreaming. This heap of cores filled half her room. How do you feel? Is your body all right? Are you astonished? Qin Luo's keen senses detected her awakening, prompting him to approach and push open the partially ajar door. Leaning against the doorframe, he smiled at her. This was the fruit of their labor from the mutated bats they had encountered last night, a total of 23,000 cores, all the first-star rating. Following the mission, each member was rewarded with 10,000 points along with 10 boxes of marble bombs. Additionally, this pile of cores was an apology from Xiao Fei for colliding with her, with Lao Wang and Bai Shu joining in to contribute. In total, there were 10 second-star cores. Chun Xiaofei had purchased 3 for her, while Wang Weihua and Bai Shu each acquired 2, and Qin Luo bought 3 as a reward for her rapid progress and abilities. Last night, the base had faced an unprecedented attack from mutated flying creatures, bats, various birds, and even moths. Yet, this misfortune bore unexpected benefits, as they collected a plethora of alien cores through their efforts. The market price for these cores had skyrocketed, with first-star cores trading at 5,000 points each, and the higher tiers even more so. The advent of new potions had greatly enhanced the perceived value of these cores, making them even more precious than gold. Qin Luo instructed her to gather all the cores, explaining that they had decided to keep them for her. The little zombie, until every core was stored in her space, was still unable to fully comprehend that they were genuinely all for her. 23,000 cores. So many fragrant cores, all given to her. However, they had also slain numerous mutated bats last night. The little zombie was dumbfounded. Qin Luo, recognizing her thoughts, reassured her, "What's for you? You should accept without worry. Such good fortune is rare, and we're fortunate to have this nourishment for you. In the future, you can use the zombie cores for trade. After all, you don't consume them." It was indeed a rare opportunity to find sustenance suitable for her, and the 4 of them unanimously agreed to reserve all the cores for her. They were all adequately furnished with points, and none among them were extravagant spenders. They had no need to rely on this for points. Simply completing missions provided more than enough. Leaving the cores for her was the better choice. Seeing her in a daze, Qin Luo had grown accustomed to her post-ability usage side effects. Last night, he had urgently called Xiao Qiao to help her change clothes. After all, their team consisted solely of men. Xiao Qiao was intrigued and brought over equipment to conduct tests, discovering that her speed had surged to 3 times the norm, qualifying her as a first-tier speed ability user, akin to Chun Xiaofei's initial status. Qin Luo had a sudden inspiration to conceal her spatial abilities and instructed Xiao Qiao to classify her as a speed-type ability user in her personal profile. Thus, her profile was updated from none to first-tier speed mutant. Xiao Qiao had praised her rapid growth, noting that her speed had increased from 1.5 times to 3.0. Qin team knows how to nurture newcomers, doesn't he? She remarked, without a hint of skepticism. After all, she was the only zombie-mutated ability user in the base, and a zombie's nature was to pounce, bite, and suddenly accelerate in pursuit. Hence, her speed abilities seemed entirely reasonable to Xiao Qiao. As for the side effects, after examining her, Xiao Qiao concluded that the prolonged sleep was merely a common after-effect of ability overexertion. Although a temporary regression in intelligence was rare, it was not unheard of, with several cases of emotionally sensitive reactions following overexertion. Now, no one could provide a definitive explanation, as the after-effects varied widely. However, those related to ability overexertion typically dissipated on their own, posing little concern. Excess energy, however, was perilous, extremely so. Spontaneous combustion was no trivial matter. Xiao Qiao reminded the others to be cautious, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. After imparting her final words, she playfully pinched the little zombie's cheek before leaving cheerfully, pleased to provide her services. Reflecting back, Qin Luo felt reassured upon learning that the side effects posed no harm to her health. She had merely become a bit clingy, a minor issue. He then urged her to freshen up, for they were to attend an awards ceremony soon. Their squad had received significant recognition for eliminating the bat swarm last night, as all the firepower had been directed at them. Without their intervention, the bats could have inflicted further casualties. Additionally, following the earlier encounter with the mutated snake man, headquarters planned to unify their rewards and invite them to a ceremony. The officials love their theatrics, Qin Luo mused. We'll just go through the motions and return. Noticing her dazed expression, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms, deciding it would be quicker to escort her to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihua were busy drafting their expressions of gratitude for the upcoming award presentation, their anxiety palpable. Today, their disguises would finally fade, leaving the little zombie feeling a tinge of regret as she noticed Qin Luo had also lost his canine ears. Zombie is sad. Upon seeing her, Chun Xiaofei grinned. Good morning, little squad leader. Did you sleep well? Were you surprised by the course? Wang Weihua and Bai Shu, too, wore smiles, inquiring about her well-being, noting that her condition from the last overexertion seemed much improved this time. Chapter 55. The white-haired monster indeed. This is the case. Upon awakening for the first time after exhausting her abilities, the little zombie appeared noticeably dazed. However, this time, she was filled with vitality. As for Qin Luo holding her, the three of them had long since become accustomed to it. When had he ever failed to treat her like a large doll, carrying her about? Qin Luo lifted the little zombie and placed her into the bathroom, squeezing out toothpaste and handing it to her. The little zombie instinctively grasped the toothbrush, eager to begin her dental routine. Yet, upon catching sight of her reflection in the mirror, she was utterly startled, dropping the toothbrush with a loud clatter. Just as Qin Luo was about to inquire about her sudden change, he was taken aback as she suddenly threw her head back and began to wail. The white-haired monster in the mirror echoed her cries, and the little zombie cried even louder, lamenting why she had woken up transformed into a white-haired monster. Her once jet-black shoulder-length hair had morphed into long, waist-length white locks, and even her eyelashes were white. Her eyes, devoid of contact lenses, revealed silver pupils, rendering her appearance reminiscent of an individual afflicted with albinism. The little zombie sobbed, "Woo-woo, I've become a white-haired monster." It was a source of profound sorrow for her. Many feared losing her sense of self. She subconsciously regarded herself as human. How could she have awakened to find herself transformed into a white-haired monster? Qin Luo was alarmed, his demeanor becoming frantic. Hey, don't cry. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing the commotion, the three men in the living room, who were engrossed in writing acceptance speeches, abruptly looked up. Why is the little class monitor crying? They exchanged glances and rushed to the bathroom door, only to collide with Qin Luo, who was emerging with her in his arms, the little zombie clinging to his neck. Still crying. The four men were rendered speechless, their faces a picture of confusion, and ultimately, Qin Luo carried her into the living room. What's wrong? Why is the little class monitor crying? Qinga, did you bully her? Is everything all right? Hey, don't cry, don't cry. Why are you suddenly feeling so aggrieved? Qin Luo was equally perplexed. He too was bewildered by her sudden tears. He sat down on the carpet with her in his lap, and upon observing the little zombie clutching her own white hair, it suddenly dawned on him. Could it be that she had frightened herself? Many had transformed into a white-haired version of herself after falling into a deep slumber last night. They had also been startled at the time, but reassured by the appearance of the Qiao, who had glanced at her and declared it was nothing to worry about. Only then did they learn that the Qiao possessed healing abilities, with diagnosis as her primary skill. After using her powers, she could instantly ascertain the physical condition and ailments of her target. Indeed, those who could enter the research center were all remarkable individuals consequently. They had grown accustomed to the sight of many with white hair, but they had not anticipated that she would frighten herself awake. It was a rather amusing predicament. Chun Xiaofei and the others could not help but laugh, thinking they had witnessed something far more serious. Little class monitor, don't cry. It's nothing. You look beautiful. Just look at how other mutated beings appear. We are all so lovely, aren't we? So beautiful. Exactly. You look like a formidable warrior. This. Even television shows depict such transformations. All the greats undergo metamorphosis. The trio exerted their utmost efforts to console her, while Qin Luo sat cross-legged. The little zombie perched on his lap, sobbing as she clung to his neck. At last, her cries subsided somewhat. Qin Luo chimed in, indeed. White hair is adorable. Just look at the little swan. It's also white. Bai Shu, observing their straightforward attempts at comforting the little zombie, couldn't help but facepalm. Can't you all figure out how to soothe her? Perhaps let the little class monitor consume a mutated core or a diluted version of it to replenish her powers. Who knows? She may revert back to normal. Suddenly enlightened, they exclaimed, right? Upon hearing this, the little zombie rummaged through her space, procuring a mutated bat core to chew on, her expression one of indignation as she munched away. Having been entirely snow white, her tears had now tinted her eyes and the surrounding area a soft pink, giving her an appearance as though she were fading away. Even the metallic collar around her neck was silver, and her nightgown was a long-sleeved, white lace ensemble, devoid of any dark colors. She resembled a character from a horror game, perhaps even a formidable boss. Fortunately, Bai Shu's suggestion proved effective. After consuming the mutated core, Many's hair and eyelashes instantly reverted to black, rendering her demeanor much more docile. The four men breathed a sigh of relief, finally having managed to console her. Parenting was indeed no easy task. Thankfully, the little zombie was quite obedient. Upon realizing she could return to normal, she ceased her crying, returning to her usual state. She even felt a bit embarrassed for having cried. Qin Luo affectionately patted her head, chuckling, look at this little pout. Chun Xiaofei and the others couldn't restrain their laughter. Having a little zombie in their midst had undeniably enriched their lives, making them far more interesting. After all, this was what life was about, enjoying the little moments. They had specifically come to wait for the little class monitor to awaken so they could attend the award ceremony together. By the time they finished writing their acceptance speeches, Many had tidied herself up as well. They all gathered for a lively breakfast. As the clock struck 9:30, the four men and the little zombie set off for the city center to collect their award. As they descended from their apartment, they noticed that most of the trees had toppled over. Just then, they witnessed a logistics team busy cleaning up, led by a man in sunglasses with a turtle shell design, directing the operation. Hurry, everyone. Let us get a move on. Mu Daolao will be undertaking a mission shortly. Wood-type abilities are quite rare, and we are counting on him to revive these trees. A community without greenery is not a proper community. Other mutated beings were bustling about. In fact, they even spotted a couple of familiar faces. The rabbit mutant, who had previously mentioned itching fur, was present, though he was surreptitiously munching on tender leaves, only to be reported by a horned fellow. Report. Xiao Qi is slacking off. He is not working and is stealing leaves. The turtle-shelled man immediately barked, Xiao Qi, do you want to lose your points? You're not even doing your part-time job properly. Do you want to starve? Suddenly, a muscular man with a vibrant red comb strutted by, exclaiming, Old tortoise. Huh, why are you so fired up this early in the morning? The other younger members perked up at the sight of him. Good morning, Brother Chicken. It was indeed Brother Chicken, who had just received state rations. Are you reporting for duty today? That's wonderful. The base is seeing an influx of mutated beings. We're almost out of work. How imbibed? This morning was truly lively. Their new community was enormous, with the A, B, C, D buildings housing combat teams, while the G building was home to numerous smaller mutated beings. This particular building, situated at the edge, was designated for the accommodation of smaller mutated beings. Generally, they remained in fixed locations, as the instinct of small animals is to avoid risks, and they would be intimidated by the aura emitted by combat teams. Unless summoned for part-time tasks, they rarely ventured here. It was the first time for Qin Luo and the others to witness this, and they couldn't help but glance back repeatedly, while many observed with intrigue, feeling as if they had stumbled into a peculiar theater. Throughout their journey, the four men and the little zombie pondered what sort of job Brother Chicken had landed. Their curiosity piqued. Chapter 56. Comprehensive Weapon Enhancement. The headquarters demonstrated particular ingenuity for this award ceremony by commissioning a film crew to broadcast the event across the base's various screens. Currently, the base lacks televisions, and the general populace has no internet access, a rather bleak situation. Several large electronic screens are positioned in fixed locations, occasionally displaying vital information, but mostly broadcasting news. Upon their arrival, Qin Luo and his team discovered that the commendation extended beyond their squad to include 5 or 6 other combat teams, ranging from 7 to 12 members. Their team was the smallest. To their dismay, they had casually dressed in everyday attire, while the other teams were elaborately adorned. Was it exceptionally formal? One group even sported suits. Qin Luo was taken aback, while Chun Xiaofei and Baishu nearly burst into laughter. Wang Weihu also felt a wave of embarrassment for the suited combat team. However, these details were inconsequential. They were treated as mere tools, subjected to a rehearsal for the sake of enhanced video aesthetics. The newly appointed official struck them as officious and displayed a lack of courtesy towards their combat team. Chun Xiaofei couldn't resist inquiring about the official's background, noting his overbearing demeanor. Although they trusted the headquarters and believed in the collective effort toward humanity's future, they recognized the presence of detrimental elements. Baishu, adjusting his glasses, quietly remarked, "Those who engage in unjust conduct will inevitably face retribution. Such behavior is intolerable in this apocalyptic era and will eventually lead to their downfall. The populace respects strength above all else. Combat prowess is the true measure of ability." Despite the superficiality of the awards ceremony, the rewards they received were substantial. The newly appointed official dared not pilfer the prizes allocated by the headquarters. Team 3A received a set of cutting-edge electronic bracelets and vouchers for weapon enhancements. The latter proved to be the most valuable. The craftsmanship department, situated near the city center in a newly constructed 9-story cylindrical building, was a marvel. It housed the most skilled modification-type ability users, responsible for creating many of the base's essential items, including the earpieces and bracelets. Even the recently awarded new combat vehicle had been modified by the craftsmanship department. The design blueprint was exceptionally advanced. They had yet to fully utilize the vehicle's extensive capabilities, which were genuinely resilient in the face of danger. Currently, it was highly coveted on the black market, obtainable only through official rewards. Qin Luo and his team were elated to receive the vouchers, particularly Qin Luo, who cherished his dual blades. Wang Weihu had long desired a superior pair of boxing gloves, while Baishu sought an excellent firearm. Chun Xiaofei was still contemplating his choice, but desired a set of concealed weapons, such as throwing knives, which would be devastating in conjunction with his wind-based ability. En route to the craftsmanship center, the four eagerly discussed weapons, a common passion among men. By the way, what enhancement does Little Class Monitor desire? Each person has a single opportunity. It would be a waste not to use it. The four simultaneously turned to her. The full value vouchers were personalized and non-transferable, with each individual having only one chance. Weapons could be soul-bound to their users through a contract-type mental ability user. Hearing Chun Xiaofei's inquiry, Su Duo immediately produced her beloved chainsaw. The four were momentarily speechless before giving her a unanimous thumbs up. Typical of her, they traveled by bus. The passengers in this central area of the city were well-mannered, with no unusual behavior. Even the mutated individuals quietly remained in the corners, careful not to frighten others. The majority of the bus patrons were ordinary individuals, many of whom had been wealthy before the cataclysm. The truly impoverished were preoccupied with survival and lacked the opportunity to visit this area. They could not afford the expenses. Despite the global upheaval, social stratification persisted. However, possessing an ability was now the object of envy. The mere extension of lifespan was highly desirable, with even the most common ability users living for 2 centuries. Provided they avoided combat, enhanced abilities were even more advantageous, ushering in an era of strength worship. However, ability users also face drawbacks, such as mandatory participation in external missions and various defense operations, which were far more perilous than the sheltered lives of ordinary individuals. For instance, during the recent super typhoon, ordinary individuals sought refuge indoors, while ability users braved the storm to fulfill their duties, enduring harsh weather conditions. In return, ability users earned points more readily than ordinary individuals and were immune to infection. The zombie virus, lethal to ordinary individuals, was harmless to ability users. In essence, there were both advantages and disadvantages. Qin Luo and his team preferred having abilities, as ordinary individuals relied on protection. However, in the event of the protector's demise, they were left defenseless. It was imperative to enhance their abilities. Ding dong, Hope Road Station has arrived. Please exit from the rear door. Next stop, Light Road. Their team disembarked from the bus and beheld the cylindrical building, adorned with oversized hammers, wrenches, and screwdrivers on its roof, a truly surreal sight. The steady stream of people entering and exiting was surprisingly large. After presenting their vouchers at the security checkpoint, they were granted entry. The first floor was entirely dedicated to exhibitions, featuring robots, modified vehicles, and weapons, a paradise for combat enthusiasts. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, a rare sight. This is too cool. Awesome, so awesome. Chen Xiaofei and the others exclaimed in agreement, eagerly anticipating their personalized weapons. A staff member guided them to the second-floor weapon department for consultations and provided them with forms to specify their desired weapon modifications, weapon types, and desired functionalities. Upon completion, the craftsmanship department would create the finest weapons, ensuring the quality of materials. After the modifications, they could retrieve their weapons using the vouchers. Qin Luo promptly filled out the form, stating the craftsmanship department's products are always reliable. We have complete confidence in your craftsmanship. Feel free to exercise your creativity. He ultimately decided to modify his dual blades, which he wielded with exceptional proficiency. Enhancements would suffice. Wang Weihu requested boxing gloves. Bai Shu desired a superior firearm. And Chen Xiaofei sought concealed weapons. The receptionist turned to the team's sole female member. Recent foreign discussions have been rife with speculation about Team 3A's Special Operations Team, particularly after their performance the previous night. They had emerged unscathed from an encounter with a massive swarm of mutated bats. An incredible feat, the four members were awestruck. Witnessing firsthand Team 3A's combat prowess, no one doubted their capabilities. Chapter 57. The post-apocalyptic milk tea. Many hands are capable of grasping a pen, yet they struggle with the art of writing. Hence, Qin Luo assisted her in that regard. The young lady at the service desk couldn't help but gasp quietly upon seeing her pull out a chainsaw and place it on the edge of the table, initially perceiving her as a cute little girl. Indeed, those who qualify for the 3A Special Operations Team are far from ordinary. Very well, I have completed gathering your information. You may collect your items in 3 days, the service desk attendant said as she organized the documents, allowing them to peruse the establishment, though she advised against lingering too long. Qin Luo and his companions promptly decided to leave, satisfied with their brief exploration of the contents within, knowing they could not purchase anything else and content to await their weapons. The service desk attendant graciously escorted their group out, maintaining a pleasant demeanor despite the strict regulations of the artisan department. Once outside, they resolved to explore the nearby streets, as they were already present. The four of them strolled through the city center, which had transformed significantly, showcasing an array of peculiar shops. To their surprise, a milk tea shop still existed, albeit at a steep price of 180 points per cup, especially when a basic survival meal could be obtained for just 3 points. For the average person, this was exceedingly expensive. Qin Luo halted at the entrance of the milk tea shop, scrutinizing the menu. 180 points for a cup? I must see what justifies such a cost. The young lady inside nearly squealed upon their arrival, her admiration evident as she exclaimed, "Welcome to Buji Buji. What would you like to drink?" Qin Luo glanced at the menu, which featured a classic series and an innovative series. The classic series included traditional bubble teas and milk teas, while the innovative series offered intriguing options such as the Overlord Blossom Boba Milk Tea, Red Banana Milkshake, exotic dilution fruit tea, and a colossal cup of camel milk. 10 cups of the classic series and 10 cups of the innovative series. What on earth is a red banana? He pondered. Any excess could simply be stored in their spatial compartment. This world never ceased to amaze. The attendant blushed as she explained, "The red banana is a newly discovered mutated banana, boasting a flavor 10 times sweeter than a regular banana and with an exquisite texture. You should certainly give it a try. Now, please scan the code here." After placing their order, she directed them to a machine for scanning. Having transitioned from QR codes to barcodes, Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu were fascinated by this new development. "So, mutated plants are now being consumed?" they remarked, both acutely aware of this shift. The attendant, a regular person working in the city center, elaborated, "Due to the current scarcity of food, our supplies will eventually deplete. The base has begun issuing tasks to gather mutated plants. As long as the contamination level is low, they can be consumed. Of course," she added, "ordinary individuals still cannot consume mutated plants or meat due to contamination. However, mutants and aberrants can partake, and it even benefits them. The contamination they harbor serves as their evolution energy, acting as a form of nourishment." Wang Weihua expressed his astonishment, realizing that without visiting the city center, one could easily feel disconnected from the world. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei concurred, acknowledging the rapid changes that occurred daily. "It's quite terrifying," they remarked. The attendant smiled brightly and returned to fulfill their order, and upon observing that the 2 drink series were prepared separately, Bai Shu noted, "I was curious how ordinary individuals could handle mutated plants. It seems they are indeed prepared separately. Those inside must be aberrants. In contrast to mutants, aberrants are generally less stable, with most engaged in various tasks at the base. Individuals like Manuo, who could venture out on missions, were exceedingly rare. Aberrants do not always have complete control over their emotions, making them prone to losing control. Herbivorous aberrants tend to be timid and easily stressed, shying away from combat, while carnivorous aberrants may become bloodthirsty at the sight of blood, leading to their exclusion from missions. Truly, calm aberrants like Manuo are few and far between. As they awaited their milk tea, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure with a striking red comb, donning an apron and peering out to call, "Caw, caw, caw. Xiaozhong. Xiaozhong, where are the boba pearls? Where have you stored them?" The attendant who had taken their order was startled and quickly urged, "Don't come out, brother chicken. You might frighten the customers. The boba pearls are in the condiment box. I just prepped them recently." Qin Luo and the others exchanged glances, while Manuo peeked curiously. The mystery she had pondered earlier that morning was now resolved, evoking a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Finally, when they received their milk tea, Qin Luo couldn't help but inquire, "Are all milk tea shops now officially operated?" The attendant hesitated, unable to meet his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. "Indeed, the ingredients for making milk tea are scarce. Most dining establishments are state-run, as only the authorities have access to sufficient supplies. Ordinary people cannot possibly acquire materials to open a shop unless they are exceedingly wealthy, and even then, they must purchase ingredients from a state. Thus, It is indeed a matter of state grain and a secure livelihood. Please do not mind. Brother Chicken is quite amiable, although aberrants may appear intimidating. They're much like ordinary people. He works very hard, even taking on a part-time job in the civilian district to Crow, all to ease the transition for the elderly who have spent most of their lives in rural areas, helping them adapt to life at the base. The attendant was genuinely gentle, concerned that they might belong to the faction that discriminated against aberrants. Qin Luo chuckled. Not at all. Aberrants are quite endearing. Bai Shu and the others echoed with playful use. Chun Xiaofei, holding the remaining 10 cups, grinned. Are all aberrants adorable, or is it just our squad leader? Qin Luo handed a cup of milk tea to the little zombie, puncturing a straw for her, admonishing, don't speak too much. If you don't drink the milk tea, it's coming back to me. Chun Xiaofei immediately defended, no way. With a cheeky grin, Bai Shu and Wang Weihua joined in the laughter. The little zombie cradled her gigantic cup of milk tea, tilting her head to glance at them before fixating on the drink. It had indeed been ages since she had enjoyed freshly made milk tea. Though she had supplies in her spatial compartment, nothing compared to the taste of something freshly prepared. With a gleeful slurp, her eyes sparkled with delight as she savored the flavor of mutated plants in her milk tea. Happiness radiated from the little zombie as she happily swayed her cup, reveling in this moment of bliss. The attendant watched them fondly as they playfully departed, only then realizing that the stunning young man they had stood behind was also an aberrant. She noticed the collar around her neck. No wonder they bore no discrimination against aberrants. How wonderful! Chapter 58. Acquiring equipment. The other shops were merely common snack stalls, with prices that were rather steep. Given the current scarcity of resources, however, these prices seemed quite reasonable. They indulged in both eating and taking, with a plethora of points in their possession. Su Duo and Qin Luo found themselves in a similar situation. Typically, they subsisted on provisions from their spatial inventory, occasionally splurging on the novelty of base supplies, leaving little need to spend their points. As they wandered, they stumbled upon an intriguing little shop, whimsically named Little Lin's Treasure Trove of Alchemy. Their steps came to an abrupt halt as they ventured inside. Upon pushing the door, a tinkling of wind chimes greeted them, accompanied by the mechanical parrot by the entrance chirping, "Welcome, welcome to Little Lin's Treasure Shop." The parrot's voice boasted an eerily robotic tone, reflecting the proprietor's rather peculiar taste. The dim lighting within the shop gave it an almost otherworldly ambience, akin to stepping into a realm of magic. At the counter stood a clownish marionette, donned in a magician's hat, diligently calculating numbers. Upon noticing them, it emotionlessly declared, "Feel free to browse. Payment is self-service. The consequences of leaving without payment are yours to bear." The parrot cackled ominously. Consequences to bear. Consequences to bear, raising the tension palpably. Fortunately, the group was not of the timid sort. Chun Xiaofei chuckled at the loud parrot, likening it to a streaming platform's control center, where one utterance was echoed twice. Bai Shu quipped about the marionette's origin, suggesting it was simply a puppet manipulated from behind the scenes to serve as a cashier. Qin Luo and Wang Weihua began exploring the shop, which seemed to indulge in a Western fantasy theme, showcasing a variety of bizarre potions and wands designed for combat. The clothing section proved even more fascinating, revealing garments with protective attributes. This cloak is fireproof. Can you believe it? And look, there's one that grants invisibility. Why are they all women's styles? Is this some kind of discrimination against us gentlemen? Hey, class leader, come over here. I think these little dresses would suit you perfectly. They spotted some male options, albeit rather juvenile in design. Who would wear this out in public? Upon hearing about the dresses, little zombie ambled over. For what girl could resist the allure of a pretty dress? Most of the garments were in the Lolita style, gorgeous and adorable, adorned with various hair accessories. Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "These are absolutely adorable." The group of men found themselves captivated by the charming dresses, halting to sift through the racks. Class leader, you should try one on. The prices are reasonable, and you can pay with either cores or points. These outfits even possess attributes, either a speed boost or enhanced jumping ability. This red one looks stunning, with a 10% attack speed boost and 5% strength increase. How cool is that? Qin Luo picked up a light green dress tag as part of the Chameleon series, which could temporarily grant invisibility for 10 minutes. This is fantastic. I need to try this on. Being invisible would be immensely advantageous. As a little zombie, her spatial abilities could catch others off guard, and, combined with invisibility, she would be truly undetectable. Su Duo clutched several dresses and headed to the fitting room, which boldly declared itself a surveillance-free zone. It took her some time to manage the tricky clothing, while the rest of the group continued to explore the shop, marveling at the unique items. Qin, shall we each purchase a fireproof cloak? And perhaps a wind-resistant ring? It's as if we've entered a game. Can such wonders truly exist in the real world? Wang Weihua's skepticism was met with the parrot's shrill proclamation. No deception here. 10-fold refunds for any fakes. Well, I suppose a shop in the city center must have some merit. With a swift motion, the curtain of the fitting room was drawn back, revealing little zombie clad in a green Lolita outfit. The sight left the four of them momentarily speechless. Oh my goodness, how adorable. Class leader, you look absolutely perfect. Stunning. I must have a daughter someday and buy her countless dresses. Wang Weihua exclaimed, utterly enchanted, while Qin Luo's face flushed, prompting Chen Xiaofei to tease him for not complimenting the class leader. Yet, upon seeing Qin Luo's reddened face, he was caught off guard. Qin, why are you blushing? Shut up. Qin Luo retorted, now acutely aware of little zombie's gaze upon him, making his cheeks burn even hotter. Su Duo admired her reflection in the mirror, appreciating the connection she felt with her abilities while wearing the dress. As she moved, she activated her powers, causing her figure to gradually fade until she was completely invisible. The others gasped, no way. Relief washed over them when she reappeared. She was determined to buy the dress. But upon glancing at the price tag, an astonishing 30,000 points, her excitement waned. Oh dear, I must apologize for the intrusion. Checking her balance, she realized she only had 100,000 points, supplemented by the 5,000 earned last night and 200 from earlier, which still fell short. Though she possessed a mutated back core, the exchange rate displayed on the screen indicated it was worth 5,000 points. Yet, she hesitated to part with it. Qin Luo offered to cover the cost, prompting Chen Xiaofei and the others to cheerfully insist they wouldn't compete for the bill, exclaiming, whoever has the first love pays. Initially, when he had playfully responded to a truth or dare question about his feelings, it had been a spontaneous utterance, perhaps a remnant of youthful infatuation. However, his emotions had solidified upon their reunion, and recently, his feelings had intensified. Su Duo, however, firmly grasped his sleeve, unwilling to let him shoulder the expense alone. Despite Qin Luo's vast points accumulated from countless missions undertaken by their special operations group, she understood that not everything could be so easily bought. In the end, Qin Luo proposed a compromise. If you're short on points, you can use your zombie core as payment. After all, you have no need for it. Chapter 59. Da Qiao's request the zombie with the was quite a formidable opponent. The little zombie was an innocent child. She glanced at the three of them. Chen Xiaofei and the others felt there was no issue. The little class leader shouldn't be so particular. After all, we're still consuming the provisions you provided. And we haven't been overly courteous about it. Bai Shu and Wang Weihui shared the same sentiment. It could be used freely. It belonged to the squad, so it could be given to anyone. Ultimately, they acquired 3 sets of skirts, green, red, and blue, each with primary attributes of invisibility, strength, and attack speed. Qin Luo and his companions purchased windproof rings and fireproof cloaks, opting against any further acquisitions. There were a few items of men's clothing available, but they were disinclined toward those flamboyant Western garments, which seemed rather juvenile. Girls could wear anything cute, but they would pass on such attire. After shopping, they had spent a considerable amount of points, a small fortune, yet they claimed they couldn't exhaust their points. This was merely the early days of the apocalypse. These items had only just emerged, and many more treasures were likely to follow. The mechanical parrot continued to squawk its thanks, expressing gratitude. Chen Xiaofei remarked, indeed, those who pay are treated like royalty. It seems this parrot's voice has become even more effeminate. Bai Shu and Wang Weihui chuckled at his comment. After wondering a bit more, They visited several newly opened shops selling mutant animal meat and were surprised to find customers queuing up. It seemed plausible that they could also procure these items in the future, likely exchanging them for points. After their exploration of the city center, they unanimously preferred the equipment store and the artisan department, as these are the most sought-after resources in the apocalypse. They planned to return frequently. By the afternoon, upon returning to the new human district, they found the ground had been thoroughly cleaned. However, the subway directly connecting to their neighborhood was undergoing renovations, forcing them to disembark at the next station. Coincidentally, Da Xiao's home was nearby. On their way back, they encountered her pulling a cart laden with bags of dark red block-like substances. They greeted each other. Da Xiao was rather surprised to see the little zombie, exclaiming, "Oh, Duo Bao has recovered. How long did it take?" She immediately focused on this data, as it might prove beneficial for other similar mutants. More experience equated to greater peace of mind. Qin Luo chuckled, reaching out to ruffle the little zombie's head, recalling how she had cried out loudly in the morning. Finding it amusing, before she could recover on her own, Xiao Bai had devised a method to help her by administering a diluted liquid. It was best to keep the fact that many could consume to a minimum, otherwise she could easily be kept under surveillance. Da Xiao laughed upon hearing this. "You all have quite the clever ideas, don't you? That's fine. I'll take note of this." The dilution was indeed useful, as it accelerated the recovery of one's powers. Chun Xiaofei and the others gathered around Da Xiao's cart, recognizing the chunks of mutant bat meat. "What do you intend to do with this?" Da Xiao casually replied, "Feeding my child. By the way, are you all still on vacation? Care for a drink?" Qin Luo immediately bristled, preparing to decline, but she cut him off, saying, "It's about a mission. Are you willing to take on a task in City Inn? It's a bit far from here, but a good friend of mine is trapped there." She is with a group of researchers studying the pollution source. Unfortunately, when they went to collect samples, they were besieged by numerous zombies, and I heard there is a new type of giant zombie in the vicinity. Instantly, Qin Luo and the others ceased their light-hearted banter, their expressions turning serious. "Let us go discuss this at your place." Da Xiao smiled, knowing that this combat team relished a challenge. They were indeed a squad of battle enthusiasts. Qin Luo believed in the supremacy of strength. Remaining cooped up in the base without undertaking missions would lead to inevitable demise, especially with the emergence of new monsters that warranted confrontation. The captain's word was law, and none dared to dissent. Da Xiao's mention of using mutant bat meat to feed her child piqued their interest. Chun Xiaofei could not help but ask Bai Shu, "When did she have a child? I've never heard of this." Da Xiao and Xiao Xiao were also known to be workaholics, practically living at the research center. Bai Shu shrugged, equally perplexed. However, upon arriving at Da Xiao's residence, they quickly discovered what she meant by feeding her child. Her home was located on the first floor of Building A in the West District community, boasting a small yard filled with peculiar plants. The most striking feature was the rows of carnivorous plants lining the path, their gaping mouths revealing rows of sharp teeth, emitting incessant wah-wah sounds, proving to be quite a nuisance. Without even untying the plastic bags, Da Xiao tossed them directly into their mouths, and they joyfully wriggled their bodies, eagerly devouring the contents. Those that failed to snag a bite continued to cry out in distress, creating an eerie scene. Team 3A. Da Xiao's peculiar taste remained as bizarre as ever. Qin Luo could not resist the urge to complain. "Wait, why are you raising these creatures?" Da Xiao retained her cheerful demeanor. "These are the seeds of my beloved carnivorous plants. This is the second batch. I wish to nurture them and observe how they mature." She eagerly shared her findings with them, explaining that according to research, as these plants grow, their intelligence increases and they can at least recognize their owner. Qin Luo and the others expressed their disinterest, particularly as they ventured further inside, where the carnivorous plant babies attempted to approach them. Chun Xiaofei yelped in fright when one bit his clothing. Qin Luo hurriedly scooped up the little zombie to protect her. And when a carnivorous plant baby approached, it recoiled at the electric current emanating from his hand. Da Xiao reassured them, "Stay calm. I've issued orders that they cannot harm anyone. Just avoid making eye contact. They're merely a bunch of unruly children, and the more you interact with them, the more excited they become." Indeed, Bai Shu and Wang Weiwei maintained their composure, and the carnivorous plant babies dared not provoke them. After Da Xiao finished speaking, she opened her door and welcomed them with a smile. "You are all welcome to visit." This was Qin Luo and the others' first time at her home. Previously, they had merely exchanged nods, having interacted but not becoming particularly close. Researchers often tended to be somewhat fastidious. Da Xiao's home was spotless. The floor clean enough to serve as a mirror, and disposable shoe covers were neatly placed by the entrance. The little zombie cheerfully slipped on 2 shoe covers. Qin Luo remained vigilant, keeping a close eye on her. After a while, he guided her to the sofa. Da Xiao then brewed tea for them. Qin Luo, however, directly broached the subject. "Let us discuss your mission. The specific location, the number of people involved, and details about that new type of zombie monster." Communication regarding missions within their squad was primarily decided by Qin Luo, as he was the main damage dealer. If he felt confident, the chances of peril were significantly minimized. Incidents could occur, but compared to other teams, their squad's risk of mishap was relatively low. Da Xiao began to recount the specifics. 10 days ago, the survivor base and city B dispatched 10 combat teams to various perilous locations to gather samples of the pollution source. And my friend was part of one of those teams. Chapter 60. Accepting the mission, the team heading to City N comprises 11 individuals with extraordinary abilities and 3 scientific researchers, destined for the local research institute, which houses 22 researchers. Their original plan was to conduct rescue operations while collecting samples of the pollution source. Unexpectedly, they encountered a new type of zombie, one of colossal size, capable of summoning other zombies to encircle them, seemingly toying with their predicament. When Da Jiao recounted this incident, her brow furrowed in concern as she handed them a tablet for viewing. This was the zombie in question. The combat team had already suffered 3 casualties, leaving the remaining members trapped within the research institute. Although they were not in immediate danger, their food supply was dwindling rapidly, placing them in a precarious situation. Qin Luo and his companions leaned in for a closer look, while the little zombie stared intently as well. The footage began with the distant roars of the zombies outside, and then the camera panned upward to reveal a gigantic head appearing at the window, startling everyone. This creature could no longer be merely classified as a zombie. It was more aptly termed a zombie monster, with bulging eyes and skin a sickly shade of dark green. Its face was marred by decaying flesh and even maggots, an utterly repulsive sight. It was unclear how it had grown to such an enormous size. Da Jiao then shut off the short video and opened the latest information regarding the creature. The zombie monster had originally been a very tall individual, diagnosed with gigantism at the age of 10, which had led to numerous hospital visits. This fear of research facilities was the reason it hesitated to enter the institute. Since its transformation into a zombie monster, its stature had continued to increase. Particularly alarming was its ability to evolve by consuming its own kind, as zombies served as its unending food source, and it could command lower-level zombies to trap the researchers inside. Currently, it stood at an imposing height of 2 meters, with moderate mobility, capable of maintaining a steady pursuit of its prey. The headquarters had classified it as a 3-star threat. Additionally, it had activated common abilities associated with mutated monsters, such as sonic attacks, and due to its massive size, it was difficult for it to conceal its movements. Its footsteps were heavy and loud, the only advantage being that they need not fear its silent approach. Chun Xiaofei immediately chimed in, exasperated, but it was terrifying when it suddenly poked its head out. How could it not make a sound? He was clearly distressed, fearing not the difficulty of the enemy, but the terror of being startled by a ghostly presence. Da Jiao sighed regretfully, echoing his sentiments. This creature is capable of setting traps. It can be determined that it lacks human consciousness, acting purely on instinct, yet it is undeniably cunning. The zombie monster does indeed make a loud noise when it walks, but if it were to remain still in close proximity, it could still catch one off guard, relishing in the element of surprise. Moreover, a mere scratch from it would be fatal. Da Jiao pointed out the danger zones on the tablet, noting that the concentration of bacteria on its body was alarmingly high. A friend of hers had extracted a sample of its blood for study. Contact with it would be fatal for ordinary individuals and pose significant risks even to those with extraordinary abilities. Thus, it was imperative to avoid any breaches of the skin, for even those with mutations could face life-threatening consequences. Wang Weihua could not help but remark, "This thing is nothing more than a mobile superbacteria." Bai Shu frowned, suggesting they avoid close combat. "Have we attempted to use firearms against it?" Da Jiao expressed her disappointment, stating that their weapons were all expended and the ordinary zombies were relentless. This creature simply evaded heat-based weaponry, demonstrating remarkable cunning. The sea of corpses was no jest. The sheer density was terrifying. Hence, the headquarters opted not to dispatch a single team, but rather to mobilize 5 teams to conduct a comprehensive cleansing of the zombies. Qin Luo seized upon this pivotal point, inquiring, "Then why did you specifically request our team?" Chun Xiaofei and the others suddenly realized the implication. If it was a collective mission, why did Da Jiao insist on their Team 3A's involvement? Although Team 3A was formidable, there were certainly stronger teams, and A-grade teams were not in short supply. Da Jiao's gaze shifted to the little zombie. "Because my dear friend is a mutated individual, specifically a butterfly of the species known as the dead leaf butterfly. It possesses no offensive capabilities, merely the ability to camouflage for survival. While the base accepts mutated individuals, a portion of the populace remains staunchly opposed, viewing them as less than human. The mission is led by Jin Chuanxiong, the overall commander, who belongs to the faction opposed to mutated beings. I fear he may disregard the well-being of my friend." Da Jiao broached this heavy topic when addressing Qin Luo and his companions, driven by both trust in their abilities and their admirable character, as well as their capacity for acceptance. The little zombie had indeed been well cared for by them, a fact that was visibly apparent. Da Jiao smiled as she said, "This friend of mine is incredibly important to me. Therefore, to ensure all goes well, I implore you to assist me in this endeavor. In return, I shall offer you 5 million points as compensation." She also promised each of them a favor, which they could redeem at a future time without conditions. Da Jiao typically appeared as a calm and collected scientific researcher. Yet, even as she spoke of her best friend's peril, she maintained her composure. However, the little zombie sensed her sorrow and tugged at Qin Luo's sleeve, her silvery gray eyes pleading with him to accept the task. Having encountered 3-star monsters before, they could keep a safe distance, and, in an isolated area, she could unleash a powerful attack against it. As for the bacteria, she could envelop them all in a protective barrier using her spatial abilities, minimizing her energy expenditure to prolong its effectiveness, thus ensuring their safety. Qin Luo, feeling her tug, glanced down at her and, with a resigned smile, ruffled her hair, neither agreeing nor declining the mission. It was an excellent opportunity to hone their skills against a 3-star monster. The last time they faced a 3-star mutated snake man, they had nearly faced total annihilation. With everyone's abilities having improved since then, it was time to gauge their progress. Da Jiao was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated the little zombie would advocate on her behalf. She smiled at them, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I will remember this favor." The little zombie shyly smiled back and hid behind Qin Luo. Observing the little zombie becoming increasingly human-like, Da Jiao felt a twinge of nostalgia. Once Qin Luo confirmed their participation, he turned to Da Jiao and remarked, "Remember, 5 million points and 5 favors. Don't backtrack on your promise." Da Jiao assured him she would not. Exiting her home and navigating past the carnivorous flower babies at the entrance, they finally made their way home, continuing to discuss the mission along the way. Chun Xiaofei remarked in astonishment, "I never would have guessed Da Jiao was quite affluent." Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, retorting, "Do you think she cultivates those carnivorous plants merely for amusement? The papers she writes generate points as well." However, 5 million points was indeed a substantial sum. Wang Weihua reflected on her generosity. Had she not sought their assistance, they would have undoubtedly accepted the mission when it was later announced by the base. They all understood their captain well. Encountering a 3-star monster was an opportunity not to be missed. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow at them. "So you all are quite in sync." Chun Xiaofei and the others laughed heartily in response. Chapter 61. Special training. Moreover, This Jin Chuanqiong possesses quite a notorious reputation, which makes him rather detestable. Little class leader, if you happen to encounter this individual, keep your distance. Jin Chuanqiong is nothing but a hypocrite, a true villain with a heart as cold as ice. Chun Xiaofei was enlightening the little zombie, explaining that although this person has completed numerous tasks, his methods are rather unscrupulous, often sacrificing his teammates to enhance his task completion rate. He is, after all, a person of extreme cruelty. Bai Shu expressed his disgust towards him, remarking on his lofty ambitions and predicting that he would eventually stumble. Wang Weihua urged them to refrain from speaking ill, reminding them that they're all part of a combat team, and it would not reflect well if their remarks were overheard. He humorously noted that Jin Chuanqiong might play the victim and accuse them of bullying, claiming they appropriated the merits of his Jinping team. The serious yet sarcastic tone of his words elicited laughter from both Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu. Su Dudu soon grasped that Jin Chuanqiong was indeed a nefarious character. Just then, Qin Luo glanced at her and remarked that Jin Chuanqiong is quite vain, relishing in taking credit for others' achievements while feigning purity and greatness. De Qiao had mentioned that he despises aberrants, and if he dares to bully you, give him a good thrashing. If you cannot win, run to me and I shall avenge you. He feared that the little zombie would be mistreated. The small creature appeared both clever and foolish at times. Su Dudu nodded in agreement, realizing that she was increasingly resembling a human lately. Qin Luo recalled how she had just tugged at him with an eager expression, and it dawned on him that even a zombie could feel compassion. Su Dudu was genuinely touched by De Qiao as friendship. How could such a little creature not be considered human? His heart softened. Qin Xiaofei continued to rant about Jin Chuanqiong's disgraceful actions, exclaiming that he pretends to be a big shot, deluding himself into thinking he is something special. His original name was Jin Dapeng, and he named his team after himself. After he betrayed the Rose team, he was ridiculed by their captain for his unrefined name, which led him to forcibly change it to Jin Chuanqiong. A vile person remains vile, regardless of the name he adopts. It is merely a matter of the headquarters currently lacking personnel. Otherwise, how many times has Jin Chuanqiong crossed the line? The most egregious incident resulted in the loss of 2/3 of his team. He shows no regard for the lives of his comrades. Yet, he possesses an uncanny ability to manipulate and brainwash some teammates into serving him loyally. He is quite the talent. As they continued their complaints, they arrived at Wang Weihua's home. Despite his imposing stature, Wang Weihua was a devoted family man, and his home was impeccably tidy. Almost immediately upon entering, the four, along with the little zombie, received an email from headquarters inviting them to participate in a rescue operation, with a reward of 500,000 points each, and each team will be provided with the latest firearms and provisions. Qin Luo checked the departure date, 3 days from now, coinciding perfectly with their receipt of customized weaponry. Bai Shu reminded everyone that they would be preparing a second batch of aberrant core dilution agents the following day. This would allow them to tackle the third batch on the way, while also enhancing their abilities, which was quite beneficial, as they would soon enter combat mode. Wang Weihua entered the kitchen to prepare drinks for them. Qin Xiaofei took Su Dudu to the sofa, and they began gossiping. Upon turning around, Qin Luo noticed that the little zombie had run off, prompting him to announce, "From today onwards, we will arrange special training for Su Dudu. No one is to be idle during these 3 days." Since the little zombie had regained her agility, it was essential to train her instead of allowing her to languish. Qin Xiaofei groaned, lamenting, "Ah, my rare vacation. Who has teaching who's first love here?" Bai Shu chuckled, glancing at Captain Qin with curiosity. "Are you sure he wants to teach her?" Qin Luo, exasperated, insisted that he would handle combat training himself, while Xiao Bai would teach her sniping. Old Wang would instruct her in boxing, and Qin Xiaofei would guide her in stealth techniques. In this apocalyptic era, possessing more skills equates to greater safety. They could not always keep an eye on her. The best course of action was to help her strive for improvement. Joking aside, everyone agreed. The little zombie tilted her head, then tapped out a few words on her tablet, displaying it for them to see. "Teach me, I want to learn." Qin Luo and the others burst into laughter, knowing that she was not the weakling she appeared to be. Given the opportunity, she would earnestly strive for improvement. Dinner consisted of braised beef, ginger duck, spicy chicken cubes, boiled shrimp, and garlic cabbage, accompanied by a seaweed and egg drop soup, freshly prepared by Wang Weiwa. These dishes were reminiscent of the comfort food from before the apocalypse, many of which Su Dudu had made herself. Everyone savored the meal with great satisfaction. The braised beef was savory and delicious, the ginger duck tender and flavorful, the spicy chicken cubes were quite appetizing, the boiled shrimp sweet and fresh, and the garlic cabbage served as a perfect palate cleanser. The final touch was a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup, leaving everyone feeling content and satisfied. Su Dudu could not manage to eat much of it, only sampling each dish, as she could now discern a hint of flavor. Though it was far from the richness of her past, currently, she could only consume mutated plants or meats from mutated creatures. The mutated shrimp Chun Xiaofei had bought that evening was particularly delectable, yet such delicacies were in high demand, and the consumption of mutated flora and fauna was still in its infancy. In the future, their availability would likely increase. In the end, Su Dudu nibbled on a mutated bat's core, savoring its sweet raspberry flavor. I'm so full. I feel utterly blissful. How fortunate I am to have a little class leader. Every meal, I find myself praising her 100 times. Chun Xiaofei truly excelled at showering compliments. He was the team's most proficient provider of emotional support. Bai Shu, feeling pleasantly dazed from the meal, leaned back against the sofa, lost in thought. Wang Weiwa diligently tidied up the dishes. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was busy drafting a rigorous training program for the little zombie, filling the schedule to the brim. The devilish training was about to commence. Su Dudu suddenly remembered something and followed Wang Weihua into the kitchen, noticing that it was well-stocked. She recalled the need to prepare food. The appetites of abilities users were indeed considerable. Everyone had saved their cores for her, and she could not allow them to go hungry. It was time to stock up on cooked food. Wang Weiwa, seeing her wandering in the kitchen, remarked, "Little class leader, you should take a break. I can handle the dishes." He had become accustomed to doing so. Su Dudu wanted to speak, but could not. So she pulled out her tablet to type, "Space, plenty of ingredients, need to prepare, cooked food." Her thoughts were often jumbled, so she aimed to keep her words concise. As long as she could convey her point, that sufficed. Wang Weiwa, understanding her intent, replied, "No problem. While I may not be a gourmet chef, I can ensure you will be full. Just bring out the ingredients, and I will stock up on some cooked food when I have the chance. Just listen to Qin Luo and study hard." The little zombie nodded appreciatively, retrieving numerous instant food items from her spatial cube, which were simple to prepare. She merely needed to cook them. She also produced 4 air fryers and 3 pressure cookers, handing them all over to Wang Weiwa. Wang Weihua was taken aback, unable to fathom how much effort the little class leader must have invested to amass such a vast array of food before the apocalypse. Yet he nodded with difficulty. "All right, I will do my best to cook them all." Only then did the little zombie feel reassured. She swayed back out when Qin Luo called for her. Chapter 62. Setting off again 3 days later at the craftsman department of the survivor base in Harbor City. The excitement was palpable as they received their new weapons. Qin Luo glanced at his double-edged knife, which had indeed been modified in the manner he had hoped for. The blade had been elongated, and both its hardness and density had undergone a remarkable transformation, with the added feature of being electrified. Now, with a mere flick of his wrist, Qin Luo could unleash a tremendous electric current. It was truly impressive. Moreover, it boasted a critical strike attribute, offering a chance to deliver tenfold force. Bai Shu acquired a specially crafted firearm, capable of both long-range and close-quarter shots, exuding an undeniable style. Notably, the magazine housed a 10 cubic space, allowing for a substantial storage of ammunition, thereby minimizing the need for frequent reloads. Wang Weihua received a pair of gauntlets, surprisingly lightweight compared to his expectations, yet they significantly enhanced the power of his strikes while providing protection without constraining his hands. They were exceedingly comfortable. He clenched his fists to test them out and swung a few punches, feeling thoroughly satisfied. The gauntlets were waterproof, fire-resistant, and resilient against the claws of ordinary mutated creatures. Chun Xiaofei obtained a set of concealed weapons, specifically wrist-mounted darts, designed with an ancient aesthetic. These two featured the 10 cubic space, filled with various small blades that would automatically retract after striking a target, crafted from special material that repelled blood, much like their modified off-road vehicle. Any blood splatter would simply slide off its surface. The ability to recover these throwing knives rendered them nearly invincible. Chun Xiaofei was ecstatic, exclaiming how incredible they were, truly impressive, a testament to the brilliance of the artisans. The chainsaws were particularly extravagant, rumored to have been modified for a young girl, painted a vibrant pink, and powered by the latest discovery of self-sustaining energy stones, capable of lasting for over a century. They even provided her with 2 spare stones. The chainsaw's dual gear system was fearsome. With a single swing, it could slice through anything as if it were mere butter. The little zombie was utterly enamored, hugging the chainsaw and caressing it lovingly. A staff member from the service center cheerfully inquired about their satisfaction, offering them a chance for minor adjustments should they find anything cumbersome. The 4 of them, along with the little zombie, quickly shook their heads. How could they possibly harbor any complaints about such splendid weapons? They adored them. They each dripped a few drops of blood onto the blood slot, binding their souls to the weapons and establishing a subtle connection. The service desk attendant also presented them with 10 sets of combat uniforms, newly introduced by the craftsman department. These uniforms boasted enhanced protective qualities compared to regular clothing, capable of withstanding attacks from mutated creatures of up to 3 stars. They could endure at least 3 strikes from such monsters. Quite impressive indeed. Qin Luo promptly urged Wang Weihua to collect them, expressing his gratitude, though inwardly he was elated, as were Chun Xiaofei and the others. Moreover, the staff member bestowed upon them 5 new machine guns, requesting their feedback after use. The perks of being a combat team, especially one with a bit of fame, were evident. Any new equipment at the base was prioritized for their squad. Qin Luo eagerly accepted everything, and Wang Weihua distributed them, each storing their weapons in their spatial cards for later use. Many Duo opted out, as her 3 skirts were superior to these combat uniforms. After bidding farewell to the courteous staff, they changed into their new uniforms in the craftsman department as changing room. The sleek black uniforms fit them perfectly, accentuating their physiques, especially their long legs, which drew astonished gazes from the little zombie. Qin Luo, having recently taken an experimental drug, now sported slightly longer hair, resembling a wild mane, exuding a rugged charm. His typically cold demeanor softened when he glanced at Mini Duo, recalling how he had once frightened her. Since that incident, he had not cast a cold gaze her way again, always smiling instead. Bai Shu, wearing frameless glasses and sporting a neat haircut, appeared scholarly, albeit with a physique that belied his appearance, capable of dispatching a small creature with a single shot. Chun Xiaofei, the shortest yet still standing at 1.8 meters, had a well-proportioned, sturdy frame and a cherubic face that was perpetually cheerful. Wang Weihua, the most muscular of the group, was the epitome of a strong man, with a broad chest and a strikingly handsome face that seemed rugged until he smiled, revealing a charming innocence. Mini Duo donned a red Lolita-style dress, accessorized with a lace headband, giving her an exquisite doll-like appearance. Since her transformation, her silver hair had faded, replaced by a soft gray hue with a hint of silvery sheen in her eyes. Hardly noticeable unless one looked closely, she had decided to forego colored lenses, and in this new look, she appeared even more adorable, patiently waiting for them to finish changing. Qin Luo couldn't help but steal glances at her, his gaze instinctively following her movements. Chun Xiaofei generously showered her with compliments, calling her the most adorable little zombie in the world, using phrases like invincible beauty and explosively gorgeous. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu chimed in as well, while Qin Luo felt his face flush, unable to articulate his thoughts. His feelings were all too evident. As fate would have it, the service desk attendant and her colleague passed by again, marveling at the appearance of Team 3, unable to contain their admiration for the stunning group. One exclaimed, "My goodness, who are they? Which team do they belong to? They are simply too handsome, and that dress is absolutely exquisite." With a hint of pride, the service desk attendant replied, "They're from Team 3A, the ones I'm coordinating with." Her colleague, envious, inquired, "Have you seen the zombie-turned-mutant from their team?" What does she look like? Her silhouette is breathtaking. The attendant reminisced, "Oh, she's very beautiful, with exquisitely delicate features. Her beauty seems almost unreal, as if sculpted." The two engaged in animated chatter, frequently glancing back at the team. Meanwhile, Qin Luo gathered everyone, leading them to the vehicles for their mission. After smoothly boarding, they departed the base, passing through the familiar checkpoints, greeted by the electronic voice. "Welcome to the Harbin City Survivor Base. All systems normal. We wish you safe travels." After passing through several checkpoints, they reached the manual inspection area. The same attendant greeted them with a familiar smile. "Team Leader Qin, off on another mission? I've heard this one is quite grand, with 5 combat teams deployed, each boasting considerable numbers." With a smile, Qin Luo replied, "It's manageable. Are there any tasks that aren't perilous? They're all the same." The attendant chuckled and handed him his card, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. On behalf of all humanity at the Harbin City Survivor Base, I wish you a safe journey and a swift return home." Though these words had become somewhat cliché, Qin Luo still responded with a grateful thank you, before pressing the accelerator and setting off toward their new mission destination. Chapter 63. Two worlds as they stepped out of the city gates. A multitude of vehicles was seen heading towards End City. Bai Shu glanced at the mission notification letter. After their squad confirmed their acceptance, headquarters provided a personnel list. The 5 squads included their Team 3A, Team Jinping, Team Rose, Team Cheetah, and Team Dove. Unlike their small team of merely 5, the other squads boasted around 10 members each. To Bai Shu's surprise, Team Rose was also present, likely causing Jin Chuanqiong considerable distress. With an amused expression, Bai Shu observed the personal information of each team displayed on his tablet. Chen Xiaofei chuckled, stating, "As long as Sister Mei Mei is around, there's someone to reign in that character. With her presence, this mission is bound to succeed." Team Rose consisted of 9 formidable female operatives, each possessing exceptional abilities. Their leader, Mu Mei, was a charismatic and spirited sister. The remaining 8 teammates also wielded plant-based powers, all impressively potent. Su Duo was engrossed in her tablet, diligently familiarizing herself with the other squads, her mind racing to process the information. As she leaned back in her seat, she surveyed the scenery outside. After leaving the base, the landscape appeared desolate, with all trees long dead and the ground parched, kicking up clouds of dust as vehicles passed. The harsh wind accentuated the severity of the drought, and the environment was deteriorating rapidly. After a few days indoors, it felt as though they were on the brink of a desert. The stark contrast between the base and the outside world was palpable. Chen Xiaofei lamented, and the others concurred. Despite having endured a typhoon, life within the base quickly rejuvenated. Various altered individuals collaborated with logistic teams to restore their community, reviving plants and repairing essential items, turning the base into a veritable paradise. Conversely, the outside world was grim and terrifying, steadily losing vitality. Qin Luo was listening to the latest reports regarding the zombie creature when he remarked, thus, "We cannot linger too long within the base. It breeds complacency. For ordinary individuals, life can resemble that of the pre-apocalyptic era as long as they remain inside the base. Special zones have been designated for ordinary humans, free from the influence of altered beings, where they were provided with jobs and factories were constructed using various materials scavenged from the outside world. Ordinary people continued their work and education, living far more securely than their counterparts outside, albeit with the absence of the internet. However, this stability was precarious. In the event of danger, they would be utterly defenseless, easily succumbing to threats. Qin Luo preferred a different approach. He believed the team should hone their skills instead of becoming complacent, for they would inevitably perish under the tides of evolution. Wang Weihua and the others echoed his sentiments, recognizing that their journey to End City would also allow them to gather supplies. The journey ahead was swift and uninterrupted, with the 5 squads focused solely on their progress. They had received a distress signal from the End City Research Institute 3 days prior, and the time spent organizing personnel, preparing weapons, and discussing rescue routes had delayed their departure. Now, they were determined to accelerate their journey. During the trip, Qin Luo and Wang Weihua switched places. Qin Luo took a break in the middle row while Wang Weihua drove, and Chen Xiaofei took the passenger seat. The area surrounding the base had already been scavenged multiple times, with even tin roofs stripped bare. "Look over there at that factory," someone pointed out. Su Duo noticed that the factory had lost its roof, completely dismantled, including the steel framework, all returned to the base. After taking a sip of water, Qin Luo explained, "The process of searching and rescuing is systematic. First, we save lives, then procure food and medicine, and finally gather anything useful. We must be thorough, and if the base continues to lack supplies, we might even dismantle buildings for bricks, leaving no waste." This underscored the dire state of the outside world. If conditions continued to deteriorate, resources would only become scarcer. To acquire more resources, they would have to venture further afield while opportunities remained. As Qin Luo finished speaking, Su Duo whistled in agreement, nodding her head to express her approval. Her intention to gather supplies was clear, even though her space could store a multitude of items. The current frantic scramble for resources posed risks of contamination or destruction by other mutated creatures. It was far more prudent to secure items within her space. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon her. The sight of the petite zombie in her little dress had embarrassed him for several days, though he was slowly becoming accustomed to it. "Ah, consuming the crystal has certainly changed you. Look at those sharp little eyes," he teased her. The small zombie glared at him, puffing up in indignation, while Qin Luo chuckled heartily. Yet, despite the light-hearted banter, the atmosphere among the group felt heavy, particularly after witnessing the desolation of the outside world. It was a haunting reminder of humanity's retreat within the confines of towering walls. Chen Xiaofei remarked from the passenger seat, "It's terrifying. Doesn't it resemble scenes from a movie? Yet this is reality, and we don't even know how many have perished." Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and added, "Just yesterday, some satellites were restored. If you observe the current satellite imagery, you'll see that the world has dimmed considerably. Once, aerial views displayed vibrant lights, representing countless homes. Now, it's just a vast expanse of darkness. Only the base remains illuminated, which is truly disheartening." Qin Luo retrieved the remaining milk tea from his storage card and handed it to the small zombie, also asking if anyone else wanted some, as there were still 14 cups left. The small zombie was elated to hold the oversized cup, feeling the coolness and hearing the ice clink within. However, she soon realized there was no straw. Just then, Qin Luo unwrapped a straw and inserted it into the cup, a habitual gesture of care towards her. Big Doggo is giving the little zombie milk tea and even a straw. What a good boy, she thought. It seemed that Big Doggo was no longer a bad person. The small zombie happily sipped her milk tea, bubbling with joy in the back seat. After distributing the milk tea, everyone felt a little lighter, their earlier somber mood alleviated. Chen Xiaofei took a big gulp of the classic pearl milk tea, chewing on the pearls and marveling. Indeed, sweet treats are a balm for the soul. Seeing the group's spirits rise, Qin Luo felt pleased, thinking to himself how considerate he was as a leader. "Oh dear, I mustn't be too nice." The small zombie gazed at him intently, causing Qin Luo to clear his throat. "Just enjoy your milk tea. Why you keep staring at me?" It made him quite bashful, his cheeks warming. Chapter 64. Strike him. A day later, after exiting the highway, 5 combat teams finally gathered in the open space in front of the toll station. The internal situation of City Inn remained unclear, and entering recklessly was not an option. They decided to rest overnight and prepare to launch an offensive against the zombies at dawn, while also confirming the rescue route. "I have stated it clearly. Follow my lead. I am the commanding officer for this operation." A boisterous male voice echoed, exuding an air of unyielding authority. "Who do you think you are? Follow your orders? Bombard the area with ammunition? What if there are survivors?" A distinctly articulate female voice retorted immediately. "How long has it been since the apocalypse began? Mume, let me remind you, our mission is to rescue the researchers. Every day we delay increases the risk. Can you afford such delays? How many survivors can there possibly be in this cursed place?" The male voice grew increasingly irate, even cursing. "Even if there are survivors, who holds more value, the researchers or them?" Aren't there already enough sickly, ordinary people? If they die, so be it. The captains of the other two combat teams dared not provoke either of them, as one was the leader of the Golden Eagle team and the other the leader of the Rose team. Both teams ranked among the top 30, and who would dare to offend them? Upon hearing this, Mume was furious. Are ordinary lives not lives? There's an alternative plan that may take a little longer. We could breach from the southeast. It wouldn't take much longer at all. Why must we sacrifice ordinary people for a mere few minutes? Jin Chuanqiong remained disdainful, adjusting his collar. I have already stated that I am in charge of this operation. You all must obey me. Mume spat dismissively. What are you even worth? Team Qin is here, and the headquarters has already stated that we should discuss this matter further. At these words, Jin Chuanqiong's face turned ashen. The tension between them escalated, and both sides' teammates began to stir restlessly. Hey, what are you doing? The zombies aren't even here yet, and you're starting a conflict among yourselves? A carefree voice broke through the tension, capturing their attention. Team Qin, Captain Qin. The greetings came from the other two small teams. Upon seeing Qin Luo approach, their faces lit up. The 3A Special Operations Team had recently become a sensation on forums, having just defeated a 3-star mutated snake man, and during a typhoon, eliminated over 20,000 bats without a scratch. They regarded the 3A team as idols, with many newcomers idolizing the veteran members. Brother Qin, you're so cool. Yes, when will you have time to guide our team, right? I heard your combat skills are exceptional. Please teach us. Can we be friends, Brother Qin? Qin Luo smiled and waved at the newcomers. Let us discuss that after the mission. The other newcomers cheered in excitement. True to his reputation, Qin Luo never forgot that the mission came first. Indeed, Jin Chuanqiong observed, his expression darkening as Qin Luo stole his thunder. Mume crossed her arms and scoffed, her disdain palpable. A clown is just a clown, and all this commotion was merely a spectacle. Jin Chuanqiong clenched his fists, channeling his metallic abilities as a layer of metal enveloped his hand. His gaze filled with malice towards Mume. Mume also summoned her abilities. 2-meter-high mutated rose stems erupting behind her, ready for a fierce battle. Enough! Qin Luo interjected. Why waste your strength fighting each other when we could be fighting monsters? The other two newcomer teams felt the awkwardness and chimed in to mediate. Yes, Team Leader Jin and Team Leader Mu. Please stop arguing. The mission is crucial. Conserve your abilities. Mume huffed, retracting her powers, turning to Qin Luo, acknowledging him with a nod, as old friends do. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from behind Qin Luo, gazing at them with curious eyes. Why did you come over? Aren't you resting in a vehicle? Go take a nap. Qin Luo's tone shifted, becoming playful and endearing. The little zombie let out a small meow, expressing her concern that the big dog might be bullied, hence her need to check on him. However, it seemed no one dared to bully him. The onlookers were instantly captivated by her presence. One extraordinary little beauty. Apologetically, Qin Luo remarked, I'm sorry, my team member is quite clingy. There's nothing I can do. As a captain, I'm just too exceptional, too sought after. His tone was unmistakably boastful, and the group erupted into laughter, the atmosphere warming significantly. Even Mume was taken aback. Is this your new team member? She is indeed adorable. She had heard tales from De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, but seeing was believing. Qin Luo chuckled. Many were drawn to the striking red-haired beauty, approximately 175 meters tall, with an enviable figure and a stylish short haircut. She glanced at the others, then down at her petite form, her face filled with envy. Qin Luo proudly introduced, yes, this is our new teammate from the 3A Special Operations Team, Su Duo, a speed-type mutated being. The little zombie knew she was being introduced and stepped forward, modestly acknowledging, her demeanor exuding coolness reminiscent of Qin Luo. The crowd nearly melted from the cuteness. Hello, Comrade Su. Welcome, Comrade. Su Duo felt a bit shy, overwhelmed by the warm reception, yet the absence of judgmental gazes made her heart swell with happiness. Qin Luo beamed with pride. Our Su Duo has made incredible progress in just 3 days of special training, mastering combat techniques and even becoming quite adept with spatial abilities. How can I not be proud? Jin Chuanqiong, witnessing Su Duo, sneered mockingly. Captain Sheen? You really brought a mutated being like her along? What does the base think? Allowing her to accompany you. What could a mere speed-type mutated being possibly contribute? Merely a decorative plaything? Your 3A team is just leveraging its impressive record to make unreasonable demands from headquarters. Before Qin Luo could react, the small figure sprang forth, unstoppable, and in an instant, she leaped and delivered a kick to Jin Chuanqiong's chest, forcing him back 2 steps. Realizing what had happened, he erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Damn!" The little zombie was furious. How dare he utter such profanities towards her? Strike him. Wow. Everyone present was stunned, taken aback by the ferocity of this little creature. She was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Look at her speed. How astonishing. Her moves are clearly combat techniques. Yet she fights so wildly. She was unpredictable in her attacks. Quick, look. Jin Chuanqiong, furious and humiliated, disregarded the fact that he was up against a novice zombie. He simply felt provoked by the mutated being. The more terrifying realization hit him. He couldn't even defeat her. She was just a rookie. Qin Luo was immensely proud, pleased that his 3 days of special training had not been in vain. He continued to analyze her performance, pinpointing areas for improvement to help her refine her skills further. Chapter 65. Establishing authority. As the final scene unfolded, everyone was left in a state of shock. How terrifying. The sight of it made my teeth ache. Captain Jean had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Wow, this little girl is incredibly fierce. Fighting in a dress is simply too intense. Who could have provoked her? Did he think everyone could tolerate his arrogance? He had certainly gotten too carried away. I heard that Captain Jean had just broken through to the 3rd tier of his abilities, and that newcomer from Team Qin. My goodness, this is remarkable. To be able to match a 3rd tier ability user in combat, even surpassing him in speed, Jin Chuanqiong was becoming increasingly anxious. Ultimately, in a moment of distraction, Su Duo delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Her kicks were genuinely forceful. The onlookers erupted in applause. Chun Xiaofei and his companions had arrived at some point, all captivated by her fighting prowess. Upon her victory, they cheered jubilantly. "Ah, the squad leader is amazing. So cool." Chun Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihua all gave her a thumbs up. Qin Luo beamed at her, urging her to return. "Come back. No need to continue fighting." The little zombie coolly raised her hand, giving him a thumbs up as well. Throughout their 3 days of intensive training, such encouragement from teammates was a delightful, unspoken understanding. Su Duo, not even catching her breath, strolled back directly to Qin Luo. Everyone assumed she had something to say, but instead, she extended her tiny hand for him to see. There was a small bruise. Qin Luo's expression immediately shifted, and he instinctively leaned down to blow on it. What on earth? Why is he so hard? He hurt our precious child's hand. The bruise stood out starkly against her fair skin, making his heart ache as he rubbed it tenderly. Chun Xiaofei and the others, upon witnessing this, felt equally pained and turned to shout, "Hey, Jin Dapeng, are you out of your mind? It was just a spar. Did you really need to use your abilities? Have you no shame?" Bai Shu added, "Truly shameless." Wang Weihua chimed in, "You're a disgrace to your comrades, Jin Dapeng." Meanwhile, Jin Chuanqiong, still sprawled on the ground, was left speechless. The stunned crowd fell silent. Su Duo, however, did not feel the pain as acutely. She had been pampered excessively. It was normal for other ordinary zombies to suffer a few bumps and bruises. But ever since her early days, Qin Luo had always carried her, whether in his arms or tucked under his arm. This had allowed her to successfully navigate the stiffening phase of her body, and now she could run and jump. At most, she would feel tired from overexertion. Her tough skin could withstand a few tumbles in a storm without injury. She wouldn't bruise easily. Yet today, she had acquired a small bruise. And who wouldn't feel sympathy for that? Jin Chuanqiong, a metal-type ability user, had cruelly reinforced himself with a layer of metal protection. Every punch she landed made her hand ache, and every kick left her leg throbbing. It was likely her calf would also bruise. The little zombie, intent on showing him her leg, lifted her skirt. Even though she wore knee-length white shorts underneath, Qin Luo hurriedly pressed down her skirt, exclaiming, No, we can't have that. Let us go. I'll check your injury at home. While his intention was to toughen her up in case of emergencies, the thought of her actually getting hurt filled him with dread. Would the zombies even be able to use medicine? Meanwhile, Jin Chuanqiong lay on the ground, still cursing. Suddenly, Qin Luo halted, turned around, and snapped his fingers. Jin Chuanqiong was struck by a bolt of lightning, howling in pain as he convulsed on the floor. Listen up. Su Duo is a member of our Team 3A, officially sanctioned by headquarters. If you have any objections, take it up with them. Dare to disrespect her again. And how about we settle this with a duel? Picking on a little zombie, is that what you call a man? Qin Luo spoke sternly to Jin Chuanqiong, simultaneously asserting Su Duoduo's status. He held her in one arm, while playfully tugging at the metallic collar around her neck, which glimmered with a soft green light. The mere fact that she managed to maintain emotional stability during combat was remarkable. How many present could claim the same? After uttering these words, Qin Luo turned and carried the little zombie away to check her leg. The crowd was left stunned. Su Duo, the little zombie, had maintained her composure throughout the fight. Cold sweat broke out on the backs of nearly everyone present. It was one thing for an unstable mutant to lose control. Even ordinary people experience emotional fluctuations during a fight. The purpose of the emotional monitoring collars given to mutants was precisely for this reason, transitioning from green to orange and then to red. Even if her levels reached orange, she wouldn't be detained. She would merely be cautioned to manage her emotions. Yet she had remained entirely in the green. What kind of terrifying little zombie was this? And what kind of girl dressed so beautifully and fought so fiercely? Chen Xiaofei and his friends exchanged glances regarding Jin Chuanqiong as though he were a dog. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, smiling as if bathed in spring sunshine. Now, let us discuss the rescue route. Ordinary people have rights too. I am particularly interested in Captain Mu's strategy. Shall we all discuss this? Ignoring the potential presence of survivors, to bombard the area and reduce the encirclement time was truly inhumane. Wang Weihua and the others would never resort to such actions. Only a scoundrel like Jin Chuanqiong would dare. Had it not been for Jin's connections, his numerous missions might have led to consequences that headquarters could no longer tolerate. Alas, he had always found someone to protect him. Mu Mei breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Team 3A's arrival. Otherwise, leading two groups of powerful but inexperienced newcomers would have been quite challenging. At least with Team 3A, they could formulate a strategy. Bai Shu began to communicate with Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua, emphasizing a more diplomatic approach compared to Jin Chuanqiong's autocratic style. Team Cheetah excelled in ambush tactics, Team Dove in disruption, Team Rose in entrapment, and Team Golden Eagle in damage absorption, while Team 3A specialized in output. Let's delineate our positions accordingly. As discussions heated up, Jin Chuanqiong trembled with rage, while his teammates expressed their discontent, cursing vehemently. Team 3A was truly stealing the spotlight. How shameless. There must be something wrong with the mutant's collar. How could there be no emotional fluctuations? Mutants were utterly disgusting. Jin Chuanqiong could not fathom headquarters' reasoning. Jin Chuanqiong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Team 3A, as they had always overshadowed him. He had thought that with his elevation to third-tier abilities, he could finally shine. But after receiving a strike from Qin Luo, he found himself paralyzed, and it seemed that his opponent wielded his powers with even greater finesse. He felt a growing sense of urgency, his eyes burning with rage. His teammates, initially incensed, were taken aback by their captain's frenzied demeanor, realizing that he appeared even more terrifying than the zombies in their ranks. Yet, no one paid them any heed. The majority supported Team 3A as the commanding unit. After applying medicine to the little zombie's bruised leg, Qin Luo returned to convene a meeting. Let's proceed with these two routes. We will split up and make a full assault on the research facility. Chapter 66. The siege against the zombies the following morning as dawn broke. A group set out in their vehicles, divided into two teams. The 3A Special Operations Team, the Cheetah Squad, and the Dove Squad formed one group, while the Golden Eagle Squad and the Rose Squad constituted the other, traversing closely aligned routes to ensure timely assistance in case of danger. The Rose Squad accompanied the Golden Eagle Squad primarily to act as guardians, wary of any potential mishaps, Upon reaching the intersection, the group swiftly disembarked and stored their vehicles in a spatial dimension. Each combat squad ensured that at least the captain possessed a spatial storage card, with the benefits for others varying based on individual capabilities. Let's part ways here. Take your positions. The siege mission officially commences, with Qin Luo's command. The group responded in unison and quickly mobilized. Jin Chuanqiong's expression was less than favorable, but with the mission underway, he had no choice but to comply, especially with Moon Mei, the captain of the Rose Squad, keeping a watchful eye on him. Let's go, Captain Jin. Today, whoever slays the fewest zombies shall be deemed worthless. Moon Mei chuckled derisively as she led her teammates into action. With a scowl, Jin Chuanqiong swiftly rallied his team. Golden Eagle Squad, assemble. Follow me. Let us show them what true strength looks like. His teammates echoed their agreement. Yes. While they bantered, Qin Luo's group had already engaged the enemy. The zombies moved sluggishly during the day, but their sheer numbers overwhelmed the highway, teeming with grotesque and decayed creatures. The sight was repulsive. This is unbearable. The blood splatter is revolting. Ugh, the stench. A third of the zombies were of a one-star variety. Have they evolved so swiftly? These one-star zombies are practically sentient. They even use ordinary zombies as shields. The Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad, while battling, couldn't help but lament the overwhelming horde before them, feeling a sense of despair. How long would this take? They began with a barrage of conventional weapons, intermittently employing their abilities, as per the tactical plan devised by Qin Luo, aimed at conserving energy. Just as the Cheetah and Dove Squad struggled against the relentless tide of zombies, commotion erupted ahead. Sporadic gunfire, the roar of thunder, and the tumult of a storm echoed as numerous zombies were sent flying, crashing lifelessly to the ground. By the heavens, the 3A Squad is truly formidable. The highway was a web of chaos, with Qin Luo and his team mercilessly slaughtering zombies, while the rookie squads dealt with those that emerged from side paths. They systematically cleared the area before advancing. Though their pace was slow, their efficiency was commendable. Both the Cheetah and Dove squads, comprised of newly awakened abilities, have been selected for this rescue mission to hone their skills. Yet, they had never encountered such a vast horde of zombies before. The sheer density was overwhelming, and panic set in easily. What if we can't handle this? Qin team, zombies are pouring in from our left. We need assistance. As Qin Luo unleashed a lightning strike against the zombies, he savored the effectiveness of his area attack, a radius of about 8 meters. Just then, he heard the new recruits floundering. Where's the healing? Go help them. I'll return to assist you. Keep your composure. Understood? As he prepared to turn back, a small zombie blew a wooden whistle behind him. Don't worry, I'm on my way. Just hold on for a minute. Qin Luo instantly grasped the small zombie's intent, a tacit understanding between them. Sure enough, he spotted her petite figure darting back, her bright red Lolita dress unmistakable, brandishing a pink chainsaw. This outfit enhanced her strength, and just last night, she had knocked Jin Chuanqiong down with a single kick, proving its effectiveness. With her remarkable speed, she effortlessly supported the rookie squads. Qin Luo detonated a few more thunder strikes ahead and spoke into his earpiece. If you can't handle it, remember to call for me. This was clearly directed at the small zombie. Chun Xiaofei, having just shredded zombies with a combination of small tornadoes and flying knives, chimed in cheekily. Hey, if you can't handle it, remember to call for me. Bai Shu, utilizing his illusion ability to sow discord among the zombies, followed suit. Remember to call for me. Qin Luo clicked his tongue in annoyance. Get lost. Is it not enough that you harass me daily? Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu burst into laughter, but their amusement did not hinder their efforts against the zombies. Wang Weihu, diligently focused on his task, remarked, There are quite a few cores here. We can make a profit. Indeed, Qin Luo replied. Once we clear this area, let us gather the cores. Meanwhile, the Cheetah and Dove squads, listening through their earpieces, were astounded that the 3A squad was still joking amidst the chaos. They were on the verge of breaking down until they spotted a small figure approaching. The small zombie in her charming dress, wielding a pink chainsaw, effortlessly dispatching a line of zombies. They were almost moved to tears. Finally, our savior has arrived. Is this true power? She is incredible. Zombie girl, so fierce. As she valiantly fought through the horde, the stench and number of zombies were overwhelming, their eyes clouded, and bodies rotting. The apocalypse had persisted for nearly 2 months. Explaining their current state, she wielded the chainsaw, gliding through the zombies, granting them peace. "Excuse me. Step aside if you wish to perish. Let me help you." The small zombie lamented, swiftly sending them off to their rest. It's pitiful. They can't find peace even in death, shambling about, biting others, and being exploited as tools by monstrous zombies. How tragic. With the chainsaw raised, she dispatched a multitude, inspiring the cheetah and dove squads. If not for the urgency, they would have applauded her prowess. If only she were on our team. Why do they call her the little captain? I don't know. I see Chin Team referring to her that way. But isn't she a zombie? Do these count as her kin? Are you foolish? The aberrants possess human consciousness. The little captain is human. Just her transformation leans towards that of a zombie. Yet she hardly resembles one. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing that the small zombie was anything but a mindless husk. Chapter 67. A brief respite. The newly formed team, though lacking in experience, displayed commendable capabilities. Their initial trepidation led to mistakes, but with the assistance of the small zombies, they gradually steadied their nerves, finding exhilaration in the extermination of the undead. They began to synchronize with the rhythm of Team 3A's combat. By the time they had nearly eradicated the zombies in their vicinity, the ground was littered with fragments of flesh, creating a grotesque mosaic. Exhaustion was evident on the faces of the rookie team. Qin Luo called for a temporary halt to the mission, allowing them to rest for half an hour. Chun Xiaofei was busy collecting the anomalous cores, employing his wind-based abilities to ensnare the zombies, efficiently extracting the cores from within. The scene, however, resembled a meat grinder more than a battlefield. Upon hearing the announcement of a break, the leopard and dove teams, who had been holding their breath, finally collapsed in fatigue. Yet, faced with the chaos of the battlefield, they instinctively shuffled to cleaner corners, leaning against the wall to catch their breath. Bai Shu was documenting the events for a report, while Chun Xiaofei continued to separate the cores, and Wang Weihua patrolled nearby, finishing off the remnants. Qin Luo ventured ahead to scout the situation of the neighboring Rose team. Meanwhile, the small zombie searched for Qin Luo. Upon failing to find him, it approached Chun Xiaofei, who handed her the anomalous cores. "Here you go, little class leader. Keep these safe. From now on, our team's important items will be entrusted to you." After sorting the cores, Chun Xiaofei retrieved a burlap sack from his storage space, filling it for the small zombie to take. Yudhua, standing by, gleefully collected the bags, relishing the accumulation of treasures. Observing the filling of her dimensional space brought her immense joy. Due to the division of labor during the zombie extermination, Team 3A had claimed the anomalous cores in the front, while Yudhua, having participated in the rear, received a third of the cores. The exhausted leopard and dove teams could only watch in awe as Team 3A continued their final operations, marveling at their prowess. Goodness, are they even human? No wonder everyone on the forum refers to them as beasts. The same battle that left them utterly drained seemed effortless for Team 3A, a squad ranked among the top 20 nationwide. Although the official ranking system was not entirely rigorous, a grassroots leaderboard existed, with the top 20 teams listed without specific ranks to prevent reckless behavior among the superpowered. Those who made it into the top 20 were undeniably formidable. The teams ranked 21st to 30th were distinctly different, with the 31st to 50th further behind. The Rose and Golden Eagle teams had long contended for the 21st spot, alternating positions. This time, the Golden Eagle team took the lead, while the Rose team fell slightly behind, securing 22nd place. To the Leopard and Dove teams, these were giants in their field, and Team 3A stood at the pinnacle. Ultimately, Chun Xiaofei distributed the remaining anomalous cores in front of the two team leaders, dividing the total of 12,000 cores evenly. Each team received 4,000 cores. The Leopard and Dove teams expressed their gratitude, excitement bubbling over. Though the mission had its dangers, the rewards were substantial. Yudhua clutched her burlap sack, stuffing it into her storage. "Is it true that every member of your team has a storage card?" "Absolutely. Chun Xiaofei chuckled, affirming the truth of the statement. At that moment, Wang Weihua completed the last of the zombies, approached, and tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to the leopard and dove teams. Well done today, everyone. Take a breather. This action prompted a chorus of astonished exclamations. No way. Is this real? Brother Wang, you're too generous. Thank you, Brother Weihua. In the post-apocalyptic world, cigarettes and alcohol have become rare commodities, often unattainable unless procured at exorbitant prices on the black market or through the distribution of mission rewards. Many areas near the base have been thoroughly scavenged, leaving only hollowed-out structures. Wang Weihua's sudden appearance with 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes sent the group into a frenzy of excitement as they began to light up, easing the tension. Chun Xiaofei, indifferent to smoking, quickly moved to distance Yudhua from the stench. Come on, little class leader, let us move away from these foul-smelling fellows. Qin Ge would definitely scold us for letting you inhale second-hand smoke. Yudhua, disliking the smell of smoke, scrunched her nose and followed Chun Xiaofei. They found a second-floor platform, likely once a CAF, with an open-air space perfect for resting. Although most zombies had been eradicated, a few still lingered, and true relaxation required a higher vantage point. Qin Luo returned after assisting the Rose team with a significant wave of zombies, and upon spotting Chun Xiaofei transforming into a birdman, he effortlessly lifted Yudhua by her skirt and propelled her upstairs. All right, taking advantage while he is absent, observing several zombies emerging. Qin Luo swiftly dispatched them with a few shots, then called out to Wang Weihua and the others. Let us head upstairs to rest. We wouldn't want any teammates getting scratched. One of the newcomers is already injured. Without our healer, he'd be in dire straits. Wang Weihua hurriedly directed the newcomers upstairs, and after the exchange of cigarettes, the rookies were exceptionally obedient, complying with every instruction. Bai Shu, having finished his documentation, easily scaled the stairs, observing Wang Weihua managing the newcomers with increasing adeptness. Chun Xiaofei awaited snacks from Yudhua, glancing at the scene where Wang Weihua had successfully led the others upstairs. Isn't he the best for this kind of task? He's a natural at charming people. Our team's chief diplomat. As the two shared a laugh, Yudhua swiftly retrieved 4 substantial northeastern rice bags, a large box of boneless chicken feet, a box of fried chicken, and 4 cans of rich soup from her space. The rice bags contained mashed potatoes, egg sauce, soft eggplants, sausages, and peanuts, all wrapped in lettuce leaves. Bai Shu savored his meal in silence, while Chun Xiaofei exclaimed in delight. Chapter 68. The clanking of the strange cores at this moment. Qin Luo leaped forward and tossed a bag of strange cores into Su Duo's arms. Having just exchanged a few mutated beast 2-star cores, he inquired, Have you collected all the cores on our side? Chun Xiaofei, with his mouth full, nodded indistinctly, all collected, there with the little squad leader. The little zombie, upon discovering an additional 7 or 8 2-star animal cores in her possession, was overjoyed, her tiny paws rummaging through the bag. The cores were about the size of lychees. 4 green, 2 red, and 1 orange, each exuding distinct aromas of grass, apple, and orange. She was delighted. Qin Luo settled down, removed his gloves, and began to eat. Is there a food package today? Su Duo's space seemed to be brimming with delectable provisions. The variety and creativity of dishes astonishing, all of them fragrant. Bai Shu, too absorbed in his meal to engage in conversation, alternated between the rice package and lemon-flavored chicken feet, quenching his thirst with rich chicken soup, a true indulgence. After such exhaustion, enjoying a feast like this is simply delightful. Little squad leader, how can you be so wonderful? You are truly amazing. Chun Xiaofei chattered while eating. I can hardly recall what life was like without the little squad leader. Bai Shu, after reaching a satisfied state of fullness, slowed down and remarked, What else could we do? When hungry, we nibble on rations. When thirsty, we drink water. The nutritional liquid is hardly palatable, and energy bars are sickeningly sweet. They fill you but never truly satisfy. Ultimately, it's the white rice and vegetables that nourish the soul. Qin Luo, savoring the large food package, couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. Without Su Duo, they would have to settle for meager meals of a few dishes and soup. Water and various herbal teas awaited them. A mere dream. Their little zombie was indeed a treasure. As the three indulged, their gazes towards Duo brimmed with affection. Unbeknownst to the little zombie, she was preoccupied counting the cores. Chun Xiaofei had only recently calculated their division of cores with the cheetah and dove teams. However, he had not accounted for the cores they had obtained from the earlier zombie encounters. She needed to tally that. Her little head was rather slow, so she meticulously counted the cores with her tiny paws, ultimately concluding they had a total of 21,200 zombie cores, a considerable amount. The current exchange rate for cores at the base was 5,000 points for each one-star core. Goodness! Unbeknownst to them, their small team had truly amassed great wealth. Duo's eyes sparkled as she glanced at the various supplies piled high in her spatial realm. The four of them would never finish all the food, and the one-star cores from mutated bats would suffice to sustain her for quite some time, not to mention the additional two-star cores and that three-star mutated serpent core. The newly acquired zombie cores could be spent as currency, effectively replacing points. Truly, a source of immense satisfaction. The snacks and beverages in her space were plentiful, making the little zombie even happier. She pulled out some snacks to chew on, finding them quite flavorful compared to before. As Qin Luo reviewed their strategies with Bai Shu, he noticed her snacking and curiously inquired, "Can you taste the flavors now?" The moment the words left his mouth, his hand instinctively turned the chopsticks and offered her a chicken foot, watching her munch away. It had become a habitual gesture back at the base. Duo would refrain from eating if she couldn't discern any taste, merely watching them feast. She couldn't use chopsticks, after all. Qin Luo had found it unsettling at the time and had taken to feeding her, and now it was a reflex. Duo chewed on the lemon-flavored chicken feet, but finding them rubbery and tasteless, she scrunched her face, indicating she didn't want any more. Suddenly, laughter echoed from below. "How friendly! Feeding your teammate?" Jin Chuanxiong, unable to restrain his snark, teased upon witnessing Qin Luo feeding the little zombie. Bai Shu quickly reminded Qin Luo, "We need to keep him around for the task. Let's deal with him after it's over." Only then did Qin Luo squint and suppress his irritation. Otherwise, he genuinely wished to reduce Jin Chuanxiong to ashes. Always so distasteful. Jin Chuanxiong, spotting the Rose team, provocatively remarked, "Oh, didn't some people claim that whoever kills fewer zombies is worthless? Yet they still rely on others for help? Why not tackle it alone? Why team up with Captain Sheen?" He confidently posed a question to his team. "How many cores did we collect? 6,003, right? One-star zombies are flocking to us now. That's quite a bounty. Isn't it?" Conversely, the members of the cheetah and dove teams, being straightforward, began to discuss the matter. 6,003? No way. That's so few. We in the back have 12,000. Our share, with Captain Sheen's little squad leader, is 4,000 each. They likely have even more. Indeed, I believe Captain Sheen's team has at least 20,000 cores as a base. Their implication was clear. They certainly had more than 6,003, especially considering the towering piles of zombie remains over there. The straightforward remarks from these youngsters sparked laughter from Wang Weihu. Jin Chuanxiong's face darkened, and his teammates felt an inexplicable embarrassment. "Do I need you to point that out?" Jin Chuanxiong snapped in frustration. The beautiful sisters of the Rose team burst into laughter, and Mumei found it quite satisfying. Upon hearing everyone calculating their cores, Duo felt confident and chimed in, "I can do that. Look, we have a total of 25,200 cores." Qin Luo was nearly overwhelmed by her cuteness. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei were on the verge of tears from laughter. Qin Luo, invigorated, took a sip of soup to clear his throat and teasingly remarked, "No way. Surely no one would flaunt having only 6,003 cores, right? My little squad leader said our 3A team has a total of 25,200 cores." Qin Xiaofei quickly picked up the teasing tone. "Oh dear. Could it be that someone is so eager to show off?" Jin Chuanxiong gritted his teeth and retorted, "You all. What's wrong?" Qin Luo shot him a frosty glare, exuding an intimidating air. Jin Chuanxiong felt humiliated. He had intended to diminish other spirits, but had not anticipated the sheer number of one-star zombies they had amassed. Remembering the sting of Qin Luo's wrath, he begrudgingly led his team away. The cheetah and dove teams, slow to comprehend, innocently wondered aloud, did we just offend Captain Jean? Not just possibly. It was indeed a fact. Wang Weihu couldn't help but laugh at these naive newcomers. What is there to fear? The headquarters forbids ability users from fighting each other. He wouldn't dare harm you. It's all just a matter of annoying banter. The little zombie tilted her head, wondering why no one praised her for her counting skills. Chapter 69. The zombie monster Qin Luo happened to witness this moment and playfully flicked the little zombie's forehead, smiling as he praised. Well done. The eagerness for compliments was unmistakable on her face. Many eyes lit up instantly. The big dog was boasting about itself, and the big dog was indeed commendable. If only there would come a time when they could once again stroke its tail. Chun Xiaofei, having finished his laughter, finally noticed their commotion. He immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Little class leader, you're amazing. Who is a little zombie that fights so fiercely? Our team has gained another formidable attacker." Bai Shu nodded in agreement, affirming, "The little class leader is indeed impressive, truly remarkable." The little zombie was so delighted that she seemed to bubble over with joy, basking in the praises. Everyone was pleased. The midday break quickly came to an end as more zombies began to gather below, seemingly endless. Everyone resigned themselves to continue fighting. Fortunately, the probability of exploding extraordinary cores was quite high. In this apocalypse, obtaining extraordinary cores was akin to acquiring gold coins. They could even be exchanged for points. They considered themselves fortunate. Qin Luo reminded everyone to have the members of the cheetah team, who wielded fire abilities. Incinerate the remaining zombie remains to prevent them from being consumed by the monster, which would only enhance its strength. The group suddenly realized their oversight and promptly followed his advice, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. It was indeed reassuring to have Captain Qin around. Thus they pressed forward, finally reaching a resting point before dusk. It was an unfinished high-rise building. All members quickly ascended to the third floor, for the night in N-City was bound to be turbulent. We have entered the activity range of the zombie monsters. Everyone must exercise caution, Bai Shu cautioned. The others nodded anxiously in agreement. Qin Luo was busy organizing the teams. The Rose team would split into two groups to provide alternating cover for them. The Golden Eagle team would guard until midnight, while Team 3A would take the latter half of the night. The Cheetah and Dove teams were to rest, remaining on standby at all times. Everyone acknowledged with a yes. Mumei's Rose team consisted entirely of girls, each possessing plant abilities. Some were healers, others attackers, and there were those capable of bewildering their foes. The Mandrake user initiated a concealment skill, creating a field of mandrake flowers that masked the presence of teammates within a 10-meter radius, diminishing their human scent to evade detection by monsters. The Rose family user employed the skill of rampant growth, sealing all the windows on the third floor while leaving only ventilation holes, through which they could observe the outside. Any mutated creatures approaching would be obstructed and eliminated by her. The Rose team temporarily assigned these two teammates to guard, allowing everyone else a chance to rest. They had been fighting since dawn and were nearing exhaustion as night fell. Had it not been for their abilities, they would have likely collapsed from fatigue. It was evident that they were weary. The two newcomer teams, the Cheetah and Dove, had managed to endure until now, and upon being told to rest, they immediately lay down and fell asleep. They were merely 18 or 19 years old. Wang Weihua, unable to bear the sight, requested some blankets from Su Duo, which she had hoarded. He tossed one over each of the newcomers, providing them with a meager cover. Wrapped in the blankets, they slept more soundly. Jean Chuanxiong, observing from a distance, rolled his eyes in disdain, muttering, "How pretentious." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo quipped, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unloved? Never been cared for in your life? Feeling envious? Call me Dad, and I'll cover you with a blanket." His words darkened Jean Chuanxiong's face. Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu struggled to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Jean Chuanxiong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration, while his teammates hurriedly restrained him, cautioning, "Captain, don't act impulsively. The zombie monsters are right beside us." Yes, stay calm. We can't fight them, Mume added, laughing. The one who instigates is the one who suffers. If you get scolded, it's your own fault, right? She found working with Team 3A quite enjoyable. They were the fiercest in battle, yet also the most meticulous, fostering the best atmosphere among the teams. Their banter often lightened the mood, significantly stabilizing everyone's spirits, making missions seem less daunting. It was evident that the newcomer teams, the Cheetah and Dove, had only been with Team 3A for a short while. Yet they had already started to refer to each other as brother, obediently following orders. Jin Chuanxiong's poor character was to blame for the lack of respect from others. Su Duo scrutinized Jin Chuanxiong for a while, deeming him untrustworthy and distasteful. Noticing her gaze, Qin Luo called her back, warning, "Don't stare. You might go blind." Su Duo sauntered back to his side, and Qin Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. "Are you going to sleep? Get some rest." Qin Luo observed the little zombie beside him, who had been busy all day, tirelessly fighting without even a hint of fatigue. However, it seemed the body itself didn't require breath. Just as he finished speaking, Su Duo seemed to shut down instantly, leaning against his shoulder and falling asleep. Qin Luo was taken aback. Huh? Did she really fall asleep just like that? That's remarkably quick. Su Duo had only heard him say it was time to sleep, and with her teammates nearby, she felt secure enough to doze off. Qin Luo glanced at her face, still as pale as snow, soft as a sweet dessert. Her little dress remained spotless. Having learned to utilize her spatial abilities effectively, she had isolated herself from the bloodstains. He stealthily pinched her cheek. It was cool yet soft. Retracting his hand, he lightly rubbed his fingers together, confirming its softness. Eventually, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes for a moment, needing to gather his strength for the battle that awaited them later. "Hey, Qinggu and the little class leader are already asleep?" Shen Xiaofei noted the phrasing, emphasizing that they were leaning against each other. "Does it really matter?" Chen Xiaofei could not help but grumble to Bai Shu, feeling that his companion was nitpicking. Bai Shu felt that Shen Xiaofei often spoke without thinking and lacked precision. The two exchanged playful banter, settling down against the wall to rest their eyes. Wang Weihua, in a corner, lit a cigarette, unable to suppress his amusement at the sight. In this apocalyptic era, having teammates who were well was the greatest blessing. He soon returned to his team's area, finding a spot to sit and recuperate. The third floor quickly descended into tranquility. The entirety of N City was engulfed in darkness. Power had long been cut off, leaving no glimmer of light. Due to the substantial extermination of zombies, the night was relatively quiet, with only sporadic howls echoing from afar. And the zombie monsters had yet to appear. Until the latter part of the night, a sudden tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a series of heavy, muffled footsteps. Thump! Thump! The footsteps were slow and burdensome, sending a chill of apprehension through their hearts. Almost instantaneously, everyone awoke. The advantage of possessing abilities became evident in their heightened sensitivity, and they immediately entered a state of vigilance. Mume glanced outside, her face paling instantly, for her position directly faced the monstrous zombie's head. The enormous human head was truly terrifying. Chapter 70. The direct confrontation. Qin Luo hurried to the window, his gaze fixated on a colossal head looming nearby, towering even beyond the intelligence provided by headquarters. They were on the third floor, positioned slightly above its left side, and this creature had grown to an astonishing height of 8 or 9 meters. A small zombie, having awakened from its slumber, poked its head out curiously beside him. Many Duo, upon witnessing the scene, felt an involuntary shiver of terror. Was this a nightmarish spectacle, an anime materializing into reality? The giant zombie skin was a dark, ashen hue, and it audaciously clawed at the wall, producing a grating creak that sent chills down spines. The presence of such a formidable creature was enough to pale the faces of those present, their lips turning white with fear. The giant zombie-esque claws were unnaturally elongated, sharp and menacing. While Qin Luo had previously jested about the lack of agility in her claws, this behemoth-esque claws were a true weapon, capable of slaughtering countless individuals with a single swipe. The onlookers stood frozen, awaiting the creature's next move as it trudged toward the research facility. its heavy footsteps resonating in their hearts, except for the little zombie. Mini Duo, though frightened, felt no heartbeat. Her mind clumsily pondered how to confront this menace. Noticing her calm demeanor, Qin Luo turned to Moon Mei and said, "Let us assess the situation first. This creature is growing at an alarming rate. We must act swiftly. We cannot afford to delay any longer." The others recognized the gravity of the situation. The mission's peril was evident. With global communications compromised, timely information was no longer feasible, resulting in uncertainties regarding any changes in the target or the surrounding area. The combat team was left to adapt on their own. The intelligence from headquarters had not prepared them for such a massive threat. The giant zombie was akin to a small building. Qin Luo addressed the team. "Its size is a disadvantage. It lacks our agility. We must exploit this advantage." Outside, the giant zombie continued to roar, attempting to summon its brethren. However, it would struggle to attract many, as the nearest zombies had already been dealt with. Frustrated by its inability to call for reinforcements, the giant zombie unleashed a furious roar that rattled their eardrums, prompting everyone to adjust their earpieces. The latest models could withstand some sonic assaults. Enough chatter. Our teams, 3A Rose and Golden Eagle, will initiate the offensive, while the Dove team will maintain perimeter security. The Cheetah team will remain flexible and responsive. If any other mutated creatures appear, it will be your responsibility to eliminate them. The three main offensive teams prepare to unleash their full might against the giant zombie, while the two rookie teams would provide support. Everyone expressed their readiness. Jin Chuanxiong had no choice but to agree. Failure was not an option. They all took their positions, originally planning to wait until dawn, but realized that the creature could easily evade detection during the day, making nighttime their most opportune moment. They could not afford further delays. "I've never seen a zombie of such size before. It gives me goosebumps," Chen Xiaofei remarked while preparing his gear. Bai Shu also checked his equipment, donned his combat suit, and strapped on new weapons, acknowledging that this situation was much improved compared to the last encounter with the mutated snake, which had caught them off guard. They were now better equipped and supported by other teams, alleviating the burden of facing the threat alone. Qin Luo cautioned Mini Duo to conceal her spatial abilities, urging her to prioritize her own safety. The class leader had always been overly protective, often exhausting her powers to shield them, as seen in the previous encounter with the mutated bats. While they could manage minor injuries, they could not rely on her protection indefinitely, especially outside, where her loss of mobility could spell disaster. Moreover, being overly safeguarded might diminish their sense of urgency. Mini Duo nodded, responding coolly, "Understood." Chen Xiaofei jokingly remarked, "It feels like our class leader could pass for 18 tonight." Bai Shu told him to be quiet. Wang Weihua reported that everything was packed and ready for departure. Qin Luo nodded, "All right, let us move out." With that command, everyone sprang into action. They needed to approach the giant zombie before it became aware of their presence. The Dove and Cheetah teams were instructed to assess the situation and, when possible, infiltrate the research facility to rescue any survivors. "Understood. Copy that." In the dark of night, 30 figures leaped from the third floor, stealthily advancing forward. Using the surrounding buildings for cover, they approached the giant zombie, each team leveraging their strengths. As they ran, Chen Xiaofei produced a mimicry serum and injected it into his neck, the fastest way to activate the drug. Mimicking would facilitate their interactions with the mutated beast. Other teams observed in astonishment as the entire 3A squad transformed before their eyes. Chen Xiaofei sprouted wings and claws, while Bai Shu grew ears and fur below the neck. Their combined speed markedly enhanced. Wang Weihua transformed as well, sprouting tiger ears and a tail, sprinting faster on all fours. The surge of their abilities manifested as spectral animal forms surrounding them. Qin Luo shook his newly formed wolf ears in annoyance, yet his speed increased, accompanied by a wolf tail and crackling electricity. Surprisingly, Mini Duo, the little zombie, kept pace with them, tailing Qin Luo with surprising agility. The other teams were left astounded. The 3A squad was truly audacious, utilizing the dilute mutation serum without hesitation. Their speed and transformation was astonishing. The side effect had left others dizzy for days. As they stealthily approached the giant zombie, Mu Mei and Jin Chuanxiong contemplated their strategy, considering the optimal moment to engage. Suddenly, Chen Xiaofei positioned by Shu for an ideal sniping spot and launched several bomb marbles directly at the giant zombie. "Hey, ugly. We VE come to take your life." The other teams were left dumbfounded. Was the attack really going to be that straightforward and brutal? Chapter 71. The Madness of All. The tactics of Team 3A. The strategies employed by Team 3A are truly insane. After Chen Xiaofei swiftly attracted the attention of the colossal zombie monster, his teammates immediately followed suit. Bai Shu steadied his weapon and aimed directly at the creature's brain, but evaded his shot. Undeterred, he fired again, this time striking its chest, causing a fountain of blood to erupt. The gigantic zombie howled in fury, its voice reverberating painfully in their heads. Chen Xiaofei quickly elevated his position, evading the ensuing sonic assault. To his astonishment, he realized that his enhanced abilities allowed him to perceive the arc of the sound waves. Bai Shu also noticed an improvement in his night vision, granting him a clearer field of view. Together, they took on the role of luring and distracting the monster. Wang Weihua charged forward, delivering a powerful swipe to the colossal zombie. As the monster retaliated with a massive paw, he skillfully evaded, akin to a cat teasing a mouse. Yet each strike left deep gashes. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbling ominously, before a bolt of lightning struck the creature, igniting its wrath and prompting it to lash out in anger. This beast was remarkably resilient. Qin Luo cautioned Chen Xiaofei and the others to avoid contamination. This giant zombie was teeming with bacteria. The team did not dare to lower their guard, as they quickly realized that defeating this beast would be a protracted endeavor, gradually whittling down its health bar. Moreover, the enraged creature's counterattacks grew increasingly swift, nearly claiming Chen Xiaofei with a single swipe. The others quickly rallied to support, with the Rose team initiating their disruption tactics, while those with vine-based abilities ensnared the giant zombie's feet. Though it frequently broke free, they managed to buy themselves precious moments. Observing Qin Luo and his team stealing the limelight, Jin Chuanxiong, determined not to be outdone, enveloped himself in metal and charged forward wielding a massive metallic blade. However, the creature's tough hide proved impervious, leaving him disheartened. When the colossal zombie kicked at him, he nimbly dodged, revealing the shortcomings of his third-tier abilities. Even Mu Mei could not help but frown at his performance. His over-reliance on firearms had led to this predicament. He consistently allowed others to clear the path with their ranged weapons, only stepping in when absolutely necessary. How could he expect progress while relying on brute force against the weak? Team 3A faced challenges head-on, embodying a philosophy starkly different from that of their counterparts. Qin Luo observed that the giant zombie was not as formidable as anticipated. It merely required time and stamina. The battle was a test of endurance. The Cheetah and Dove teams struggled to keep pace, arriving at the scene only after over 10 minutes of combat had transpired. Cheetah team, Dove team, respond, Qin Luo commanded, displaying remarkable composure as he continued to engage the enemy. The Cheetah and Dove teams, panting heavily, replied anxiously, received. Proceed directly to the research facility to rescue any survivors. The situation inside remains uncertain. Exercise caution, Qin Luo instructed, then hurled a thunderstorm sphere at the mutated creature, causing a violent explosion of blood mist. Everyone instinctively dodged. Understood, the Cheetah and Dove teams acknowledged, rushing toward the research facility. Meanwhile, Jin Chuanxiong began to curse vehemently, exclaiming how difficult the creature was to defeat. Not only did it spew forth various blood contaminants, but he also had to dodge these pollutants while engaging in battle. The relentless back and forth was exhausting. Mu Mei and her team also appeared strained, as their abilities were not particularly high level. Exhaustion of their powers would spell danger. What was Mu Duo doing? She was searching for an opportune moment to strike, her presence minimal and inconspicuous. Occasionally, she would dart in to deliver a swift blow to the zombie, the chainsaw emitting a constant buzzing sound. Her focus was solely on the creature's legs, for if she could incapacitate them, it would be unable to escape. This truly was a war of attrition. Simultaneously, Baishu's bullets embedded themselves in the giant zombie's arms, successfully slowing its claw attacks. When he glanced over, he noticed the extent to which Muduo had damaged its legs. Their squad leader was indeed formidable, while Jin Xuanxiong struggled to inflict significant damage. Muduo's petite frame and impressive agility allowed her to leap and strike, her superior abilities outclassing his. Each swing of her chainsaw successfully carved into the creature's flesh. Eventually, her spatial abilities enabled her to shield herself from the pollutants, rendering the zombie a negligible threat. Jin Xuanxiong was exhausted, and his teammates, known for their timidity and tendency to avoid danger, had long since retreated. Mu Mei's team, feeling the strain, could only report, "Qin team, we can hold out for 3 more minutes at most." Having consumed 2/3 of his abilities, Qin Luo responded, "Received. Take a breather." Baishu's gunfire continued unabated as he began to close the distance to the giant zombie, employing his illusionary powers to momentarily stun the beast. He took over the position previously held by the Rose team. Ultimately, the Rose team withdrew, leaving only Team 3A to persist. This creature was undoubtedly more than a 3-star threat. It was exceptionally challenging, and I must report this to headquarters. Indeed, it is certainly not your fault, Jingu. The headquarters must not have coordinated properly. How could we possibly contend with a 4-star monster? Mu Mei, having exhausted her abilities, could hardly be bothered with the self-deceptive comments of Jin Peng's team. They had retreated to a nearby 4-story building, watching Team 3A continue their relentless assault. The scene grew increasingly terrifying. Were they even human? They had annihilated zombies for an entire day, barely rested, and now they were fighting until dawn. They were truly mad to continue without rest, to be so close and yet evade danger. Were they not afraid for their lives? Their mutated ally was quite impressive. Indeed, though Jin Peng's team grumbled, they gradually fell silent, acknowledging the undeniable strength of Team 3A as they witnessed the eruption of their powers. Were the potions provided by headquarters superior? Why were they so powerful? Eventually, the Rose team could no longer contain their frustration and decisively bound Jin Peng's team, giving them a sound thrashing. Meanwhile, Qin Luo's team was faring quite well, significantly better than their initial encounter with the mutated Snake Man. The giant beast's most lethal attribute was the contamination of its blood, which posed a dire threat when splattered upon humans, compounded by its massive claws. Yet, its mobility was limited, and the presence of so many individuals chipping away at its health made the fight somewhat easier. Muduo, wielding her chainsaw, observed the giant monster with a calm demeanor that was surprisingly composed. As Chun Xiaofei had remarked, she was far from the childlike state of previous encounters. Ultimately, the zombie's attempt to flee proved futile as it collapsed with a resounding thud. Muduo leaped in front of it, casting a glance before delivering a swift, merciful end. She reached into its brain to extract its core. Chun Xiaofei and the others gathered to regroup, expressing their exhaustion. "I'm so tired. I could sleep for a week." This creature was indeed incredibly difficult to defeat. Chapter 72. Tidying up the scene, the abnormal cores of the zombie monsters were crimson, resembling red crystals, and many were grasped in hand. This core was to be submitted to headquarters as permission requirements. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad successfully rescued the survivors. De Qiao's friend was easily recognizable, adorned with antennae atop her head, butterfly wings on her back, intricate patterns on her face, and eyes as dark as night. To be frank, she could hardly be considered beautiful. Jin Xuanxiong had already gone to curry favor with the bigwigs at the Research Institute, not sparing a glance for the leaf butterfly aberrant, while the survivors expressed their gratitude. They marveled at the rapid evolution of their circumstances, lamenting that they, as second-tier aberrants, could hardly contend with the fearsome zombie creatures. Indeed, the ranks of first-tier zombies had swelled, making it impossible for a single squad to manage them. Headquarters had not abandoned them. They had nearly resigned themselves to doom. The team, Desert Squad, tasked with collecting pollutants, had lost several members and wore somber expressions. Yet relief prevailed. Thankfully, the monster dared not enter. Otherwise, they would not have endured this long. Jin Xuanxiong boisterously declared, "It is our duty. We apologize for the fright. Since headquarters has sent us to rescue you, Even in the face of perilous creatures, the Jinping squad will exert every effort to save you. His eagerness for accolades was grotesque, prompting members of the Rose squad to interject, asserting that the successful completion of the mission was largely due to the tireless efforts of the 3A squad. Jin Xuanxiong shot a glare at the Rose squad, but faltered upon witnessing their display of supernatural abilities. The Jinping squad lacked healers, whereas the Rose squad boasted two, allowing for a swifter recovery. The researchers expressed their gratitude, acknowledging everyone's hard work. Some had already noticed the 3A squad, and upon hearing this, one exclaimed, "So they are the 3A? Remarkable. I saw them on the 4th floor of the Research Institute, relying on them to slay the monsters. Truly formidable. No wonder they are the 3A." Members of the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad became animated at this. Impressive, right? Captain Sheen and his team are invincible, super strong. They can mimic effortlessly, like a perpetual motion machine, never tiring. Their newcomers are also impressive. Rarely do we see weapons like chainsaws. The little squad leader is indeed cool and dependable. Though she appears adorable, she fights fiercely. When she returned to rescue us, she was astonishing. The researchers and Desert Squad members were perplexed, unaware of who this little squad leader was, until the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad excitedly elucidated. She is the newcomer from Brother Cheen's team, the aberrant who has become a zombie. Incredible. At the mention of zombie, many changed countenance, haunted by recent encounters with hordes of the undead. They now bore psychological scars, associating the term with colossal zombie monsters and a legion of decayed zombies. They had initially found the young girl unappealing, yet upon closer inspection, she appeared no different from an ordinary girl. Which of them was the aberrant zombie? Indeed, all they saw was a beautiful young lady. Her red dress was striking. "Ah, it's her." "What?" Shock rippled through the crowd. Such a young girl, perhaps merely pale, was the very zombie from Harbin Base? Many were oblivious to the source of their astonishment. She was observing the leaf butterfly aberrant, who introduced herself as Zhou Siki. Her demeanor was rather aloof, starkly contrasting with the boisterous nature of the Qiao and Xiao Qiao. How could such disparate personalities forge a friendship? Chen Xiaofei, curious, inquired, "So, when you're with the Qiao, does she bully you?" "She can be quite mischievous. A real schemer." Zhou Siki shook her head. "The Qiao is quite nice. She wouldn't bully me." Bai Shu interjected, urging Chen Xiaofei to be quiet. "Does this zombie monster possess anything your research institute requires? If so, gather it swiftly, else we shall incinerate it to prevent it from transforming into something even more bizarre." Zhou Siki nodded, retrieving vials and containers from her spatial storage card. Donning gloves, she began to collect samples, unfazed by the peculiar stares of others. Moody, empathizing with her, approached and requested a bottle and gloves to assist in the collection. Zhou Siki expressed her surprise, fluttering her wings and softly murmuring, "Thank you." The two aberrant little monsters together evoked an inexplicable blend of pity and charm. Qin Luo sighed and joined to help, unable to bear the sight of the little zombie's plight. Her distress unsettled him. Chen Xiaofei, seeing this, felt awkward, standing idly by, and joined in the effort to collect pollutants. Bai Shu busied himself, taking photos and recording videos for a report, while Wang Weihu approached the researchers to confirm the task's completion, stating they would seek the logistics team to escort them back to the base or accompany the newcomer squads. Upon hearing this, the two newcomer squads expressed surprise, chattering excitedly. "Brother Wang, we're heading back. What will you do? Aren't we returning together?" "Indeed, let us return together. I want to exchange contact information for our next mission. It feels safe to team up with you." "Brother Wang, where are you headed? Why not take us along?" The newcomer squads regarded Wang Weihu as a father figure, eagerly clinging to him like fledglings yearning for care, insistent on following. "Our squad is accustomed to taking on additional tasks. Do you believe you can keep up? There is a chance we may encounter a fierce battle at any moment. Do you possess the stamina for that?" Wang Weihu reprimanded them, pointing out their mistakes, insisting they practice more and prepare for a rigorous training session upon their return. By the time you catch up, your comrades may be lost. And you, who were bitten during yesterday's zombie purge, step forward. How long has the apocalypse been? Have you not adapted to the pace? With so many companions providing cover, how could you sustain injuries? Being bitten is one matter. Treatment can follow. But why all the wailing? He had refrained from scolding them during the chaos of battle, fearing their morale might plummet before the mission concluded. Though he was only a few years their senior, his combat experience vastly outweighed theirs. Care was one aspect. Where reprimands were warranted, he did not shy away. The children appeared utterly dejected, wishing to hide their heads in the ground, completely unprepared for Wang Weihu's stern demeanor after the mission, feeling like failures. Chapter 73. The little corpse of the fishing system, Chun Xiaofei, finished packing the last bottle of contaminants and turned to see Wang Weihui lecturing the newcomers. His arms crossed and his yellow-black tail swishing behind him. The two rookie teams hung their heads, looking utterly pitiful. It was amusing. Old Wang was scolding the newbies again, completely unaware of how adorable he looked with his tiger ears and tail. Qin Luo took the 2 bottles of contaminants from Su Yudhua and handed them to Zhou Siki. Unable to suppress a laugh at the scene, he could perform a duet of red and white faces all by himself. With a chuckle, Qin Luo concluded the moment. But as he removed his disposable gloves and turned to help Su Yudhua, he noticed she was staring intently at his tail. He felt a jolt of surprise. Cautiously, he glanced at her and then at his own tail, his wolf ears twitching slightly. Su Yudhua's gaze shifted to his head, her eyes blazing with intensity. Ahem! Qin Luo stammered, his face flushing. He wanted to tell her to stop staring. There were so many people around, and it wasn't appropriate for her to touch his ears or hug his tail. Did he not care for his dignity? Yet, to his astonishment, the little zombie turned and walked away. She actually walked away. Qin Luo was dumbfounded. This was unusual for her. She must be feeling wronged for not being allowed to hug him. Something was off. It was utterly bizarre that Su Yudhua could resist touching his tail. Doubts began to creep into Qin Luo's mind. Chen Xiaofei noticed the commotion and laughed heartily. Oh no, the little squad leader has lost interest in you. Qin Luo shot him a glare and retorted, get lost. Bai Shu, having finished recording, chimed in with a mischievous grin. Oh dear, someone as first love has abandoned them. Chen Xiaofei laughed even harder. He asked, panicking. Feeling dejected, Qin Luo ignored the 2 jesters and strode off in search of the little zombie. It seemed she had matured somewhat since last night. Chen Xiaofei had mentioned that it appeared her intelligence had suddenly increased by several years, but at the time, Qin Luo hadn't thought much of it. When he found Su Yudhua, she was pulling their team's off-road vehicle from space and climbing aboard with newfound agility. A stark contrast to her earlier clumsiness. Qin Luo hurriedly climbed into the vehicle, only to see her crawling into the back seat. Wait, are you okay? Do you feel unwell? Are you upset about the withered leaf butterfly? Did you think of me? You could have just told me. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yudhua turned to him, meeting his gaze with her fervent eyes. She looked outside the vehicle, nodded, and then checked inside, satisfied that no one was around, before gesturing for him to come sit next to her. Feeling anxious and unsure of her intentions, Qin Luo noticed that she seemed to be in a better state than before. Though he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency, he bent down to comply with her request. In an instant, she yanked him closer, their bodies almost touching, their faces so close he could see every pore. Qin Luo froze. Su Yudhua eagerly reached for his wolf ears, which were soft and fluffy, and her entire demeanor brightened. His face turned crimson as he supported himself with one hand on the seat and instinctively covered his face with the other. What on earth was she doing? Waiting for him like this? Suddenly, he recalled telling her that she couldn't touch him in public. She knew he would follow her if she wandered off, and she had cleverly lured him into the vehicle. So, she was playing strategies now? If Qin Luo hadn't been blushing, he might have appeared more intimidating, but his reddened face diminished any sense of authority. As she leaned in closer, satisfied with her exploration of his ears, she continued to pull him closer. He had no choice but to relent. Okay, you can touch them, just don't pull. As long as she didn't lose interest in him, he could endure this. The earlier cold shoulder had left his heart feeling frigid and anxious. Once in the back seat, Su Yudhua climbed onto his lap and reached for his fluffy, large gray tail. The little corpse was ecstatic. She playfully squeezed and petted his tail, eventually cradling the tip in her arms. Qin Luo leaned back in resignation, his arms shielding his face while his ears burned with embarrassment. This was unbearable. Whether she ignored him or adored him, it made him feel a mix of overwhelming sensations. His face flushed from his cheeks to his neck. With a soft growl, he muttered just this once. "Let us make this quick. Hey, stop groping." His voice had an endearing tremor that seemed to captivate Su Yudhua. She paused, staring at the fluffy tail in her grasp. Had she heard him? Nevertheless, today had been delightful for her. Reluctantly, she placed his tail back down, but not before giving his ear one last playful tug before settling down on his chest. Yet, Qin Luo continued to hide his face, and she lifted her hand to pull his arm down, but he resisted. After a while, feeling bored, Su Yudhua simply collapsed onto his chest, resting her forehead against his solid torso, intrigued by the rhythmic beating of his heart. Thump, thump. The little zombie, devoid of a heartbeat, found this sensation immensely precious. She touched her own chest, feeling the long silent heart, and pouted before drifting off to sleep. After all, they had fought for so long, and she had barely slept for 2 hours. She was utterly exhausted. Once Su Yudhua was asleep, Qin Luo took a moment to lower his arm, gazing down at her perched on his lap, the distance between them almost non-existent, her head nestled against his chest. Only she could find comfort in such an awkward position. With a sigh, he gently lifted her and placed her aside, retrieving a blanket to wrap around her like a cocoon. She slept soundly, her eyes unmoving. Unlike ordinary people, her eyelids did not flutter even in slumber. He understood her desire to be human, and her pitiful appearance tugged at his heartstrings, leaving him feeling soft inside. Bai Shu passed by and knocked on the car door, teasingly asking, "Do you need help closing the door?" Could he not refrain from teasing for even a moment? Qin Luo told him to be quiet. "Have we finished the handover? If so, let us leave immediately." As he spoke, he remembered, "Oh, let us have that withered leaf butterfly mutant follow us." They wouldn't be delayed for long. They just needed to eliminate a few zombies and collect some mutant nuclei, as there wasn't much left in terms of supplies due to the high contamination. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu became serious. "We're almost ready. We just need to wait for Xiao Fei and the others to arrive. That withered leaf butterfly mutant is more than willing to join us." Thus, Qin Luo didn't need to provide further instructions. They would inquire themselves, especially since they had just secured 5 million points from the Qiao. That many points could buy quite a bit of equipment. Qin Luo replied, "All right then, we'll leave as soon as they arrive." Chapter 74. Northern District of N City. Once the handover of tasks was completed, everyone began to retrieve their vehicles. The survivors from the Research Institute requested that each team take turns accompanying them to their vehicles. Mu Mei, the captain of the Rose team, approached to bid farewell to Qin Luo and his group. "Captain Qin," she called out, only to find that the driver's seat was occupied by Wang Weihua, who smiled and gestured to the back seat. Upon glancing back, Mu Mei noticed Bai Shu and the mutated leaf butterfly, while Qin Luo sat in the last row, a corpseworm lying beside him. "What's going on here?" she inquired, clearing her throat. "Our team member is quite special, and she tends to whimper when I leave," Qin Luo explained. "It seems I cannot depart today." Bai Shu nodded in agreement, stating, "Our little squad leader cannot manage without him." In the passenger seat, Chun Xiaofei began to chuckle, while Wang Weihua awkwardly rubbed his nose. The mutated leaf butterfly, Zhou Siki, glanced back repeatedly, intrigued. Had the situation been more appropriate, she would have loved to capture a photo of the scene. Mu Mei couldn't help but laugh. "Well, I just came to say goodbye. Thank you all for your help. Your presence made the mission go smoothly." She insisted that Jin Chuanqiong should not take all the credit, acknowledging that the 3A team had exerted the most effort, without which the mission might not have succeeded. "The zombies are quite resilient," she remarked. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. This is part of our duty. And everyone has worked hard, except for that incompetent Jin Chuanqiong." He intended to settle the score with him upon returning to the base. A good beating was in order. Mu Mei nodded in agreement, wishing them a safe journey and gifting them several bottles of healing potions from her team. Bai Shu accepted them gratefully. Without further ado, Mu Mei prepared to return to the B City survivor base, and everyone parted ways. As the Cheetah team and the Dove team drove past the 3A team, A cacophony of reluctant farewells erupted. Captain Qin, we will miss you. Wang Ge, take care of yourself. Bai Shu Ge, your marksmanship is incredible. Xiao Fei Ge, you are the most handsome birdman. The 3A team is the best. Little squad leader, you are truly adorable. Let us exchange contact information next time. At the last remark, Qin Luo's face darkened instantly. Which insolent rascal dared to be so bold? They were brazenly trying to steal his little squad leader away. Chen Xiaofei and the others burst into laughter. Bai Shu, thoroughly amused, suggested, Qin Ge, you might want to look into this. It seems the side effects of the potion have increased. Don't you think you resemble a protective dog, unable to leave your little squad leader's side? Qin Luo was taken aback. Was this truly one of the potion's side effects? No wonder he felt anxious when Su Duo ignored him. It explained why he was so reluctant to leave her. Bai Shu, adjusting his glasses, smiled and said, Oh no, I was merely joking. Chen Xiaofei erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhou Siki observed the amusing scene, finding the group quite entertaining. She managed a faint smile. Wang Weiwa drove the vehicle out, being the last to leave, as they prepared to continue their journey. When Su Duo awoke again, the sounds of gunfire filled the air, accompanied by the rushing of water. She realized that half of the car's window was submerged. They were driving through water. Hurry! Finish shooting and close the windows. Engage submarine mode. Why is there suddenly so much water? Chen Xiaofei yelled from the passenger seat. Wang Weiwa had no energy to scold him. Qin Ge Bai Shu. We have 1 minute left before the water reaches the top. Received. Understood. Both Qin Luo and Bai Shu, positioned in the middle row, readied their weapons and began shooting. Su Duo noticed that Zhou Siki had replaced her. She was now intently watching the approaching giant beetles with trepidation. The countdown began. Qin Luo and Bai Shu quickly closed the sunroof, and the vehicle successfully submerged underwater. The water teemed with mutated fish. Su Duo observed that none of the fish appeared edible. All were grotesque mutations, even colliding against the glass. Had the vehicle not been modified, it might have been shattered by the impact. What on earth happened to the northern district of N City? It's entirely flooded. The water must be 7 or 8 meters deep. The earlier beetles were terrifying, each nearly half a meter in diameter. However, they seemed frightened of water. Su Duo realized that the mutated animals and other monsters were claiming territory. They'd seen no mutated insects at the research institute, only zombies, while here, it was all insects, no zombies. The group quickly discussed their current predicament, while Bai Shu took charge of writing a report. Zhou Siki quietly explained, due to the terrain of N City, this area is prone to flooding during heavy rains, particularly the northern district. Hence, it is completely submerged. If it weren't for this modified vehicle-S submarine capabilities, we would be in serious trouble. Chen Xiaofei lamented, Thank goodness these fish are not of the elite variety. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to retrieve the cores while submerged. After putting away his weapon, Qin Luo noticed the little zombie had awakened. He awkwardly turned his face away, contemplating whether to speak. Oh, you're awake? He said, feeling somewhat bashful. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaofei and the others continued to tease him, knowing how easily flustered he was. They had been at it for a while now. Chen Xiaofei eventually settled down, turning to Su Duo, little squad leader, I'm hungry. Su Duo, still in a daze, was processing the situation when she heard Chen Xiaofei's plea. She retrieved a few rice balls and handed them over. Gratitude echoed around her. Thank you, little squad leader. Wow. Rice balls. I love rice. Thank you, little squad leader. You are the best. Having a little squad leader was truly a blessing. Su Duo ended up giving Qin Luo several cans of cola, which could quickly replenish energy and elevate spirits. A few fried skewers would be even better. Zhou Siki watched in astonishment, nearly having her eyes pop out. You guys are so extravagant with all this food. How many points did you exchange for it? Do you even have time to cook at the base? Bai Shu, unfazed, replied, We were just too idle, enjoying our food. Otherwise, what's the point of living? He feigned a look of deep sorrow. Chen Xiaofei nodded vigorously. Our little squad leader is an excellent cook. We often gather for delicious meals. Zhou Siki looked on with envy. Your Harbin Survivor base doesn't seem so competitive. RB City base is incredibly intense. We barely have any time. I hardly ever get to contact my friends. If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have messaged to Xiao and inadvertently saved my own life. Thank goodness my friend is reliable. Chapter 75. Exploration of new foods. The vehicle traveled underwater for a while before ascending to a higher position, successfully emerging from the water with a splash that sent a cascade of droplets cascading down. The water level receded below the windows. It was fortunate that this modified battle vehicle was able to withstand such conditions. A regular car would have succumbed to water damage. Are there any survivors nearby? Qin Xiaofei turned to Zhou Siki and inquired. Zhou Siki nodded, speaking softly. Yes, our B city was responsible for this area during the rescue operations. But there are bound to be oversights. The number of superhumans is far too few compared to the ordinary people in need of rescue. Shall we broadcast a message? I see some signs of life in the buildings outside, though they may be remnants from before, Qin Xiaofei suggested. The others agreed without objection. He reached out to activate the broadcast. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? The Harbin Survivor Base is conducting rescue operations. Please respond if you receive this message. The voice on the broadcast was recorded by Qin Xiaofei, looping repeatedly. Perhaps due to the noise, numerous mutated frogs were drawn to them. They were similar to the grotesque creatures they had encountered before, large in size, with crimson eyes and spiny tongues that scraped against the glass of their vehicle, creating a shrill sound. Fortunately, there was no damage, though the sight was rather repulsive. Why are there so many mutated frogs here? I must report this to the engineering department next time and see if we can install a flame-throwing device around the vehicle to incinerate these frogs, Zhou Siki remarked. She then added, some people in B City actually eat these frogs. The reactions from Qin Luo and the others were mixed, glancing at the hideous creatures with a sense of despair. They used to eat bullfrogs, right? Someone muttered. However, those who enjoyed frog meat might find themselves fortunate. Such large specimens would provide a satisfying meal. Zhou Siki felt a bit embarrassed, explaining that in B City, they could sell each frog for 60 points. That's quite a bargain, Wang Weihua remarked, unable to contain himself. Shu checked some information and exclaimed, indeed. Qin Luo surveyed the frogs outside, feeling a loss. If they could be exchanged for money, should we gather some? But what do these frogs consume? Have they fed on humans? Zhou Siki responded solemnly. When food resources dwindle, anything edible becomes valuable. The B City Survivor Base harbors a larger number of survivors, and it's densely populated. Who knows how much food they need to consume daily? Eventually, there will be no room for picky eaters. Moreover, it's fortunate that these frogs don't feed on zombies. They don't consume rotting flesh and are classified as mutated animals rather than aberrant monsters. With some processing, they could be deemed edible. The conversation took a somber turn. The three major bases continued to receive survivors, and among the many regions across the country, these three bases were the most developed, while others languished in dire straits. Many-Do took out his tablet to check the latest updates on the bases. The coastal areas had essentially fallen, while the central regions fared slightly better. The plateau regions had seen a rise in mutated plants and animals, but there were fewer zombies there. Extreme weather patterns were now indiscriminate, and it felt like a harsh winter, although they were mostly dressed in autumn attire. Upon hearing about the food shortages, they realized they should still be able to gather some food soon. Qin Luo glanced at the latest report on edible mutated flora and fauna and discovered the presence of these mutated frogs. Let us all take a look at this report. If we can gather some, we can hand them over to the base. It'll surely be of use. Previously, they had only collected from a single granary. But Sea City was vast, with many granaries scattered throughout various corners. Other cities also had reserves, and the headquarters had set aside some provisions. Yet for the survivors, it was merely a drop in the bucket. There was no way to cultivate crops on a large scale now. They were bound to exhaust their resources. They could only begin to forage for edible mutated plants and animals to fill the void in their food supply. At the very least, superhumans and aberrants could consume them. If they were too unsightly, they could be transformed into nutritional liquids or compressed biscuits. As they diligently reviewed the latest knowledge, they discovered that there were still numerous edible mutated plants and animals. Meteor noted that the edibility of mutated plants was generally higher and more widely accepted, as many had adopted vegetarianism after witnessing so much bloodshed. It was challenging for those with psychological trauma to consume meat. Qin Luo quickly memorized the relevant details and suddenly pointed at a large tree ahead. Isn't that a mutated loquat tree? Lao Wang steered towards it. Qin Xiaofei compared and confirmed, indeed, it really is. Lao Wang, stop beneath the tree. I'll go up with the little class leader to pick some. He marveled, wow, this loquat tree is enormous. Bai Shu carefully examined it and concluded it truly is. We're quite fortunate. This type of mutated loquat tree is non-aggressive, so Xiaofei can gather as much as he likes. Qin Luo couldn't help but reminisce about the time Qin Xiaofei had used his claws to hoist a small zombie up to the second floor. He turned to Mini Du and noticed the little zombie's eyes sparkling, eager to join in. Oh, if only she had wings, Qin Luo thought, feeling slightly annoyed but refraining from voicing it. All right, I'll provide cover. You two go ahead. He readied his firearm. Qin Xiaofei climbed from the passenger seat to the middle row, opened the sunroof, and clambered out, flapping his arms as he soared up, leaving behind a few black and white feathers. Bai Shu sighed as he collected them, warning, could you be a bit more careful? What if you encounter someone with allergies? You'd have them sneezing uncontrollably. If the situation allowed, the rebellious Qin Xiaofei would have loved to use his wings to swat Bai Shu. Qin Luo extended his hand toward the little zombie in the back seat, allowing her tiny claws to grasp his hand before lifting her up to the sunroof. Qin Xiaofei, with his characteristic enthusiasm, clutched the fabric of Mini Du's back, bouncing up and down. Hey, little class leader, look, we're flying. You're much lighter than Bai Shu, so it's more fun with you. Let's collect more loquats. The mutated loquat tree was indeed vast, but the mutated loquats themselves were small, seedless, and incredibly sweet, truly a delightful treat meant for human consumption. Qin Xiaofei plucked one and exclaimed, oh my, this is exquisite. Thankfully, we are only partially mutated. I still have hands. If we were fully transformed, I wouldn't be able to gather anything. Humans would always remain humans. After administering the demutagenization serum, most of the transformations involved additional animalistic features. For instance, Qin Luo, Wang Weihua, and Bai Shu had developed animal ears without affecting their human ears. Otherwise, it would look quite peculiar. The little zombie gazed at the enormous loquat tree with wide, shining eyes. The duo of Qin Xiaofei and the little zombie was a perfect match. Two food enthusiasts, both gleaming with excitement at the sight of food. Qin Luo stood at the sunroof, vigilant of their surroundings, ready to eliminate any approaching mutated frogs. The rescue broadcast had been ongoing for quite some time, yet there was no response from the residential area. Chapter 76. The mutated loquat tree. Qin Xiaofei was joyfully gathering loquats, tossing them towards Su Yudhua, who had created a spatial rift to facilitate the collection. One person and one corpse were stationed above, unperturbed by the potential discovery of the little zombie's spatial abilities by Zhou Siki in the vehicle. They were solely focused on their harvesting. Meanwhile, Qin Luo dispatched the mutated frogs while utilizing a hook to retrieve them for eventual delivery to headquarters. After completing his report, Bai Shu clicked to upload it as Wang Weihua amplified the sound of the broadcast. The echoes of a rescue announcement reverberated through the desolate, abandoned city. Yet no response came, which was disheartening. The scene suggested they were in a small town on the outskirts of N City, with this street being a residential area. Apart from the towering loquat tree, mutated pear and persimmon trees loomed in the distance, signaling an opportunity for further harvesting. Zhou Siki, unable to sit still, observed everyone engaged in tasks and felt compelled to assist. Bai Shu smiled at her, reassuring her that it was unnecessary and that she should rest. Her lack of offensive capabilities rendered it too perilous for her to join them. As a respected guest of the 3A team, valued at 5 million, it was vital to keep her safe. Moreover, as a withered leaf butterfly metamorph, Zhou Siki lacked any combat abilities, relying solely on disguise to evade enemies, making it too risky for her to venture out. If anything were to happen, it would be unfortunate. Reluctantly, Zhou Siki retreated, her demeanor reflecting her naturally reserved personality. A clear introvert, she only articulated her thoughts coherently when addressing serious matters. Otherwise, she spoke softly, in a gentle manner, contrasting starkly with the Qiao. To alleviate her discomfort, Wang Weihua inquired with a playful tone, asking about Xiao's full name, revealing their ignorance of it, only knowing her by her alias. Upon hearing her friend's name mentioned, Zhou Siki's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied, Xiao's full name is Qiao Yajun, while Xiao Qiao is Qiao Weima. They are distant cousins, but share a good relationship. Their abilities as twin lotus flowers from the plant element were notably divergent. Qiao possessed healing abilities, while Xiao Qiao was aligned with offensive powers. Consequently, their appearances differed somewhat, though their expressions occasionally mirrored each other, often leading to playful bickering. While Zhou Siki was close to Qiao, her relationship with Xiao Qiao was less familiar. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu expressed their astonishment at the rarity of twin lotus flowers possessing plant abilities. Bai Shu's curiosity prompted him to ask why Xiao Qiao did not join the combat team. Zhou Siki quietly explained that she had a penchant for medicine, which occasionally led to jealousy towards Qiao's healing abilities, resulting in playful quarrels. Yet their bond remained strong due to their shared lifespan. Their conversation continued, and it became evident that Zhou Siki had relaxed significantly, no longer feeling uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Qin Luo noticed movement at the curtain in the 11 o'clock direction and discreetly aimed in that direction. Chun Xiaofei and Su Yudhua were too engrossed in their loquat gathering to notice. Suddenly, a half-grown child emerged from the window. His face flushed as he shouted at Chun Xiaofei and Su Yudhua, "What are you doing? If you pick all the loquats, what will we eat? You call yourselves rescuers, but you're just monster thieves. This is our family's loquat tree." Taken aback, Chun Xiaofei exclaimed, "Hey kid, there's no need to yell. You're scaring me." He worried about alarming their little team leader further. The little zombie, grasped in the child's tiny claws, blinked innocently while clutching several bunches of loquats. The child, around 10 years old, appeared frightened and anxious, tears welling in his eyes as he wiped them with his arm, exclaiming "Wah!" Panicking, Chun Xiaofei hurriedly reassured him. "Please don't cry. We are not bad people." However, his words only seemed to intensify the child's tears. Bai Shu found Chun Xiaofei's attempts amusing, as they made him seem more like a villain. Wang Weihua, truly exasperated, took it upon himself to mediate, using a loudspeaker to ask, "Where are your parents, little one? Are there any adults at home? We are survivors from Harbin City. We can show you our identification." Qin Luo gestured for Chun Xiaofei to return Su Yudhua, having successfully stripped the loquat tree bare. If the circumstances had been different, Su Yudhua would have eagerly wanted to transport the loquat tree into the spatial realm and bring it back to the base for cultivation. Chun Xiaofei flapped his wings and tossed their little team leader into Qin Luo's arms before turning back to the child. "Hey, don't cry. We really are good people. If we were monsters, we would have eaten you by now, instead of letting you cry here." This reasoning held merit. However, the child, likely in a state of shock, continued to sob. Chun Xiaofei persisted in comforting him. The little zombie, having been tossed from the air, did not even blink, ultimately landing securely in someone's embrace. She reached up and playfully tugged at Qin Luo's ear before stealthily retracting her small paw, satisfied with her exploration. Qin Luo, bemused, remarked, "You seem quite fond of this, don't you?" What could he do? With his transformation, his wolf-like ears were the largest, thickest, and most delightful to the touch. Only you could get away with this. Anyone else would face dire consequences for such audacity. The sensitivity of wolf ears was unparalleled. They were not playgrounds for just anyone. Unbeknownst to the little zombie, she felt quite pleased, having gathered numerous loquats from the gigantic mutated tree, filling one corner of her spatial compartment. The sweet flavor of the loquats delighted her palate. She confirmed once more that she could consume the mutated flora and fauna, relishing the experience, which brought her immense joy. Qin Luo still emanated a sweet fragrance, and in his form as a large canine, he appeared exceedingly adorable. Despite her cravings, the little zombie had no real desire to consume him. She was reluctant to do so. She firmly believed she was human. On the other side, Chun Xiaofei finally grasped the situation. "So, it's just you and your sister left? Are there any other survivors nearby?" The child, Chung Chung, age 10, revealed that his younger sister, Chung Ai, was just 3. Their parents were vegetable vendors, and their apartment was situated above their shop, with the second and third floors rented out, while the fourth floor housed their family of 4. Unfortunately, during the upheaval, their parents had locked the siblings in the apartment, and both had succumbed to becoming zombies early on, likely devoured by mutated fish. Crying, Chung Chung recounted that night. It suddenly poured, and only over our area. Downstairs, people were biting each other. My parents went to help separate them, and were bitten too. Then the water came, and everyone was trapped. My parents never returned upstairs. Initially, they could still hear the voice of Grandma Lu from the nearby buildings, but in recent days, her voice had fallen silent. Chung Chung was swayed by Chun Xiaofei's words. If they were truly mutated monsters, they would have devoured him already, rather than engaging in conversation. The child, overwhelmed with relief, broke down in tears. Chapter 77. A New World. Chun Xiaofei spent some time soothing the siblings before gently lifting them down. One in each hand. Their parents, with remarkable foresight, had foreseen the impending disaster, providing ample food for the children before locking them safely upstairs. For nearly 2 months, the elder brother had taken care of his 3-year-old sister, learning to be observant and seizing opportunities to open windows and use a clothes-drying pole to pluck loquats when the mutated creatures were scarce. As their food supplies dwindled, Chun Xiaofei felt a sense of urgency when he and Su Duo harvested loquats. Qin Luo stuffed the small zombie into the vehicle before helping the 2 siblings inside. Zhou Siki hurriedly ushered them into the back seat, clumsily attempting to comfort them. "Don't cry, little ones. You've been incredibly brave, taking care of your sister at such a young age. Everything will be all right once we reach the base." This was indeed true. The siblings were fortunate to have survived to this point. Once they arrived at the base, they would find stability, as there was a nursery specifically for children. In this post-apocalyptic world, orphanages were no longer referred to as such. Children who had lost their parents were collectively raised by the base in what was now termed a nursery. Wang Weihua chimed in. "Yes, your brother has done exceptionally well. Very strong. Look how well he has taken care of you." The siblings, though without parental care, appeared clean and tidy. The younger sister, being a bit younger, did not cry or fuss, nestling in her brother's embrace, her innocent eyes sparkling. Hearing Wang Weihua praise her brother, she exclaimed, "Brother is great." Then she turned to her brother, asking for their parents and pointing at their house, indicating that their parents had yet to arrive. Chung Chung hugged his sister tightly, saying, "Mom and Dad went ahead, but we'll see them in a few days." Upon hearing this, his sister genuinely believed him and obediently wiped her brother's tears. Zhou Siki felt a pang in her heart, her eyes brimming with tears as she gently stroked the children's hair. The small zombie observed for a moment before producing a box of milk candies and offering them to the siblings. Chung Chung swallowed hard, accepted them, and softly said, "Thank you, sister." Seeing the 3-year-old still gazing at their home, Qin Luo decided to take a photo with his tablet. "Look over here, little one," he said. "I'll capture a picture of your home. When we get to the base, I'll print it out for you as a keepsake. For now, say goodbye to your house and try not to think about it once we arrive at the base. We must look ahead." Chung Chung, unable to hold back his tears, wiped them away and earnestly studied his house, silently bidding farewell to his parents before nodding. "Thank you, brother." Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement as Chun Xiaofei completed his circuit, flapping his wings, reporting, "I've looked around, and there is no one else. It's all zombies inside. Let them rest in peace." Qin Luo gestured for Chun Xiaofei to take a break and suggested they move forward, as there were still a few mutated fruit trees ahead, where the two could gather fruit while they searched for other survivors. The team members all agreed without hesitation. Su Duo noticed her brother was likely hungry as well, so she handed him a rice ball and rummaged through her multidimensional space to find some baby formula she had obtained from a maternal and infant store. She prepared a bottle of milk for her sister, having both hot water and cold-boiled water on hand. Chung Chung was astonished as he watched this beautiful sister transform items before his eyes. While he devoured his meal, he exclaimed, "Wow, do you both know magic? And this rice ball is delicious." He nearly shed tears from the sheer joy of having a proper meal after so long. His sister, drooling at the sight, was fed a bite by her brother. They realized that even a 3-year-old could eat normal food. What a revelation! Su Duo then produced a small jar of porridge, which Zhou Siki took to feed the younger sister. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to fill the two children's bellies. Baishu also found an educational video for children produced by the base. Due to the onset of the apocalypse, many young children were unaware of what had transpired. Hence, the base had created animated videos to help children understand the current situation. The unknown is what truly instills fear. At least the children within the base were somewhat aware of the circumstances, with most grasping the situation. Chung, being 10 years old, found it easy to comprehend. If not for his overwhelming fear, he likely wouldn't have cried. He was, after all, quite the cool kid. He soon came to terms with this new world, feeling a mix of astonishment and wonder, exclaiming, "It's so magical." It felt like a cartoon. However, children and young adults could grasp this new reality much more swiftly. The elderly, too, had to relearn and adapt to new knowledge, but one silver lining was that due to exposure to this source of contamination, everyone's genes had undergone some changes. Some elderly individuals even exhibited rejuvenation, with their bodily functions revitalizing, significantly extending their lifespans. The downside, however, was that the birth rate among those with abilities was exceedingly low, while that of ordinary individuals remained relatively normal. Yet, these were matters to be pondered later. For now, the primary focus was on rescue operations and gathering supplies, contemplating how to sustain the multitude of survivors at the base. As the vehicles arrived beneath the mutated pear trees, Chen Xiaofei once again led Su Duo in collecting fruits, while Qin Luo remained vigilant against mutated frogs. Baishu set off to search for survivors. After the siblings had eaten their fill, the younger sister fell asleep peacefully, while her brother guided Wang Weihua, informing him of the locations of fruit trees, mentioning that there was a row of loquat trees ahead, as many locals enjoyed planting fruit trees in front of their homes. Thus, this area was rich with mutated fruit trees, leaving Chen Xiaofei and Su Duo feeling blissfully dazed. How delightful! Why are all these mutated fruits so delicious? They mused, though they dared not ponder the nature of their nutrients. This region was currently populated mostly by mutated small animals, with few zombies in sight. The small creatures would even engage in mutual destruction. For instance, mutated frogs preyed on mutated insects, often resulting in fights that left them dead. The remains then served as nourishment for the trees. As for anything else, it was best not to dwell on it. After finishing their harvest in this area, Baishu, utilizing the mimicry of the flying squirrel's core, scoured the surroundings but found no new survivors. The siblings were indeed fortunate. By the time Chen Xiaofei, Su Duo, and Baishu returned, the siblings were sound asleep. They returned to their vehicle, closing the sunroof to prepare for rest. Wang Weihua glanced at the nearby mission and noted that other combat teams had already taken on assignments. They had been out for a considerable time and should head back to the base. Outside, they were on high alert, unable to relax, and thus decided to return. After listening to this, Qin Luo suggested, "Let us head back. We'll search along the way. If there are no survivors, we'll go straight to the base. Everyone needs to recuperate." The others had no objections. Each battle demanded intense mental and physical exertion, without returning to the base for rest. They certainly wouldn't be able to cope. Their team, 3A, was considered strong, consistently managing to complete multiple tasks simultaneously, while other teams would be utterly drained after completing a single assignment. This was why the Cheetah and Dove teams were always astonished to hear that 3A hadn't returned to the base. Let us go home. Chapter 78. Homecoming. On the return journey, a small group of individuals was rescued. After contacting the nearby logistics team, they awaited the arrival of personnel from the survivor base in City B to take them in. In total, there were over 80 of them, each emaciated and starving. The provisions that Team 3A had gathered were put to good use as the survivors devoured the food ravenously, their plight heartbreaking. Wang Weihua distributed bread and bottled water, saying, "Take your time, there's no rush." Baishu meticulously documented their circumstances. Qin Luo informed the logistics team from City B. "There are several mutated fruit trees in the town just a kilometer ahead. Since your team has a spatial ability user, it would be wise to collect them. We shouldn't let such resources go to waste. They bear pears and loquats, truly fine offerings. If it weren't for the sheer size of those mutated trees and the limitations of their storage space, they would have certainly taken more with them. The team captain's face lit up with excitement. Is that for real? Your team 3-8 is quite fortunate. Although mutated plants exist now, edible ones are scarce. So encountering these non-aggressive fruit trees is indeed a stroke of luck. Qin Luo merely nodded, encouraging go ahead. The small zombie, Mu Duo, wore a look of regret. Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, she felt satisfied. After all, it was better to let these resources be harvested than to rot in the fallen zone. Seeing her like this, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her hair. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. The small zombie happily scampered after him. With his long legs, Qin Luo walked swiftly, and for every step he took, Mu Duo had to take 3. Eventually, unable to resist the urge to check if she was keeping up, Qin Luo turned back, scooping her up under his arm and carrying her along. This is comfortable. Mu Duo was taken aback, pondering what this familiar yet pleasant feeling was. No need to walk, just being carried like a little accessory. Once everyone was back in the vehicle, they prepared to continue their journey, quickly arriving at the highway toll station. The road ahead was clear. Chun Xiaofei, chewing on a lollipop, vented from the passenger seat. Damn it, it's a good thing we came. If that scoundrel Jin Chuanxiong had really detonated, those dozens of people we rescued would have been in mortal danger. That was close. A small act had successfully saved those 80 individuals. Bai Shu couldn't help but add, people like him will surely meet their downfall when their backers fall. Qin Luo scoffed coldly. I'll go back and see where that guy has hidden. It's time for a reckoning. The incessant chatter was already unbearable. Qin Xiaofei perked up. No problem. I'll go find him. In the last row of the off-road vehicle, Zhou Siki glanced at the siblings beside her, relieved that the children were sleeping soundly. If they had heard such violent conversations, it would have been unimaginable. Since the children and Zhou Siki sat in the back, Mu Duo could only sit next to Qin Luo. Seizing the moment while Qin Luo conversed with Qin Xiaofei, she stealthily reached out with her tiny paw to grasp his tail, inching it closer when he didn't notice. Ultimately, she succeeded in holding it in her embrace, nuzzling her cheek against it, finding it soft and delightful. Qin Luo's ears inexplicably turned red. However, he maintained a fade of indifference. Qin Xiaofei, glancing back, remarked, Qin Gu, why are you turning red all of a sudden? Qin Luo retorted, it's cramped, it's hot. Bai Shu silently observed the exchange, chuckling to himself. When Qin Luo sighed in relief, Bai Shu suddenly interjected, if it's too cramped, our little squad leader could swap places and sit with me. Before he could finish, Qin Luo interjected fiercely, not a chance. With that, Chun Xiaofei burst into laughter, and Bai Shu couldn't contain his amusement either. Qin Luo's face turned crimson, and he buried his face in his hand, utterly mortified. The atmosphere grew awkward. The small zombie tilted her head, observing this and that, her little gray tail twitching in delight, until a large dog suddenly shivered. Ahem, enough of that. No more playing. Don't think I don't know you're sneaking a play with my tail. Qin Luo was both embarrassed and annoyed. The small zombie, though confused, felt guilty and obediently nodded, placing her little paw in her lap, sitting properly. Seeing her comply, Qin Luo felt a pang of discomfort, twisting his own heart in a knot. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately extended his tail towards her, saying, Here, feel free. Don't look so pitiful. The sight tugged at his heartstrings. Mu Duo didn't understand why he was suddenly willing to let her touch it again, but obediently hugged it back. For an honest child receives treats, while a stubborn one does not. The little zombie was indeed honest, so she got to cuddle the big tail, feeling joyous. Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu gasped, hastily silencing themselves before their captain truly lost his temper. Living on the edge of danger daily necessitated such mischievous antics. Otherwise, what joy would life hold? Zhou Siki envied the camaraderie among the teammates, as such close-knit relationships were rare, especially in the apocalypse, where many teams had suffered losses. New teammates could hardly compare to old comrades. Her expression grew a touch melancholic. Zhou Siki chose not to accompany the logistics team from City B, primarily wishing to meet with De Qiao first. In these times, every encounter was precious. Upon successfully arriving at the survivor base in Harbin, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally here, I'm back, Chun Xiaofei exclaimed as he disembarked, letting out a couple of yells to shake off the restlessness. Bai Shu appeared somewhat more relaxed. He always carried a tense demeanor when outside. After Wang Weihua exited the vehicle and handed it over for inspection, planning to take it for maintenance later, he noticed Zhou Siki's discomfort and kindly offered, "Shall I contact the Qiao to come pick you up?" Zhou Siki glanced at the time and gently replied, "No need. Just tell me how to get to the research center. I'll find her myself." It's not quite time for her to leave yet. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was engaged in a discussion with the small zombie about the items they had brought back. "Why are you so disdainful?" The mutated beings from City B said, "This is edible. It's not unlike bullfrogs, right?" They mentioned that the survivor base in City B sells them for 80 points each, so don't shortchange me. As they looked at the screen displaying a plethora of mutated frog corpses, Du Chunjiang was utterly distraught. "Ah, help. Why did you bring this back? You know how the food department goes wild over food. I really don't want to see this mutated frog meat in the cafeteria." She lamented while sorting through the supplies submitted by Team 3. "Hey, goodness. I've already had stir-fried mutated locusts with watermelon rind. I can't bear to eat this." Chapter 79. Do you have a little zombie at home? Qin Luo looked at his distant cousin, who was wailing, with a mischievous glint in his eye, and even offered a friendly suggestion. "You could avoid the cafeteria." Du Chunjiang gritted her teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "My monthly points won't allow me to feast on delicacies every meal. Besides, why shouldn't I enjoy the staff meals?" She felt utterly disheartened. The little zombie behind Qin Luo observed her and thought that this worker was quite unfortunate. Upon seeing Su Duo, Du Chunjiang's eyes lit up. "Hello, little darling. It's nice to see you again. Honestly, you shouldn't associate with someone like Team Qin. Working at the base is much better. You get 3 meals a day and a stable monthly salary without the need to venture into danger." Qin Luo raised his hand and rapped the table, saying, Hey, are you blatantly trying to poach my teammate? Why is everyone so enchanted by this little zombie?" He found it perplexing, but the moment he glanced down and met Su Duoduo's beautiful, fair face, he relented. "Well, who does this stunning little zombie belong to?" "Oh, it's mine." Qin Luo sighed and spread his hands, lamenting, "Alas, I can't help it. My striking looks have inadvertently made all my teammates exceptionally attractive, handsome, dashing, and adorable. Having such charming companions is indeed a burden." Du Chunjiang scoffed, "Get a grip. Little darling. It's best if you steer clear of him to avoid contracting the idiot virus." After saying this, she tossed a wristband filled with resources to Qin Luo, rolling her eyes in exasperation. It was truly intolerable. Qin Luo was unfazed, effortlessly fastening the wristband around his wrist. With a flourish, he remarked, TSK, I see you're jealous. Do you have a little zombie at home? I doubt it. Is there a more adorable zombie than this? I think not." Du Chunjiang was both annoyed and amused. After teasing her, Qin Luo, satisfied, departed with the little zombie. Su Duo turned back to glance at the worker, feeling a twinge of sympathy. She then returned and handed the worker a generous handful of white rabbit candy before scampering away. Du Chunjiang was astonished as she stared at the pile of candy before her, then at the little zombie who was gleefully following Qin Luo. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought, which little zombie could be so sweet? She choked back tears as she devoured 5 pieces of candy, lamenting her inability to care for a little zombie. After entering the base, Qin Luo spotted Chung Chung and Chung Ai, the siblings, standing somewhat helplessly by the entrance. "What's wrong? Is there no staff to take you to the nursery?" he inquired. Chung Chung, upon recognizing him, nodded eagerly. "Hello, big brother. The staff lady told us to wait here for a while until others come and take us." Before Qin Luo could respond, a staff member hurried over, apologizing, "I'm sorry, but there are currently no personnel available to escort you to the nursery. Could you please, Team Qin, take these 2 children there? We've just received a vehicle of survivors, and half of them are infected, so we truly cannot spare anyone." Watching the siblings' bewildered expressions, Qin Luo readily agreed. "No problem. You carry on with your work. I'll take them." The staff member sighed in relief, thanking him profusely. She then instructed the siblings, "Listen to your brother, okay? And he can't leave right now, but he will take you there. Don't be afraid of anything you see on the way." The staff member, a woman in her 40s named Zhang, quickly rummaged through her pocket and pulled out 3 pieces of fruit candy, giving one to each sibling and another to Su Duo Duo. All right, hurry along now. It's not permitted to linger at the base entrance. With that, Andy Zhang rushed off down another corridor, overwhelmed by the situation of the newly arrived survivors, half of whom had mutated, and the need to isolate the remaining, including several children. Su Duo Duo opened her mouth but remained silent, staring at the candy in her hand. She wanted to express that she truly didn't need the sweets. Her spatial storage was filled with plenty. Qin Luo chuckled as he observed the little zombies' dazed expression, realizing, "Oh dear, they think you're a child." In truth, Su Duo Duo wasn't particularly short, standing at 163 centimeters, which hardly made her a child. However, her pale face and wide, innocent eyes gave her a pitiful appearance that elicited sympathy. Qin Luo teased her, noting that she looked nothing like a child, merely a little zombie. Irritated, Su Duo Duo retorted that she was not a child and handed the candy to Cheng Ai, who sweetly said, "Thank you, sister." She simply nodded coolly, successfully reclaiming a modicum of dignity in front of a 3-year-old. Qin Luo nearly burst into laughter. "Cough, cough, all right, follow me. Let's take you two to the nursery." With one adult and 2 children, along with a little zombie, they managed to board the bus. They ensured that none of them bore any bloodstains that might frighten the other passengers. The bus was quite lively, as the base's transportation, aside from the rapid underground metro, was frequently at full capacity. Chung, observing the weapons in everyone's hands, widened his eyes and hugged his sister tightly. Before the apocalypse, he had only seen toy guns. He had never expected to see such a variety of real weapons on a bus. Qin Luo glanced back, saying, "Cool, right? Everyone in our team knows how to use a gun, including this sister beside you. When you grow up a bit, you can learn too." Chung gazed at the array of weapons with admiration, shyly admitting, "But I don't have any magic, and my sister is a girl. Using a gun doesn't seem right." Qin Luo raised an eyebrow and seized a moment for an impromptu lesson. Before the apocalypse, there were ordinary people who dealt with weapons daily to protect their homes and country. It has nothing to do with having powers. Besides, who says girls can't handle swords and guns? Everyone should learn to protect themselves. Those who can defend themselves are cool, but those who can protect others are even cooler. Look at your sister Duo Duo. Her weapon is a chainsaw. Do you know what that is? It roars to life and can take out a horde of zombies in one swing. It's incredible. Honestly, I didn't expect her to have a chainsaw. Qin Luo became increasingly animated as he spoke. TSK, truly astonishing. Duo Duo was so demure when she was in school. Who would have guessed? After the apocalypse, this little class monitor actually wielded a chainsaw? That's just too thrilling. He continued praising her. Chung transitioned from astonishment to learning, then to admiration, ultimately reaching a state of numbness. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Big brother, do you like Duo Duo, sister? Why else would you praise her so much?" 30 minutes passed, and Qin Luo was still on a roll. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words, his face turning visibly red as laughter erupted from those around him. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing to sink into the ground. Why are these people so nosy during the apocalypse? Just then, the bus announced, "Arriving at Luan District, please exit from the rear door. Next stop, Huoming District." Qin Luo swiftly scooped up the still-dazed little zombie in one arm and the siblings in the other, making a hasty exit. If he lingered any longer, his face would surely ignite. Chapter 80. The nursery. As Qin Luo exited the vehicle, he admonished Chung throughout the journey. Although children often speak without restraint, this was a rather inappropriate manner of communication. Chung nodded along outwardly, yet internally concluded that her shy older brother harbored feelings for the striking young lady. Adults are often contradictory in their expressions and emotions. The nursery presented itself as a vast, vibrant institution, resplendent in hues that unmistakably signified a haven for children. Resembling an oversized kindergarten, 2 security personnel stood at the entrance, not the typical elderly guards, but instead formidable individuals endowed with supernatural abilities, safeguarding the future of humanity. Beyond these 2, one could occasionally spot other empowered individuals patrolling the grounds. The cacophony of children's laughter echoed from the playground, coinciding perfectly with the end of school hours, as a throng of little ones frolicked about. oblivious to the concept of an apocalypse. They were vaguely aware that their current reality differed from the past. However, for the most part, life remained unchanged, save for the absence of their parents, which was compensated by the presence of numerous playmates. Chung, being a child herself, was captivated by the array of play equipment on the playground. Chung AI gazed longingly at the activities happening within. Qin Luo approached the security personnel to register, glancing at the little zombie, and casually assisted her with her signing as well. Mini Duo was also observing the scene, where adorably dressed teachers engaged the children in playful activities, rendering the place a veritable paradise for them. "Let us go," Qin Luo called to the little zombie after completing the registration, and she promptly followed him. Unexpectedly, they encountered a familiar face. Lu Chunwei spotted Qin Luo and Su Duo at first glance, waving her hands excitedly. "Hey, Captain Qin." Upon recognizing her, Qin Luo was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Chunwei, the wife of Zhao Gang, whom they had rescued at the service area along with their family. "What a coincidence to find you here," Lu Chunwei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I truly cannot express how grateful we are to you. Our family has been assigned to the survivor base in Harbin." Once she started speaking, her words flowed like a river. After their separation that day, they had been allocated to this area. They had hoped to find their benefactors, but were taken aback by the vastness of the base. Once individuals were assigned to specific districts, ordinary citizens required permission to visit others, fearing that the empowered might inadvertently frighten them due to the pollutants they could carry from their missions. Consequently, the base instituted a zoning policy where ordinary citizens remained in their assigned areas. Lu Chunwei's family found themselves in the Luban district. Due to their daughter's schooling needs, they connected with the nursery, which happened to require additional kitchen staff. Both she and her husband possessed commendable culinary skills and thus decided to contribute as chefs, preparing meals for the children. The kitchen was predominantly staffed by the parents of students, allowing them to cook together and share stories about their children, creating a hopeful daily routine. Lu Chunhui beamed as she recounted their previous struggles to secure housing, now enjoying free accommodation and meals in a 2-bedroom unit. Although their points were somewhat limited, it sufficed for their needs. The schooling expenses for their child were nearly covered by the base, leaving only a few personal purchases for toys and extracurricular books. Listening to this, Qin Luo felt a sense of relief, affirming that they could lead fulfilling lives. The couple were kind-hearted and honest individuals, grounded enough to thrive anywhere. Lu Chunhui expressed her gratitude. "If it weren't for you, Captain Qin, our family might still be at the service area, completely unaware of the world outside." Qin Luo assured her there was no need for such formalities. It was their duty. Lu Chunhui praised their heroism, lamenting how difficult it was to hear the broadcast of sacrifices, knowing that it was the younger generation who stood in front to protect their peaceful lives. The family learned of the remarkable reputation of Qin Luo's small team only after arriving at the base. Yet their concern for the safety of Team 3 remained unwavering. They prayed daily for their well-being, anxiously listening for any names on the sacrifice list, hoping none would belong to their saviors. With tears wiped away, Lu Chunhui enthusiastically invited Qin Luo and Su Duo to join them for a meal, suggesting that other children should come along too. While ordinary citizens could not cross zones, empowered individuals were free to move about, as they were required to be ready for missions at all times. However, Qin Luo politely declined her invitation, mentioning that the siblings had also lost their parents. If he could look after them, it would be greatly appreciated. They are new here and might feel uneasy, but once they adjust, they won't need much supervision. Lu Chunhui's heart ached at his words. In this world, surviving is a blessing. "Captain Qin, rest assured, I will take good care of these 2 children." She reassured him, "This nursery is truly wonderful. The teachers are kind, and the children are well-behaved. There are dormitories, classrooms, and activity areas, and the kids will adapt within a couple of days, soon forgetting their homesickness." Qin Luo observed the impressive facilities and agreed, asking her to assist the children with their registration while they took their leave to rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunhui remarked, "You've just returned from a mission? You must be exhausted. I want to insist, but please do visit us again for a meal when you have the time." Qin Luo smiled in agreement and called to the two children playing with a ball, instructing, "Stop playing and come here." Chung Chung, take your sister to register with your aunt. Chung Chung, who had been enjoying himself, felt his spirits dampen at the thought of entering a new environment, knowing that he would now be responsible for his sister in this unfamiliar place. He bit his lip, unable to suppress his unease. Qin Luo patted his shoulder, encouraging him to be strong and reminding him that help was available from the teachers. The nursery was undoubtedly the safest and happiest place for children. Chung Chung nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, brother and sister, for saving me and my sister. I will never forget it." Remembering that he had yet to give the child a photo, Qin Luo glanced at the little zombie in his possession. "Mini Duo, do you have a portable photo printer?" Thinking for a moment, Mini Duo nodded and promptly produced one. Qin Luo connected it to his wrist device's Wi-Fi and printed 2 photographs of Chung Chung's home, showcasing their 4-story building with the branches of a loquat tree peeking through. He handed one to each child, saying, "Here, essay photo for each of you. Your parents' loquat tree is a fair exchange for your safe arrival at the base. Wouldn't you agree?" This referred to the incident where Chung Chung had scolded Qin Xiaofei and Mini Duo for picking loquats. Instantly, Chung Chung broke into a smile, and upon seeing her brother's joy, Chung Ai giggled along. Qin Luo felt reassured, sharing in their laughter. "Good, now that you're smiling, focus on settling in and taking care of your sister, all right?" Chung Chung nodded shyly, his mood significantly improved, no longer appearing lost. As Mini Duo looked at Qin Luo again, she felt he radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Indeed, the big dog was a truly good person. Chapter 81. The new era of the apocalypse. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Lu Chunhui and sending off the 2 siblings, Qin Luo strolled back with Su Duo. The area inhabited by ordinary humans evoked memories of the pre-apocalyptic world, aside from the newly constructed high-rise buildings. The streets lined with shops and the sight of vendors setting up stalls near the school entrance created an illusion that the apocalypse had never occurred. As they walked, the little zombie suddenly halted, wanting to explore the surroundings. She tugged at Qin Luo's clothing, startling him. "What's wrong? Don't you want to leave? Should I carry you?" Qin Luo was puzzled. Su Duo pointed toward the pedestrian street, blinking eagerly. Understanding her desire, Qin Luo relented. "All right, let us go." "Where do you want to go?" The little zombie beamed with joy, pulling at his sleeve as they ventured forth, a rare outing for her. At first, Qin Luo found it amusing that a zombie would enjoy shopping, but soon he noticed her wide-eyed curiosity, her grip on his sleeve unwavering. 10 minutes later, realization dawned upon him. If you wanted to go on a date, you could have just said so. Why pretend to window shop? He teased, feeling a flush of embarrassment. How can a young lady like you be so forward? Su Duo, oblivious to his musings, continued to pull him along, her focus on the vibrant surroundings. The Luan district, as a living space for ordinary humans, bore a striking resemblance to the past, with about 80% similarity, yet there were notable differences. For instance, the once commonplace supermarkets had transformed into luxury boutiques, and many items had become scarce commodities. Pre-apocalypse snacks, cosmetics, and daily necessities now commanded exorbitant prices, often several times higher than before. New snacks and alternatives, researched post-apocalypse, had emerged at more reasonable prices, though they lacked the finesse of their predecessors. Nowadays, even simple footwear was treated with care, as most people could scarcely afford to replace them. Gone were the days of carefree consumerism. It now felt like a return to an era of scarcity, despite the buildings appearing more modern than ever. Due to a shortage of housing for ordinary people, construction had soared vertically, transforming flat land into a bustling cityscape, with colorful neon signs illuminating the bustling high-rise pedestrian streets, creating a distinctly magical atmosphere. It was easy to become disoriented, gazing up at the skyline, a stark reminder of the new world order that awaited completion. In time, society would undoubtedly stratify into distinct tiers. Qin Luo was astounded. Each brief departure seemed to yield a drastically changed landscape upon his return. It was reminiscent of Lu Laolao's first venture into the Grandview Garden. An elderly vendor nearby chuckled. "You heroes, always off on missions. likely have no idea what is happening. Once the upper city is complete, there will be rapid transit systems, transforming travel across levels into a matter of mere moments. Qin Luo was taken aback, pondering the implications of lower-level residents encountering the less refined upper-tier inhabitants. The vendor, waving a large fan, interjected, Now, don't speak nonsense. The headquarters has decreed that anyone caught throwing object from above will face severe consequences. 10 years of hard labor. Duo listened, captivated by the fantastical new world unfolding before her. The vendor, a loquacious sort, was selling little goldfish, not ordinary fish, but peculiar creatures with legs that could hop, touted as newly discovered low-pollution mutant animals, perfect for children. Would you like to bring one for your girlfriend? They're delightful and easy to care for. Qin Luo's cheeks flushed at the mention of a girlfriend, stammering, She's not even my girlfriend yet. He glanced down at the little zombie, who was engrossed in play, and when she looked up at him with curiosity, his heart raced unsteadily, prompting him to turn away, his ears aflame. The vendor, somewhat hard of hearing, finally grasped the situation after a moment. Young man, how do you expect to pursue someone with such a timid demeanor? If you like her, just go for it. Don't be shy like a bashful maiden. Qin Luo's face burned with embarrassment at the old man's words. How can you eavesdrop like that? He protested. Why? Speaking is meant to be heard. The vendor retorted, his tone growing stern. In my day, I pursued my wife from our homeland to foreign lands, from student days to becoming colleagues. Qin Luo, despite his nonchalant exterior, felt the sting of embarrassment. The vendor's words struck a chord, and in a fit of flustered energy, he scooped up the little zombie and hurried away, disappearing from sight in mere seconds. The vendor chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. What a timid lad. He is even more bashful than I was. Young people these days won't find a partner if they remain so shy. After bidding farewell to the young teacher who passed by, the vendor resumed his musings. If it weren't for the resemblance to my younger self, I wouldn't be so chatty with him. Don't you agree, my dear? He murmured to the photograph he held close to his heart, a poignant reminder of days gone by. Chapter 82. The addicted little zombie. Qin Luo accompanied the little zombie on a leisurely stroll, merely observing the surroundings without making any purchases. They did not compete with the ordinary people for resources. In this apocalyptic world, survival for the average person has become exceedingly difficult, and the available bases prioritize supplying them. Consequently, even those with special abilities often find themselves unable to acquire certain items, while ordinary citizens are deprived of the privileges granted to the gifted. It is, in a sense, equitable. The human territories are thus, where those with powers cannot linger for too long, otherwise their wristbands will emit warnings. After their excursion, the duo returned home, feeling a sense of relief upon reaching their residential community. All right then, let's all head back to our own abodes and rest well. We shall gather again later. Qin Luo remarked, yawning as he sent the little zombie to her doorstep before entering his own home, his fatigue momentarily evident as he squinted his eyes. Mu Duo watched him enter before returning to her own cozy space. She busied herself with tidying up, then settled on the windowsill with a mutated bat's core to enjoy her time. This was her favorite spot. The towering walls of the base provided her with comfort, and she noticed that they seemed to have widened since her last visit. From a 19th floor, she could see the community below and some streets beyond. The greenery that had been uprooted by the recent typhoon had rejuvenated, and the sight of lush foliage was quite soothing. After consuming a core, Mu Duo reflected on her evolving appetite. Previously, one core would satiate her, but now a one-star core only left her feeling about 80% full. Perhaps this was what they referred to as evolution? She pondered, her occasionally sluggish mind working through the concept. Following the core, she retrieved a bag of chips, now able to discern about 15% of the flavors, a significant improvement from before, and her spirits lifted as a result. While munching on chips and mutated loquats, she still felt unsatisfied, prompting her to take out the diluted core solution given to her by Professor G, flavored like strawberries. It appeared like a pink juice, and tasted pleasantly sweet and sour. Could it truly be flavored? Suddenly, she recalled Professor G mentioning that this concoction contained beneficial trace elements. However, Consuming it felt more like a light beverage after a meal rather than providing the fullness that a core would. Sipping the diluted core solution while leaning against a cushion, Muduo pulled out her tablet and began scrolling, officially indulging her online addiction. Upon logging in, she discovered that the forum had undergone significant reforms. Each user's personal homepage now featured fan count, a stark contrast to the previous simplistic style where users could only view posts or search for keywords. The headquarters, perhaps concerned about the community's morale, had revamped the forum, which had previously been mocked for its outdated appearance. In response to the outcry, the officials hastily updated the platform to accommodate the community's demands. Thus, personal homepages now included options for fans and following, although mutual following was required for private messaging. To her astonishment, Muduo found that her follower count had surpassed 10,000. The official certification on her profile read, "The only little zombie in the base," complete with a cute emoticon. Stunned, the little zombie stared at her tablet, frozen for 10 minutes. The sole post on her page was the one with the most likes, depicting her wielding a chainsaw against a monstrous zombie, her expression strikingly stoic. Beside her, Qin Luo sported wolf-like ears and flowing hair, his hands crackling with electric energy. Chun Xiaofei appeared in a semi-mimetic form, using wind abilities to disrupt the zombie. Wang Weihui was captured in mid-punch, his muscular arms showcasing immense power. Bai Shu had just arrived to provide support as the Rose team retreated, taking over the monster distraction. The zombie monster they faced was caught mid-attack by the lightning, its agony vividly portrayed, with numerous knives embedded in its body and its abdomen caved in from powerful punches. The photograph, whose origin was unknown, conveyed both horror and intensity. The post, titled "Terrifying," the 3A team's all-out assault, had just been published that morning and already garnered over 100,000 replies. Muduo, after recovering from her astonishment, began to scroll through the comments, oblivious to the fervor surrounding the forum during her absence. The responses were explosive. "Oh my gosh. Does the 3A team have to be this cool? Wait, is that the little zombie? What a fearsome creature. I adore her fighting style. She's wielding a chainsaw. Those delicate hands and that lovely dress. How is she so fierce? Incredible. Luo Shun's abilities must have leveled up. Their combat is so stable. Is Luo Shun a canine? He looks so stunning. This is insane. That zombie monster resembles a giant, but even more grotesque. Wang Gu is phenomenal. His jumping ability is impressive, and his punches are devastating. Is Bai Shu a sniper? His marksmanship is extraordinary. Bai Shu is so impressive. I love his precision. I'm dying from envy. I wish I could join the 3A team. I can't believe it. Joining the 3A team would be a dream come true. Of course, a few cynical voices emerged, albeit in fewer numbers, questioning Muduo's authenticity, pointing out her pristine appearance amidst the chaos. Yet, defenders quickly countered, highlighting the craftsmanship of her dress, which was clearly of exquisite quality, suggesting it must possess attributes that keep it clean. Thus, the vibrant atmosphere of the forum reflected admiration and envy, as the 3A team's prowess in battle was unanimously acknowledged, solidifying their reputation in the community. Chapter 83. The exquisite dress. Many individuals expressed their curiosity and inquired about the origin of this stunning dress. Currently, the majority of artisan-type abilities possess a secure livelihood, receiving state support. Acquiring specialized attire and accessories imbued with attributes, one must either diligently complete tasks to earn substantial rewards in the form of artisan vouchers from headquarters, or resort to purchasing from the black market, or pay exorbitant prices at smaller shops. This particular ability user clearly understood the intricacies of such matters and began to educate those on the forum who were seeking knowledge. Purchasing garments with attributes is no simple feat, he explained. Such private boutiques are exceedingly rare, and their prices are steep. One such establishment is the alchemist Xiao Lin's treasure trove, located near the city center. For those intrigued, it is worth a visit. However, this esteemed proprietor is quite discerning. Entry is not guaranteed unless one catches his fancy, or else they may find themselves barred from entry. Upon hearing this, others were taken aback. Is there truly such a distinctive owner? The ability user offered a friendly warning to the forum participants, This alchemist has a peculiar temperament and holds grudges. It is wise not to offend the items he produces. The skirt worn by the little zombie from Team 3A costs tens of thousands of points at the very least. Just observe the price of such garments. How could they possibly lack anti-soiling attributes? Upon reading this, the forum members collectively gasped. Tens of thousands of points for a dress. My heavens, is this madness? I was considering purchasing a set of these beautiful dresses. Excuse me, I just tagged the little zombie. When will the forum implement a withdrawal feature for tags? Oh no, how humiliating. Tens of thousands of points for a single dress. Is such extravagance necessary? How can a newcomer afford that? Team 3, it must have quite the privileges. Is this the realm of the elite? A dress costing tens of thousands of points while I struggle with my rent of 2,000 points each month, living frugally. Isn't it reasonable? Team 3A is a formidable force, even more so in this apocalyptic era. They undertake perilous tasks, so it's no wonder they accumulate points rapidly. Last time, the mutated bat's core provided them ample resources, making a dress at that price manageable. Those lamenting their inability to afford 2,000 points for rent. How timid can you be? If you don't take on tasks, don't complain about your poverty. The conversation gradually veered off course, shifting to discussions about whether to risk accepting tasks. Muduo, after processing the information, realized she had gained notoriety. Her personal page was inundated with followers calling her wife and husband, praising her adorableness, and inquiring about her experience with zombification. Little Zombie was incensed. What sort of question was that? What sensation could zombification possibly entail? Certainly not a pleasant one. Her mind felt sluggish, akin to a faulty signal tower, intermittently receiving coherent thoughts. Who could feel comfortable in such a state? With a click, the door swung open, revealing Qin Luo and Bai Shu, who entered carrying breakfast. An enticing aroma of fried delicacies wafting through the air. Little Zombie salivated at the scent. Mu Duo gulped, while Qin Luo and the others exchanged shoes in conversation. These individuals, having their fill, seemed to enjoy squabbling on the forum. They should be accepting more tasks instead. Upon raising his gaze, Qin Luo was startled to find Mu Duo awake so early. Bai Shu quickly pointed out that she hadn't tea changed from last night. How did you surmise she just woke up? She asked, still holding her tablet, looking dazed. Clearly, she was up late online, perhaps even all night. Pushing up his glasses, he deduced the situation with calmness. Chun Xiaofei and Wang Weihua, just rousing from slumber, yawned at the door and inquired, "Who stayed up late?" Qin Luo, stunned for a moment, strode over to pick up the little zombie. "What's this? You been up all night?" As the class monitor. "What punishment shall I impose for your misdeeds? How about writing a 1,000-word reflection?" Feeling guilty, Mu Duo tucked her tablet away and feigned ignorance, as she often found herself lost in thought. Qin Luo saw through her act. You dare play innocent? Go take a shower. Since this is your first offense, I'll let it slide. But next time, you want to be so fortunate. With that, he ushered her into the bathroom, lifting her as if she were weightless, and swiftly closed the door behind her. Wang Weihua arranged the breakfast and, observing the scene, questioned, "What is going on with Qin this early?" The class monitor shrugged off the late-night escapade, believing as long as the little zombie was happy, it mattered not. Bai Shu disapproved as a parent. One cannot overly indulge a child. Wang Weihua was puzzled. Chun Xiaofei, still bleary-eyed and munching on a limited supply of fried dough sticks, innocently asked, "When did Wang become a parent? Who is his child?" Bai Shu coolly responded, "Your mother. Who else?" With a smirk, he added, "I'm your father, dear child. Call me Dad." Chun Xiaofei, taken aback for a moment, exploded in rage, leaping up to confront Bai Shu. "You're finished, by mouse. Let us settle this once and for all. Who is your child? I'm your father, and Wang is your mother." Wang Weihua, now reluctantly playing the role of a husband, glanced at the captain lecturing the little zombie by the bathroom door, then at his two teammates, whose intellect seemed stunted. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. What sort of teammates were these? He remained unperturbed, ignoring the bickering between Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei, calmly enjoying his noodles. The new research on mutated beef noodles from the cafeteria was delectable. The handmade noodles were perfectly chewy, though they were pricey and hard to come by, with fried dough sticks limited to half a stick per person for 12 points each. Outrageous. As Team 3A finally sat down to a proper breakfast, 30 minutes had already passed. Qin Luo, after a few bites to satisfy his hunger, began drying little zombie-s hair. Mu Duo relished wontons made with mutated shrimp, slurping contentedly. Bai Shu, adjusting his broken glasses, calmly sipped peanut soup, while Qin Xiaofei, with a bite mark on his face, gnawed furiously on his fried dough stick. Wang Weihua remained composed, slurping his fourth bowl of noodles. After all, ability users had hearty appetites. Da Xiao announced, "Your 1 million points have just been credited." At the mention of the 1 million points, everyone perked up, feeling they could acquire ample equipment. Qin Luo recalled an important matter. The dresses did not seem to mention possessing cleaning attributes. They should seek out the mysterious proprietor to clarify, lest Mu Duo's spatial abilities be exposed. Chapter 84. A chance encounter. The matters concerning space are of utmost significance. They were not about to let their guard down, so after finishing breakfast, they set out together, intending to visit that quaint little shop in the city center. Did not the proprietor boast of his elusive nature? The last time they visited the shop, there was merely a mechanical parrot and a wooden puppet, leaving them uncertain if they could indeed connect with the elusive owner. As Qin Xiaofei stepped outside, he muttered anxiously, his worry palpable. Wang Weihua reassured him, stating that if such items were displayed in the shop, the owner must be aware of them. After all, the place was laden with surveillance cameras. Could the owner truly neglect his own merchandise? Qin Luo suggested they would ascertain the situation upon arrival, acknowledging the validity in Wang's words. Bai Shu silently adjusted his spectacles, having cracked the previous pair in a moment of folly that morning. Upon noticing, Qin Xiaofei snorted disdainfully, deciding to sever ties with Bai for 3 days. He was still nursing a sore face, and this fellow's mischief was more ruthless than his own. Su Duo, with her voluminous hair, surveyed her surroundings with delight, reveling in the company of her friends as they ventured out together. As the 3A team descended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, Zhang Qi and Mu Enya, who were engaged in conversation. "Ah, it's the little zombie. Bauer, it's so wonderful to see you again," exclaimed Mu Enya, rushing over to embrace Su Duo, nuzzling affectionately against her. "You smell divine. What brand of shampoo do you use?" Taken off guard, Qin Luo quickly pulled Su Duo back into his embrace, eyeing Mu Enya with suspicion. "Why do you always feel the need to hug and kiss your relatives so freely?" He recalled the last incident when Mu Enya had unexpectedly planted a kiss on Su Duo's cheek. Mu Enya, seeing her friend whisked away, replied with exasperation. "What is wrong with greeting her? Clearly, Bauer enjoys our closeness too." Indeed, Su Duo was pleasantly surprised to see her, as Mu Enya's appearance reminded her of friends from her pre-apocalyptic life. Although her memories had grown hazy over time, the moment she saw Mu Enya, a familiar warmth enveloped her. She retrieved a talisman from her spatial pocket, indicating that she remembered Mu Enya fondly. Mu Enya's face lit up with joy. "I knew it. You haven't forgotten me." She was nearly bouncing with excitement. Su Duo smiled shyly, only to be spirited away by Mu Enya to converse about girlhood topics. Qin Luo watched, feeling a pang of heartache as his little zombie was so effortlessly pulled away, suppressing his emotions. Qin Xiaofei clucked his tongue, pitying Qin Luo. "The class leader has abandoned you." Bai Shu, maintaining his composure, adjusted his glasses and joined the fray, adopting an announcer's tone, caring for the lonely elderly. "Get lost," Qin Luo shouted at them. Wang Weihua sighed deeply, observing his unreliable captain and teammates. "Hello, Team Zhang." Zhang Qi chuckled at the sight of the trio, playfully bickering. "Your team seems quite close-knit." Wang Weihua felt a twinge of embarrassment. Who would have guessed that the formidable 3A team, known for their prowess, would behave so amiably behind closed doors? He managed an awkward smile. The two exchanged updates on their latest missions and shared anecdotes from their endeavors. "The situation in city I had been tumultuous lately, having recently endured a severe typhoon that caused extensive damage, flooding the city and complicating weapon collection efforts. The headquarters had initially considered establishing a small base inland, but it appeared they would have to evacuate everyone instead." Upon hearing Zhang Qi speak of serious matters, Qin Luo and the others leaned in closer. As a coastal city, It was not surprising that I suffered greatly during typhoon season, especially in these apocalyptic times with increasingly severe weather. Clearly, coastal cities were becoming untenable for survival. An evacuation was a matter of time. Baishu calmly noted that they had initially contemplated heading to City I, but after much deliberation, they opted to go to City C for supplies instead. In hindsight, that decision seemed quite prudent. Qin Luo remarked, if City I also needs to evacuate, the pressure on our three major bases will intensify. The population is already skyrocketing, and incorporating the survivors from City I will lead to a crisis. Currently, the entire nation was struggling, and the headquarters advocated for establishing survivor bases in other regions. Unfortunately, either the geographical locations were unsuitable or luck was against them, as evidenced by the situation in City are beset by mutated banyan trees. The three major bases benefited from early preparations and favorable locations, prompting headquarters to invest considerable resources in their establishment, hoping to use them as a stronghold to aid other cities. However, the current circumstances were dire, with more cities succumbing to ruin. Was humanity destined to dwell solely within these three bases? Such a fate would be exceedingly stifling. Chen Xiaofei, unable to contain his thoughts, murmured, humanity has occupied this world for so long. Is it time for a change? Will mutated animals and plants seize the earth? Yet those creatures lack emotion, driven solely by the instinct to consume and evolve, leading to a world drenched in blood and chaos. This topic cast a heavy shadow over the group. Zhang Qi sighed in response. There is no choice but to take it one step at a time. We must focus on our own tasks. While City C had yet to be fully reclaimed, hope still lingered. The last mission undertaken by the 3A team had involved rescuing many areas. Suddenly, Zhang Qi spoke up. It's a pity about Ping'an County in City C. I heard you managed to bring back some supplies from there last time. If only your team had a spatial ability user then, all of it could have been safely returned to the base, rather than being devoured and contaminated by the swamp monsters. Such a vast granary. Qin Luo and the others felt a twinge of guilt, but also relief. Thankful that Su Duo had managed to collect everything. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by those monsters. Baishu pretended to lament, in these apocalyptic times, failing to collect resources promptly is indeed a loss. Zhang Qi echoed, indeed. Chen Xiaofei could not help but whisper to Qin Luo, Baishu is truly cunning. He spins tales without batting an eye. Qin Luo could only click his tongue, not particularly surprised. Baishu had always been devious, and no one in their team was simple-minded. Even Wang Weihua, despite his goofy smile, was quite astute. Su Duo was also privy to much gossip with Muenya, while understanding that the situation outside was deteriorating. The resources around the three major bases have been thoroughly scavenged, leaving only the more challenging areas to explore. Future missions would undoubtedly become more arduous. Muenya, looking somewhat disheartened, said, on this return, our team lost 4 members. Since the onset of the apocalypse, far too many familiar faces have disappeared. I'm genuinely glad to see you all again, because no one knows when we might meet next. Chapter 85. Entering the store with a face scan, although Muenya had longed to meet Su Duo and befriend her, their encounters were infrequent due to the squad's constant missions. This reunion felt like fate. Noticing Muenya's melancholic demeanor, Su Duo returned the protective talisman to her. Muenya's cheeks flushed as she hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, I am not asking for the talisman back. That was not her intention at all. Su Duo, however, placed it back around her neck and began typing rapidly on her tablet. I consider myself fortunate, so I share it with you. Shouldn't she be regarded as lucky? Although she had turned into a zombie, she retained her consciousness. The team that eliminated zombies consisted of old classmates who were willing to take her along. Had she encountered another squad or individuals wary of complications, she might have been promptly shot down, unable to act coherently, and thus her story would have ended prematurely in the early days of the apocalypse. She would never have made it back to the base. Instead, she found herself surrounded by good companions, forming new friendships, and feeling even happier than before the apocalypse, because she was no longer alone. Su Duo pondered slowly for quite some time before she felt a sense of luck, whether it was for psychological comfort or to offer Muenya some positive reinforcement. She was determined to impart some strength, wishing for her to regain her vitality swiftly. In a world ravaged by despair, a fractured mindset could lead to dire consequences. She hoped for Mu Inya's well-being. As Mu Inya observed the protective talisman that had journeyed from her to the little zombie, she felt the goodwill return to her in double measure. Who could remain unmoved by such kindness? Holding back tears, Mu Inya embraced the little zombie, sobbing, "You are truly wonderful. Let's be friends. Once the apocalypse is over, we won't have to undertake missions anymore. We can shop and enjoy bubble tea together." Wandering around aimlessly, Su Duo nodded in agreement and returned the embrace, gently patting her back to console her. Mu Inya was the first person to actively seek friendship with her after she had transformed into a zombie. The little zombie cared deeply for her. After Zhang Qi concluded his serious discussion with Qin Luo, he beckoned a reluctant Mu Inya to leave. They had just finished a mission, and both their spirits and energies were nearly depleted. They desperately needed to return to their quarters for a proper rest. Mu Inya planted a kiss on Su Duoduo's cheek and said, "I'm off, darling. I hope we can meet again before the next mission." She promised to cherish the talisman, which had turned into a symbol of goodwill. Henceforth, whenever she thought of it, she wouldn't just remember her family, but also her little zombie friend, Su Duo. Su Duo nodded emphatically and pulled out a large bag of food from her space, stuffing it into Mu Inya's arms. Shocked, Mu Inya momentarily forgot her sorrow and exclaimed, You're giving me all this? You three are truly generous." In these times, food had become increasingly precious. The little zombie provided her with a hefty bag filled with high-calorie energy bars, snacks, and canned goods. Lacking a storage card, Mu Inya handed it over to Zhang Qi for safekeeping. "How can I possibly thank you for this? Should I offer myself in return?" she said coyly, her demeanor bashful. Qin Luo and Zhang Qi's expressions darkened instantly. One rushed to shield the little zombie, while the other sternly urged Mu Inya to leave, warning, "If you utter another word of nonsense, all the snacks will be confiscated." Mu Inya protested, "Hey, Zhang Qi, why are you like this? I was just joking." As she departed, she winked at the little zombie. The unspoken understanding between girls was immediate, causing Su Duo to smile. She recognized that Mu Inya had affections for Zhang Qi on one hand. It was a playful tease for herself, and, on the other, a deliberate provocation towards him. If Zhang Qi truly wished to play along, he was not quite a match for Mu Inya's playful spirit. Qin Luo, oblivious to the nuances, remained in a state of shock, bewildered by the audacity of others to encroach upon his territory. Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Chun Xiaofei stood in a row, watching the unfolding drama with amusement. They shook their heads repeatedly. As Chun Xiaofei passed by Qin Luo, he patted his shoulder and remarked, "Brother Qin, you're done for. You've fallen head over heels. Just look at how you protect the little class leader. And you call that not liking her?" Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and joined in, commenting sarcastically, "She's merely a shield for my truth or dare games." Wang Weihua scrutinized Qin Luo, hesitating before finally stating, "Sometimes, you shouldn't be too stubborn with your words." Qin Luo, "Someone save him. Lock up these three troublemakers. It seems like they might actually perish if they go a single day without teasing him." The trio was thoroughly entertained, reveling in Qin Luo's embarrassment. Oh, how delightful. As for the little zombie, she seemed to grasp only part of the situation. Turning to the blushing big dog, she contemplated for a moment before being abruptly interrupted. "Why are you staring at me? Stop overthinking. Let us go buy you a little dress." Qin Luo, his face flushed, said this before striding away. He had come to terms with his feelings, so what? He liked Su Duo and that was that. If he were to be forthright, what could those three troublemakers possibly use to tease him? As for confessions, Qin Luo believed that Su Duo was currently in a fog. She wouldn't comprehend his feelings. Moreover, such matters should be confirmed when both parties are in a fully conscious state. Otherwise, it would be rather strange. The unexpectedly pure-hearted Qin Luo adhered to a principled approach to relationships, taking things step by step. Such inner musings were best kept private, lest Bai Shu and the others mock him further. Seeing that Qin Luo had left, Su Duo paused her thoughts and hurried to catch up with him. The 3A team ambled onto the bus, heading towards Guangming Road in the city center. Upon arriving at the familiar street again, they found themselves at the treasure shop of alchemist Shaolin, where they noticed a few people squatting at the entrance, looking bewildered and distressed. Wang Weiwa couldn't help but ask, "What you all doing here? Are you going in or not?" The individuals sitting at the door, forlorn, replied, "We can't get in." Their words were nonsensical. Chun Xiaofei noticed the sign on the door clearly indicated it was open for business. "Isn't the door open? Why don't you just push it open? Can you not open doors?" His words seemed to strike a nerve, causing the group to shudder and become even more disheartened. They whimpered, "The owner won't let us in. He discriminates against us. I'm going to report him to headquarters." What kind of owner selects customers based on looks? There must be a limit to such capriciousness. What kind of bizarre owner is this? Qin Luo and the others fell silent. Entering a store based on looks? Is that even a rule? Suddenly, Qin Luo gasped, realizing why they hadn't felt it. Everyone in their squad was with him. Handsome, dashing, and adorable. They had strolled right in last time. How shameless can you be, boasting here? If you can't get in later, don't come crying. The disheartened newcomers raised their heads to indignantly curse, only to freeze upon seeing Qin Luo and his companions. Chapter 86. Welcome ceremony. The aesthetic appeal of Team 3A is undoubtedly commendable. Even Wang Weiwa, with his handsome and refined features, despite his somewhat goofy smile, possesses an undeniable charm, not to mention the distinctive qualities of Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei, the former being a gentlemanly rogue, and the latter a cheerful and sunny young man. Qin Luo stands out as the epitome of beauty. His visage is so striking that even 3D modeling would hesitate to replicate it. Deep-set eyes and a high, straight nose render him an absolute heartthrob. A small zombie peeked out from behind Qin Luo, displaying a snow-white face and exquisite features, with eyes that resembled paintings. Today, she donned a sky-blue Lolita dress, exquisitely delicate and undeniably luxurious. A few newcomers were left utterly mesmerized. Chun Xiaofei chuckled, questioning the reliability of this store. Surely, it couldn't merely be about looks. Bai Shu calmly interjected, stating that the evaluation also considers strength. The establishment assesses one's worth to ensure a fair experience. After all, should something be damaged within, the repercussions could be life-altering. The thought of laboring endlessly to repay debts was indeed grim. Recently, this store had gained notoriety on forums, attracting numerous newcomers eager to join the spectacle. It was reasonable for the owner to impose restrictions. Otherwise, a horde of people could inadvertently cause chaos and damage. While the truth may be harsh, it was nevertheless accurate. The newcomers, realizing they couldn't afford to spend tens of thousands of points, nodded in agreement and wisely retreated, heeding the adage that listening to advice leads to sustenance. In a flurry, they departed. Wang Weihua shook his head, bemused by the persistence of naive youth. Chun Xiaofei joined in the laughter, noting how even the store's parrot exhibited a rather snobbish demeanor, suggesting the owner was indeed discerning. Although somewhat unethical and absurd, it was ultimately a private establishment, and such transactions required mutual consent. As Qin Luo pushed open the glass door, a melodious chime resonated, followed by the unexpected eruption of a firecracker, showering colorful confetti. A mechanical parrot squawked in a raspy voice, enthusiastically welcoming them. Meanwhile, a clown puppet sprang from behind the counter, shedding its earlier arrogance, and approached them with a genteel bow. "Oh, dear customers, we're delighted to welcome you once more." The four, including the small zombie, stood in stunned silence, perplexed by the unusual warmth of the greeting. What's going on? Why such enthusiasm this time? Is there a hidden agenda behind this cordiality? Qin Luo questioned skeptically. The clown puppet waved its hands dramatically. "Oh no. Our owner wishes to express gratitude for the invaluable advertising provided by Team 3A. We have prepared this special ceremony in appreciation, hoping you will enjoy it." Its movements were as animated as its voice was monotonous, creating a rather comical contrast. Chun Xiaofei couldn't help but jest, likening the puppet to a beleaguered employee forced to perform. Wang Weihua observed that the shop had significantly refreshed its inventory, piquing his interest. Bai Shu boldly speculated, "How much has your owner profited from our fame? Surely, It must be in the millions of points, considering a single dress sells for hundreds of thousands. While many were merely here to spectate, a fair number of competent customers likely contributed to the earnings. He adjusted his glasses and smiled. Is this all there is to the welcome ceremony? No tangible benefits? Clearly caught off guard by the guest's astuteness, the clown puppet faltered. The mechanical parrot squawked in alarm. Oh my God! Shielding its face with its mechanical wings, adding to the absurdity of the scene. Chun Xiaofei laughed. This parrot has quite the flair. In Team 3A, Wang Weihua typically acted as the diplomat, facilitating interactions, while Bai Shu managed the finances. Chun Xiaofei took on exploratory roles, and Qin Luo was responsible for strategic decisions. This arrangement had always sufficed. As Bai Shu conversed with the clown puppet, the others began to peruse the shop. Qin Luo and Chun Xiaofei were immediately captivated by the colorful skirts, which now included a new accessories wall adorned with various hairpieces and jewelry. Oh look, there are traditional style dresses this time. This ink wash design is stunning. Qin Luo exclaimed, picking up a black and white modified traditional dress that reached the knee, featuring a round neckline and slanted placket, appearing quite appealing. Chun Xiaofei noticed weapons displayed on the left wall, particularly an exquisite long sword. Hey Qin, that dress would pair perfectly with this sword. It looks so cool. The two began to strike poses, realizing the aesthetic compatibility of their selections. This is great. But what about hair accessories? This dress deserves something special. What style should we choose? Hairpins, hair clasps, or headbands? Why are there so many options? It's overwhelming. Qin Luo felt dizzy from the multitude of choices and promptly summoned the wandering small zombie. Quickly pick something. Many stared at the wall of accessories, equally bewildered. Her mind momentarily blank. Qin Luo realized, oh no, she is unreliable. How will she choose? Chun Xiaofei pointed at a large red flower and exclaimed, this one is perfect. It's very eye-catching. If our squad leader wears it, we'll always spot her. Bai Shu, having concluded his conversation, glanced at Chun Xiaofei's choice of the red flower, aghast. What kind of taste is that? Qin Luo also disapproved, finding the flower gaudy. Wang Weihua, initially interested in the weapons, succumbed to curiosity and joined them. Their priority was to equip the small zombie, their beloved treasure, as the team's safety depended on her. The male members found their options straightforward, while the female needed more delicate selections. In reality, the four men were simply indulging in a dress-up game, stubbornly refusing to admit it. Many cooperated, trying on whatever they brought, as she too adored the skirts and had earned 1,000,000 points to spend. Each time she emerged, the four would shower her with compliments about her figure and how wonderful she looked in any dress. Qin Luo and the others beamed with satisfaction. These 3 sets are a must. I thought your owner only dealt in trendy items, but who knew they also offered traditional styles? Qin Luo cheerfully proceeded to pay. The clown puppet, having just been taken advantage of by Bai Shu for a discount, was feeling a bit down, but it was still courteous to such a major customer. Having completed their purchases, they turned to discuss important matters. We need to contact your owner for a few inquiries. How can we reach him? Chapter 87. The alchemist's small business. The jester puppet seemed taken aback by the question of who the owner was, momentarily frozen in place. The mechanical parrot squawked loudly, Caw, caw, find a boss, find a boss. Qin Luo and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. After a brief pause, the jester puppet politely inquired, May I ask what brings you to seek the owner? Qin Luo replied, There's a matter to discuss. If we cannot meet in person, a phone call would suffice. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted from behind the small door at the counter, followed by a clattering sound, as if something had been knocked over. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu immediately became alert, asking what was that. The mechanical parrot continued its frantic cries. It's over. Shaolin is finished. Shaolin is finished. The jester puppet covered its face, crying out in distress as it twirled around and hopped behind the counter, opening the door with a click. Immediately, a voice rang out from within, "Bu-bu, do not let anyone in." The entire 3A team heard this high-pitched voice, and they leaned in to peer through the small door. Many of them craned their necks to catch a glimpse inside, discovering a boy of about 11 or 12 years old sprawled on the ground amidst the mess. The jester puppet frantically lifted him up, only to be scolded by the owner. "You foolish thing. I told you not to open the door. How could you let such a foolish thing happen? The mechanical parrot was still shrieking, "Oh my God," in a fit of panic. The boy, blushing with embarrassment, shouted back, "You idiot, be quiet, or I'll disconnect your power." Unfortunately, it seemed the two mechanical attendants were rather dim-witted and showed no fear of their boss. Qin Luo tapped on the table and called out, "Hello, little boss. Could you step out for a moment?" Lin Xianxing, addressing his creation with a voice louder than anyone else's, fell silent when an outsider spoke, stammering, "You're here to buy something. What do you want to talk to me about? Your teammate has already worn away my discount. What more do you want?" There was a sense of childlike bravado in his tone, as if he were summoning the courage to engage in conversation with them. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that such a young child could be such a formidable alchemist. Chen Xiaofei quietly remarked to the others, "This kid probably suffers from social anxiety. He is too afraid to face anyone, or else he wouldn't have fallen inside when he heard phone call." Despite being in a shop, he was too timid to greet the customers, leaving the two mechanical attendants to handle the store. Wang Weihua advised him not to speak so bluntly. Bai Shu calmly adjusted his glasses, asserting, "I have every right to ask for a discount. It is mutually beneficial." He was indeed a cunning old fox. Lin Qianxing scoffed, clearly unconvinced, refusing to emerge from his hiding place. Many Duo peered inside, filled with curiosity, eager to see the layout beyond the small door. Sensing it might be the boy's workspace, Qin Luo knocked on the table once more, saying, "We mean no harm. We simply wish to make a friend. If you come out, we can check if you're hurt. We have medicine." His tone was reminiscent of someone trying to coax a child out. Chun Xiaofei quickly chimed in, "Exactly, just making a friend." Bai Shu echoed, "Let's be friends." Many Duo nodded in agreement. Wang Weihua, observing his unreliable teammates, pondered whether he should take the lead himself, but it seemed that the mention of medicine piqued the little boss's interest. He hesitantly asked, "Do you have medicine?" In this apocalyptic era, medicine was indeed scarce, and many Duo had not collected much. However, she did possess a fair amount, having scavenged several pharmacies previously. Qin Luo replied calmly, "Yes, we do. Come out." Hiding shows a lack of sincerity. "We truly mean no harm. We just need a small favor. If you need medicine, we can compensate you with it." After a brief silence, the boy instructed the jester puppet, "Bu-bu, take me out." The jester puppet obediently responded, "Yes, master." The small door swung open once more, revealing the shop's owner at last. Indeed, it was a young boy of 11 or 12, clad in a finely crafted blue uniform that he likely made himself, somewhat pretentious but undeniably charming. He sported golden hair and green eyes, but peculiarly, his feet and one hand were mechanical. He scrutinized the 3-8 team with caution, yet his gaze inadvertently lingered on their faces, particularly on many Duo's zombie visage. Qin Luo interjected, Hey, while my teammates are quite attractive, try not to be too obvious about it." Lin Qianxing grumbled in annoyance, with such a handsome face. "Why speak like that?" Finally, he impatiently demanded, "Speak up. What do you need me to help you with?" "Let me make it clear, I 1T craft weapons. I can only manage small mechanisms and ordinary cold weapons. There are limits to attribute stacking, and I don't deal with your team as firearms. Now, hurry up and tell me what you need." He spoke without daring to meet their eyes directly, summoning enough courage to glance at their faces. Qin Luo sighed. "Hasn't your teacher taught you to look someone in the eye when speaking?" He continued, "Here's the situation. There's been speculation on the forum that some people think our teammates, Skirt 1T, get stained with blood. I hope you can help us keep it confidential. If you agree, let me know what medicine you need, and we can provide it to you on the spot." He assured that if they didn't have it now, they would bring it back on their next mission. Lin Qianxing appeared surprised and replied coolly, "I need scar ointment for treating burns. If you have it, please send it to the orphanage in Luan District. There's a girl named Yuan there." He seemed reluctant to say more, but promised he would keep their secret. "Honestly, I wouldn't say anything even if you hadn't come to me. I never respond on the forum, and why would I interfere with your team's affairs? Am I that free?" Lin Qianxing insisted he only sold goods and had no interest in the customer's matters, displaying a rather proud demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo turned to Many Duo, who nodded in affirmation. She had the burn scar ointment in her space. Swiftly, she produced several boxes and a bag, filling it with various medicines. "All right, you see, The medicine is all packed. We'll deliver it to you shortly. With this arrangement confirmed, Qin Luo and his team felt relieved, no longer worrying about many duos' spatial abilities being exposed. The boy awkwardly muttered, "Thank you." Chun Xiaofei, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, you can actually say thank you? I thought you were too proud for that. But your skills are impressive. Did you make all of this by yourself?" Chapter 88. Urgent Mission. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianxing could not help but puff out his little chest with pride. Of course, these treasures were crafted by none other than me, tirelessly day and night. Bai Shu inquired, "Including those little skirts?" Lin Qianxing blushed and replied, "So what if I did? Is there a rule that boys cannot make skirts?" Bai Shu responded, "Not all. I merely find you quite impressive." Wang Weihua added, "We are all artisans. What does gender matter? There are plenty of male tailors." Lin Qianxing surveyed them with a peculiar expression and eventually murmured, "You all are quite nice. Now, if you have nothing else, please leave quickly. I have guests waiting outside. Take your medicine, and next time, I can assist you in enhancing your cold weapons attributes for free." He emphasized that it was a one-time offer. His frugal demeanor was rather amusing. Once the matter was settled, Lin Qianxing shooed Qin Luo and the others away. This young lad indeed scurried back into the small door, leaving behind the clown puppet, Bu Bu, and a mechanical parrot named Dada to tend to shop. As they stepped outside, they noticed guests murmuring, "Hey, why can't the door open today? Did my looks decline?" Just then, the clown puppet elegantly opened the glass door and greeted the guests. "Welcome." The guests were taken aback, glancing at the 3A team before exclaiming, "So there are guests inside? Is there a limit on customers today?" After a considerable time inside, the guests suddenly realized, wait, wasn't that the 3A team that just left? Damn, I missed them. Meanwhile, after completing their official duties, Qin Luo and his team decided to deliver medicine to the orphanage. This was Wang Weihua's first visit to the area. Upon learning that Lu Chunhui and her family were residing there, he felt a sense of joy, a feeling of reward after their efforts. The survivors they personally rescued were indeed different. However, they had no intention of seeking out Lu Chunhui. For them, having successfully saved her family meant their lives were now separate. As long as they led good lives, they would not intrude. Lin Qianxing's dear friend, Sun Yuan, was a 10-year-old girl who had previously suffered burns, leaving her body scarred, especially her face. Yet, she was undeniably adorable and possessed a delightful personality. She sat by the playground, drawing, accompanied by another familiar girl, the one who had painted grain silos for them. Qin Luo did not linger, handing over the medicine to the teacher before departing with his teammates. Su Duo left behind a bag of snacks for the children, which he also entrusted to the teacher. Wang Weihua and the others felt a mix of emotions. While the children had lost their families, this was the best life they could have under the circumstances. Indeed, the place resembled a fairy tale paradise. The individuals who established the orphanage were truly talented, far surpassing the schools of their own childhood. Qin Luo observed the little zombie in silence, noticing her gradual return to normalcy. At times, she even seemed entirely restored. Just as he was about to say something, their team received a notification about a mission. To their surprise, the location was in City I, one of the coastal cities. Initially, they had to choose between City C and City I, opting for City C to see some grain and abandoning City I, which later fell under official control and transformed into a small base. Unfortunately, frequent natural disasters plagued the area, including torrential rains and massive typhoons. Now, mutated marine creatures have begun to wash ashore, posing a severe threat to the safety of the temporary survivor base in City I. They had no choice but to issue a distress signal. Upon receiving the signal, headquarters immediately dispatched 20 combat teams, marking this as a mandatory mission. After reviewing the details, Qin Luo stated, "Urgent mission. We have no time to waste. Let us depart immediately." Wang Weihua promptly contacted the vehicle maintenance staff to retrieve their vehicle. Bai Shu pulled out his tablet and frowned at the data. Mutated marine creatures? This is troublesome. Some areas of City I were still experiencing seawater backflow, making combat challenging. Although Qin Luo's powers involved lightning, which could enhance attack range and intensity when combined with water, it also posed a risk of friendly fire. Coordination would be crucial to avoid harming teammates. Su Duo quickly pulled out her tablet, noting the latest urgent announcements. The forums were abuzz. with the most prominent post summarizing the mutated marine creatures that had already come ashore. Giant octopuses, swift predatory starfish, and toxic mutated fish, among others. The variety was vast and chaotic. Reports suggested this outbreak occurred within just 2 days, likely not due to pollution, but rather a migration from a nearby area, coincidentally arriving at City I. Presently, the temporary survivor base in City I was on lockdown, with no one allowed to enter or exit. "I'll drive. You all wait for me at the base entrance," Wang Weihua said after finishing his exchange with the staff. Qin Xiaofei nodded in agreement. "All right, let us meet at the base entrance." Qin Luo urged them to catch the bus quickly, and he also scooped up Su Duo as they hurried off. The urgent mission indicated a dire situation. The mysterious and fearsome marine creatures were now on land. No one knew what other horrors might emerge from the sea at any given moment. The temporary survivor base in City I housed over 200,000 people, and it was imperative to defend it. Relocating was not an option unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the 3 major bases would be overwhelmed. The best course of action was to stabilize the situation first, then reassess. Even if they had to accommodate these survivors eventually, it would have to wait until the construction of the 3 major bases was completed. After all, where would they stay? For now, the priority was to assist in safeguarding the City I base, with further arrangements to be made by headquarters. Baishu noted that the reward points had reached an impressive 1.8 million, indicating the task's complexity. Qin Luo scoffed, "In the apocalypse, no task is simple." "Let us go. Didn't Tisu Duo say that mutated shrimp tastes delicious?" Xiaofei also mentioned that mutated squid is tasty. "Let us head over and enjoy seafood freedom." Chun Xiaofei instantly perked up, and upon hearing they could collect seafood, Su Duo grew excited too. Her storage space could accommodate plenty of supplies, and she hoped to find something valuable. Baishu reviewed the data, quickly summarizing it and jotting down notes on the weaknesses of these mutated marine creatures. His memory was exceptional, nearly photographic. The other passengers on the bus had already seen the forum post and had taken note of the 3A team. Once the list of rescue teams was released, many felt relieved they were not selected. After all, if there was a way to avoid death, no one wished to perish. Suddenly, upon hearing Qin Luo mention collecting seafood, they couldn't help but chuckle, envious of the 3A team's optimistic spirit, truly full of vitality. Chapter 89. Survivor Base of City. Su Duo glanced at the list and recognized several familiar names. The Cheetah Squad, the Dove Squad, the Rose Squad, and the Golden Eagle Squad were all included. However, Muinya's team was notably absent, which relieved Sure. They had just concluded a harrowing mission, and it was unlikely they would be dispatched again so soon. Teams that had suffered losses needed to be restructured and reacclimated. There was no time for contemplation. On the way, they encountered numerous running abilities users, most of whom were involved in this mission. The base's broadcast echoed the urgency of the situation. When one side is in peril, all others lend support. We reiterate, we shall never bow to the apocalypse, nor will we abandon any human life. The rescue squads involved in the crisis in City I included the Silver Orchid Squad, 3A Special Operations Squad, Rose Special Operations Squad, Golden Eagle Squad, Cheetah Squad, and Dove Squad. People on the street paused to listen intently to the broadcast. Each announcement signified that soldiers were heading into battle, with the grim possibility of not returning, sometimes even without their remains. Why were there so many teams dispatched this time? What was happening? Was it madness? The list seemed endless. How many squads were being sent out? It appeared that all the notable teams were involved. Clearly, something grave was unfolding in City I. Have you just returned to the base? Those unaware of the situation were urged to check the forums. A horde of mutated marine creatures has landed in City I. The coastal areas are doomed. What? Was the base in City I truly to be evacuated? After painstakingly establishing a formidable base, would humanity really be forced to languish in the confines of the 3 major bases? The somber expressions on the faces of the crowd spoke volumes. During the broadcast of this significant event, it was customary for everyone to observe a moment of silence. Regular human habitation zones, including public transport, ceased operations immediately. The bewildered children may not grasp the gravity of the situation, but the adults, with tearful eyes, would inform them that their fellow humans were in grave danger. A group of warriors was preparing to sacrifice their flesh and blood for the safety of countless others and for the future of humanity. This mission was unlike any previous ones. Even the rescue operations in City Inn were confined to specific areas and were not as perilous. The lives of over 200,000 individuals in City I were at stake, an exceptionally severe situation. Wang Weihua hastily procured a vehicle, while Qin Luo quickly reviewed some materials before swiftly entering the car, without a moment's hesitation. Su Duo's movements were surprisingly agile. Qin Luo had been concerned for her, but she had already climbed inside, reminiscent of the last time she had playfully lured him into the vehicle, causing a blush to rise to his cheeks. "Let's depart immediately." Chun Xiaofei adeptly took the passenger seat, while Qin Luo and Bai Shu occupied the middle row. Su Duo had already settled in the back seat, quietly observing her surroundings. A multitude of vehicles was parked orderly at the base's entrance, all bound for City I. Behind their 3A Squad's vehicle was the Rose Squad's, a strikingly large golden vehicle. They had coincidentally come to the Harbin Survivor base and were now fortunate to be departing together. They exchanged a brief honk as a greeting. The monitoring station at the base's entrance continuously announced safety passage reminders. "Welcome to the Harbin Survivor base's first inspection point. Beep. All is normal. The entire team at the Harbin Survivor base wishes you a safe journey." Vehicles swiftly exited the base through a green channel. The staff were unable to utter the customary well wishes and could only watch as they drove away. Bai Shu observed the dynamics, noting that combat teams from the other two bases were also setting off. Each base was dispatching 20 teams initially, with more to follow. However, City I was quite distant, requiring nearly 10 hours of travel, and they could not afford a delay. They hoped for a smooth journey. The participating teams were in a group chat discussing the departure route. Bai Shu was actively communicating with them as opinions were shared. The Silver Orchid Squad raised concerns that the direct route was unfeasible, as the latter half of the highway had not been cleared, resulting in heavy traffic. The Golden Eagle Squad suggested rerouting via the National Road, entering the highway from the Dazhou County of City X. The Rose Squad disagreed, arguing that the National Road was flanked by residential areas, where they would inevitably encounter zombies obstructing their path, thus prolonging their journey. The Golden Eagle Squad retorted that they could clear the way with artillery, asserting that survivors were unlikely in that area. "Stop nitpicking, Rose Squad." The Snow Mountain Squad sided with the Rose Squad, emphasizing that the condition of the National Road was unpredictable and the potential dangers were unknown. The 3A Squad proposed that they take the highway and, when faced with uncleared sections, simply force their way through. They had no time for detours, and traveling on the highway was safer than the National Road. The Golden Eagle Squad countered, questioning the volume of traffic on the highway. "If we get stuck for several kilometers, how will we clear the way?" As they drove and debated fervently, the discussions became increasingly heated, with no consensus reached. Bai Shu, parched and furrowing his brow, was at his wit's end. Qin Luo, growing weary of the argument, finally declared, "Currently, both sides are adamant. Let us simply split into two routes. Each team can choose their path. We 3A Squad will take the highway." He decisively ended the call, bringing a welcome silence. Su Duo quietly offered cold tea to the front row, watching them argue fervently, feeling grateful for being merely a little zombie, focusing on a fight without needing to engage in debate. Otherwise, her throat would surely be sore from the noise. Bai Shu accepted the tea with a grateful nod, his voice hoarse before exclaiming, "These fools. They are fixating on trivial matters endlessly. It's infuriating." Chun Xiaofei shuddered, feeling the tension in the air. "This is terrifying. It felt like you were on the verge of a brawl." Wang Weihua sighed, "In times like this, we must rely on Bai Shu. I cannot handle it." Although diplomacy rested on his shoulders, when it came to negotiating interests or disputes, Bai Shu was the one to send in, as he was quicker-witted. Qin Luo could not help but shake his head, finally patting Bai Shu on the shoulder. "You had a tough time, buddy." Bai Shu appeared disenchanted, but thankfully, there was the comforting cold tea from Su Duo. After a sip of the refreshing drink, his throat felt soothed. Chun Xiaofei chimed in, "I'm hungry. Little class leader. I'm starving. We need to eat well today. We don't know what awaits us in City I." I urgently need high-calorie sustenance. Su Duo perked up at the mention of high-calorie food. No problem. Braised pork, white rice, stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, and cold dishes. You'll be well fed. She retrieved a disposable lunchbox filled with food prepared earlier, still warm and steaming. As the dishes were presented, everyone exclaimed in delight, "This smells heavenly." Chapter 90. A sudden chill. The journey ahead was anything but smooth. After finishing their meal, the road conditions deteriorated significantly, with many routes left unplowed. The Jin Peng team, undeterred, decided to take the national highway, while the Mei Gui team followed closely behind, concerned for their safety. A few other teams also ventured that way. Meanwhile, the 3A team continued on the highway, but as they progressed, the weather grew increasingly ominous. Chen Xiaofei, seated in the passenger seat, had been diligently studying information on mutated marine life. Suddenly, a wave of chill enveloped him. "What is happening? Why is it getting colder?" he exclaimed. "Old Wang, what do you think? Is it cold?" Wang Weihua nodded, his attention focused intently on the road, sensing the drop in temperature. Bai Shu, resting his eyes after poring over too much information, opened his tablet upon hearing the conversation. He adjusted his glasses and checked the date. "Is it possible that a cold wave is approaching?" Chen Xiaofei lamented. "Could we be that unlucky? We're heading to a water-rich region, and now it's getting colder? Surely it won't snow in the south, right?" Qin Luo scoffed. "Before the apocalypse, it wouldn't have. But after, well, who can say?" This mission had become significantly more challenging. Su Yudhua, nestled in the back seat with her tablet, noted that the forum had rapidly confirmed the arrival of the first minor cold wave of the apocalypse. It came unexpectedly and without warning. Logically, it should be deep winter, yet they had been dressed in autumn attire, hardly feeling cold even during skirmishes. It had been the most comfortable period, but now, the weather was set to become unpredictable once more. Bai Shu remarked, "Once the cold wave arrives, life will become considerably more difficult. Base heating will be a significant issue, and the survival challenges for other survivors will increase substantially." He then glanced at the date and realized New Year's Day was fast approaching. Time indeed flew by. Su Yudhua pondered the situation slowly, flipping through her diary. The apocalypse began on November 2nd, with medical staff succumbing by the 6th. On the 26th day of the apocalypse, November 28th, she had finally met Qin Luo and the others. Thus, she arrived at the base at the end of November, and now, New Year's Day was just around the corner. Time passed swiftly, filled with tasks and a sense of purpose, making her feel remarkably productive. Recently, her mind felt clearer, the fog of confusion lifting, though she still occasionally struggled to concentrate. Wang Weihua reminded them, "You should change into winter clothing. The new outfits from the artisan department are quite warm." He embraced his role as a protective father figure, advising them to wear thermal leggings beneath their trousers for added warmth. The others grimaced in response. "Is it really necessary? They look ridiculous." Bai Shu pushed up his glasses and declared, "I refuse." Chen Xiaofei shook his head vehemently. "If the cuffs ride up and reveal the thermal leggings, it won't be pretty at all. Not cool." Wang Weihua insisted. "The survival manual states that during a minor cold wave, temperatures can range from 8 degrees to -40. Are you sure you don't want to wear them?" His resolve was unyielding as he cited potential ailments like chronic leg pain and rheumatism. Bai Shu sighed, knowing the statistics, but reluctant to confront the reality. "Fine, let us wear them." Though Qin Luo and Chen Xiaofei expressed their discomfort, they understood that warmth was paramount in dangerous situations, and thus, they agreed to change into winter attire. Su Yudhua watched them from the back seat, her gaze drifting towards Qin Luo's chest and abs. Despite the combat gear, his physique was undeniably impressive. As Qin Luo began to undress, he noticed her staring and instinctively gave her a light tap on the forehead. "What are you looking at?" Chen Xiaofei chuckled at the commotion. "The swim team wears even less. We're not in the clear yet. What's there to be shy about, Qin? Are you embarrassed?" "Shut it," Qin Luo retorted. Bai Shu chimed in. "Chen Xiaofei, you truly lack shame." Wang Weihua urged them to hurry, noting that frost was beginning to form on the road. "You three are still dawdling? The temperature inside the car will plummet." At his words, they hastened to change. Wang Weihua parked the vehicle and quickly donned his winter clothing, layering it for warmth. Su Yudhua recalled her stock of thermal base layers and distributed them to her companions. Chun Xiaofei suddenly remembered the outdoor gear he had asked the class monitor to collect. Hey, thanks, class monitor. Almost forgot. Can you bring out a few jackets? We should layer up for the outdoors. Thus commenced their strategy of wearing multiple layers for protection against the extreme cold. Su Yudhua handed out the gear, and fortunately, all of them had compatible sizes, ensuring a snug fit. As Qin Luo changed, he urged her, "Aren't you worried about the chill, Su Yudhua?" Bai Shu had already donned a jacket. "Aren't you like us? You might not be as sensitive to temperature, but too much cold could still freeze you." Qin Luo insisted. "Put on thicker clothing, Su Yudhua. You hear that? Hurry." Su Yudhua nodded and even whistled to ensure they were attentive. She began putting on her layers. From base layers to a fluffy white sweater, her hair frizzing from static electricity. Suddenly, Bai Shu's wristband beeped. He answered it, and the voices of the cheetah and dove teams crackled through. "Brother Bai, why have you stopped? Is the car too cold to start?" The sound of young men gasping for breath revealed they were struggling against the frigid air. As a novice team, they lacked experience and resources. Caught off guard by the sudden temperature drop, hearing someone sniffle, Wang Weiwa instructed, "Pull over. We have extra warm clothing. Come over and take some. Getting sick right at the start is not acceptable." "What'll we do when we reach City Eye?" The cheetah and dove teams obediently pulled over and approached the vehicle. Knocking on the window, "Thank you, Brother Wang. Do you have enough clothes for yourselves? Please, don't give us what you need." Indeed, Wang Weihua observed their speech faltering in the cold, the temperature visibly dropping as their breath fogged in the air. "Enough chatter. Just take what you need. In this weather, prioritize your safety and drive carefully." Chapter 91. The seven-layer dressing method. Chen Xiaofei and his companions provided the excess thermal padded clothing from their storage to the newcomers, imparting to them the seven-layer dressing technique. L1 quick-dry lightweight base layers, L2 medium-weight checked flannel base layers, L3 thermal fleece garments, L4 windproof and waterproof breathable outerwear, L5 soft-shell pants and jackets, L6 hard-shell jackets, and L7 thermal padded clothing. This comprehensive gear is undoubtedly sufficient for outdoor activities in extreme weather conditions. The novice team comprised ordinary individuals who, if they enjoyed outdoor activities, would possess some knowledge of appropriate attire. However, those completely unaware would be akin to blind men in daylight, likely succumbing to the harsh cold of extreme weather. Other teams understood this, yet the two newcomers were oblivious. They generously offered the newcomers 2 large jars of ginger tea powder, ready to be mixed with hot water. The cheetah team and the dove team expressed their heartfelt gratitude, gazing at Team 3A with an adoration akin to that reserved for a beloved parent, sweetly thanking them before hastily stowing their provisions and heading to their vehicle. As Qin Luo and his team had yet to exit the vehicle, the members of Team 3A donned their hard-shell layers, ready to assess the situation upon disembarking and determine if they required the thicker thermal padded clothing. After changing, Qin Luo turned to check on the little zombie, asking if she was ready. Muchu nodded, momentarily forgetting that they couldn't see her, and replied affirmatively. Qin Luo then pulled back the curtain to reveal her dressed in a thick white sweater and soft pants, looking irresistibly adorable. The brown pants added a delightful touch. He resolved to suggest to Lin Qianxing that they create some winter attire, since the chilly weather rendered autumn skirts unwearable due to their thinness. Chun Xiaofei also turned to look, his eyes lighting up in admiration. "Wow, the little class leader looks great. That outfit suits her perfectly." Bai Shu also complimented, "Indeed, it's quite lovely." Wang Weihua glanced back for a moment, refocusing on driving. While she looked adorable, they needed to don a thicker thermal coat before exiting. Qin Luo, unable to resist, playfully pinched the little zombie's cheeks and adjusted her hair, noticing that static had caused it to frizz. "What should we do about this?" "Tie it back." Muchu eagerly nodded, finding the frizz inconvenient as it occasionally zapped her face, causing discomfort. Chun Xiaofei suggested, "Qin Ge, you should tie it up. It can't be that hard." Qin Luo clambered into the back seat, unsure of how to manage Muchu's silky black hair. However, while brushing it, he couldn't help but admire its smoothness and pleasant scent. "Let me see," he said, prompting Muchu to produce a few hair ties. She obediently retrieved a jar of black hair ties, but Qin Luo remarked, "These are too dull. Pick something cuter." Muchu, now no longer a child, hesitated but ultimately complied, producing a box of colorful hair ties. Satisfied, Qin Luo selected a pink one adorned with a white fluffy bunny head, clumsily styling her hair into a loose braid. Upon finishing, he beamed with pride, declaring, "Look, I'm quite the genius. This craftsmanship is impressive, isn't it?" Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, "Wow. Qin Ge, you're amazing." Bai Shu nodded in agreement. "It looks good." Meanwhile, Wang Weihua remained focused on the road, aware that distractions were unwelcome as the frost-covered plants along the highway looked eerily unsettling. As the vehicle began to fog up, Qin Luo remembered the new features the staff had mentioned, recalling the snow mode in addition to the diving and tank modes. Wang Weihua promptly asked Chen Xiaofei for assistance in activating it. Chen Xiaofei successfully engaged the snow mode, instantly stabilizing the tires and eliminating the skidding sensation. "This drives so much better." Wang Weihua exhaled in relief, checking the rearview mirror to ensure the Cheetah and Dove teams were still following closely. They had all once been novices, learning through trial and error, benefiting from the guidance of their predecessors. After donning their thicker clothing, they noticed an eerie stillness outside, even as they encountered a traffic jam where the nearby zombies had become frozen statues. "Goodness, do you think this cold snap could kill the zombies?" Chen Xiaofei exclaimed excitedly. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, cautioning him against daydreaming, as zombies could evolve. Just as they appeared frozen, it wouldn't take long for them to adapt to the cold. He suggested they take advantage of this window to eliminate them. Rising to open the sunroof, he warned, "The wind is about to rush in. Brace yourselves while I toss some ammunition to clear them out." Qin Luo glanced at the little zombie, who instinctively wrapped herself in a blanket. Captain Qin felt a sense of pride. "Well done. You're becoming quite clever. This will help you avoid being taken away." Muchu blushed at the praise, burrowing deeper into her blanket. As Bai Shu opened the sunroof, icy gusts poured in, causing the temperature inside the vehicle to plummet, leaving them shivering. "Goodness, it's freezing. This wind feels like knives." Chen Xiaofei yelped. Wang Weihua reminded him, "Eating cold air could upset your stomach." Chen Xiaofei quickly sealed his lips. Bai Shu launched several rounds of ammunition, dispatching the frozen zombies in their path, while Chen Xiaofei used his powers to clear the obstructing vehicles. "Whoa, this weather's wind is really something. This is fun." Chen Xiaofei's abilities proved useful, efficiently clearing obstacles and saving them considerable hassle, while Wang Weihua's earth-based powers were not viable due to the risk of damaging the road. For the remainder of the journey, Bai Shu and Qin Luo alternated tossing small explosive marbles to clear the way of vehicles and zombies, while Chen Xiaofei utilized his tornado powers to sweep everything away, ensuring a remarkably smooth passage. Suddenly, a ringing sound pierced through the air as the Rose team initiated a voice call. "Captain Qin, where are you? What's the road condition? Our national highway is impassable, and we are turning back." Wang Weihua sighed, realizing this would delay their progress. As Qin Luo was engaged in tossing explosives against the biting wind, he had no time to respond. Thus, Chen Xiaofei took over, replying, "Mu team, we've reached the service area in X city. Everything is going smoothly, and the roads are clear. You can speed up and catch up with us." Mu Mei's voice was notably hoarse as she replied, "Understood." After ending the call, Chen Xiaofei reflected on the situation, muttering that Jin Dapeng was a nuisance, overly self-assured and troublesome. Chapter 92. Seafood scattering everywhere. Bai Shu instructed Chen Xiaofei to focus solely on his own tasks and not to concern himself with others. Qin Luo, numbed by the biting cold wind, hastily finished clearing the road and quickly descended from the vehicle, shutting the sunroof with a shiver. His face felt as if it were turning to ice. How many more kilometers to City L? Wang Weihua glanced at the navigation system, noting it was over 400 kilometers. "If you can sleep, then do so," he urged as darkness began to settle. Qin Luo suggested Wang Weihua take the wheel, but Wang insisted, "It's fine, Qin Ge. You should get some rest. This stretch is no trouble for me. You all should relax." Having cooperated for so long, the group felt comfortable enough to heed his suggestion and quickly settled down for rest. The interior lights were dimmed to a soft glow. Su Duo prepared rich ginger tea for the four of them, and they expressed their gratitude. despite their frequent banter during the journey. The prolonged time in the car had indeed been tiring. Maintaining heightened alertness and occasionally assessing road conditions was no small feat, and it would be a lie to claim they weren't fatigued, especially with Chen Xiaofei continually utilizing his abilities. As they settled into a quieter atmosphere, the warmth from the ginger tea enveloped them, prompting them to wrap themselves in blankets and prepare for a good night's sleep. After finishing his tea, Qin Luo turned to check on Su Duo, leaning into the back seat to touch her forehead. It was cool to the touch, but not icy, which he found remarkable. Make sure to keep warm. We don't want you turning into an ice sculpture. Get some sleep. Don't just sit there, he advised. Su Duo puffed her cheeks in indignation at the term ice sculpture, though she found his sweat-drenched nose rather endearing. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch him, her hand moving before her mind could catch up, causing her to blush as she realized what she had done. Qin Luo, equally flustered, averted his gaze, thinking so. You find me that special, do you? It was amusing that she would touch his sweaty brow. Su Duo felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion. What am I doing? This is embarrassing. Nevertheless, she continued to reach out. Qin Luo, after their brief exchange, returned to his seat to rest and informed Wang Weihua. I'll take over driving later in the night. His tone was that of a leader, leaving no room for argument. Wang agreed without further protest. They quickly settled into their seats to catch some sleep, and as the night progressed, it was Qin Luo who took the wheel. Su Duo eventually awoke, still drowsy. She propped herself up, hugging her knees in the back seat, swaying slightly before collapsing again. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle as he exited the vehicle. If you're tired, just sleep. Stop fidgeting. His voice was slightly hoarse from just waking, and it tickled their ears. Su Duo blushed, burying her face in the blanket, not attempting to rise again. As dawn broke, they finally reached the expressway entrance to City L and exited at the toll station, fully alert now. Qin Luo was in contact with others, reporting that the 3A Special Operations team had arrived at the I-City toll station, repeating the message several times. The Leopard team and the Dove team responded in unison on the main channel, confirming their arrival as well. They had followed the 3A team closely, arriving simultaneously. Others chimed in sporadically, indicating they were nearing their destination, with only a few kilometers separating them. To their surprise, the Rose team was also advancing swiftly, just 20 kilometers behind. All right, let us commence our operations. Everyone, stay vigilant and rendezvous at the I-City base, Qin Luo declared. He had no intention of moving together with the others. Now that they were in I-City, it was best to separate. The Leopard and Dove teams appeared reluctant to part ways, but Wang Weihua reminded them to stay safe. You need to train and not overly rely on others. Strengthening yourselves is paramount. Go forth, but prioritize your safety. Abilities are rare, and protecting yourself allows you to help more people. After receiving this admonition, the two rookie teams felt a twinge of shame. They had become so accustomed to following the 3A team that they nearly forgot they were independent units. Thank you, Brother Wang, for your guidance. We will train diligently, they promised. And you all, too, stay safe, they added, though it pained them to separate from the 3A team, especially when they were heading into danger. Satisfied with their understanding, Wang Weihua nodded. He appreciated that these two teams were sensible and measured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the time to mentor them. They parted ways, with Qin Luo continuing to drive towards the I-City base, which was merely 15 kilometers away. But he decided to investigate the low-lying areas, first to examine the situation regarding the seawater intrusion. As they approached the low-lying region, the terrain seemed relatively normal, though they occasionally spotted mutated crabs wrestling on the roadside and even fish with 4 legs scurrying about. Su Duo and Chen Xiaofei were mesmerized by the sight of the giant crabs. My goodness, I've never seen crabs this large in my life. Their claws are bigger than my head. Just imagine how much crab meat that must be. Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, voicing Su Duo's thoughts as she nodded eagerly. They leaned out the window, eyes wide with anticipation. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua fell into silence, astonished at the surreal sight. Anyone witnessing such colossal crabs scuttling across the road would think the world had gone mad. The further they drove, the stronger the scent of the sea became. They spotted numerous mutated starfish clinging to buildings, bizarrely devouring the structures, leaving them pockmarked and crumbling. Qin Luo remarked in shock. Thank goodness they only consume bricks and tiles. If they started gnawing on metal, our vehicle wouldn't stand a chance. Just then, a lobster stealthily tiptoed past, looking oddly suspicious. Its beady eyes locked onto Chun Xiaofei's, causing him to freeze in fear until it hurried away. What was that? Did you see it, Qingge? It actually looked at me, Chun Xiaofei exclaimed. His nerves frayed. Qin Luo urged him to remain calm, explaining, during the day, our vehicle is nearly invisible from the outside. That lobster was merely admiring its reflection. The world truly felt insane, with seafood scattering everywhere. Chapter 93. Urban harvesting of the sea. As they remained in the vehicle, the seafood did not exhibit any aggressive behavior, perhaps due to the nature of these species that merely encroach upon land rather than inflict harm. As Qin Luo drove deeper into the low-lying areas, a growing number of invasive marine creatures became visible. Particularly alarming were the starfish, which densely covered entire floors of buildings, producing a terrifying sight, accompanied by the synchronized sound of their gnawing. Creak, creak, a noise that sent shivers down Chun Xiaofei's spine. The streets outside were inundated with seawater, reaching 2/3 of the car windows. Were it not for the specially modified battle vehicle, it would have been rendered inoperable by now. The frigid temperatures posed a risk of frostbite, even for those clad in 7 layers of clothing, as immersion in the icy water was perilous. Even those with abilities could not endure for long in such conditions. Bai Shu observed that the temperature was evidently dropping, likely plummeting to -5 degrees Celsius in City Eye, a region known for its mild winters. Should we check the low-lying areas? He suggested, though the marine life there was sparse. However, a gradual cleanup could be initiated. Their team had the advantage of open dialogue. Qin Luo, though the leader, often deferred to the opinions of his teammates. All right, I'll turn around and head back, he said, preparing to make a U-turn, but Mini Duo grew anxious, tapping on the seat to draw attention to the starfish outside, eager to collect them. Chun Xiaofei chimed in, right. Headquarters has emphasized we cannot ignore these starfish. If we allow them to continue feeding, they will eventually make their way from City to Harbin. Bai Shu then rose to open the window, producing a marble bomb from his hand. As he opened the sunroof, a gust of cold air rushed in, sending chills through the group. The subsequent explosion echoed with a boom, the marble bomb designed for localized destruction, ensuring the structure remained intact while eliminating external threats. Indeed, upon detonating, the starfish rained down, and an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of grilled fish. Chun Xiaofei and Mini Duo were immediately captivated, salivating at the tantalizing scent. How is it that these starfish smell so delicious? Can we eat them? Shall we take some back? He asked excitedly. Qingge, why not just stay here? I could fly out and gather some. As Chun Xiaofei observed the starfish cascading down in a charred heap, the fragrance intensified. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu also caught a whiff, confirming its alluring essence. Qin Luo was taken aback, realizing Mini Duo was practically drooling. He glanced in the rearview mirror to see the little zombie pressed against the back window, eyes wide with longing for the starfish. All right, go ahead, Xiaofei and Mini Duo. You two can collect them while we keep watch from the vehicle. He sighed in resignation. Wang Weihua suggested he take the wheel, saying, Qingge, your aim is better. You should go. I'll drive. Qin Luo acquiesced. Fine, let's commence the eradication of these invasive marine species. We'll park the vehicle here. Bai Shu readied his weapon, and everyone took their positions to initiate the operation. Chun Xiaofei was the first to leap out, closely followed by Mini Duo. The duo had developed a seamless partnership through numerous encounters with the diluted essence of the anomalous cores, mastering the art of mimicry. Let's go, squad leader. We're about to strike it rich. Seafood freedom is within reach. Mini Duo exclaimed, her delight manifesting in simple vocalizations like a reflection of her growing ability to express emotions succinctly. The atmosphere was buoyant, yet they maintained a sense of composure. After all, to them, the squad leader was still the squad leader, regardless of her speech. A mutual understanding had formed among them. Chun Xiaofei maneuvered the little zombie as they dashed toward a nearby building, where a multitude of starfish continued their relentless feeding. "Eat, eat! You're devouring our homes," he scolded, brandishing a crowbar from his spatial pocket to pry off the starfish, which easily detached due to their simplicity. Mini Duo opened a portal for Chen Xiaofei, allowing him to deposit the starfish into her multifaceted spatial realm. As they descended from the high-rise, they commenced their cleanup. Bai Shu felt a sense of relief wash over him. This was a true boon for his obsessive tendencies. He discharged a shot, taking down several mutated birds circling nearby, as coastal areas were often home to such predatory avian species. Qin Luo also eliminated a few small marine insects that were drawn to the commotion created by Chen Xiaofei and Mini Duo. Once humans appeared, these bloodthirsty creatures became agitated. Wang Weihua noted the current task at hand. The invasive marine life, particularly the starfish, posed a significant headache. Their insatiable appetite for buildings threatened the integrity of the base walls, which were already vulnerable due to their small size and precarious coastal location. The inhabitants of City were gripped by fear, their combat capability waning as their artillery supplies dwindled. Faced with an unrelenting tide of creatures emerging from the ocean, despair loomed large. However, Chen Xiaofei and Mini Duo remained undaunted, immersed in their urban harvesting endeavor, which had transformed from the beaches to city streets. The structures had become reefs, the roads sandy shores, and the seafood had grown to colossal proportions. The largest starfish was twice the size of the little zombie, and Mini Duo effortlessly collected it, trailing Chen Xiaofei in a state of bliss as she gleefully scavenged for seafood. Occasionally, they encountered bouncing shrimp and smaller octopuses which, while more elusive, were still manageable to capture. Observing the spatial realm filling with an abundance of seafood, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped them, suggesting that their team could feast for an extended period. As the abilities of the practitioners advanced, so too did their appetites, necessitating a greater stockpile of sustenance to support their heightened energy expenditures. Chapter 94. The mutated octopus starfish are not commonly sought after as a delicacy. Yet this mutated variety appears to be exponentially more enticing than the original. Chen Xiaofei stumbled upon a starfish that had been charred black by Shu's explosion. Upon prying open one of its limbs with a crowbar, he was greeted by the sight of golden starfish flesh inside. Previously, he had observed videos showcasing the deep green and brown hues of the regular starfish. But now, in its mutated form, it looked far more appetizing, resembling a lump of crab meat in vibrant yellow. Chen Xiaofei refrained from indulging, as there was ample fresh fare available. He found it peculiar that this mutated starfish could grow flesh while devouring the structures around it. Although the exterior temperature was not particularly low, the layers of clothing they wore did not hinder their movements. Su Duo could utilize her spatial abilities to create several temperature-controlled zones, but such an approach would deplete her powers too swiftly, leaving her vulnerable in a crisis. Thus, she opted against it. Her nose, pink from the cold, was undeterred as she skillfully swept up a multitude of starfish with her nimble hands. After clearing one building, they proceeded to the next. And it was rather amusing to note that while using other abilities consumed energy rapidly, gathering items required minimal expenditure of her powers. She was indeed exceptionally suited for hoarding. Chen Xiaofei followed her lead, becoming utterly engrossed in the task, reveling in the exhilarating experience. Class monitor, hurry! There's an enormous shrimp over there. Su Duo spotted a sizable shrimp leaping towards them and swiftly captured it with a massive shovel, stowing it away in her spatial realm. This was hardly a mission to exterminate mutated marine life. It felt more like an extravagant coastal foraging expedition. Wang Weihua watched in astonishment, repeatedly comforting himself with the thought that they were on a mission to eradicate mutated marine creatures. After several affirmations, he reassured himself that they were indeed engaged in serious work, not merely playing around. Their efforts proved effective, as the starfish, once captured, swiftly revealed the original state of the buildings, albeit with pockmarked surfaces, likely rendering them uninhabitable. Should it rain, the downpour outside would surely translate to a drizzle within. Wang Weihua transitioned from initial tension to a state of numbness, even managing to alert Chen Xiaofei about the abundance of mussels beneath the building, suggesting they collect them to avoid wastage, or perhaps sell them later. Qin Luo and Bai Shu remained vigilant, ensuring that the two enthusiastic foragers could continue their collection without concern, and thankfully, their pace was impressive. In mere minutes, they cleared an entire building, each of them focused on their task, oblivious to their surroundings. Wang Weihua could only drive alongside them. Occasionally, they encountered mutated creatures, which Qin Luo and Bai Shu dispatched with explosives. The marble bombs rewarded by headquarters during previous missions found their purpose here, as they were in a watery domain where Qin Luo's abilities were not ideal. The explosives were effective, sending a flurry of sea cockroaches tumbling down. It was truly repulsive. The extermination mission was exceedingly tedious, requiring repetitive actions and constant vigilance against unforeseen threats. Eventually, they encountered a colossal octopus emerging from behind one of the buildings, its enormous head resembling a hot air balloon. Qin Luo and Bai Shu, already fatigued, were startled to see such a massive creature and instantly regained their focus. "Run! Xiaofei! Class monitor!" As they shouted, Su Duo and Chen Xiaofei also sensed the looming danger as the surroundings suddenly darkened, signaling the arrival of a formidable foe. Su Duo executed a somersault to evade the octopus's tentacles, while Chen Xiaofei retreated sharply, narrowly avoiding another strike. However, due to the frigid temperature, their reactions were not as swift as usual. As the mutated octopus spewed ink, Su Duo quickly conjured two protective spatial shields, preventing them from being doused in the corrosive liquid. "That ink is corrosive. Class monitor, we need to retreat." Chen Xiaofei, regaining his composure, quickly dove towards Su Duo, whisking her away. Infuriated, the mutated octopus flailed its tentacles violently, capable of penetrating a house with a single thrust. The thought of what might happen if a person were ensnared by its grasp was terrifying. Qin Luo emerged from the car's sunroof, hurling explosives, while Bai Shu continued to shoot, but the octopus seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly advancing towards their vehicle. Wang Weihua quickly maneuvered the car away, declaring, "I'll lure it to a dry area. Xiaofei, keep up with the class monitor. Be cautious on the way." Chen Xiaofei promptly affirmed, "Understood. Class monitor, and I will be fine." Qin Luo, impatient, remarked on the troublesome waterlogged terrain, lamenting the restrictions on his lightning abilities. Throughout the vehicle's movement, Bai Shu maintained precise aim, showcasing exceptional marksmanship. They successfully lured the mutated octopus to higher ground, their chosen battleground. Qin Luo, having restrained his powers for too long, unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, causing thunderous explosions that reverberated throughout the city. The cheetah squad and the dove squad found themselves pursued by mutated blue crabs, their cries echoing in fear, particularly the inexperienced members who struggled to utilize their abilities effectively. The crabs, with their hard shells impervious to bullets, were fast, leaving the newcomers feeling cornered. "Help! Why are these creatures so vengeful? We can't even fight back. Their shells are tougher than turtle shells. Help! I'm going to be devoured by crabs." The cries of desperation echoed as they wondered about Qin Luo's whereabouts, catching faint sounds of thunder in the distance. Could they be nearby? Fortunately, they encountered the Rose squad, comprised entirely of plant-based ability users and seasoned second-tier practitioners, who had previously served in the military. They remained calm in the face of danger, swiftly binding the crabs with their powers, leaving a pile of them helplessly flipped onto their backs. The cheetah squad and dove squad sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. "We're saved. Thank you. Beautiful sisters." The scene was a mix of pity and humor as the newcomers lay sprawled, wide-eyed. The healing ability users of the Rose squad tended to their wounds with bemusement. Mu Mei, with a resigned expression, acknowledged the bravery of the newcomers, encouraging them to experiment with their powers more. Headquarters had enlisted them to gain experience. Despite being a novice squad, they possessed impressive abilities. The cheetah squad was composed of technical abilities, while the dove squad specialized in avian powers, even including interference abilities to disorient the crabs. Unfortunately, the newcomers were still acclimating to their powers and required more practice. The cheetah squad and dove squad found themselves chastised, unable to lift their heads in shame. Yet, their greatest asset was their resilience and willingness to learn, pledging to improve in the future. Mume, hesitant to be overly harsh, acknowledged their efforts, noting that they had successfully dealt with the sea cockroaches, albeit panicked when confronted by the mutated crabs. She advised them to maintain composure in crises, as a clear mind is essential to avoid mishaps. Chapter 95. The frugality of the corpse. As they exchanged a few words, a thunderous roar erupted from afar, shaking the very ground beneath them. The cheetah squad and the dove squad gazed in exhilaration towards the source of the tempest. It was undoubtedly the manifestation of Team Chin's abilities. How impressive! The 3A squad truly excels. This power is simply awe-inspiring. How enviable it would be to wield lightning powers. Is Chin's ability related to thunderstorms? Mume glanced at the tumultuous scene and couldn't help but smile. This locale served as a nurturing ground for his lightning abilities. Yet the omnipresent water posed certain limitations. However, without allies nearby, he could unleash his full strength without restraint. With an earnest expression, Mume cautioned the newcomers to keep their distance from the 3A squad to avoid disrupting their performance. The cheetah squad and the dove squad nodded obediently, too intimidated to entertain any thoughts of approaching. If they were to get caught in the crossfire, it would be disastrous. The realm of the formidable was not theirs to tread lightly, as they could hardly keep pace with their rhythm. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had subdued a mutated octopus, his powers having only consumed a third of their energy. Here, the expenditure of his abilities was minimal. The essential conditions for a thunderstorm, ample moisture, an unstable atmosphere, and sufficient upward movement were all present. These 3 factors collectively supplied the moisture, energy, and propulsion necessary for thunderstorm formation. When these conditions align, the unstable energy within the atmosphere is released, resulting in a tempest. In such an environment, Qin Luo's powers held considerable advantage, albeit hindered by the surrounding water. His teammates had to be exceedingly cautious when near him. Chun Xiaofei and Man Yu maintained a safe distance, while Wang Weihua drove by a shoe to a secure location, allowing Qin Luo to unleash his abilities freely. He felt invigorated. After enduring discomfort for so long, it was a relief to engage in a satisfying battle. Qin Luo sighed contentedly. Wang Weihua returned the vehicle, and as Bai Shu disembarked, he began reviewing the recorded footage. Qin, don't you think your powers have grown even stronger? Environment aside, you should reassess your abilities when we return. Chun Xiaofei and Man Yu approached the charred remains of the enormous octopus, crouching beside it. Chun Xiaofei poked it with a crowbar, pondering whether it was safe to consume. What a shame if it were man-eating. Just imagine how many octopus balls we could make from such a large creature. Not to mention grilled octopus, boiled octopus, or lemon-soaked octopus. Man Yu's mouth watered as her mind raced through various recipes and ingredient lists, prompting her to stand up calmly. Chun Xiaofei, still lamenting the octopus's edibility, suddenly noticed the class leader standing up and queried, "Hey, what are you doing, class leader?" Man Yu cast him a composed glance before retrieving her newly acquired long knife from her spatial pocket. With a swift motion, she drew it and plunged it into the octopus, commencing the dismemberment of the creature. What a horrifying sight! It evoked memories of her frenzied slaughter of mutated monkeys. The scene was disturbingly beautiful. Chun Xiaofei stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to close it for a while, until he suddenly remembered to avoid the ink spray from the mutated octopus and quickly shut his mouth, stepping aside. Contrary to his expectations, no ink was ejected. Instead, Man Yu expertly sliced the octopus while preserving the ink sac, which she set aside thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed it suitable for research at the Institute and nodded in satisfaction. Truly, she was a thrifty and resourceful corpse. Upon opening the octopus, she discovered an array of fish, clams, and flower crabs within. There was nothing alarming inside. Excellent. This was a mutated giant octopus that had never consumed a human, indicating it was safe for consumption. Ultimately, Man Yu unearthed a beautiful blue 2-star core, exuding a delectable aroma reminiscent of squid strips. She swallowed hard. Suddenly, Someone lifted her up? Qin Luo exclaimed. Hey, Manyu, you're covered in blue blood. You're turning into a filthy corpse. Only then did Chun Xiaofei snap back to reality. Qin, the class leader, is truly formidable. She may appear small, but her courage is immense. Qin Luo observed the blue 2-star core in her grasp and remarked, Ah, a 2-star core. No wonder this was relatively easy to handle. 3-star creatures are indeed tougher. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu approached, with Bai Shu urging Wang Weihua to help her core the moment. This hefty specimen is worth a fortune. 2-star mutated creatures fetch 1,000 points per pound. If we sell this, it could yield a substantial sum. Chun Xiaofei immediately protested. No way. We should keep it for ourselves. What a rare giant octopus. And it's a mutated seafood that hasn't devoured any humans. Manyu struggled, affirming, I want to eat it too. Qin Luo, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihua chuckled, conceding, fine. We'll keep it for ourselves. After all, the 3A squad isn't lacking in points. As for the mutated creature's core, it was implicitly designated for Manyu, while the zombie cores and monster cores would be reserved for team use. This 2-star mutated octopus had been dealt with rather effortlessly, and when nearby squads arrived, they were utterly astonished by the sight of the colossal octopus. Goodness, it's so big. You 3A squad took this down? Incredible. Why did you even cut it open? Wouldn't it be worth more intact? They marveled at its size. The passing combat teams expressed their envy, realizing that this single octopus could yield considerable profit. No wonder it said that the 3A squad is swimming in wealth. Their luck is extraordinary. In addition to high rewards from headquarters post-mission, teams also earn income from collected resources during outings, with the option to selectively submit items for points upon returning to base. Points, serving as the current currency, hold significant value. Chun Xiaofei, feeling triumphant, boasted, what do you think? Not bad, right? Selling it? We won't sell it or hand it over to headquarters. This will be kept for our own consumption. Other squads merely happened upon the scene to see if assistance was needed, especially after such commotion. As their attention shifted from the giant octopus, they were further astonished by the numerous pits and the vanishing starfish. I passed by here earlier, and there was a whole bunch of starfish. Where did they go? You cleared them out? That was fast. Are you even human? How powerful. Impressive. Wang Weihua jested, sparing Chun Xiaofei from further awkwardness. Indeed, this creature is sensitive to ammunition. A blast would send it all crashing into the water. Bai Shu seized the opportunity to have Chun Xiaofei assist in filming, taking over Wang Weihua's role. He donned gloves to collect samples, knowing a report would need to be written and uploaded to the forum. Qin Luo, meanwhile, was lifting the little corpse, instructing Manyu to change inside the vehicle. Unperturbed by the chill. Chapter 96. The cube space upgrade. By the time Manuo finished changing her clothes, the crowd outside had dispersed, as everyone else had to fulfill their missions. However, witnessing the impressive haul of Team 3A filled them with enthusiasm, prompting them all to hunt for mutated seafood. Bai Shu had completed his filming, and the large octopus could now be stored within their space. Qin Luo reminded Manuo that this creature, once seen by others, could not be concealed. She needed to separate it before returning to the base and store it in their space card. Having just changed, the little zombie nodded and once again followed Chun Xiaofei closely. Chun Xiaofei stretched his limbs, exclaiming, "All right, let us keep going. Let us stockpile seafood while we can. Just think about how much we can eat for hundreds of years. It's exhilarating." After saying this, he hoisted Manuo up. "Let us go, little squad leader. I just spotted some mantis shrimp over there. We must collect them. My goodness, they're so large they feel rideable. I can only imagine how delightful they will taste." The mention of mantis shrimp made Manuo salivate. Spicy mantis shrimp, pepper-salted mantis shrimp, and steamed mantis shrimp were all incredibly delicious. She wanted to say let's go, but after struggling to articulate, all that escaped her lips was a syllable resembling go. Chun Xiaofei, delighted by this, exclaimed, "What? Little squad leader, did you just speak? Go, dog, go." Wow, Chingu, the little squad leader, is talking. Really? My goodness, her voice is so pleasant. Qin Luo, unable to contain himself, raised his head to admonish him. "Watch where you're going. What if you drop Manuo?" After mumbling this, he thought it was absurd. It was only natural for Manuo to start speaking, as she had occasionally uttered a few syllables recently. It was not surprising that others hadn't heard much, as she always hovered around him. Qin Luo sighed, reflecting on how endearing it was that the little zombie favored him so much. Bai Shu, passing by, couldn't he help but chime in, "Qin Ge, if you keep smiling like that, your face might split." Qin Luo immediately straightened his face, flaring up. "What is it to you?" Bai Shu turned away, chuckling, while Wang Weihua joined in with muffled laughter. The weather in city remained less than ideal. The group had to continue venturing into the low-lying area, not expecting a retreating tide. The streets of the low-lying district gradually revealed their true form, though everything was still damp, with sand washed up in various corners. This was truly a case of beachcombing. Chun Xiaofei led Manuo to a spot still touched by seawater. Each wielding a small shovel and bucket, they began to collect clams, which were piled high by the waves. Bai Shu and Qin Luo remained on guard nearby, while Wang Weihua put away the vehicle and joined in the zombie hunting nearby. The zombies were trapped on the upper floors. Rather than waiting for them to transform into monsters, it was better to eliminate them on the spot, especially as the cold weather hindered their movement, making the task swift. With little water around, there was no need to worry about accidentally harming teammates. Qin Luo finally unleashed his abilities, zapping a cluster of mantis shrimp. Each time this happened, he would call out to Manuo, "Come here, help gather this." Instantly, he would see the little zombie scampering over, and with a flourish of her claws, the mantis shrimp would vanish from the ground, her efficiency far surpassing that of following Chun Xiaofei. Yet, Manuo lingered, refusing to leave, circling around Qin Luo. Wherever he struck, she collected, and their space began to fill with seafood. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. The multifaceted cube space rapidly revolved in her mind, adding numerous facets, each differentiated by color, leaving her completely bewildered. It felt more like an inheritance, and she instinctively understood the purpose of these colors. There were 6 colors in total, each corresponding to a specific position: red for strangulation, white for domains, blue for water, green for planting. And both orange and yellow represented time-stopped storage space. The little zombie was taken aback. Just then, she spotted a small crab passing by, and, upon instinctively activating the red strangulation awareness, witnessed the crab explode as if it had transformed into a mutant serpent. Feeling guilty, she kicked some sand over it. It seemed that this space would require her to study it further. For now, she would have to set it aside, as the outside world remained perilous, and she couldn't afford to be distracted. Qin Luo noticed she hadn't caught up and called out, "Manuo, over here." Upon hearing his voice, she instinctively ran toward him, her mind still catching up. Having just defeated a 1-star scallop, Qin Luo extracted a white and handed it to her as she approached. These days, scallops no longer have pearls, they all grow. Hold on to this. There seemed to be several 1-star mutated scallops around. After that, he opened another scallop and offered it to her. In no time, Manuo was holding a handful. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu were also nearby. As they passed the little zombie, they stuffed more into her arms. Team 3 had now all reached the 3rd-tier abilities, and Qin Luo was likely on the verge of breaking into the 4th tier. Eliminating these 1-star mutated seafood was now a simple task. Below 2 stars posed no challenge at all, while 3 stars required some effort but were still manageable. It was a stark contrast to the early days when Qin Luo would sustain injuries defeating a single 1-star mutated Monkey King, and they nearly faced annihilation against the 3-star mutated serpent. Yet today, he could effortlessly deal with a 2-star giant octopus without breaking a sweat. Though environmental factors played a role, it was evident that he had reached the 4th-tier ability level. Bai Shu, sensing this disparity in levels, couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder all creatures and non-creatures strive to level up. It feels exhilarating to easily crush other beings. No wonder everyone is pursuing evolution." Just like the survivors in City I, trapped by these mutated seafood, had they been part of a higher-level ability team, they could navigate freely here. Although dangers lurked, they possessed the capability to cope. Ordinary people and lower-tier combat teams, however, were left with no options but to hide within the base. Wang Weihua echoed this sentiment. "It's terrifying. I assent to it." We can easily crush mutated animals and monsters below 3 stars, but if we encounter someone of a higher level, we would stand no chance. Everything was relative. Baishu nodded in agreement, realizing how chaotic the world had become. The only remedy was to strengthen their own abilities, or else they would be waiting for death. Qin Luo, passing by, chided them for overthinking, urging them to focus on the present and remain vigilant. Danger could strike at any moment. This was not the time for existential reflections. Just as he finished speaking, a series of anguished screams erupted in the distance. Another team had come under attack. Chapter 97. The happiness of the undead, the 3 of them exchanged glances and immediately began to run towards the source of the commotion. Su Duo swiftly gathered the anomalous cores into her space and adeptly matched the pace of Team 3A, having fully adapted to their combat speed. Qin Luo surveyed the surroundings. Reassured upon confirming that his teammates had kept up, and instructed Xiao Fei, "Gather at 2 o'clock. We shall proceed first." Xiao Fei, still hovering above, responded promptly, "Received." Less than a kilometer away, a series of thunderous noises echoed as the already battered buildings, ravaged by the mutated starfish and other sea creatures, crumbled further under the relentless assault. Xiao Fei, with the advantage of flight, spotted the cause and warned his comrades, "Oh no, it appears to be a colossal Australian lobster." How terrifying! Upon hearing about the armored creature, Baishu remarked, "This task requires Qingge. No one can match his speed with both hot and cold weapons." As Wang Weihua ran, he dispatched several small marine pests, noting, "This area is infested with a multitude of these pests. Everyone, stay vigilant." Su Duo, now a more agile zombie, leaped and bounded with grace, skillfully evading the onslaught of sea insects. Her eyes remained unblinking as she obliterated any that dared approach her. Qin Luo, the fastest among them, surged ahead, unleashing a tempest of electric fury that crackled and sparked with intensity. Upon arriving at the scene of distress, Wang Weihua saw several unfamiliar teammates sprawled on the ground. The remaining members of the team breathed a sigh of relief at Team 3A's arrival and anxiously began to report the situation. "I told you not to provoke it. That lobster must be a 3-star creature, yet you wouldn't listen." The team leader lamented, and Wang Weihua instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. When faced with an insurmountable foe, shouldn't one call for aid? It was simply greed driving them. They wanted to claim the lobster's spoils entirely for themselves, unwilling to share the glory of victory. Enough! Your lives are at stake, and you still cling to such trivialities? Withdraw immediately. Wang Weihua reprimanded them, baffled